championship. Yes! They are the ELEAGUE Grand Champions.
What a show.
How about that? That ball is crushed.
This is Turner Sports.
Winning a major title is nothing bigger.
That's ridiculous. This is crazy. That is absurd. What's going on? Chaos.
Going to wreck the entire team.
They are fired up. All of Meister is gone.
That should be impossible.
And an incredible performance.
Welcome to beautiful Atlanta, Georgia, home of the fabulous Fox Theater. Today we've gathered in this historic venue to kick off the playoff stage of the 2017 Atlanta ELEAGUE Major. We've got a ton in store for you guys over the next 3 days as we celebrate the best Counter-Strike teams on the planet and the 10th Major Championship. Hello everybody, I'm Chris Puckett, and it is such a pleasure to be in front of you, this awesome crowd in the sold-out theater. How's everybody doing today? Yes! On Sunday, we started with 16 of the world's best Counter-Strike squads. And after 4 days, 6 overtimes, 896 rounds, and 6,079 frags, the final 8 are here to compete for their piece of the $1 million prize pool, and more importantly, a chance to raise this trophy as champions of the 2017 Atlanta ELEAGUE Major. It's gonna be a hell of a show. We have so many incredible matches coming your way, and here to guide you through all of the action are my good buddies at the desk. We got Thorin, Moses, and Richard Lewis.
Yes, thanks a lot, Puckett. It is actually amazing to be here. I came in this morning, people lined up round the corner, and obviously taking a day off work to be here. An amazing crowd here in the Fox Theater, and of course, we want you to get involved if you're not here at home on social media as well. Welcome, Jason and Duncan. This is the big one, the 10th Major. You must be absolutely pumped.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be awesome. Obviously, celebrating all the previous majors we've had that have been incredible, but this is the group stage here has blown them away. So inside this arena, this Counter-Strike is going to be legendary.
And even you're excited, Duncan, and that never happens.
Why wouldn't I be excited to prove the whole world wrong? Astralis win the major. You all bow to me. Probably some sort of coronation.
Me.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket, right? So, I mean, amazing teams made it to this stage. You can see the first game absolutely lit. Na'Vi versus Astralis, going to be crazy. Fnatic Gambits as well. Virtus Pro versus North, and SK Gaming versus FaZe Clan. And then we're going to show you the schedule. 3 best of 3s today. Starting with that Na'Vi versus Astralis game that Duncan thinks the team that wins the whole major comes from that match. A lot riding on that one. Then Fnatic versus Gambit, and then Virtus Pro versus North. So let's take some time to talk about these great games. The one that jumps off the page, obviously, Na'Vi versus Astralis. And it's a game that could be the final of this major had the group stages kind of gone to plan.
Sure, I mean, it's an example of where this is one of the things that sometimes in Counter-Strike could be unfair, is let's imagine, okay, we know coming into the tournament, Astralis, many people pre-tournament favorites, you know. Na'Vi's done their job. They've won the group stage emphatically, actually. They've perfect performance, and what do they get as their reward in the quarters? They actually get one of the toughest teams in the tournament, just because of the way, the nature of how group stage play, we had Swiss system here, obviously, can turn out sometimes.
Yeah, and the Gambit Fnatic game, I mean, that's, to some people at home, mainly Fnatic fans, I think they're looking at that as open and shut. But Gambit have really impressed here at this major.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've learned from Gambit, is that they are going to surprise people this term. They already have. And I mean, I think the biggest surprise has been Adren, who has come out of nowhere to have this superstar level performance consistently across 3-4 days of this tournament. So that is a team that you can't sleep on. That is a team that Fnatic cannot take lightly.
Yep. So amazing games to start the day. But first, we are now going to take a look at a player who has already contributed his piece to Counter-Strike folklore. Here is Simple's major moment, brought to you by Dell.
My favorite moment at the major, it's my double no-scope. I played for Team Liquid against Fnatic at ESL1 Cologne.
Double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. He's going to fall down again. What is this shot from Simple? Are you serious? What is that? You can't do that, Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
And every member of my team just was so happy. Every crowd member, they were so happy. It's the first time when I did something insane at the major. After this, in 1 or 2 months, I did tattoo to remind me that moment. Here's like angel with wings, here's like his eye with no scope, and here's a bullet. Those shots I will never forget in my life. I think before tournament, Astralis was a favorite.
We have to get ready mentally and physically. It will be a hard game, but we are strong enough to beat them.
We are not satisfied with quarterfinal. We are here to prove everyone that we are best.
That's why we came here to Atlanta to win the major.
I believe that we are a better team. I believe that we have better team spirit.
I think we have much stronger snipers than they have. I think if we get ahead, we can easily break Astralis' mentality and win the game.
Navi means Natus Wincer, and Natus Wincer means born to win. I believe that we are born to win this major.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are live from Atlanta, and it is time to kick off your first quarterfinal of the day. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 10th major, and we are kicking it off with one of the greatest teams in Counter-Strike. Let me introduce you to Navi.
They've attended every major, yet have never felt the glory.
Flame is last man standing. 1-4 to fight, and he does it. He has crushed the Fire of Envy.
Following 3 straight wins and earning legendary status.
Oh man, that's the classic Guardian there.
The prize and the mission are clear.
Flamey getting himself a triple.
In Latin, their name means born to win. so expect nothing less.
Every single battle going the way of the Na'Vi defenders.
Kneel before Natus Vincier.
Ladies and gentlemen, please get on your feet and put your hands together for Flamey, Seized, Edward, Guardian, and Simple! Na'Vi, please take your seats. They cruised through the group stages, but they will have their hands full with the competition on the other side of the stage. It's my pleasure to introduce you to the Great Danes. Here is Astralis.
Many considered them the favorite to win this major, which means the pressure was all the greater.
Glaive's gotta clutch this back. He's still holding this, and I think he's got it. He does.
After blasting their way to a third straight major playoffs,
Here's the aggression again, catches up, there's the double, the triple. Big plays here from Astralis.
they get another chance to justify the hype.
Making a double, there's the triple, all of them headshots. There it is, Astralis win an incredibly crucial round.
Get ready for Astralis.
Put your hands together. It's the team that struggled in groups but showed true form against Liquid. They've never looked stronger since adding Glaive. This is Astralis. Gentlemen, please take your seats. We are just moments away. The first quarterfinal of the 10th major here live from Atlanta. And for one last time, let's send it back to the desk with Richard Lewis for his pregame thoughts.
Thanks very much there, Puckett. As you can see, the stage is set for a great game. Brief introductions to those teams, but we're going to talk about it in more detail. I'll start with you, Jason. Tell me about this Na'Vi roster and why it's so good.
Yeah, I mean, this Na'Vi roster is really good, and the one guy that we didn't really see too much is Starks, who previously has been a mastermind, the coach, but this break they've had, he's put this team together. Now, all of a sudden, Flamey, previously in the conversation as one of the best players in the world, he seems to be in resurgent form. He was a monster throughout the group stages. Then you have Simple, currently considered to be one of the best players in the world. Guardian, a previous best player in the world, and all together around that, you have Seized, who now has confidence as an in-game leader. You've got Edward, who's playing quietly a very, very good major, but there's so much firepower across this team, and what we've seen from them in the group stage is things that's going to translate to the playoffs. It's phenomenal teamwork, it's great rotations, it's utility usage, it's all the things they didn't have before the break that have now made them so incredibly strong, because now they just seem to have confidence and they have the skill behind that to be a very, very dangerous team. The questions we have about them are about their map pool. How good are their T-sides going to be? Areas in which they haven't been tested yet because they've just steamrolled over everyone they've played in the group stage.
And Duncan, you can see here, this was their path to the Fox. They were the most impressive team in the group stages, no doubt about it.
Yeah, they blew everyone away completely. I mean, you look at this team, even before we saw this run, there were a lot of people saying, you know, when you're picking out your favorites, you still have to put Na'Vi somewhere near there, just because they're the most talented team in the game. You know, before they got this team play together, before they had this map pool, the skill from 1 to 5 is crazy in this team.
Well, I'm going to stay with you because your pick is the team they have to go up against. Your pick to win the whole tournament. Tell us about Astralis, Dunk.
Yeah, well, if the Na'Vi guys are the most skilled team, then Astralis are on paper the best team. This is the team that has everything. They have the in-game leader who can also frag in Glaive, the recent addition. They have the star player who can do it all. He's got all the skills, all the weapons. They've got the young blood in Kirby, the guy who's coming up. He's trying to add in that firepower there. They've got the stable player in Zipnix, and then they've got Dupree, the entry fragger, the guy who's just played for so long with the others. They've got the core that's been together for years and years. They've got the widest map pool in the game, arguably. And they're just a team that you look at the form, aside from maybe that one slip against Godsend, they've looked so good, and it's taken a monumental effort to beat them.
And Glaive, obviously an in-game leader who's proving he can frag with the best of them at this tournament.
Yeah, and that's been key to the style, actually. Part of the reason why their terrorist sides have become so deadly is because he goes in as an entry fragger, and he sometimes just gets that kill outright, or trades. So it makes the T-side, as you saw in that SK game, which they didn't end up winning, so much more effective.
And Jason, this is their path here. Was a bit of a checkered road.
Yeah, I mean, they stumbled a little bit. They really leaned on Device in a big way throughout a lot of these matches. And then Glaive bailed them out of one or two matches as well with his kind of performance. But this isn't necessarily a bad thing for them to be tested throughout the group stage. This is a team that, you know, when you look at this team, the conversation is always going to be, are they going to fail again? Are they going to choke one last time? And through the group stages, they had plenty of opportunities to do so, and they actually did the opposite. They rose to the occasion this time in the group stages when they had to.
They showed mental resilience to get here. Are they going to do a smart veto? We're ready to see what maps are going to come out, Duncan. Give me your thoughts.
Yeah, well, the good thing is, I mean, Astralis know where their map pool lies. They know where their strengths are. The only map they really want to avoid is Cobblestone. Well, actually, that's one of the maps that the old Na'Vi used to be very good on, and Na'Vi kind of showed off a really good CT side of Cobblestone in the group stage. So I think that's assured that that's out of the equation at that point in time. Beyond that, this can go anywhere. So it's really up to Na'Vi where we want to go here, because I think we can end up on some really strong maps. Like, the obvious ones are, I think Astralis still want to go towards Train. That used to be one of the best maps of the old Na'Vi team. Even this new one really got it rolling there. I think Mirage is a strong possibility. This new Na'Vi lineup showed an affinity for it, but we saw the incredible game by the Astralis guys against Team Liquid.
The interesting thing is they're going to have, in this series, what we didn't see in the group stage, they're going to have to start a map on the T side. They're going to have to, and just because they've been so dominant in the group stage on the defensive side of things, they never had to worry about that. So we're going to see something like that, and if they stumble on that T side, the question becomes, is their CT side actually good enough to pull them back into those games?
That's why the real question is, I want to see if Na'Vi is confident. Like, they think, yeah, we'll play Train, we'll play you on your maps, basically. Or will Na'Vi try some trying to trick thing, like go for a pick on Nuke or something crazy? I hope not, personally. So we got the obvious Cobblestone ban coming in here. I expect something like Cash, something like Nuke as the ban here. So there we go, take Cash out of the equation. So now I think it's going to be a Train pick, quite frankly. I think Train or Overpass are the obvious ones. So they're going to go with Overpass. That's one that Na'Vi, they're good, but they showed a little bit of flaws on that. We obviously remember the SK beating them up big time. It is the Mirage pick from Na'Vi. That's the obvious one for them. Now I'm hoping the third map's Train here. I think that's the best one we could end up. Obviously, it's going to be a randomizer that selects it.
Ooh.
Oh, we do the ban here. Okay.
Yeah, it's a ban, yeah.
So that's actually a little bit of a loop, and there, I mean, there's the nuke ban out of it. And Dust 2, that is going to be a sick third map as well, because both of these teams at certain points in their history have been some of the best teams we've seen on Dust 2, especially when you consider the amount of AWPers, the amount of snipers we have. So while Train's not in it, that's a really nice third map to end things on. A classic Counter-Strike map, obviously.
We're going to come back to the desk and break it down in more detail and get predictions, obviously, because we know you love those, Duncan. But first, I have to introduce you to the other member of the team. It's our sideline reporter who's going to give us some insight backstage. It is Smix.
Thank you very much, Richard. I'm actually on the stage next to Na'Vi at the moment, and I was able to talk to both coaches earlier on. Zonic mentioned that they're feeling very confident that it was a bit hard to anti-strat Na'Vi as they haven't played a major land since IM Oakland, but despite that, they're going to focus on their own game and maybe switch things up a bit as they know Na'Vi like to anti-strat. On the other hand, Stark says that everything is going according to plan, that they've deliberately been focusing on their CT side, and the players are feeling confident and hoping to show a great game.
All right, well, there you have it. So they know that there's a risk they might get anti-stratted, and that's an interesting thought process. Something we haven't really talked about prior to this is, obviously, with the benefit of the group stages and that day off, you get all that time to spend reviewing the demos. And we know Na'Vi are very fastidious in their preparation, but of course Astralis, they've got a coach Zonic and Glaive as well, who like to get stuck into that. So let's just talk a little bit about the anti-stratting process.
Here's an interesting detail that ties into that, okay? When Astralis had this revival and they became one of the best teams in the world again, part of it was Device had already been a very good player throughout the year, but his AWPing became so much more effective, you know. Before he would get the numbers, but maybe didn't get the impact with the kills. And he said in an interview that he literally studies other AWPers, but then he actually looks at heat maps of his own play, and as a result figures out, like on certain key rounds, here's how I can be where they won't expect me to be. So actually, that's an interesting wrinkle to throw in there if we see that the Na'Vi guys seem like they have a general read on Astralis.
So the team's ready up, we're ready for predictions. Do you want to do it all together or at a map?
I don't mind either.
Let's do it all together then.
So I think actually with this setup, I think that Astralis will win 2-1. I think they will lose Mirage.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to take them losing Mirage as well, but I think Na'Vi is going to be winning it 2-1.
All right, well, thanks very much. Now, without any further ado, let's get this game started. It is Astralis versus Na'Vi, and I'm going to throw you over to James Bartle and DDK. Make some noise.
Thanks so much, gents. Indeed, I'm incredibly excited for this, James, and you seem prepared yourself. What have you done here?
But I've become fabulous, Dan. What else can I say?
Fantastic.
It's a nice map pool for this match. I am looking forward to this. I think there's some confidence in Na'Vi's AWPing. I mean, Dust 2 as the last map would say that to me. You saw Guardian's comments as well. They don't feel like there's much of a threat. I mean, there's so much threat on their side. Maybe there's no response from Astralis, in their opinion.
Yeah, it's really cool having maybe 3 of the best maps for AWPing, considering we have maybe 3 of the best AWPers in the world in this matchup alone. So very exciting stuff. Many people think that this could be the finals itself. Make some noise. Na'Vi versus Astralis, kicking it off here on Overpass. The T side for Astralis, and Na'Vi on the defensive side on the CT.
Simple, going to be the one standing forward for the team. No early duels like you might see from Shocks, for example. Na'Vi playing the team game, and Simple, what we've seen so far is he's definitely been a team player for Na'Vi. Hashtag new Simple number 459, but this time it might be for real, Dan.
No, it really does seem like maybe that is the case, but it's, this is going to be the major that really would cement that. And already Astralis are just making some early map control plays here, just trying to work out what's going on all sides of the map here, seeing if Na'Vi are up to anything crazy, but Na'Vi playing pretty passively as well. To be expected here, but perhaps Simple might be poking there towards the toilets just to see if there's somebody lurking. And indeed, actually, Simple's going to get tagged down to 1 HP. That is devastating. And Astralis will be quite happy with that.
Yeah, he's taking a headshot. Device is making his way down a long area, and the team seem to be rotating the bomb in that direction. Nothing but Glocks here for the Astralis side. Zipex is keeping connector open for the team. Maybe cutting off a rotation as well. Poking and prodding. The bomb might have been spotted now by the CT side. Guardian taken by surprise. Maybe not expecting Device so close. How are they going to retake the site, Na'Vi? Can Astralis get the bomb down? More players getting tagged. There goes Edwards. Flamey, Simple and C's quite tagged. Flamey's the only one with full HP at the moment. And if the pressure is continuing here, a P2000 picked up from Device, peppering, but no kill.
Device did so much damage there despite the single kill. In comes Simple though, strikes back. 3 versus 3, the health incredibly low for the Na'Vi members. Surely they won't be able to do this with such low health. And the bomb is positioned so well. The frags start to raid in for the Danes, and they'll be able to take the pistol pretty easily.
Solid start from Astralis, taking the pistol away. And the pistol is very important on CT side, especially when at the beginning of the match. So Na'Vi will really want to win the first buy round. 4 spies coming in from Na'Vi. Simple leaving himself with 1850 in the bank. In the second round, generally you'll have 1500 as an AWPer. Oh, no, he's going for the 4 spy as well. So a very late decision there, coming in from the Na'Vi side. Guardian leaving himself with some cash. Other than that, they are all in for this round.
And Device so far today looks really confident. I know we've only seen 1 round, but very calm. And he's gone for the P90, James. He wants the chaos, he wants the carnage here with that gun. The spray and pray. Let's see if he can get any money made with that. We have 2 players there for Na'Vi lurking in the close quarters. And we'll have to see if that's going to pay off for them. It's a pretty expected position, typically, if you're going to be playing off of the pistols. Dupree's there, but he hasn't got much in the way of support, so has to be quite careful. And if Device spot anything here, it looks like he sees Edward, and if there's one, there could be more. Nade starts to sell in. And they'll take a note of that. Dupree able to capitalize. Very nicely done there by Astralis. Methodical play pays off.
Yeah, it's very nice indeed. Simple holding the high ground. Sometimes you'll see an anti-ecoing T side get some Molotovs and such in, take the high ground towards connector, and then push through connector from Dupree's position. Simple holding an angle on the upper side. Might have thwarted that, but Astralis were patient enough. Had the smokes as well. That leaves 3 Na'Vi players and 45 seconds on the clock for Astralis. Still got some grenades onto Dupree. Still with a passive approach. Super passive from Zipex. Device starting to clean up now with the God Gun.
Still damage to be done here with these Deagles. And I mean, if they can keep them into the next round too, there's opportunity in that next round because they will be ecoing there. So the 3 teammates that are dead at the moment, Simple, Seas, and Edward, they will likely buy nothing. So the 2 Deagles they can make some plays with that. So just creating a situation now where if Astralis want to kill them, they will be at a huge disadvantage on the engagement. You can see Guardian is quite aware that there could be a player very, very close here. Na'Vi, not much room to breathe. Look at this perimeter set up by Astralis. I wonder if they'll push in, though.
Yeah, Zipex starting to push now. He's been very passive. Guardian gets taken down. Instant trade from Astralis. Nothing saved for Na'Vi. Went for the 4 spy for the most part and did not yield much. Only Dupree getting picked off, and you see him with the UMP. Not going to be the biggest of deals. 2-0 for Astralis. Great start from them, and the more rounds that they get on this T side, the more of the T side we'll see from Na'Vi.
And I do like that we saw the confidence from Astralis as a team to actually just go and take away every single edge there. I think there's a lot of teams that would just let players of the quality, of the caliber of Na'Vi just save the Eagles, because they don't want to risk losing two or three players there. But Astralis, just out of the gate here today, look very, very confident. And indeed, we see that full eco. We see hopelessness perhaps for Na'Vi, although they will try to just stack everyone towards one side of the map on the A side, as we can see at the moment. Just hoping, praying that perhaps Astralis will run one of the two most common anti-eco strategies, which is to actually send almost all of your players towards that A side of the map, A long. You can very effectively play the anti-eco there. But it's unfortunate for Na'Vi because, as we can see, Astralis are kicking it over by the B-bomb side.
Yeah, dupree's made his way all the way through. Zipex will just check the nooks and crannies behind, and then the bomb will be rotated. You can boost from this position where Zipex is headed. If you go to that ledge, you can get someone on the balcony. That may play a part later, though you don't see it very commonly. Ideally, Guardian would like to have $3,400 in the bank in this round. He's got $2,750, so there are questions as to where Na'Vi will go with AWPs at the beginning of this match. Na'Vi, they're not going to engage, it seems. Again, in this situation, when they have got nothing invested, they just don't want to give Astralis the loss bonus, sorry, the kill bonus with guns like a UMP that give you more than usual. So they'll just try to do their best to hide. Overpass, not the easiest map to hide on. And
they're all in the playground, James.
Yeah.
Oh god, this could get messy. This could get very messy. They're all spotted out here. Device has the perfect weapon. Oh, the knife comes out. Good attempt there, but it's not going to work out there for Na'Vi. Only getting one frag onto Device. To be honest, coming away very well with that. And the cool thing here is, again, Astralis, they don't have to go for the kills. They don't have to risk it. They know that, but they're so coordinated. They're trying to take away every single edge from Na'Vi at the moment. Just the level from both teams, the focus from both teams is amazing.
Speaking of edges, we asked a question about the economy that Guardian had. He is AWP no armor in the first round. This is something that we commonly saw from Ken for a while as well. They would somewhat ruin their economy at the beginning. You see there are almost no grenades for Na'Vi, so Guardian's going to have to go aggressive. He can't really face the fountain area because he would be susceptible to grenades. Making his way for a pop flash, for a crouch peek maybe, in towards connector, but he's stuck out of position. This might not work out for Na'Vi at all.
This is very scary. dupreeh will spot out Edward. Edward actually able to take the fight by himself there. Doesn't need the assistance of Guardian. Simple picks off one as well, but the trades come in numbers there. 3 in a row for the Danes, and that's going to be very problematic now for Na'Vi, because what do? They've got Seized and Flamey left. We have the gun disposal service, courtesy of Device, by the water fountain, so there's no guns to be picked up there for Na'Vi. That said, they're so far away, doesn't even matter. But how do they do this? Do they split up? Looks like they will, and that 1 versus 1 is not going to be going too well for the Na'Vi side.
Oh, the bomb's not down though, and it's not anywhere near to being down. It could even get cut off from Seized. Oh, look behind you, Seized. There's another one. There's Device clearing out the round for Astralis. Some damage done to the T economy towards the end, but indeed that seemed relatively easy for Astralis. Na'Vi starting on the back foot, and again, you lose the CT pistol. 4-0. This is not a good start for Na'Vi. Big crowd here in Atlanta on the first day of these finals.
Yeah, this seems like, if you're an Astralis fan, this is going really well. I don't know what their pre-game ritual looks like, James, but I want to know, because they are exuding confidence at the moment. It's oozing off of them. I can't wait to see where that takes them. Na'Vi with a save here, more or less. Half blind, we've got some Deagles in there. We have a UMP and armor on Simple. So perhaps that can yield them some kills, some action in this one, and they've finally stacked the right place. But dupreeh, his job is to get the clipboard out, to find that information, to find out where that stack is, and hopefully guide his team to the safest path to victory in this round.
Smoke goes down, that's going to allow the bomb to go down in many situations, but also obscure some vision from the high ground, and may just bait the CTs towards the to the B side. That's a common smoke grenades. There we go, nice angles being held by dupreeh. Has he got time to reload? Smartly getting the Glock out. In the meantime, dupreeh will eventually get picked off. His team, though, not really committing to anything just yet. Keeping control of short B. Sees picked off at range. Again, the Astralis with a very measured approach. So far, so good for them. Na'Vi heading towards maximum loss bonus in the next round. They'll get 3,400 should they lose this. So we'll see an AWP and armor on Guardian at least. With the money Simple has, they'll have 4,400 in the next round. Though if they chose to go 2 AWPs, he could be dropped.
Yeah, just taking it so slowly, and again, the level of confidence applied also with that team coordination we're seeing, the togetherness from Astralis is working out really well. Everybody's quite clearly on the same page, not missing a beat from a team play perspective. We'll see how long that lasts. We do have a potential in Edward, perhaps. He is kind of flanking the push onto the A-bomb site with that Deagle, looking for the next player, Zipex. Perfect timing, coming in the back through the stairs, and that leaves Guardian and Flamey to do some damage here for Na'Vi, and they definitely would do quite well to get some damage out here. Doesn't really matter if they save these guns, they're going to be buying next round regardless. Flamey with some pot shots there, but still no luck for Na'Vi.
Guardian trying to make some... Oh, never mind. Device with the form of his life at the moment. Will it continue through this tournament? Can he bring his team to victory? We will find out in the next few days. This is a great start, though, from Astralis. 5-0. Again, an opportunity to break the buy of Na'Vi. Put them on eco once more. Guardian straight for the big green gun. The rest of the team haven't bought just yet. Maybe talking about whether they want a second one. I think we have a timeout here. We do. It's a tactical timeout from Na'Vi. This is an important round. At this point, I wouldn't say that they can really afford to lose any more rounds on their CT side.
Just from the efficiency of Astralis is just giving them so much money, so much bank. And if that continues, indeed, it's going to be a situation where Na'Vi never get to play against ecos, which is a very big problem when you're on the CT side. You're already having buys that require a larger amount of money to have that full buy, as opposed to what the Ts can work with. So it is a very grim situation, and they really need that big performance from one of the players just to lift the spirits, lift the morale a little bit, because so far we haven't really seen anybody firing off from Na'Vi. They haven't had many opportunities. Again, Astralis has been so good at taking edges away and denying them. And perhaps that timeout will serve to maybe break up the momentum a little bit from the Astralis boys.
So Simple's going to be having a look around the connector area and then instantly backing off. From the top of the connector stairs, you can hear somebody if they run down the ladder. So maybe just trying to get an early beat on what the idea is for Astralis at the beginning of this round. Guardian, ever an important man, holding an angle towards long. Someone's behind the boulder, though. Who's going to find who first? Device, ready and willing. Na'Vi cannot underestimate Device. He is, as he said before, he's watched all the demos of the top AWPers, added something to his game here or there, but he knows what to expect from these people as well.
And that does ask a response here of Na'Vi. They've gone down a man early on the CT side. They have next to no grenades left. A single smoke, a single incendiary, and a handful of flashbangs. How do you manage this situation? It can be very difficult in overpass when you've given up a lot of space. Some teams would choose to stack the A bomb site with more players because you can play a retake on B and just maybe even save if you lose to B very quickly and just hold on to A, as A is the harder side to retake. That's a common approach in this situation. But Na'Vi still spread out, perhaps trying to find that big individual performance to just get them back into the game, because they certainly need it right now. Simple's the first man perhaps to see this push coming. If he can get a couple here, that could really go a long way in this round.
Yeah, Edward's very far back on A as well, so Simple's here on his own. Needs to try and avoid getting traded. Pushing forward, Glaive, that's a good start. There goes Gabi as well, straight in the head for the first shot. Oh, thinks Zipex, he gets his bell rung. Massive damage done by Simple. 3 CTs remaining on the rotation now, 15 seconds, no time for Astralis to go towards B.
Beautiful stuff here from Na'Vi. Simple stepping it up, and his teammates knocking the rest down as Astralis were forced to commit onto the sites. That's exactly what we're talking about. You needed that big performance from one player. They didn't play scared. That's so important. It was Simple to step it up, and that was enough for Na'Vi in this round to take it back. So incredibly crucial. Here it is. Even gets the dink on 3 players, effectively almost just taking 3 out of the game by himself. Very nice stuff from him. Let's see if that continues now, as the Astralis, of course, have a lot of bank to go to keep the buys coming. Na'Vi, they have to find the momentum. What is Guardian up to now with his AWP? That's the question.
Oh, he's on a short position. The brig gets picked off. Will he be traded, though? Edward's been taken down in the meantime, but Guardian is going to be a very important player for the Na'Vi team. Looking to rotate his position now. Astralis moving forward in the long area, but they're quite spread out. It looks like Astralis want to play slow rounds as well. But maybe they'll be forced to a reaction, losing Dupree early. It is still a 4-on-4. Device, though, he could take them by surprise. Oh, he could cut off Guardian here. He could get even more than one. He's going to be content with that one. Going for Simple, but Simple will trade. But there are problems now for Na'Vi. What positions can they hold in this situation?
Yeah, fast decision-making here for Astralis. They're a little bit too far away to commit and to try to just 3-on-1 Simple, so they're going to have to back away. They have time to do so as well. Very smart stuff from Device to push long after knowing that Guardian pushed short. Very smart stuff indeed.
In the meantime, Flamey has put Simple in a smoke. He's deliberately standing in the smoke, just in case, anticipating perhaps a play towards A, but it's not. It's B. KRB lining up the smoke for the balcony area. They've got players moving towards Monster as well. And Seized is in a passive position. We'll see if he can get a kill with this off angle.
So they've set up the push, the smokes are down, the bomb is available to be planted. Oh, the snap from Seized is absolutely phenomenal there, as Glaive will get the trade onto Flamey. Seized will spray away, but as Kirby is able to find the kill through the smoke, and once again, leaving Simple in a position where he has to clutch to save the team. 1 versus 2 with that bomb ticking away. It's no easy task for the man, but who else would you ask it of? It's Kirby, though, to take him down. 6-1, and Na'Vi have been shut down after their only round win so far this half.
That's a pretty bad spot for Na'Vi. KRB spotted Simple coming out of the door, and they put themselves in a situation where KRB's teammate could trade for him if necessary, forced Simple to extend to the point of no return, and then shot him straight in the face. And you can see the impact on the Na'Vi economy. This is a really bad spot. This is similar to what we saw when NIP played Vegas Squadron. Won 1 round after a long time, but their opposition had lots of money in the bank, nothing but pressure coming their way. Can't get a consecutive round, and now Astralis could really run away with this half.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's really interesting as well, because when we're talking about Device studying AWPers and understanding how the AWP dynamic works on a team, he looked at Na'Vi's setup in that last round, and as soon as he sees Guardian take a pick on the short position, he immediately understands that it's very, very likely that he can bank his life, that there's nobody covering A-long, and that Simple will probably be the only player, and that's actually playing toilets, giving the 3 kills straight back. So that level of counterplay from Astralis, from the star players such as Device, that is just so difficult for Na'Vi to deal with right now. It's going to be a very tall order to come back against that one. But of course, luckily for Na'Vi, this is a best of 3, so the pressure isn't mounting too much just yet. Although the money is mounting for Astralis, that's for sure.
Simple going for a country stroll. He's heading towards the bomb. He could have taken Device down from the back. So Zipex could get caught off unawares here. Got the double dings though. Got to ring his bell twice. Getting awkward now. Nice shoulder peeking there, trying to bait Zipex to start his spray. Zipex just about prevails, but look at the instant rotation from Na'Vi. Astralis still have time though. If they want to rotate towards A, they can do that. Still 2 plays on the high ground. Meanwhile, Dupree trying to clean up. Bit of pre-fire though. He'll get taken down. That's a big weapon loss, and that might draw the T's away towards the A site. The bomb's still pretty far back. Device holding down the short position. That allows Zipex to rotate faster. Oh, more bells being rung. There's Edward doing big damage. They're going to rescue a lot of weapons here. There are decisions to make though, whether they go for it or hold on to this. They might want to. Guardian with an AWP. Never a bad situation.
That is actually pretty sick to come away with an AK and an AWP in this round. And talking about stealing edges away, that is what this level of competition is all about. When these teams have the fundamentals of the game nailed down to such a fine point, you have to find the smallest of edges. And if they can get away with these 2 guns in a round like this, that can go a long way. As we can see, their economy is heavily stifled at this point. Guardian looking to perhaps take down the intrepid explorer in Glaive as he walks down the stairs, and there it is, an easy shot for Guardian. And Astralis, do they have the money to risk the remaining 2 players? Actually, it's not really the case. So it seems that Na'Vi are starting to bring things to more of a level footing. Oh, the spray! Oh, that is phenomenal there from Kirby, just in the nick of time. That's a massive steal there, taking away the AWP.
That is a huge coup for Astralis, especially as Edward was not in a position to rescue it. Somehow, though, they found the money. Edward had $4,900 in the bank before the end of that round, so I think he's dropped an AWP to Guardian. They've got to buy around this 1 saved weapon and a reasonable amount of grenades considering what we've seen so far. Simple again is going to be heading forwards, and Guardian, maybe attack is the best form of defense. He's going to those usual positions around the fountain. No smoke grenade, instantly flashed off though. In the meantime, see Dupree in connector. No early engagements for the CT side. They wanted that advantage, try and balance out their lack of grenades and the UMP on C's, that kind of thing, but no such luck.
So this is very interesting again, because Na'Vi really haven't had a huge amount of grenades, generally speaking, throughout all of their buys. And this is another round which is similar in that case. Astralis are playing a different pace. They are sending the feelers out across the map, much more passive than we typically have seen from them so far. And that's perhaps because they sense, okay, Na'Vi, they are a little bit weak on the utility. There's a UMP in play. and we would expect some kind of aggression in the early round. But now we're at the 1 minute mark. It's on them to start pushing. And Simple, he's found himself an engagement, but once again, Kirby is proving to be on point. And that is a problem. 4 versus 5, 45 seconds left to go. Astralis have so far not had map control towards A. Do they commit to B? That's the question right now.
2 of the remaining CTs towards B bomb site. Flamey's close enough to hear these sounds. CC's trying to delay any advance. The push is coming in. He can't see Zipex in the flames. Zipex makes it through. Flamey needs to hold down though. He needs to buy time for his team to rotate. Edward is still in the toilets on A. He needs to get in towards the B bomb site. They're non-believers, Na'Vi, but that's going to work in the favor of Astralis. Smoke's all over the place. That's a great wall of smoke towards Graffiti, isolating players on the site, and the bomb's going to go down again.
And at this point, it's very, very scary for Na'Vi. They might be considering saving absolutely now. Incredible shot there from Dupree, finding Edward there. Thread through the needle, and Guardian might be able to sneakily take a kill away or two, but he's going to be very careful. The AWP has such high value moving into the following rounds. We've seen it so many times that a single AWP can be all that you need in the right place to win a round, especially in the hands of someone like Guardian or Simple. And once again, Astralis, they just are reading the rounds so incredibly well and just winning those opening engagements, and that is allowing them to just play the basics out. Na'Vi are struggling so much with these suboptimal buys.
Speaking of reading rounds, Na'Vi didn't seem to have any idea what was going on in that round. The fact that there wasn't enough rotation, they still had a player walking in toilets, either trying to figure out what's going on or go for a late flank, but they needed men on the site. Great wall of smokes around that Graffiti position. That cuts off a lot of opportunities for the CT side, especially where Na'Vi have been playing from when they've had 4 players. Often there's been a CT in that area. There is a timeout from Na'Vi once again, but really they are losing opportunities to get back into this. I mean, we asked about their T side. It's going to be nothing but T side if this continues. 1 round on the board on their CT side.
Yeah, the crazy thing actually is that Astralis are in this position where they have such a mental edge because, and not necessarily because of, let's say, the confidence that's at play. If you ignore that, it's more of the kind of meta game that's going on between the two teams of what strategy do you select, because Na'Vi are always playing from a little bit behind, and Astralis, because they understand Na'Vi's position so well, you know, they can really try to bait them into certain plays to go aggressive, so then they play a passive setup to counter that, then leaving Na'Vi in a spot like last round where they don't get any information at all because they have to play passively. Right now, Astralis are completely dictating the pace in every sense on Overpass, and it's quite brilliant to watch from them.
$2,900 will be given to each Na'Vi player should they lose this round. This is a disastrous start for the side. Their toughest test yet in this major. And so far, Astralis are proving to be a very formidable opponent. It was Na'Vi who were surprising everyone they played in the previous matches, but Astralis are offering Na'Vi nothing but question marks in these rounds. Riddles that Na'Vi can't solve. 2 Deagles and some P250s on the CT side. Simple, having a look towards short. Kirby's going to get his bell rung, but he's got a teammate there for him. They have an off-angle crossfire. We have seen some
so close.
Seen some nice Molotovs in those positions where Dupree is. Oh, Flamey, please! Much needed headshots, but they need rounds. They need a lot more than fancy headshots. Just 1 round on the board. That is a tough loss for Astralis, though. Device is in an awkward position. Does he hold this area on his own to try and protect these weapons? Or does he push the site with his teammates?
Yeah, I think they are fairly committed to just push where the weapons are. Oh, Flamey gets himself number 3. And this is just disgusting stuff from the man. He's steely, he's cold, he's finally dead at the hands of Zipex. Now the bomb is starting to be planted here. He's charging and there's nothing they can do. Na'Vi with a resurgence here. A much needed resurgence thanks to Flamey. You see a sly grin on his face there. He knows that that was something special.
Lovely stuff from Flamey, but that only doubles their score to 2 rounds, Dan. 2 rounds. They've got money in the bank. There's an AWP being thrown over to Guardian, but can they do anything else? There's a timeout from Astralis. Again, it's trying to disrupt any momentum, any happy time for Na'Vi. The impending doom may sink back into the brains of these players. Guardian hasn't had any spectacular spawns towards the A site, towards any early peaks. He looks to be headed towards B at the moment. Astralis may discuss what to expect. They know Na'Vi are going to be back on the full buy, maybe the best buy they've had so far, and it's round 11.
Yeah, but if Na'Vi are able to start stringing a couple of rounds together, we have a real game on our hands. Especially, I mean, it's a lot of Na'Vi's problem is that Astralis have been playing so effectively, so efficiently, and very smart when it comes to the strategic choices that they haven't really left Na'Vi with many options to play on their CT side. And because of this, they don't get many chances to shine individually. But as soon as they're able to break Astralis and they can start playing aggressive themselves and dictating the pace themselves, then we can see an entirely different overpass. So hoping for Na'Vi's sake that they start to get into that groove. And we do have a push going on A-Long at the moment. They're going to get all the information that currently Astralis are essentially shored up on the B position, and that is actually quite scary because right now there is a timing window that if Astralis just rush down the B bomb site, that they will crush that bomb site and that Na'Vi will have to save. The rotation's too far away. If they hit this timing, that's going to be devastating.
But they've got Guardian on the site. We've seen him do horrible things from this position before, but he's completely blind. He doesn't know there are players on the water as well. Down goes Flamey, down goes Guardian. Didn't see a single person, and Na'Vi are getting shut down. Edward and Simple are miles away. They're on an expedition. They will not get back in time. It might be another save for them. So many rounds have gone by already, though. Heading towards the B bomb site, they may feel like they have no choice at this point.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate for Na'Vi. They just selected the wrong strategy at the start of the round. Astralis realized, or they had a very good guess as to what was happening, and they just moved into the right timing, and that's all it takes sometimes. Very unfortunate for Na'Vi. There's no other way to call it. We'll have to see if they can bounce back from that because Astralis are indeed marching towards quite the scoreline. But Simple is still committing in here for some problems, or trying to create some problems for Astralis. Keeping himself alive with aggression, perhaps. Play very weak. Simple will take his head off. And that will be the round for Astralis. Simple looks like he'll be able to save this AK as well.
So again, no consecutive rounds for the CT side. 2-9 is the score. When Overpass was a younger map, you often saw 12-3 halves for the CT side. That may get turned on its head in this particular match. There's a buy again from Na'Vi. Guardian on the AWP again. A more forward spawn, but he's still going to head towards the B bomb site. Will we see another short B push from the CTs? Proved somewhat successful before. Sees Apex with that Molotov to try and shut down that idea. And indeed, Guardian will be delayed. Device having a look towards the long area. Two players. Oh, the double flash is lovely. Simple's got no idea what's going on. And again, Na'Vi disabled immediately.
That is so sick. I was thinking to myself, okay, this is cool. Na'Vi, they weren't discouraged by the result of the previous round with that strategy. Clearly, they have some kind of read. They're going to commit to it. But those flashbangs, what are you going to do? I mean, typically you have a setup where one of the two players can't get flashed, but somehow Astralis had both the flashes there to just flash everybody. That is really sick, a sick tactical display from Astralis, showing they have truly done all of their homework, making that play very safe. And in fact, not even just safe, round winning. They can convert this one so easily. All they have to do is just stick together. It's going to take something ridiculous from Guardian or Flamey, two players who are, of course, in their own right, absolute monsters. But this is going to be a tough ask.
Very tough indeed. But there's still opportunity with an awful like Guardian on the team. There's still a chance for Na'Vi to claw this back round. But the problem is you can't shoot if you can't see. And Astralis have done a very good job of blinding these powerful, strong, very skilled Na'Vi players in these rounds. Guardian rotating to join his teammate. Lovely timing. Flamey going to shut down the short push for now. The charge continues though. Guardian's got the angle. He can be the bait. Flamey taken down, and that's Guardian alone versus 2. 20 seconds. He's got two players to fight. Looking the wrong angle. Zebex will take him down. Double figures for Astralis.
And this is a very frustrating way for a player like Guardian to start off the match. He's not had many opportunities. A couple of the opportunities he's maybe had, he gets, there's perfect flashes. There's just not too much he can do in those spots. And that's one of those spots, once again, we started to see some frustration there in Guardian's face. He's going to really have to display his mental constitution in this matchup because Astralis are really not making it easy. Flamey there, he almost actually gave them a chance to win that too. So 10-2 is the scoreline now. Astralis really dominating this T side of theirs on overpass. And back to pistols. Na'Vi so familiar with that. Ooh.
Well, there's one kill, but one kill's great. 2 rounds isn't for the Na'Vi side, and this is one of 3 that remain in this half. Na'Vi, death by paper cuts in a round such as this. Not a good start to this best of 3 for them. Astralis looking extremely powerful. Coming into this major as a favorite for many people, and they're showing us why.
And one of the ethoses behind some of the strategic choices from Na'Vi on their CT side is that when they have had weapons, they understand that you can't just, against a team like Astralis, you can't just wait and give them map control and then allow them to execute a set piece on the bomb site. What you have to do is you have to pressure them early on and get an early round advantage if you can, and then fall back, and then you can play passively, only once you've picked up an advantage. So you've disrupted their initial strategy, and that's the way to go if you're playing a team like Astralis. But so far, Astralis, they have all the counter aggressions. It's been absolutely brilliant so far. We'll have to see if Na'Vi can roll a better gamble on the next buy round for them. But so far, of course, it has been fairly bleak. Edward is the only man standing here with this PT50, and not much he can do with that, I don't think.
Still playing it very carefully, like a protect the VIP escort of the bomb onto the site. And there is that final elimination. So Na'Vi can't be in the highest of spirits, but again there's a buy. C's dropping the sniper rifle for Guardian. Edward on the UMP. And the AWP's coming back out for Astralis. They've had some AKs for a while, but Device looking to fight fire with fire, it seems.
And this is one of those spots for Na'Vi where they can't play scared. They know that. They have enough experience to know that. So we might actually see Guardian going ham or trying something absolutely insane in a round like this. Because right now they need 4 rounds. They have to get something going for themselves. And this is a great play from Astralis. Straight into that B-bomb site, looking for the entry, but Seized and Flamey deny them.
The bomb's down. That means rotation for the CTs. Lovely grenade coming in. Won't get a kill though. Zipex get taken down by headshot. More CTs are here. The bomb hasn't been collected just yet. That smoke on short will help Edward. He can hold his angle. The re-smoke comes in. That's brutal for the Astralis team. They want to crush Na'Vi in this half. Smoke down on the bomb. How does Device get back out? C's heard him pick up the bomb. That's going to be that. 2 players left there for the T side. Be perfect for Na'Vi if they didn't lose a single player. Both T's on short, as you can see there. And Guardian position, that may reveal a player later on. Going for the wallbang. They're lining up as well. This is a bit dangerous. 1 minute on the clock, and it might just be about damage for Astralis at this point.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. It's C's nicely done. Gets a shot onto Glaive there. And I was worried for Na'Vi. I think this was a great strategy selection here. Once again from Astralis, they realize, you know what? We can just gamble this. We can play that 50-50 because they expected an aggression from Na'Vi, I think. And if Na'Vi were to play aggressive on the A side of the map, once again, they get that anti-timing and they just get the B-bomb site for free. So very good setup from C's and Flamey to just be able to defend with a moment's notice. Just so focused. That's very encouraging to see from C's and Flamey there on the B-bomb site. Very encouraging indeed. And 3 rounds, they're starting, I mean, if they get another couple, that is some breathing room. Well, another one. That is some breathing room for Na'Vi.
On the subject of Flamey, I think his performance will be crucial if Na'Vi are to do well in this series. He is top ranking for the team at the moment with what little rounds they have, and indeed this 4th round will be very important for the Na'Vi side.
Double objects. We have Simple on the AWP. Brilliant stuff. Of course, Guardian is the primary AWPer, and he's a legend in his own right, but it is always quite exciting. You never know what's going to happen when Simple picks up an AWP, James. Sometimes he throws it at his opponent and then kills him with a pistol, for example.
Yeah, but it's Device. He's been the one to watch at the moment as far as AWPing has gone. Joint top for his team with Zipex with 14 kills apiece. Guardian taking some pot shots, going fishing. Nothing biting just yet. Astralis, a minute on the clock. And again, they've kept Na'Vi confused and devoid of information in previous rounds. We'll see if they can continue to do so. No early picks for Astralis, despite Flamey being tagged. That may make a difference here.
We might see a wall of smoke play coming in onto the A-bomb side. That's very problematic because Na'Vi are doing a play where they have both AWPs in one place on the A side. So if there is a wall of smokes on the site, they run in plant and fall back. That is essentially a fantastic counter strat. So that means that you just need an insane performance here. Simple already goes down to Device's AWP. There's the wall of smokes. They can't see anything. They have to push through the smokes to get any kills here. Edward's a forward position to try to stop the bomb from going down. Guardian looking for the wall bang. Can't really quite find it, at least for a fatal connection, and that is just so hard to deal with. And what can they do? They're being pushed now as well.
Flamey with 9 HP, 3 people to find, and he's not going to be able to do it. 12-3, a monstrous half from Astralis. Has to be very unexpected from the T side. Again, these are old school CT scores that they're bringing out.
This is just godlike stuff. I am so impressed by Astralis so far, James.
Download Team Stream, the free app from Bleacher Report, and follow the esports stream for all the latest E-League and esports news. If you want to see how that shocking half concludes, then that's one way to look at a review. If you can't bear to watch, if you are an RV fan, then maybe that app is for you. We'll see if they can get back into things. It will require a strong pistol. And again, Flamey, he's going to be important in this series, despite how bad this is starting for them, the Na'Vi side. And Device, again, he's maybe the most consistent player in the game, or at least he's definitely up there in the top 3.
The thing as well is that, I mean, there's been some performances in some of the rounds from him. Like, one key one for me was very early on, which really started to break Na'Vi, was when he was able to immediately react from his position and just take it upon himself. When he sees Guardian in a forward position, he immediately starts running, just knowing that the setup that there will be a hole in the setup. He knew exactly where it was and that he was in a position to deal with it. That's something that you don't have time to communicate to your teammates, something you just do, and then you realize that was actually a very smart decision. So he is definitely very well prepared for this one. So a confident Astralis is always good to see, but Na'Vi, if they need to pick up this pistol round to get their confidence running in. And we haven't really seen much from their T sides, so it's even hard to know what to expect with this new look Na'Vi lineup with Simple.
For those of you on GoTV or Game Command, this game is on Game Command. Forgive me, I have neglected you. But this is all Astralis at the moment, so definitely keep eyes on Device. He seems to have the upper hand against these AWPers, so perhaps they spoke too soon. Keep an eye on his POV, and we'll see if he can take his team over the line in this half. Astralis with all the advantages. Na'Vi opted against the fountain jewels that we often see in pistol rounds on Overpass. Such advantages for the CT side there with the range of the USPs. Will Astralis go for aggression? Indeed, Device seems headed in that direction. We'll see if he makes it over there once the other pause comes in. Again, the players get a few minutes at half-time to just gather their thoughts, chill out, try and reset if you're the Na'Vi side. Seem to be in good spirits. It is a best of 3, of course. And I think the unpause has just come in.
Yes, it's a good point about the fountain play. Device that is definitely his bread and butter as far as when you consider the aggressive AWP options. And then after he shows the basics, then he starts to dynamically move around, and that's where things get really scary against him as an AWP player. But they have to have the momentum first to allow him the space to do that. We'll see who gets the momentum. Here we go, second half, Astralis versus Na'Vi. Can Na'Vi bring the comeback here, or will Astralis close this one out in a completely dominating fashion? That is the question. Na'Vi, they have some nades to work with here.
Yeah, we saw Kiabi going for those fast duels at the beginning. That's the kind of stuff you want to see. You can't play it too safe when you have such advantages, but Na'Vi not going to engage immediately. We have Guardian, he's been made the raid boss. He's got a P250, that is almost double the headshot range on a pistol round for the T side. Very important stuff. You see he's trying to use that range, maybe take the CTs by surprise, going towards that long area. He wants the engagement with a gun like a P250. Rest of the team on those lowly Glocks, those honest Glocks. 2 flashbangs as well. Guardian doesn't want to overextend, but there we go. There's the range of the headshot coming into play.
And that's the start they needed to see. Kirby, though. Oh, executioner! Kirby coming in with 2 from the back, and that could be problematic. However, Na'Vi have equalized. Of course, we can't forget the initial advantage Guardian gave them on the way in. And now as the bomb planted is ticking away, Simple chimes in, and now it's just going to be Dupree, the entry man. Pistol extraordinaire, but not this time. It's all about Simple. Na'Vi with 4, picking up the pistol round.
1 round at a time for Na'Vi. 1 round at a time. But a question, are their anti-ecos as good as Astralis is? We'll find out. And again, very good attention to detail by Na'Vi. I don't feel like we see that often enough from T-sides, having someone on a P250 in the pistol round. Again, it's almost double the headshot range versus a Glock. It's very close to that. And it can be extremely important. Na'Vi using it on range, trusting Guardian, and he delivers. But it's time for the anti-eco. Astralis have tooled up. They're at the boatyard, Kimbo Slice style. They've got the armor, bunch of pistols as well. Smoke and a HE grenade onto the Kiabi. So we'll see if their force buys are as tight as their anti-force buys.
Yeah, things just very calm at the moment for Na'Vi as they make certain that nothing goes wrong early on in this round. Of course, that can happen. And of course, also with the confidence that Astralis will have, or rather, perhaps confidence is not the best word to use here. The buffer of rounds they have in advantage gives them the ability to take riskier plays. It gives them that margin for error to work with, which can make them a little bit more unpredictable. We'll see, though, if that is the style that they want to play with this lead. There's a lot of different approaches you can take, and the approach they've taken so far is a somewhat default one, where you just sit on the bomb sites and you essentially just try to get your lucky on that first shot, get that first kill, just like that, and then take it from there.
Not a good start for Na'Vi. 43 seconds, and again, you have to start to worry. They're a man down. That gun isn't retrievable for the time being, but Dupree might come in for the flank. Kiabi taken down. They need to get that bomb down before things get too hairy. Another 1D coming in. The meat shots being delivered by Astralis. Glade's position not being checked just yet. Edward finding the kill. Zipex gets his bell rung, but look at the damage on Na'Vi. Edward's heavily tagged as well. Oh dear. Are they going to plant on the right side? Indeed they are. That could have been a complete disaster. Guardian spots Dupree. It's going to be about Edward here, but they're so heavily tagged. This is very doable for Dupree. Lovely angles being held. Guardian's got 3 HP. The bomb's on his side, but yes, they're picking the right time. It's not going to work out. They've crushed them that.
Device, those Deagles, man, just sent shockwaves to the Na'Vi lineup. They try to make their way in clean, but Device made an absolute meal of that for them. And Dupree, indeed, it was all set up for him here. They were so weak. The clutch comes out, and this is just... Na'Vi needs something. I don't know what it is exactly to bring them back from this, but only 3 away are Astralis. Everything seems to be going their way. We're seeing such a good performance out of Device, just delivering such highly impactful frags. And it's not just him who's delivering, Kirby as well. Zipex, Dupree, everybody from Astralis right now is dialed in, so focused and delivering for the team. Na'Vi, they're going to force straight back here and see what they can do. They've mustered, actually. They dropped some rifles to actually play this round out. Astralis might not expect this.
Guardian and Edward, no Kevlar. I would suggest that. That's a lovely grenade, though, and a spray. And absolutely perfect from Zipex. Trade from Flamey. Flamey doing monstrous stuff. That's an open B bomb site. They need to capitalize on this. Glaive, oh, that's gross. That is a problem for Na'Vi. They need to get that bomb down fast while they've got the personnel to cover these angles. Glaive gets taken down. I've got Kiabi wants to move in before these players get into position. They haven't planted a bomb yet. They've got time, though. That's not the biggest worry. Kiabi lost, so is Guardian. Device going to reset the situation and move elsewhere. Now, finally, the bomb can get planted.
Can anyone stop Flamey in this round? Device is the only man left. Flamey's killed everyone else, so he is the one that stands for that task. Let's see if he's up for it. Flamey is just feeling it right now. He might not want to peek at all. I mean, force Device close, force him to tap the bomb, and in doing so, already Device will lose so much time. It would be a great mistake for them to peek him in this position and give him even the slimmest of chances to get a quick kill. Just checking what's going on. In fact, getting some good damage there as well. Device might be able to escape here, but what damage there from Flamey. Absolutely perfect play. Takes matters into his own hands and delivers a quad kill, as you do, and that is the kind of performance that we need out of Flamey. And perhaps that's going to lift Na'Vi as they win the force buy back. And what a force buy it was, dropping the rifles. That's not a very common approach.
Yeah, but it's a smart one. Risks have to be taken in that situation. Na'Vi have not yet won a consecutive round in this map. And they're running out of opportunities with which to do so. Another important round from them, and the force buy from Astralis is going to be even stronger than the last. That does not bode well for the boys in yellow. 4 AKs in this round. Edward on the UMP, pistols here and there. A bunch of different weapons for the Astralis team. He's leaving the bomb in a passive position to start with, and with Astralis being better equipped than the previous rounds, they may stack the sites, although they seem to be going for an expedition towards long. Going to leave Kiabi in a forward position, often known as a one and done spot, but if you don't check it properly, it can lead to two kills for the CT side.
It's also nice too because he has the UMP, and so he's going to be playing at ranges, or almost restricted entirely to ranges, which make the UMP, although its rate of fire is slower than the AK, it's going to feel almost as powerful in that position as opposed to playing longer ranges. So it's a really smart choice, and it also gives an early warning system for Device, who does actually have the rifle, to maybe come out and get a very fine angle to maybe help him out if there is a problem there. So overall, it's quite a nice setup. I like it a lot, but quite safe, and they should at least get a kill out of it. And the nades here are very low for Na'Vi. You can see that due to that fact, they should be somewhat committed to this play onto A. And here it is. Kirby, there's the peak. Oh, wow, that's a free one. There's no trade, James. That is very bad for Na'Vi.
Yeah, the problem for Na'Vi is they've got one flashbang. They've got one flashbang, and there we go. 2 kills from the 1 kill position. And the clock, they don't have time for this, Na'Vi. 30 seconds left. The bomb's starting to move in, but it kills. Flamey and C's putting in work. Glaive towards Optimus, he can't stop the bomb from going down, and now he is isolated, outnumbered, and they get their first consecutive round on the board.
Man, Flamey in this game so far, he's like, I don't know what you guys are doing, but I'm not going to let us lose this one. He's just doing everything he possibly can. Flamey is absolutely killing it right now, and his team are always at such disadvantages. Every time something goes wrong, Flamey steps up to correct it. That is just a beautiful performance from him in such an important match. And long may it continue, as Astralis now are forced to an eco. They haven't been forced to many ecos, but here we go.
The honest eco, the full USP eco, the James Bond eco. Looking to go into those close quarters, not around connector though. Nice to be in connector when you've got a P250 and the like. Edward starting well, Guardian moving in. That is brief, it is swift, and it's perfect from Na'Vi, not losing a single player. Every dollar will count. Right then, Astralis with the big buy, Kirby dropping the AWP for Device. And again, we said keep an eye on Device on Game Command and Go TV, but Flamey with 20 kills, leading the charge for both teams at the moment. Definitely keep an eye on him. A very key player for Na'Vi if they are to continue this comeback. 6 rounds away now on Na'Vi from tying the score with Astralis.
And Device is really important here again because he knows that his job is to, he has a choice. He likely knows where Guardian is probably going to take it off, so he has a choice to either avoid him or try to push him. And in fact, he's leaving it to his teammates to do a forward push with that smoke grenade.
What's amazing is Na'Vi will surely have no idea how to deal with this. Because normally you see the smoke at the bottom of the stairs, but that's even deeper. They've walled off. How do you respond to this, Na'Vi? Have you seen this before?
The great thing for Astralis is that this pressure play, it doesn't risk that much in a way of, let's say, losing a player. But what it does do is that, okay, they invest their own resources, their own utility in doing so, and they don't have as much, but they will get rid of a lot from Na'Vi because now every single position leading up to the A-bomb site is actually a question mark. And if Na'Vi don't want to take any risks, then they have to use a lot of their utility to clear out all these positions. And it takes a lot of time as well to get to those positions from having being pinned into your spawn. So that's what Astralis were going for there. You can see they've fallen all the way back, only one forward man in Kirby.
Yeah, and again, he can be the early warning system. 2-man spray down for Kirby. Oh, he's got a third as well. And he sees the bomb. He has everything. He has complete information. He is omnipresent. Guardian wonders what on earth has happened to his team. What can he do?
That is not supposed to happen. That is not supposed to go like that. He's supposed to get one maybe, not the entire team. I mean, again, if you look at the timing when they were pushing, when Kirby gets that information, let's just say he gets 1 kill and dies, he already has so much information for Astralis that they are still in an advantage. But he just wins the round. This is incredible stuff from him. I mean, we saw good stuff from Device too, but Kirby wants a piece. But speaking of pieces, Guardian's going to take one from Device. He knows he has to try to survive with this. Misses a critical shot that could not be missed, and he will go down. Astralis are just on such a crazy level right now.
Sometimes it's not your day, Dan. Sometimes the milk is bad. Sometimes there's no bread left to spread your jams. Astralis with double the score of Na'Vi now. Double the score, a timeout from Na'Vi. They have money in the bank. Flamey's got $9,000. They can go for a 4-buy. He can drop for Simple, who's a bit short. But how do they win? How do they experience success? It's been very rare for them. It's almost like they are prospecting for gold at the moment. But again, that's just a great strat from Astralis. That smoke is like, okay, what is safe? Where can we expect them? We have no idea what's going on. We have not even started map control. And as you mentioned, Dan, they have to check every corner after that. It wastes so much time.
Yeah, Astralis, I think, famously were very good as well at innovating strategies on Dust 2. I think was one of the maps where they first started to do stuff like that, where they create this almost vacuum on the map where it's impossible for you to really know how they're set up, and it takes a long time to figure it out. And that gives them so much time to work with. Even if they just play passively, they only need a small bit of information to figure things out. And there it is. That's what we're talking about. The aggressive attempt from Device is not connected this time around. How will Na'Vi play off of this? They're a bit faster into position this time due to the lack of that forward smoke. And just the constant mix-up from Astralis does keep Na'Vi guessing. And you can see there was a very realistic opportunity there. Device very well could have gotten a kill. He didn't this time, thankfully for Na'Vi's sake.
If you ask someone what the strengths of Na'Vi were with this lineup, you would look towards Guardian, Simple, and of course Flamey. The Guardian and Simple have been ruled out. Ooh, Dan. We have a birthday party happening. We've got some nasty stuff, but there's no one there to make use of it. Maybe the big red button was pressed. I'm sure they got the Valve dev sweating as well.
Okay, well, they did kill some time in doing that. They have about 45 seconds left now in the round. They've got 3 players towards the long position. The bomb it needs to be collected almost immediately right now. Someone has to go back for it. It's likely going to be Simple or Seized.
Everyone's moving forward then.
Yeah, okay, Simple has to go back and get that because look at Seized. He's making he's trying to make a play here into the B bomb site. If he gets a pick off here, that's going to be massive. It will delay rotation. It will convince them that it's going to be B perhaps. There's 4 players on B. Na'Vi almost have the A bomb site. Device spots everything. Finally, it seems like Astralis have guessed wrong, but can Na'Vi capitalize?
They still need to get the bomb down, and they are quite lacking in grenades. Look at this rotation. Do they give a damn about that smoke? Perhaps not. They're charging straight back in. Shokanor. They can't get the bomb down in this situation. They've got 10 seconds, and the CTs have got the angle and all the kills. It's Edward alone, 6 seconds. He has to find the kill. There's no time to plant the bomb. It's too late, Edward. You've got to get a kill. Chubby's got to hide now. 1 second. It's too late.
Oh man, James, he had a chance. He had a slight chance. If he knew just straight away,
they
didn't have time. He could have gone for it. Oh, that is devastating. That puts Astralis on match point. What a way to bring ourselves onto match point. Even when Astralis makes the misread, sorry, game point. Very good correction there. Even when they make the mistake in the read, which seemingly has not, I don't think that's even happened until that round, they still somehow recover it. It's crazy. It's crazy business.
What a great response though from Astralis. Bedlam is the option. I don't care about the smoke. Let's go straight through the smoke and kill everyone. Let's not allow them to get the bomb down. Marvelous stuff. A solid game point, a message-sending game point from Astralis. But Na'Vi, they're not out of this just yet. Edward and Seized with the AKs. Flamey on a deagle. I'd want to give Flamey an AK. He's got 21 kills, man.
It's not looking too fun, is it? I mean, Flamey's been doing so well. And I mean, he's not showed us any reason to doubt him just yet. They've done more with less. Oh, that is scary stuff there. The swipe from Device is not going to be connected this time, but once again, you don't have to rely on Device when everybody's firing off like this, delivering crazy performances. Na'Vi taking their time, and so far you can see Astralis just once again poking in towards sewers. They're not convinced that Na'Vi are going for that B setup just yet, and they've got the information to confirm that. There's still 50 seconds though for Na'Vi to try to double back to that position if they wanted to switch things up, but it's very unlikely, I think, from this point. They are going to have to commit onto this A bomb site. They've only got so many grenades to do it with.
See Simple lining up some smokes. Could be for the stairs, could be for the truck. And it is for the stairs indeed. Let's see how the CTs position themselves. Kirby's in the one and done position. You don't really have an opportunity to retreat once you are seen. Device though, got a lovely angle, but can he find the heads? He can! There's another one, there goes Simple. It's 15 seconds again, the bomb needs to go down. They're just running into the crosshair and he's delivering every single time. 4 kills for Device, he wants the 5th, he wants the ace. Not going to get it, those C's. He's got 2 more players to take down. Glaive towards Bank. Zipex towards the truck. And he's going to, he's looked at the wrong angle. And that's it. Game 1's going to go the way of Astralis. And what a message they have sent to Na'Vi.
This Device guy is an absolute assassin, taking everybody down. That is such a strong statement for the first map, James. That is, it can't get stronger than that.
That is very monstrous stuff. Again, they took Simple out of the game. They took Guardian out of the game if you can't get the AWPs going. And look at the map pool we've got here as well. If that continues, then you have to wonder what Na'Vi can do in this situation. tough times. Brutal start for Na'Vi, fantastic for the favourites Astralis. We will see what the desks think about this carnage after the break.
Yes, welcome back to the E-League Major. Crazy first start, just Astralis exploding out the traps there and just blowing Na'Vi away. And I'm going to start by talking about something I brought up on the broadcast earlier. We talk about Astralis as chokers. We talk about Team Liquid as chokers. It's got to be said, it's not that like Na'Vi don't have that same history, that same tendency. So many runners-up medals and starting slow in must-win series, and it's happening again here in the Fox Theatre.
I don't blame them for this one, though. Like, I actually think their CT side against most teams would have been okay. That would have been fine. They'd have gotten to 7 or 8 rounds. This Astralis team just has an unreal slow style, you know, like the way they set up. If you ever peek Device at long A here, he just finds the angles. He just takes, it feels like he wins that duel every time, you know. So this almost shows the mismatch in styles if Na'Vi isn't on fire. If Na'Vi's on fire, their style would actually counter Astralis'. Early peaks into slow setups would really disrupt you. But if you're going to peek into you like that and play aggressively CT side against this slow style of Astralis, you're actually playing into their hands. They take those setups gradually, and they just destroy them before they even got in the sight sometimes.
And Jason, I'm going to bring you in here. What's changed? Because if you were to say to me that Astralis were going to win that first half so convincingly, just dominate Na'Vi, I wouldn't have believed you. I wouldn't have thought that based on the evidence we saw in the group stage.
No, certainly they played excellent. I think they were helped out by some mistakes on the Na'Vi side in terms of how they fought. I mean, if you look at the first 2 to 3 buy rounds that Na'Vi had, they were always missing some critical element. The first gun round, Guardian didn't have armor or nades. Everyone was stuck on 1 or 2 nades. The second gun round, there was a UMP. They still were light on nades and kits. So, I mean, there was just too long before Na'Vi actually got a buy in their hands on the defensive side that if they win, they can actually parlay it forward into a stronger economy. But because they had to spend so much just to get that win, they never really built up any money. And Astralis punished that. I mean, certainly, Device played so well. He shook up Guardian very, very blatantly, very obviously in the first half, but Caribou was insane with the amount of impact he had on both sides of the map.
And I'll talk about another person who had some great impact. Obviously, Device, Duncan. You've talked a lot about this player. I mean, everyone who follows Counter-Strike has. He's been a destroyer, an absolute terror in group stages at majors, but, you know, in those big games, sometimes has been accused of going missing. Doesn't look to be happening here today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's very rare he actually outright chokes. Sometimes he just has the average game. You know, you expect the superstar to be the guy who carries you to the victory and pushes you over the top. I mean, in this game, he looked like the best player in the world. You know, no one could stop him. He went everywhere he wanted to. Constant round-by-round impact as well. Just really, really fantastic. And something we actually noticed in this tournament that feels like an evolution for him is he's winning clutches now as well.
Yeah.
If you add that into being very consistent and a hybrid player, now you're almost at Shoxy territory, you know, where the level of impact you can have is immense.
And sorry, Jason, go on, make your point.
I mean, no, one thing I noticed about Device actually is at this event, even outside the game, he seems like a much more calm, much more focused than I've ever seen him when I've talked to him at events. I mean, this is a guy who very obviously has put in the work leading up to this event to remain that star player from the beginning to the end of this tournament.
So I've got to ask the question just before we go to break about Na'Vi. Huge psychological pressure here. They've got off to this really slow start. I mean, can they turn this around? Can they get back into this series?
There's one person who was missing in that game who absolutely can win them a map. That's simple. He actually had no impact whatsoever in that first map. I think you could even see the team kind of felt it because there was that round where they gave Seized an AWP instead of having Simple have the AWP. Like, that looked like he just was not in the game at all. So if he turns up on Mirage, absolutely Na'Vi can win.
I mean, it's important to note, because Anders brought this up watching the game in the back, that this is not that Simple that we've seen in the past, visibly frustrated. This is not like the many faces of Nico that we see in the group stages when Mouse Sports is struggling. Simple was still very much in the game, mentally in the game, not raging, not being upset. So this second map, I think we're going to see a different version.
Well, let's hope so, because Na'Vi are going to need it. We're going to go to a short commercial break. When we come back, we're going to bring you the second map of this awesome series between Na'Vi and Astralis. Make sure you join us.
Na'Vi has been looking really solid throughout this tournament.
Our game versus Na'Vi is kind of a mini-final. Both of our teams have been called the favorites by different experts and analysts of the entire community. Na'Vi has maybe not peaked early, but they've at least shown a lot of their strengths in their individual skill really early, where I think we have really deep map pool. We can play all 7 maps. The crowd and the fans and all the viewers should believe that we can beat Na'Vi because we've shown that we're capable of beating any team in the world with Glaive.
We are not satisfied yet. Now we have been preparing really well, and I think we can go all the way.
Gaming is believing, and I believe that we can beat Na'Vi.
Welcome back. We have a series unfolding. Na'Vi up against it. Crazy stuff for them. They're going up on Mirage against Astralis here. We're going to break it down for you. Just before we do, a reminder that we are showing these games on Game Command. Go to live.eleague.com. You can be your own director. What a perfect way to watch a perfect series of Counter-Strike. Right, let's get into this. I want to bring this up with you, Duncan. You're the esports historian. I want you to cast your mind back because this is an interesting statistic. The last time Na'Vi played Mirage was against Virtus Pro at ESL 1 New York. They marginally won it in 1917. This isn't a map that they play a lot of, Duncan.
I'm not actually sure if that's correct. I'm pretty sure I saw them play it at like IEM Oakland or something like that. I think they played in the group stage there. But yeah, this is, oh, that's the last time they won MB.
Yeah,
okay, that's correct. Yeah, it's true. And this is the interesting detail. At the time, that was obviously the big tournament where they broke out and they looked amazing. It was actually their second LAN together. You thought, right, well, there's their home map sorted. You can kind of put that to one side. But as I said, actually, that's the last time they won it, you know. Yeah, they were looking amazing then. They've had a bunch of games since then, though, that they've been very close. And they've been against Tier 2, low Tier 1 teams, you know. It's not like they're playing the VPs of the world and losing it. That would be acceptable. So I agree. This has been shaky. So for me, they have put all their eggs in their basket on this one that they're going to win. And here's a key detail, is they're going to start on T-side on this one, you know? We said before, we haven't really seen their T-side. Well, we didn't in the first map, actually. That's just because Astralis wrecked them so hard. So that if you're the Astralis guys, you can be all pretty confident. You're kind of playing, you can't lose in this map, but you can win the whole series, and you get to start CT and start rolling. And
meanwhile, over at Astralis, statistic, you don't have to go quite as far back to appreciate. Their last win comes against Team Liquid, where they absolutely blew them away here at this major.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're Na'Vi, the unfortunate part about that is if you look into this game to watch how Astralis plays, you can't really take a whole lot from that. I mean, there's not really a whole lot you can do in a 16-3 to say these are the tendencies of Astralis. This is, I mean, even you're only looking at one half to begin with, but it was very obvious in that game if you just look at these stats from Device and Kirby that it was just straight outskilled. None of the stars on the other side for Team Liquid showed up. In fact, I mean, it looked like halfway through that match that Liquid had already checked out. So, I mean, if you're Na'Vi, there's no prep you can get from that one match.
Right, so any changes or predictions? Is anyone saying Astralis are taking this 2-0?
I think it's a possibility now, but I will still say that Na'Vi gets it together and we have a close game, we have a good game, we go into the third game.
Jason?
Yeah, I'm the same way. I think you got to stick with it, but if Guardian Simple don't show up, it is going to be a 2-0.
All right, without any further ado, let's get back into the action. We're going to hand you back over to James Bardolph and DDK.
Thank you, lads. Now, Mirage on the CT side it can be a map where it's quite difficult to AWP, especially around the middle area. Na'Vi starting on the T side, I think, is very good for them. And also, I'm very curious to see how Device is going to play again. He's a very well-studied man when he came in to find his own approach with the AWP. What can we expect from him here?
Yeah, it's really interesting because, as you said, like it's such a dynamic map for AWPers on both sides. I think the CT side actually, for me, is a really big question mark. I think that's where, for Astralis, that's where this match is really going to be decided, I think, because Na'Vi are a team where they have amazing T strats. They always have. It's always been something that they can rely upon. And Astralis, I would say, to me, they're a strong T-sided on this map. So we'll have to see how that dynamic works out. And it's interesting because that's where we're at straight away. We're kicking things off here. Astralis on the CT side and Na'Vi on the T side. And already a break boss here for Edwards with some grenades to follow it up with.
Okay, can Na'Vi get back into this match? That is the question we look to answer. Flamey lurking towards A for the time being. 2 grenade men on Na'Vi. I would expect to see a smoke towards short. We see grenades being deployed. The smoke's not yet, though, just a flashbang. Some people showing, but they're not showing the bomb. They're just teasing. Just teasing. You see little movement from Astralis at the moment. Specs moving a little deeper. Having a look at what's going on in mid. Dupree knows one person's there, but where are the rest of the team? Nobody for Astralis in a forward position just yet. Flamey lurking top mid. Na'Vi biding their time. Moving into the middle area now. Device going to start off things with a headshot there. Smoke onto short. He's going to move back, but Zipex may be a nasty surprise for Flamey.
Oh, Flamey taking down Zipex there. That looks very confident indeed. And Device is on 10 HP. He's looking for the perfect timing to do something here, but it's going to be tough for him. Dupree stuck on the bomb side against numbers. And it's going to be Edward pushing the issue, taking control of the kitchen area just for the time being, on the shop rather. We'll see now whether if Glaive can actually get something going. The in-game leader for the team has to deliver the individual performance here. He's got to create an opening for Device because Device can't peek, he's too low. Device is 10 HP, 1 bullet is all that it needs for Device to die. Oh, okay, Cease is going to go for the jump shot there. Device doesn't fancy his chances though, so he's going to just hightail it and keep the Kevlar going into the next rounds.
conservative option taken by Device. He knows that clock is far too ticked, and it's nice to see he's not throwing everything away again. A very studied man, maybe the Zen master of this day of Counter-Strike. We will see 2 kills for him, but the round goes to Na'Vi. A much better start from them. See if it continues. And again, there's T sides. So far, this major has been mystery for the most part, having dominating CT sides in the group stages. So now maybe they'll get a chance to show us what they can really do. Lots of UMPs, lots of utility for Na'Vi, looking to have a strong anti-force buy round.
Yeah, they're a team that has some awesome anti-force buy strategies. Curious to see what they're going to bring to the table this time. Astralis, in the last matchup, they didn't have this situation happen too much where they had to play against, or play with pistols against Big Buy from Na'Vi. So we'll see. Have to see what they like to do as well here. They, again, actually, like they did on Overpass, they're actually playing it fairly passively, putting 3 on A, 2 on B, exactly the same as Overpass, just looking to find a response. Interestingly, last time this happened on Overpass, Device just got 2 immediate deagle headshots before they actually got onto the bomb site, which is what actually ended up winning them the round. Can we expect that kind of performance again from Astralis? So it remains to be seen. Na'Vi just have to use their grenades to lower the risk as much as they possibly can of these pistols.
Standard connector smoke. That normally lets people take connector, but also allows you to move up short without being seen beyond the connector. Device with an angle, getting sprayed though. The B splitters on. A nice decision by Na'Vi, but they need to make it past this choke point. Finally, they will do that. 3 players going to be in the B bomb site for the CT side. Molotovs, make sure nobody's holding those close angles. So far, so good. Maybe not. Zipek to the 5-7 putting in some work. They need to take him down about getting traded again. Dupree in a boot spot, but he won't get anything done. So looking good for Na'Vi, despite Flamey having 1 HP.
Yeah, really nice getting that split working on that B bomb site, and it looks pretty clean until that frag delay. If he wants some more, he might get it. Ooh. Okay, denied by Guardian. Flashbang did come out there to make life a little bit more difficult. Ooh. And looks like Device, he could keep this UMP armor into the next round. So there is, again, there are edges to be taken away here for the Astralis side. And Na'Vi, I don't think they want to lose any money here. They're probably just going to have a gentleman's agreement and allow him to survive as Na'Vi take the safest path they can think of as the round comes to a conclusion. But that's a 2-0 start for Na'Vi. That's exactly what they needed, especially on the T side. It allows you, as Astralis did on their T side on Overpass, to dictate the pace, to kind of sort of make decisions based on the CT economy, because it's much easier to predict the CT economy and how to play best against it.
Nice for Na'Vi that they saved 3 UMPs. Going to be mostly pistols for Astralis in this round, so there's a nice opportunity for them to make that extra cash. For those of you in GoTV or Game Command, make sure you have your ad blocker disabled. I would recommend looking at Device on the CT side. Very curious to see his approach to the AWP. And Flamey's been a monster for Na'Vi so far, and again, he's going to be crucial to any victory for the Na'Vi side. AWP is yet to really get going for Na'Vi, so...
We actually have a bunch of people just standing at spawn at the moment, so I'm not sure if they're just having a discussion or what's going on with that, but I'm sure we'll find out eventually. There's 4 people in spawn, going back to spawn now as well for Astralis.
Yeah, so it's going to be a reset round for whatever reason.
Indeed, something has gone awry.
For whatever reason.
Yeah, so we'll get the information as soon as we can and update you guys as to what's going on, but... Great position, again, for Na'Vi to be playing from. As far as Astralis' offense goes, what's interesting to me is whether they take the passive, kind of middle of the road, mid-control approach, we get that light pressure on mid-control, so you don't get away for free, or if you go actually quite aggressive in certain spots. Because like Overpass, on the CT side of this map, there's a lot of options to do a variety of plays, and it's quite clear as well that Astralis have done their homework on Na'Vi.
So, Na'Vi with an early lead in Mirage. I mean, do you think they can get back into this mentally?
Of course, they're one of the most experienced teams. I think it just takes a couple reinforcing performances. I think already, to be honest, even on the last map, it wasn't a complete dominance. We had some performances from the likes of Flamey. There was one round, I mean, Simple wasn't necessarily present the entire half, but there was one particular round where he had some impact very early on. We've seen some performances here. I think Guardian got denied many opportunities, but the thing is, if Guardian can't perform on Mirage, if he can't get his performance in here, then I mean, this is his best chance to do it. It's one of his most comfortable maps. One of the maps where he's found so much success on both the CT and the T side. So I would be very surprised. I mean, if Guardian can't have a game here, then it's very unlikely, I think, that Na'Vi going to have enough individual clout, as it were, to bring themselves back in against Astralis' domineering performances so far. But it remains to be seen. I mean, they're obviously dictating the economy at the moment.
One of the Astralis keyboards have exploded, which is why we have a technical timeout at the moment. That will hopefully be resolved soon. This would be a good segue into keyboards then. You know I like keyboards, but I didn't bring mine today. I have lots of... That is the most ghetto setup I think I've ever seen.
Is that a close hanger?
But you have to respect it. You have to respect it. I think we need a banana for a size comparison. See if we can get that later on. But shout out to you. That is very creative indeed. I'm impressed at. I'm impressed.
That's actually pretty sick. That is kind of gangster. I admit.
I would never hang my velvet jacket on such a hanger, Dan. But
what do you hang your velvet jacket on?
I respect the use.
What do you use to hang your velvet jacket? What is good enough, James, for you?
A far superior hanger, Dan. You know, a hanger of panache.
All right.
Wow. When your wife uses a holiday decorative plate for real holidays, like the E-League Major. Shout outs to your wife, Professor Era. Shout outs to wives in general. Let's make some noise for wives. Do you have a wife, Dan?
Not
You deserve a wife.
Thank you.
Let's find Dan a wife. I think this Major we can find somebody suitable to be DDK's wife. Feel free to tweet selfies to E-League. This is some next level Tinder, Dan.
The applications are open. All right, well, looks like new keyboards have been put in place in position. Why do you like keyboards so much? What is your... Because I'm a guy that likes a keyboard. That feels good, right? Because you use one so much, right? You play games and stuff. But you seem to have like 27 keyboards.
Well, I used to play on a bureau, and I didn't have space for a full-size keyboard. So I went 10 keyless, and then I was like, I don't need these arrow keys, man. I don't need this page up. What's page up for? I don't use binds. I'm old school. I don't use any of this nonsense on the right-hand side. So I went 60% down. I got rid of the F keys.
Okay.
I got rid of the F keys. You can go dirty than that. You can go 40%.
Yeah, but it doesn't explain why you have so many keyboards. You have an obsession, James.
Well, I have one for the office. I have one for home. I have one for travel.
I think
I always used to bring a keyboard and a mouse to the majors. Right? I'm like, who knows? Maybe if someone goes missing, and someone tied up in a cupboard or something, maybe they'll call on Bardolph. Maybe I'll get my moment to play. But they changed the rules now, so it's not possible anymore.
I think you should admit to all the crowd here that you have a problem, James. You have a keyboard hoarding problem. I think once you admit it, that's the first step to then finding some help.
So we're just going to recap what happened at the beginning. For those of you who are just joining us, it was something brutal if you are a fan of Na'Vi. They got run over by the Astralis side. You see 7-1. They couldn't get consecutive rounds together, so their loss bonus got reset on their CT side. They got ruined, they got trashed and they got put in the dumpster.
Yeah, it was, I mean, there were some pretty cool performances here and there from Flamey. He really, in the spots which looked completely lost, was able to find ways for his team to win rounds by just fragging like a beast, but at the same time, it was only really Flamey able to find spots, and it just was not enough. And the other thing too is just that we saw from Astralis, it could be a mixture of just them feeling incredible at the moment and the homework they've done on Na'Vi, but they were just they were counterplaying them at every single turn. They were out-reading them in every single round. It was pure domination.
Yeah, we didn't really see. I mean, if you look at the way Na'Vi dominated their opponents on their way to this point of the major, that's what was essentially subjected to them by Astralis. They were showing them who the boss is, who is wearing the trousers, if it's about trousers. It was nasty stuff. But again, we're on Mirage now. Na'Vi have got off to a good start. Spanner in the works at the moment, as in Astralis keyboards on the blink. Hopefully that will get back to working ways soon, and we will resume. I don't know if this break will favor anyone psychologically, but again, Na'Vi are quite experienced. And we could go back to mention how much of a solid unit they've looked like. Again, Simple, a person who's been a puzzle of the jigsaw, which hasn't really fit in previous teams necessarily. He was the hero Liquid needed. That time has come and gone. But he finds himself a piece of Na'Vi, and they are looking like an A-team with him. They're looking like a complete unit, and that's great to see moving forward into the series as well as the future.
All right, so it looks like we have some fans of Game Command, and it's pretty sick, James.
Game Command.
You get all the POVs, all the POVs.
That's a really nice way to set it up. That's a really nice
POV,
way.
James?
I love me some POVs, Dan.
That's great.
Especially with a very large screen. It's really good because you can see the action that's happening off screen. If you watch a team like North, you can keep your main observer on and watch someone like MSL, especially on a map like Overpass, and see how he enables his team to go in and shoot people. So you can see the fuller picture of Counter-Strike. Very important stuff.
Oh my god.
Oh, congratulations to Sonic.
Is a father.
He's got himself a little baby.
Can you imagine how good that kid's going to be at Counter-Strike, James, in a few years? That kid is going to be sick at Counter-Strike.
Shout outs to babies. And there's Sonic, there's the man himself. Danny, or maybe Daddy. No idea why we're cheering, but there we go.
You should cheer. Why not?
That's awesome stuff. I like the detail on the stage from ELEAGUE. We've got the crates, we've got the barrels, toxic barrels. So technically, there's an area of the stage called Toxic right now. Maybe we should put Duncan there.
Oh, we've got some French players in the crowd. Lovely stuff.
Shox.
Shout out to
Always
Shox.
fighting for the most handsome man in Counter-Strike. All right. We'll see if we can get that keyboard working. Always good to, sometimes teams flying to events used to put their keyboards, their equipment in their checked luggage. Then their bags would be lost and like, hey guys, we've got no equipment. Why would you do that?
That is a newbie mistake, James.
Why would you do that? Take it on the plane, man. Take it on the plane.
Yeah, you should always bring a spare as well. You should have one in the checks and one in the carry-on. Boom.
Yeah.
Sorted. But, I mean, it's Dupree, right, that has the keyboard issue. Does he have an incredibly complicated keyboard? What is the problem?
Dupree, one half of the Get Dupree show. Maybe it will rear its head again. Get Right's not here, unfortunately. Didn't make it to the major.
Oh, man.
Makes me sad.
Yeah,
it's not the same without the Swedes
it's crazy,
to hang out with.
That was one of I mean, we costed that match. I think that was one of the most kind of deeply disturbing emotionally matches I've ever seen. It was just it was crazy. Vega squadron with that force of cash.
So Heather's not here. She's on a family holiday in the middle of absolutely
days.
nowhere, and she's still tuning in. Shout outs to Heather. Miss Sapphire.
That is quite the view there.
That is quite the view. That's
It's
not
a
a bad
volcano,
holiday to be on.
James. Have you ever been to a volcano?
I haven't been to a volcano yet. I'm going sub-sea level as opposed to higher. Maybe we're good. I'm not sure. We'll get an update from production hopefully. Saw Minsik on the stage there. Man is normally wielding the ELEAGUE apparel.
And you guys should definitely make sure to appreciate James whilst he's here, because he's going to be eaten by sharks soon, as he loves shark diving, and I don't think it's going to go very well, James.
It's a matter of time until I die in the sea. I've accepted that now. I hope my girlfriend's not watching, because she would be very upset to hear that. But there we go. I think the unpause has come in. Rounds are being restored. And I believe everybody has keyboards to play on. You guys ready for this match to continue?
Lovely.
Nice.
Let's do it. Na'Vi with 2 rounds, of course, in case you forgot, and Astralis, they have been in the doldrums. They've had no money to play with after losing that pistol round. We have Device, who is just on a UMP at the moment, and his teammates have nothing, James. They have nothing. They will buy nothing because they need something in the next round.
Yeah, there's roughly $2,000 for Astralis in this round. Standard stuff. Importantly, though, interestingly, Device, he doesn't have the cash for an AWP at the moment, i.e. in the next round with $2,000. If he can get himself up to $3,400, then he'd have the cash to splash. So he's got a task on his hand. Maybe Astralis will be, the rest of them will be cannon fodder to try and put him in the best position to succeed in that task. Just waiting for the admins to deal with Simple.
We thought it would be live, James.
Maybe he was trying to get his stream going. This is not the time or the place, that.
Right.
Not the time or the place. So I think all these guys in the crowd got pins for coming. Some nice pins, some genuine pins. You found a pin, Dan? You like pins?
I love a good pin.
Yeah, you
From
like some
time to
pins?
time, I'm partial to a good old pin. I lost mine already, though. So, lost all of my pins.
Okay, so there seems to be a little more delay. So while we wait for these things to be resolved, we're going to have a look at the history of the majors.
History has been made. Records have been broken.
This is just the start. The majors for Counter-Strike are like the majors in golf or the Grand Slams of tennis. We don't have set seasons like you see in traditional sports. They happen every couple months, and they kind of let you figure out who's the best in the world right now.
It is the most important event. It is the event that if you want to witness history, that's the event you go to.
Absolute magic for anyone who enjoys esports.
This is going to be one for the history books.
One of the big things that we always struggled with in the early years of esports was developers caring about their game being used as a competition platform.
We've been attending so many small amateur events. I think people were getting really frustrated.
There was a kind of sentiment in the industry that people didn't put on grand scale events because they thought the viewership couldn't rise up to that level.
Global Offensive comes out, and that is a Valve-made version of Counter-Strike, and that first got us excited. But then they decided to actively support the pro side of it, and the major system at its core was all Valve's idea.
If you don't put on a really big event, it doesn't kind of signal to the teams and to the people watching like this is like the World Championship. So it is like kind of like classic thing of you have to build it if you want them to come.
When the major announcement came along, it kind of legitimized everything we've been working towards.
The majors was a great step up, a level that I hadn't personally seen in Counter-Strike before, so it was quite an exciting time.
And I was excited because it was going to be an opportunity to kind of watch something potentially great unfold.
This was the first time when I think we realized things actually started to get a bit serious.
The first one was a bit rough, but it was at DreamHack, and DreamHack in general is more of like a laid-back vibe, you know? It's more like the old-school gamer roots because it's a big LAN party.
When I think of DreamHack, I think of prestige, glory, biggest tournament ever.
There was definitely excitement about the fact that we had not only like a World Championship event, but also one of the first tournaments where probably every single good team was there all at once.
I think this is going beyond all expectations.
It's funny to look back on that particular event. We had kids jumping on the stage behind us, no security, like a guy literally jumped into the middle of an interview we were doing with one of our players. It was like, what is going on here?
At the time, I was skeptical, but then every single one's gotten bigger and bigger.
This is the biggest CSGO event of all time!
In hindsight, we had no idea that we would eventually start filling stadiums with our game. It's always your dream.
We didn't believe 1 million people would watch.
Congratulations to CSGO. Over 1 million people watching. An amazing weekend.
For these people, it means everything. They've made a commitment to becoming, professional players, and they've achieved that much. But this is the difference between being in this world and really succeeding in it.
There is no more pressure for a Counter-Strike player than playing at a major.
And look at the crowd, they're getting fired up.
Oh, we go for the defuse. The defuse is coming in. He's still going. Oh, Olaf gets it as the flames come in. And look at the little dance of happiness.
Simple just jumping casually into the site. He's going to fall down again. What is this shot from Simple? Are you serious? This is a major.
It is the biggest of stakes.
Not many people get a chance to be in front of a crowd this electric, this enthusiastic about the game.
When you see a lively crowd going crazy, you aspire to be in that crowd.
What is it like standing in front of this audience?
Unbelievable, just unbelievable.
This is what esports is about. It's unreal. We're grateful to play here. It's amazing.
There's nothing that really compares to the scope, the prestige, and the achievement and the history that you get from winning a major.
Welcome back everyone. So Simple has an issue with his hardware, which is being solved at the moment. And then after that, we should be all good in the hood, Dan. Have you been to the hood, Dan?
No.
You don't sound like you've been to the hood. Maybe I have, Dan. Maybe I have.
I don't think you have. I think you're a fraud.
So we're going to have a recap of what was going on. But before that, we see Flamey and Device. Very early days in this second game, but Flamey has double the kills. What can we read from this, Dan, with 2 rounds?
I mean, generally his consistency throughout the entire tournament, and just generally for Na'Vi, has been pretty insane. And obviously, if you actually looked at the first kills that he made, it was actually towards the short position, and it was kind of a crucial engagement. He actually got a headshot into the Device as well, who actually ended up escaping. But the point was that Flamey essentially won a 1 versus 2 situation there. And if he hadn't been able to do that, and he's consistently been doing that kind of stuff here so far for Astralis on the first map as well, giving them chances, then they wouldn't be in the position they're in necessarily right now. So he's been a defining factor for Na'Vi, even in just 2 rounds. Flamey's been doing big work. So it's gonna be I'll be looking forward to seeing more of that. And generally, for me, I'd be looking forward to seeing what Guardian's able to get going here, as well as Simple, obviously. That's another question mark. We haven't seen a huge amount of difference necessarily just yet with how Simple's implementation has been going, especially after all the boot camping, because it does seem, especially from the group stages, that there was some change within how he was used within the team.
Oh my God, get him off the mouse pad. I mean, that's competitive integrity gone wrong. This could be very terrible. There's a cute baby, though. Shout out to 3 screens. It could be, at least the baby's not on the keyboard. I mean, that might be a mess that you can't clean up.
That actually looks very hygienic, James. We've seen a lot worse setups from people who send in their pictures and like everything is a mess.
Where are the wives for Dan tweets, man? Where are the wives at? At least Guardian's keyboard's working. I like his keyboard cable as well. Oh, did I tell you I have some custom keyboard cables being made? It's not just about the keyboard.
You definitely have a problem here. I don't know how you can't see that.
I have more than one problem.
Everybody else sees it, just you don't.
Oh, do I hear on pause ticks? Do I hear on pause ticks? That is the question. Yes, the match is resuming. It's real. We are going back into this second map. Just a recap, Astralis on the eco, but Device has a UMP, which means he has an opportunity to make himself some cash for an AWP on the buy rounds.
Na'Vi, they have some good anti-eco weapons. We are looking at some UMPs. Good old couple of MAC-10s. Ooh, 2 MAC-10s. Very nice to see. 3 UMPs, in fact. So just all the SMGs coming out to play for Na'Vi, and they're going to go straight into that B-bomb site. I like this. Quick. Will it be clean? I'm not sure about that, but it will be quick. That is one thing that is certain. Edward first with a MAC-10, but it sees to jump through the window to find Zipex. And that will be an easy entry to the B-bomb site. They have correctly predicted the right site to go to, and even though there will be a kill or perhaps 2, Na'Vi will certainly be winning this round, I think, James. There shouldn't be anything that should go wrong from this point.
No missing.
The double. There you go. There you go. That's Simple.
Yeah. And one question for Simple is, again, going back to the Liquid games and all the crazy clutches, one thing I noted was, when a crowd starts to go bananas and they know that he's cheering for him, he knows they're cheering for him, he can get a bit overexcited and overextend and go too far and try and do too much. And that's one question that needs to be answered in this tournament. Nice.
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 Oh, well,
why would you do that, man?
That's grotesque.
No!
That is grotesque.
This is not what we were going for, people.
I think James is trying to be productive, but...
Shut up. Come on. Buy round. Na'Vi on the buy, Astralis on the buy. The UMPs continue for the Na'Vi side. It's a good look for them because only Device has a helmet at the moment, which means they have much better headshot range. Moving accuracy might be good as well. Charging into the B-bomb site. Na'Vi needs to break Astralis early. The flashbang's working out for them so far. Zipex needs to hold things down. He needs to buy time for his team to rotate.
So aggressive. This pace is pretty blinding, but Device is in with a quick kill there. But they have to slow things down here. The grenades are really hampering their progress and suffocating their retake. Flamey bursting out into the short position. Their important frag made there, giving Na'Vi some ground to work with perhaps, as they're all stuck on the site. Glaive has to get something done once again. He's the only man with health. He will fall, leaving a 1 versus 3 for Device, who is already dead. 4-0, Na'Vi stroll into the site as if it were just a country stroll. It looks so calm and relaxed. And they made it happen.
Yeah, that's really good stuff from Na'Vi. And again, they build extra cash with those UMPs, worth noting. Device just trying to do some damage at the end there, had little choice, nowhere to retreat. But what was good was Device goes down. He's completely calm, completely focused, not going to get upset. Again, if you are just joining us, Astralis are leading 1-0 in games, but it's a good start from Na'Vi. Pistols for Astralis once again. Zipex with the 1 high explosive grenade. They'll look to do damage and whatever they can. Their options are limited in this particular round. Seems the crowd want 3 maps from these guys. A Dust 2 finisher would be quite explosive considering these rosters. Na'Vi positioning for potential A-split. That's a nice one. We've seen this before that.
Device is a headhunter today with that Deagle, just taking all the heads. And we have the push coming into short. The quick response there. Very important to decisively make a response when you lose a man like that on a round like this. And into the B site they go. Zipex is stuck on that bomb site amongst the crates. Will he be spotted? Looks like it's an easy frag there for Edward. Device, though, in the meantime, Tried to get a look in with that Deagle. Completely denied by Guardian, of course. And great stuff for Na'Vi. They only end up losing a single player. And again, an inexperienced team, when an early frag like that happens with a Deagle, it can all start to go a little bit wrong. But Na'Vi, very decisive, and that is important to see.
Maximum loss bonus coming the way of Astralis. We'll see if Glaive can get any more damage done. Every little counts, especially when you've only invested at P250. P250, $300, kill bonus, $300, make it pay for itself. That's what he would like to do. Obviously, the impact on the T economy is much greater. Na'Vi carrying $20,000, $20,500. Lovely timing from Simple. 5-0 for Na'Vi, and now Astralis will be flush with cash.
So this is where it gets really interesting, because the full buy, the first time we've seen a full buy here for Astralis, where they can execute any strategy that they wish. The AWP is in the hands of Device. He can go aggressive. He can play passively. He can have setups in middle where his teammates, he has riflers supporting him. There's all kinds of options here to try to turn the tables on the flow of this match so far. And that is in their hands. But what do they choose? What do Na'Vi choose as well? They are going for a quick take of middle, perhaps. The smoke is there, but not too aggressive. We see a boost for Guardian or something similar.
Look at this setup from the CT side. Again, we said, for those of you in Game Command or Go TV, keep eyes on Device. Normally, you'd have an AWP towards mid or short if you're on the CT side, but he's starting off towards B, and that's allowing his team to have 3 towards A. And he's being very aggressive. Look how much map control he's taken. That's ridiculous. His team very deep into the A side. You've got one person. It's Zipex playing around the boxes. You've got Glaive in Shadow, and then Kiabi in CT. But it's Na'Vi getting off to a good start again. That smoke and connector allows them to go for a B split if they want to, and a bomb's position for that.
And Device is going to be perhaps in for a challenge here, because the players will start to shuffle into that B bomb site. And in fact, Device is already dead, unable to do all that much. Kirby trying to get himself into position here to try to buy some time for his teammates. If he can get a couple frags, perhaps he can get time for a rotation, but his teammates are so far away and already cut off as well. Simple gets caught in the back. That's important. Zipex takes him down. And now Na'Vi have some decisions to make. They really have to decisively move into that B bomb site. If they wait too long, Astralis will get some better positions, and their odds to win this round will increase.
30 seconds left. Zipex is still, Kiabi is still just holding his ground and not peeking at the moment, but again, he will surely get eliminated at some point as they start to move in. There's Guardian. He's here to play. Zipex was making his way towards the shop. Will he commit though? Probably not wise in this situation, especially with Glaive far away. AK collected, though the AWP of Device is well and truly lost. And what we've seen so far in this tournament is Device is very good at rotating the AWP and just being everywhere. Being a static AWPer is somewhat obviously predictable by the nature of the beast, so if he can be active and move it around and keep them surprised, that may work to Astralis' favor. But Na'Vi are firmly returning the favor that Astralis did on their T side of Overpass.
And sometimes playing statically is the best option, but you can only do so if it's unpredictable, if you are playing dynamically as well. So it gives you all the options, doesn't it? And it's not looking good here for Astralis to save these guns. Glaive, able to spot the side of Edward. Gets the second one as well. That's a nice little bonus for Mr. Glaive. Here is the frag that started it all off, just catching Dupree there out in the middle. And it was an important setup that Astralis had. They, I think, certainly weighted a lot into Device's position, having 3 players playing fairly deep on the A site, allowing Device to have some freedom towards B. And looks like we will get a timeout here from Astralis. They are down 6-0, and this means Na'Vi are really starting to find that confidence. They're well and truly back after what was a very crushing first map, to be honest.
Yeah, we raised questions about their T side. We're seeing some good stuff here so far. This timeout is about to expire, and Astralis still buy some pistols. Again, they're still at maximum loss bonus, which means they can spend more cash than you might on your normal eco. Some 5.7, some Kevlar here and there. Ooh. Shout outs to Mum. There's a wife for you, Dan.
CS or education?
Pick CS every single time. Glaive with the M4. Lots of armor on the Astralis side. Again, you get better buys on the eco when you're at maximum loss bonus. At least that's something. They were aggressive on their buy round. Will they be aggressive on the half buy?
Glaive, he's looking for, is there a flash here? There should be a pop flash from Device. They are waiting for the perfect timing, though. They know that there could be players close. There comes the peak. In fact, no flash to announce the presence. Glaive goes down straight away. A nice HE there. Device looking for the one-shots from distance with that Deagle. Can't quite find the connection, although it's a bit awkward here for Na'Vi as well. Edward not finding the frags easily, losing a lot of health on these Na'Vi players so far, as Astralis will back away slightly. They have picked up that one kill. They've got a lot of damage onto Edward and Guardian, so they have stuff to work with in Device. If he's able to get a shot off here, oh, that would have been big, but he is going to be neutralized, and with that comes the A-bomb site.
Guardian holding his ground in the middle area. Zipex is on short. He could do some damage. 5-7-0, not as good as a Deagle in that situation. We'll see. 50 seconds left. Smoke's down. Simple creeping around. 1 versus 1 will work out for him. Dependable man in a 1 versus 1 situation. I think he's got the highest statistics for opening Jules 1 at the moment. Zipex now looking for damage. He has no Kevlar, so aim punch will be a problem. May only take 2 bullets to take him out. Some damage done. That AWP won't be recovered, unfortunately, for Na'Vi, but they have a clean sheet. Nothing I like more than clean sheet stat.
You and me both. There is that's actually a lot of good damage there with the AWP. It's very important to just whittle away their economy like that. And here is another tweet.
Oh, US Army. He's on deployment and he's still tuned in. That is pretty awesome stuff. Shout outs to you. Shout outs to keyboards along with laptops as well. 7-0 for Na'Vi. Full buy again for Astralis. This time they don't go for an AWP.
Ooh, Dupree and Kirby, the double 007. Oh, that grenade! That was a lot of damage there. They do lose Device. We'll have to see if that damage is actually going to come up good here for Astralis, or if it will just be a missed opportunity as Edward starts to creep here. He's got a good position looking in on shorts. Who is going to cross? Is Zipex going to make that peak? There is a flashbang over the top first, perhaps, or actually underneath. And indeed, Edward spots him out. But they have to be careful because the smokes will go away eventually. And they themselves only have 3 left to use to get across middle.
Minute 15 on the clock. That is a world of time for the likes of Na'Vi. A bomb in B-Apps at the moment. Maybe favouring the B-split in general for this map. It's not so common when you get that smoke into connector. Most people focus on connector itself and pressuring the A sites. But B is notably weak at present, with 3 people over towards the A site. Zipex looking to rotate though. Edward getting picked off. And now that may slow down Na'Vi around that short area. They really need to push onto the site and get there with their teammates so they get that real split on. Starting to move around, but they're still looking for the picks towards A. Reasonable with the AWP, but this is why you want the split. You want the Dupree's back to be unsafe as well. The trade finally comes in, but it's no trade. Flamey goes down. Dupree holding his ground, buying time for his team as well.
It's repeated 1 versus 1. Can Guardian stand up here to save it? Bomb needs to be collected as well. Simple's not in the best position in the world. Spotted by Zipex. He's going to be creeping on the angle. Too quick to it though, Zipex. That's Simple done. Guardian is 20 seconds now. He's collected the bomb. Is he going to go for this? He's going all the way to the A-bomb site. He knows there's a very high chance that nobody's on that site, that he can get a safe plant. Guardian will be able to punch in the numbers. And now he's in for the 1 versus 3, but in comes Glaive really fast. Can Guardian survive this? He's got so much to worry about. All the angles, all the players here from Astralis starting to swarm his position. There's one. Guardian, he's looking for the next one. Oh, the whip comes in. It's going to be the pistol to try to do it, but he can't get it done. Glaive will save it.
So close, not close enough for Na'Vi. Again, I've noticed it in the rounds where they've taken short, they've spent a lot of time around the short area trying to catch CTs on the rotation, but I think their push could have been stronger on that split. Tactical timeout from Na'Vi, also smartly using their timeouts. Just a 1 round from 8 for Astralis, and instantly they're going to break the rotation. You see Starrex always very active during these timeouts, keeping his team focused. No one getting any crazy, bringing the levels down, the adrenaline. Everybody takes a moment to refocus. And now we see Diop onto Device. Another change in approach.
So we saw him being aggressive on the B side of the map with it. Again, there are so many options to use that up. Very curious where he goes with it at the moment. I mean, he could opt to try to be passive. His team does have a lot of grenades. So they don't have to throw an aggression. It really depends on whether they feel like it's the ideal situation to try to get an early advantage and play off of that. But they don't have any economy here. Ooh, that said, we are going to get a sneaky play coming in. Kirby first man there in the underpass. And Zipex there to support him in middle to try to get out of this position safely. Guardians there, ready and waiting. Oh, he actually gets the tag. Dupree down to 13. That's pretty important there.
Yeah, that's a very nice shot from Guardian. There is a table supports that people often stand on, looking for people in the coming out of the low tunnel area. You can wallbang that from top mid as well. Very rarely see it though in pro games. Minute 15 on the clock once again. Na'Vi with 2 lurkers towards A would suggest ultimately they're going in that direction. Maybe Edward or Guardian will rotate the bomb over there, but we've got to push through Palace from the CT side. Simple could be taken by surprise. Of course not, it's Simple. That's going to force the CT straight back out again. They know there's 1 lurker towards A. Oh, Flamey. Not only does he go down through the smoke, but now they know there's 2 lurkers towards A. That would suggest an A play. That may thwart the plan of Na'Vi, but they've still got some time with which to change their mind.
And Simple is still lurking in the Palace position. Very scary stuff in that sense. He could come out at any moment or he could be gone. The question is there for Astralis. They just don't know, and they only have a limited amount of players and resources to stretch across the entirety of the map across the 2 bomb sites. And Simple is going to be looking for that key distraction here, made by the players pushing into B. And as they start to rotate from A, he can push out. But it looks like Zipex is doing a good job in getting some damage done here and defending. And finally, out comes Simple. Oh, there it is. Takes down Dupree. There's not much time. 20 seconds to plant the bomb.
Yeah, they've completely pulled the rotation from the A side. Edward putting in more work as well, but Device is in a very strong position. They're 10 seconds. They have to commit to the plant C's. He's lost his teammate. The wallbangs are coming in. He has got to force his way one way or the other. Zipex tags. Which way does C's face, though? Zipex could come from the connector position. There he is, down to the 1 versus 1. Now he's dueling with Device. Device has picked up an AK on the high ground and sees. Can he clutch it for his team? The spray down's there. Na'Vi reset Astralis' economy.
He's almost looked surprised himself there, James, for a moment on the player cam. I mean, when that spray came in, he knew that it was going to take a couple, like even a second to kill his opponent, that it might not go his way, but he managed to do it. Such a big rounds from Na'Vi right there. And Simple with that key timing, the patience you need for that, to find that right timing. And it's going to be tough for Astralis now. They're back to no money again. They've just constantly been in this position, just as Na'Vi put them in that position on the first map as well.
It is a mirror of the first map, Dan.
So where is the return from Astralis? On the CT side, it can always be tough. You need a lot more money to get those good buys than if you were on the T side. And now it's just a case of a disciplined play here for Na'Vi. Just make sure they don't give away anything. And there you go. Edwards' patience pays off.
Lots of time for Na'Vi. And this is, a round like this might be mentally taxing for Astralis. I'm sure with basically nothing invested in a round like this, they just want to get on to the coming rounds, to the bye. They want to mount a proper defense again. So the longer this drags out, the more taxing it is on the brain. Might be hard to keep your focus. Dupree doing the jump peaks over towards the B-bomb site. I'm not sure if C's can hear him from that range, but again, just on his pistols being held by this Danish side. And now this is a situation where Na'Vi will want to start moving before they give time for the CTs to rotate. The Molotovs, I like it under the window as well. It's a very important one. Zipex taken down. Dupree with a nice not 1D. Going to ring the bell. That leaves Device alone. Edward in a position to cut off rotators. Don't think he saw Device when he reloaded the weapon. There he is. No armor means aim punch. 9-1 for Na'Vi.
It's really cool to see that Na'Vi are able to bring themselves back into it like this, having such a dominant streak. And as well, you know, they're showing that they're able to have this consistency and they're able to execute like, you know, sheer discipline and focus. Even in this spot where, you know, they lost that first map, they got crushed. They don't appear to be shaken at all. It's as if that first map never happened. So just a credit to that experience that they have there and the belief that perhaps they are born to win this major, as they suggested. And now we've got the AWP here for Guardian. It's even more powerful when there's no AWP to contest it. When he doesn't have to fear that there's going to be an AWP trying to take angles to try to specifically dismantle him and his position. And Na'Vi, they're just going with a very defensive opening here. Just once again, just putting the feelers out, making sure that Astralis don't get away with any aggression.
Yeah, Astralis looking vulnerable at the moment, lacking information. Again, stark difference to the aggression we saw on the first buy round of Astralis with Device pushing around in the B-ats. That's a flashbang gone wrong, surely. Or maybe it's for the ladder room, in fact. Somebody holding an off angle. Flash his teammate, but no big deal. Minutes on the clock. Astralis, I don't think they've seen a single player. All they have is the sound of grenades bouncing around. And again, they're trying to sell the B play, but here they come towards A. Edward emerging through the smoke, already tagged. That's the bomb, that's a full rotation. 50 seconds left, Glave's going to push even more. Guardian going for pot shots through the smoke, nothing going on there. Steve's picked off in the meantime. There are 2 players left.
Yeah, nice little pot flash from Glaive. That delayed Guardian quite a lot. Simple coming out though, trying to save this somehow. That headshot from the AK, can he get some kind of space here for Guardian to work with? He will go down, and that's going to trigger Guardian to try to get out of there, perhaps. Picks up the AK, tries to throw the AWP away. Knows that right now Astralis don't have one. Doesn't want them to pick it up. Again, all the edges. It's about every single edge to take a match like this. Guardian, can he get even more, though? Can he get a frag? Can he get some economic damage with this AK? There's one engagement. He does take one player down, but immediately traded. It looks like Dupree, he's found the AWP. He's been on the treasure hunt, James, and he's found the AWP.
Indeed, nice work by Dupree. Good reconnaissance. Great play by Glaive. Well, he's got 2 frags here. Even better for him. So the slow play doesn't work out for Na'Vi. Na'Vi are going to take a timeout. They've got money in the bank. Simple's just shy of $14,000. Edwards carrying 5 figures as well. So again, Na'Vi, after every round that Astralis win, we require a timeout. But look at the information from Starix. Such an important key figure for Na'Vi when he was in the main team as a coach as well. We have a wife update apparently, Dan. We've got a potential contender for the throne. Oh dear. It is, of course, Duncan Thorin Shields.
Well, you know me in a bid, James.
That would be quite a strong wife, Dan.
Indeed.
Moving swiftly on. It is time for the buy. Dupree, though, okay, starting to move now. I thought maybe keyboard had exploded again, but we seem to be okay. Different approach from Astralis. Previously had 3 people in the A site when Device was aggressive towards B. Now there's a focus on the middle area, but again, Na'Vi playing it slow.
Yeah, and Astralis have shown that they're fairly willing to not do anything too crazy from this position so far, and we see a different setup from them though in that passiveness of theirs. 2 men on B, 2 in mid, and 1 on A. So it's basically an A retake type setup from the get-go, and Na'Vi have run a lot of very disruptive, fast B plays. That's been the kind of go-to shock and awe play. And some teams do it on A, or have a preference to do on A. Na'Vi's has been B. So that could be one of the reasons why we're seeing this A retake here from Astralis, so they can have a better response to B pushes. That said, though, Na'Vi going with a delayed mid-take. They're going to try to get some forward control of the ladder room and the connector area, then play off of that and see what they can get from it.
Many people in middle for Na'Vi. But look at the time on the clock. The bomb's being collected by Guardian. They're in position for a split. Glaive starting to ask questions around the ramp on A. This clock is ticking down. This is the problem. If the bomb carrier goes down, for example, everything could fall apart. The flashbang trying to sell a play towards B, but they're running out of time to even try and pull a rotation at this point. Kiabi around the jungle area, and there's Device. He's been offered someone, and he has taken the sacrifice. 15 seconds, can Na'Vi get the bomb down? It's still on A ramp. They're abandoning ship that.
Yeah, this is, oh man. How do you put yourself in this position? I mean, they have that reputation, do Na'Vi, to play slow, but usually they're able to actually, just by the skin of their teeth, get the bomb down, or get an opportunity to even try. This time they even realized, oh, we just took a little bit too long there. That's really
a free round.
That's a free round, and it's very problematic as far as, like, imagine the team communication there. Everybody's gonna be like, guys, you know, what's going on? Why did this happen? That's, I mean, kind of a tilting moment for a team.
They're allowing Astralis back into the match with rounds like that. That's not something Astralis did to them on Overpass.
Yep.
We'll see if that makes a difference. On 3 rounds already now are Astralis, considering how the previous map went. Edward gonna start the initial aggression towards middle. The Molotov interconnector stops anyone holding any angles. Guardian with a lovely snap. And that is why the apex of your jump must be when you peak. Otherwise, people like him will wreck you every single time.
I don't know if does it even matter versus Guardian. I don't even know. That is glorious. That is a great start there from Guardian in the round. The key thing now is, how does Na'Vi play the 5 versus 4? That's like a key thing as a terra-sided team. You know, the fundamentals of the game. You've got that advantage. How do you bring the numbers together to punish the other team? The thing is, Astralis have to respond in some way. They actually have 3 players more towards B at the moment than they have on A. So this is going to be somewhat of an A retake type strategy, and it's going to be very hard for Glaive to survive unless he plays all the way back, and that's exactly what he's doing right now. He's playing by the toll booth area.
He's playing the get right position, but the problem is he doesn't have a silenced M4, which might yield him an extra kill. And now he's moved back to a more passive role because he would surely get traded there. 48 seconds. So Na'Vi, they had a read that they would Astralis would try and put a plaster on the B bomb site, but now the charge is finally coming in. One person left in the middle area. Glaive smoked off. Lovely angle. Those C's taken down. That bomb needs to get planted. Time is running out once again.
Yeah, big stuff here. The trade's coming in. Guardian able to take down Kirby. Oh, finds himself a 3-1 there on short. Now Glaive, he knows he has to get something done here. He's got to get some kind of distraction going. Allowing Device to come in. Device almost gets 2, but it's now all on Glaive. It rests on his shoulders. The in-game leader. Can he lead by example? Looking for Simple. Simple dances, plays the game around the crates. Glaive is tired of Simple's games though, and it's just going to be on Edward now. Glaive looking for it, throws down the flames. Edward knew he had to go for it. Glaive, what an absolutely beautiful clutch from him.
That has not worked out for Na'Vi. They were in such strong positions in that 2 versus 1. I think maybe Simple went a bit too far. Got their personal confidence in winning a duel. Again, he's been so good at duels in general, but this one doesn't work out, and that's another round on the board for Astralis. Money's starting to run low now for Na'Vi. They've still got an open Guardian, but there's not much left in the bank.
James,
but look how calm he is. That's so important
there's
for
no
Astralis.
emotions there.
Yeah, he looks dead inside there.
That's like he just got socks at Christmas. It's like, yeah, love socks. Brilliant stuff. And he's the in-game leader, James. He's the IGL.
Yeah, that's the person you want to be dead inside. No emotion and keep his team calm. Na'Vi with a fast round perhaps, looking for an early peak. Guardian taken down from out of nowhere. Kyabi, he might be spotted here. Maybe. Oh no, he's facing the wrong way. Where's the trade? There's almost no trade, but instantly Edward taken down 4 versus 2. Astralis are charging straight back into this round. 2 plays left for the T side. Now it's seized with the bomb in the palace. Oh, Glaive, he can't take him down. That's a double peak now. The spray down's there, but he can't get a transfer. 1 round remaining from out of nowhere. Astralis are back into this map.
Yeah, it's starting to get really interesting now that this had this massive comeback run from Astralis. You can see both teams are like throwing in the pace right now. Kind of crazy. That round was so fast by Na'Vi, insane. And Device, I don't know if he's even ever peaked that angle at that timing before in this first half. So very unexpected to be in that position at that time. And now we have, for the last round of the first half, Na'Vi, they have 2 Molotovs, a flashbang, and a single smoke grenade.
Nice. Wait, not nice.
not nice indeed. They're going to have to just shove all in on the A-bomb site. That's a good start though. Seas gets Device no less in middle.
Yeah, and there's nobody else in middle. Astralis are going for the boost play on short. This is a good play against someone like JDM, where you have an AWPer who likes to creep through B-apps. In the meantime, though, Kyabi's holding things down on the A site, done some damage, but they need a rotation. The bomb is making its way in. C's stuck in the middle area, manages to get around the corner. That cuts off connector for the time being.
Yeah, very tight stuff. I had no idea how he survived. Guardian's not going to survive. That's a lot of pressure on Edward. He has to somehow live in such an awkward position. Seized. He's running for dear life. I don't think he's going to make it in time. He's running as fast as his legs are going to carry him, but the defuse comes in, and the fire, the flames, the smoke, the flashes, the players from Astralis shut it down for a 6-9 recovery.
So the end of that last round was like Takeshi's castle for C. So many obstacles to get through, but it was the flames to take him down. And indeed, from out of nowhere, Astralis have 6 rounds on the board, and you have to feel like they've been somewhat gifted to them. They've been allowed back into this game. Really good stuff. And again, that boost on the bench area in B, I think it's, if you're playing like a JDM type or an Alu type, people who like to creep through orbs and get a pick, then that could take them by surprise. But if FaZe are to face Astralis later, they can keep that in mind. 3-round lead for Na'Vi could have been much better. Could have been a 12-3 then.
Yeah, and you can see the leaders here for both teams. It just really tells you how close it is. We have some rounds in which players are excelling, but by no means is anyone ahead by any stretch. This has become so neck and neck between these two teams. Glaive, it's amazing to see him on that graphic there as having such great performances for his team. I mean, that one key clutch from Glaive was absolutely phenomenal stuff.
There's apparently a wife update. I can only imagine what is to come.
They love this, don't they?
Oh my god.
I will
leave. I will leave. There's even a keyboard there. You guys are... I don't know what to say to that. I'm just going to move on. I'm going to pretend it's not on the screen right now.
There's a bunch of perverts in production room.
There are a lot of perverts in production room, actually. I think they all are. Astralis have picked up some utility in this round, but we're not going to talk about it just yet because one of the Na'Vi players is away from his desk, which means there's no headsets on, which means we won't talk about anything tactically. But yes, it is the 6 of Astralis to the 9 of Na'Vi. Na'Vi did not have a good start to their CT side on overpass, so perhaps people will be worried. Perhaps 9 rounds is not enough.
And one thing as well is that we didn't see this kind of comeback on the first map for Na'Vi. Astralis never let them in. They just shut the door, and that was it. The door didn't open again, James. It was sealed. It was sealed shut by Astralis. And Na'Vi, they have created this window here. Astralis have been having some good individual performances and clutches. And
hey, some game commands being used. That's always good.
I love the minimap, like in the monitor above there on the right. That's fantastic.
That's pretty cool. Shout out to blue lights. Sometimes see those in toilet stands that people can't shoot up. Interesting fact there. Green keyboard though. Still waiting for a Na'Vi player to return to their chair. And then we'll be back into the game. The Fox Theatre, very picturesque. I like how different this is to a lot of the previous majors as well. It's always Stadia and so on, but this is somewhat more intimate. Lots of people here, lots of white faces here in Atlanta.
Feels like I've gone to Cirque du Soleil.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? With the balconies and so on. You just expect someone to swing past on a rope. And there we go. Make yourself known with your signs the right way around, ideally.
I love the XCON sign there. I can't wait to see what happens to Gambit when they play.
I know, right?
It's such an interesting story.
I know Zeus is rooting for Na'Vi as well, but can you imagine if we end up with a Na'Vi versus Gambit match? That would be amazing. But who knows how likely it is to happen. At the moment, Astralis are leading 1-0. And they're not far behind. If they win the pistol, it's more or less a tied game.
This is just wide open. I just pray that this goes to the third map because a Dust 2 finale between these two teams would just be godlike. That would just be so, so good. But it's interesting to see whether or not Astralis get that comeback truly happening. They're still 3 rounds behind, so if Na'Vi are able to win that pistol, that would obviously make all the difference. Actually, also, worth noting that they won the first pistol, so Na'Vi are in a position here on that CT side to get those orbs rolling in as well. And I wonder how they're going to use Simple. Simple has been really quiet this series so far.
Yeah, Simple's just returned to his chair.
Ooh.
There we go. Some noise for Simple. We need to get a Davai chant going. That would be awesome. But he needs to keep his head in the game. He will keep his earbuds in his ears. That's a good start. So we'll be starting shortly. Now he's got his headset on, we can talk about what is happening in the game at the moment. Glaive's got a smoke grenade. Zipex is smoke flash. So Glaive's got $500 left. So I do wonder if we're going to get a raid boss, as we saw one earlier. Nope, he's going to be smoke flash as well. 4 Kevlars on the 5 Na'Vi players. Simple hasn't purchased just yet, but it seems his team are ready. 10 seconds until we start the second half. Full Kevlar for the Na'Vi side. They may be looking for sheer aggression.
Looking for the battles. We have the grenades indeed on Astralis, looking to use those to cut off vision, to flash themselves into position, to get that bomb planted and just make that a guarantee. Get that guaranteed money in the bank, even if you lose the round. Very important to do that. And we actually have an A retake strategy from Na'Vi. So they're pretty much giving up this site. It's going to be hard to challenge directly, so the bomb should go down. It should go down, but Guardian is actually lurking at the moment. Oh my god, Device says no. Guardian goes down, and there are problems here for Na'Vi. They're falling like flies.
Oh, the CT push. We've seen it before from Virtus Pro. Now we see it from Astralis. The numbers game not working out in those duels for Na'Vi. No kills for them just yet. And again, they all went Kevlar. There's no kits, no smokes, no flashes, nothing on these players. Nothing but USPs. They have range, but Astralis are forcing them into bad positions. The numbers game works out. They win the pistol.
So that's both teams now that have won pistol rounds, which really ties things up. It's so hard to call this matchup right now. I just need to see exactly how both teams are going to start the initial setups here when they get the orbs in hand. But it's going to be a while until Na'Vi get the defensive orbs going because they have $1,500 apiece. They lost the pistol round. That just sucks. That is so hard to play from. And Astralis is going with 3 AKs immediately.
So Na'Vi have 2 options here. They can go for a double eco. They haven't bought anything in this round. They can go for double eco and have a full buy, even with 2 orbs if they wanted it in the buy round. Or they can attack with a surprise buy in the following round. So we'll have to see which of those 2 options But if they go for the surprise buy and it doesn't work out, then again, Astralis might start to run away with the half. We saw what that meant on overpass. Zipex just holding an off angle in case anybody chooses to push towards A for the time being. Got the stairs to his advantage. Astralis holding passively. There's some activity from Na'Vi moving towards the B bomb site, but they're being quiet where they can.
And it is really interesting, this buy. I mean, on the T side, you can get much more done with it because you can drop rifles, you can play specifically for the weapons that you've force bought. But yeah, I'm really curious how they're going to play off of that. It is very unusual to see that unless they do just want a massive buy on the first buy, maybe double orbs straight away. Perhaps it'll be fun to see that. But here we go, Device and Co are going to be making their way into the bomb sites, and looks pretty easy so far. Everybody's done. They did get a single kill though with the USP, so that's okay. That's pretty decent work.
That is fabulous.
Let's see if they can. Are they going to go for it?
Are they going to do it? Is it going to be the surprise buy?
There are some Deagles. I see Deagles.
Third round Eagles.
Quad D.
So Guardian's the only man with money in the bank for the AWP with armor in the next round. We'll see if these Deags can get something done. He's going to pick up the HE grenade as well. That might be the difference between a helmet or not. Not that it's a big deal for him. As long as he has Kevlar. Kevlar's always good. Kevlar is always good, especially when you're in trouble with the wife.
Wow.
Simple and Flamey towards A. Looking to play the ranges. So many Deagles. It's almost a full butcher buy down looking for these meat shots.
Looking for the perfect angles on Na'Vi with those Deagles. It is indeed all about the one shots. Oh, that was very, very nice by Glaive. Nailed that long range spray down with the AK. And Na'Vi now in a position where they either have to just hold and sit still, or they have to go and gamble and guess, because it can be either side of the map right now. Astralis are choosing the A side of the map, which means that Na'Vi are ill-equipped to defend in a round like this. They're all shuffling towards B, so the wrong read for them. And there is still, of course, Dupree's on the B side of the map that can create noise and delay rotation even further. So Astralis definitely outplaying Na'Vi in this one.
Slow approach. Dupree makes some cash. 8 bullets in the magazine. He will get traded, but he's pretty much disabled the danger in this round for Astralis. Bomb getting planted, very exposed. That allows Astralis to extend their net. So we await the next round from Na'Vi. They'll have good money. The score will indeed be tied. Both T-pistols won by the respective sides. So now we ask the question, can Na'Vi take it to Dust 2, or will Astralis go 2-0 in the first match of today? Lots of good matches to come as well. I'm sure the guys in the next match will be wondering who their potential opponent might be in the future, should they prove victorious. There we go, 9-9. Let's see what Na'Vi's approach is on the CT side. It was a very interesting start from Device and Co with the AWP.
Oh, you saw the projector out, James.
Nice, nice.
That is fantastic.
Yep, this is respectable, very respectable. Right then, we have
didn't steal it from work.
We have the AWP onto Guardians. He has decided to start with a UMP, which I would imagine is probably a mistype, because he's got $2,300 in the bank, so I can't imagine he's bought this on purpose. Let's see, he's playing towards the middle area. Yeah, this has to be a mistake. We'll see if that plays a part. Edward going for aggression early on.
Oh no. He's so fast, isn't he? Oh man, Kirby put his running shoes on. He got there in seconds, and that is just Edward gone. So here comes the push. You've got Guardian sitting there. There's number one. He's got a lot more work to do though. Already getting tagged through the wall, and he is just unable to do anything there.
No fear from Device. And many people forget that bench was adjusted to make it a lot more spammable with bullets, but either way, he doesn't give a damn, and he will look to collect that later, perhaps. Anyway, having the high ground is always important on the retakes here for the CT side, but they don't seem like they're feeling it at the moment. Flamey making his way towards A, as is Simple. And C's can play, that's actually a blind spot he's in that, so if somebody goes past, he may get himself a weapon, maybe even a knife kill. Otherwise, he can try to cut them off as they make their way towards short, but I'm sure he won't want to be exploded. Ooh, there we go. Free kill. Getting close though. Kjabi picked off as well. He will survive the explosion, but Flamey won't survive the round. Simple facing as well. Nice done. Good damage, but no round. Astralis take the lead.
It's been a pretty nice comeback from them overall. If you look at the amount of rounds they've won in a row, wow, they've won a lot of rounds in a row. They've won 9 rounds in a row. That's kind of crazy, James. It's quite the streak of rounds. Na'Vi are, they don't know what winning is like for 9 rounds. It's a long period of time.
And they've taken a timeout, Na'Vi, as well.
Need to remind themselves what it's like to put the W on the board. And they do have, okay, they don't actually have any money really in this round. They do have the ability though to drop. It's kind of a weird situation for them. They have enough, they have obviously 2 safe weapons, so those players can drop their rifles. And that will leave one person on like a UMP.
Ooh, they're doing it, Dan.
Yeah,
they're going for the buy.
It's like one of those situations where you don't want to do it, but you kind of have to, because you do have enough money to do it. The problem is that they don't really have enough for an AWP, I don't think. So
they've got an AWP. They've got an AWP.
Oh, they do have an AWP. Oh,
yeah.
Okay, that's fine then. Then it's fine.
Calculated risk coming up from Na'Vi. They do not want any more success from Astralis. And again, 9 rounds in a row. That is, that tastes great, Dan. You're the one eating that cake. Guardian starting off in the middle area. I think that smoke has failed. That might be a nasty surprise for the Astralis team. Not committing to middle just yet, in case of any early push from the CT side. Taking their initial map control. Zipex lurking in the palace. That's a nice nade. 49 damage. Dupree wondering where half of him has gone.
Yeah, slow start here as we see Astralis developing that mid control slowly but surely. Kjabi one of the first men, and it was a very typical response for a long time to send somebody through underpass to first clear out the close positions, and then you peek on at the further away spots towards T side of mid. And as you can see, that's yeah, it's a pretty progressive mid take here. Slowly but surely, they have all the positions that they want for the initial phase. The only thing that's left to do now is to take connector or to take the ladder route. And Na'Vi's positions are so passive that they don't understand which one Astralis are actually going for, so it's hard to read the play that Astralis want to make. This is a big risk from Na'Vi, and it needs to pay off for them.
Yeah, Simple outside of CPL is a huge problem. Guardians holding Flamers back, but again, Simple needs to come in from jungle. Starting to move in there now. There we go, 2 for Guardian so far. The bomb making the gauntlet run now to the site. Kjabi holding the angles, but they know Flamey is actually on the site. He can hold Guardian down. No, he's going to get taken down by Zipex. Now the bomb perhaps get planted. There goes Simple as well. Guardian still delivering. 20 seconds. Sees he just needs to stay alive there. Needs to win that duel. Otherwise, if he stays alive, the bomb can't go down. He does it. 10 to 10. We're tied up once again. But there's money for Astralis to keep up the pressure.
Yeah, great round from Guardian here. Classic defensive warping from Tolby, if you can see, though. It's a bit of relief there, I think, from Guardian. He knows that this is a hard one, a really tough match against Astralis. But he did hit all of his shots in that spot, so he can be happy with that. And Astralis, if they lose this round, their money's broken, so Na'Vi should be able to take a decent lead, or at least a lead. Much different pace here, though. Much different approach onto mid from Astralis, just going straight in from top mid. Guardians there, though, looking for the shot through the smoke, perhaps. Oh, Device over the smoke. Dirty stuff there from him. And perhaps you can expect it almost of the performances he's had so far this series. But that is a brutal reality for Na'Vi.
Yeah, Device looking like he has no equal at the moment as far as sniping goes. Dupree holding an off angle. Suggesting you can see somebody around the bench area. Also, if somebody jumps on the box near the van, then he should take the number down for free, but sees with an off angle, completely unexpected. Here come the grenades towards A. Again, now Simple's turn to deliver, missing the first shot. He's got his teammate close, Flamey. That's a good start. Device, he's got 16 HP. How deep will Flamey go? Taken down. Now Simple's looking towards Palace. There goes Zipex. It's a 3-on-2. There's lots of time for the bomb to go down, but they don't have the numbers advantage.
Device coming in once again against Simple. Oh, this guy is too much. And now it's a real issue here for Na'Vi. They're coming in for the deep, or rather, well, to retake the bomb site. Actually, the bomb is not making its way there. They've decided, you know what, we have more time. We can just leave Device in that position and try to mess with Na'Vi. See if they'll go for an overextension. Device is sitting there with the orb, so perhaps he could catch something, but he's actually going to run back as well. This is becoming a little bit weird now. This is going to feel weird for Na'Vi as well. They are really wondering, is it A or is it B? There's too much time. Astralis can do anything.
Yeah, there we go, the power of time on your side. Edward and his teammate C sticking together for the time being, but they will hear the announcement soon that the bomb's gone down as they start to approach A. Instantly realize, or do they? No, Edward going back, making sure there's no flank or something. There we go, Device takes him down for absolutely free. The arrogance of Astralis to put somebody in the middle in that situation. Device cleans up the round, 4 kills for him, monstrous stuff. Do Na'Vi have a response for Device?
This guy was sent from another planet, James. He's an alien to teach us how to play Counter-Strike. He's having a phenomenal performance so far, just winning every 1 versus 1. This is not supposed to go like this. Simple is supposed to be able to deliver some kind of performance there, but he looks hopeless in the face of Device. Have to see if things can change here, but there might not be too much in the way of room to allow Na'Vi to get those changes in, because once again their economy's been racked. They've got nothing left in the bank. They've got to save. And this should be a pretty easy affair in this round for Astralis to take. And they've shown us no reason to doubt their confidence and coordination in playing a disciplined anti-eco. Oh, never mind.
That's a bad miss.
Never mind.
That's a bad miss. Device, he's telling these players to be afraid. That is the message being delivered. Oh, they're losing players though. Dupree's got 9 HP as well. Kiabi's in a position where he might get one-tapped by P250, and C's has got an AK. Suddenly, there are problems for Astralis. Na'Vi could steal around. Bomb's getting planted though. Guardian can't do much about that. If Device can get off the site, then their chances will dramatically increase. Almost a passage through the smoke, maybe teasing Na'Vi, but it's Device who's doing the dirty stuff. He may see Guardian on the high ground. He's announcing his position as well. And there we see lots of spray. Every 3rd bullet leaves a tracer. Seeds gets taken down, and now Guardian has it all to do. And it might be about saving what little he can find. Salvage operation for Guardian at that point.
Yeah, the AK will be saved, I do believe, which is nice for Na'Vi. You know, this is something at least. However, they only just won a round, and this will be their 2nd loss in a row. So it's only $1,900, and it's not very much. It's not very much indeed. So it's going to be really tough here for Na'Vi. But if they can somehow manage to find a way, and it does seem like getting that early round advantage just. Sometimes it doesn't even help in a situation like this, because we're seeing such big individual plays.
Tactical timeout from Astralis. Maybe a psychological one if you are on Na'Vi. 2 rounds behind now, and again, Astralis lead 1-0 in this best-of-3 series after a dominating and fearsome performance on Overpass. Well, those are musical keyboards, but I don't. What do I say about this, Dan? I don't know what to say.
Well, you're not a musician to begin with, and nor do you own a keyboard shop or piano shop.
That's true. So yeah. I can play the piano though, ever so slightly, ever so.
What can you
slightly.
play? Like
I can play
or something.
I can play like 2 songs, but enough about me. It's bye for both sides, and Na'Vi are fighting for their tournament life at the moment, trailing Astralis by 2. They're back on the bye, but there aren't many byes left in this match, in this map at the very least. 2-1-2 setup from the CT side. Flamey's in deep on A.
Yeah, quite a fast pace into that mid area for the Astralis players. Only 2 there at the moment, which is going to be Kirby and Glaive, with Mr. Dupree hanging on to positioning around B apartments in case there's a push there from Na'Vi. But wow, this is a very forward position. Kirby just goes for that shot. Very, very hard one to make on reaction. He's in the full back now. This is so scary. Na'Vi have been forced to play so passively. In fact, they've opted to play passively, and now with shots like that, with potentially insane positioning.
That was close though. If Device doesn't go for the 2nd scope, I think he probably wins that duel. But yeah, I mean, look at these rounds. Simple keeps playing from outside of CPL. That is a very difficult position, because if you're not in jungle, then Astralis have a lot more power towards connector. That said, Guardian's keeping an eye on it, or trying to from Toll Booth, but then that leaves them exposed from the ramp area. So Na'Vi playing a very risky setup at the moment. Once that smoke disappears, then they have basically no information towards connector. They've got nobody up short, and Astralis are walking in then. They're taking a garden stroll.
This is really tense stuff now because, as you say, just that position Guardian, he's got so much responsibility. Where does he look? At which point? It's all about the timing here. And hitting the shot. The flash is perfect. Did Guardian connect that? Yes, he did. Kirby goes down, hits the floor cold. And now it's going to be problematic here for Astralis to get in there. Just down to 3 men. 15 seconds to plant the bomb. It's going down. Oh, Zipex from distance. Oh, that is disgusting stuff from him. There is a chance here after all for Astralis.
Glaive is in connector, and Dupree's in the middle of nowhere, but he's still going to get the kill. That makes things horribly bad for the CT side. There's one kill. They don't have any smoke grenades, but there's a Molotov that Flamey can deploy. Edward getting taken down. Now Glaive's going to do more work, harassing Simple. He's in the reds. The clock continues to tick. Simple goes for the repick. He can't get anything done. The Molotov is there from Flamey, I think. Zipex gets taken down, but surely there's no time. He doesn't have a kit. Flamey, he can't do anything about this. The round goes to Astralis. He's trying to pay. Oh, there's a kit, but there's no time. There's surely no time. Easy for Glaive. Another round in the bag for Astralis. Now you see the frustration start to set in. The thing is, as that bomb was getting planted from Guardian's position, I think the knee was showing. He could have gone for the wallbang, but the Molotov stops. Kiabi died for his country.
Wow,
he took that billet like a champ.
Yeah, that was pretty sick. Nice time from Guardian. And again, with Glaive, you can see on his face, it's like there's very little emotion. He's definitely a player where he knows it's not won until it's won. There's no reason to celebrate until this is over and Astralis are the victorious side. Back to pistols. They've been there so frequently, have Na'Vi. So far, they've been utterly outclassed in many ways, but can they find some form of resistance back into this one? Pretty deep position from Edward with the P250, though there is no flashbang. That would be so glorious to see a flashbang for Mr. Edward, but there is none. You have to make do with what you've got. Look at his patience.
Yeah, very static Astralis, giving Na'Vi all the opportunity in the world to hang themselves. But maybe they will force the issue as that clock continues to tick. Maybe trying to identify where the CTs are, but look at this intel from Seized. He's got a lot of information and may get himself a weapon for free. See the crab block from Kiabi. Oh, is he going to look the right way? Hello, there we go. Nice AK picked up. Opportunity for more. Not going to happen though. That's Device spotted with the bomb. 50 seconds. Na'Vi have to assume it's going to be A, but is it?
There's some possibilities here. This is a very important positioning from Edward because this will allow his team to understand not to rotate because you'll hear them running if they're going towards B. He'll hear everything. And he could have a gun here. Oh no! Very unfortunate for Edward. Had to make that frag happen, to be honest, but still an opportunity because his team, they're in position at the very least. They just have to hit some ridiculous shots. And look at this. Astralis have been dispersed. They know that B's pretty much for free, but they have to make it there in time. And will Na'Vi realize to rotate?
Yeah, and there's no one to cover the B stairs this time, so I don't know if the bomb carrier has a gun out or something which might slow him down, but he's going to get there in good time, it seems, Device. The default plant coming in. Great decision-making from Astralis, it seems. Man advantage, lots of weapons as well. Nothing collected from these remaining players. Flamey looking to do some damage. Glaive, does he show or does he hide? He's got Zipex coming in for protection. He swaps out for the Glock. That's unfortunate. And this spam may not lead to anything after all, despite 3 of the players being heavily tagged. That said, Guardian's only got a P2000, nothing to lose, apart from his face, which will be lost. That leaves Simple with the Deagle. Astralis moves to 14.
Astralis edging ever closer. Looking more and more convincing now. And since that big streak of theirs, that's nice. Ooh, perhaps a steal, although it's only a UMP. Maybe another gun will be blown towards Simple, perhaps. But since that comeback from getting crushed to Astralis, they've won an insane amount of rounds. They've only conceded 1 in maybe the last 12 or something similar. Actually, I think more than that. Maybe
13.
Maybe 13.
They've gone 13-1 in the last 14 rounds.
That is nuts. It's kind of crazy.
Is there an answer? Is there an answer? That's the question at this point.
I hope Starix is giving the answer right now because there will be no other opportunity to do so. And if Na'Vi aren't able to at least get this as far as to the 3rd map, they're going to be so thoroughly disappointed. They had some good positions to play from in this barrage. Oh wow, the rivalry is strong. Looks like things aren't turning out too well for...
That dude's mean mugging. Look at his face, man. That dude's a thug in the making on the left over there.
It's a pretty serious look.
It is indeed. And maybe his face will be even more sour once this map has concluded. Na'Vi on the buy once again. Guardian on AWP. They've tried being passive, they've tried aggression, they've tried mere risky plays around the A site. Nothing seems to be working for Na'Vi. Perhaps another change in approach is here after a pep talk from Starrex. Lovely timing from Guardian. Kirby with 3 HP. How is he alive?
That's crazy. Guardian's going to have no idea he connected that as well. Absolutely no idea. Very interesting. And once again, you know, Astralis with a very fast presence in mid, forcing Na'Vi to play very passively. They got a very odd setup on the A bomb site at the moment as well. And they're essentially just saying to themselves, all right, we trust in our ability to just defend the bomb site from pretty much every angle because we have no map control anywhere. There is no map control for Na'Vi. They have no idea what's going to be hitting them at any point. This is a very risky way to play the game, and it does rely on incredibly high amounts of individual skill, to be honest. They are rotating a third player, though, so perhaps they do have some kind of a read as to the decision from Astralis here. There might be a chance for them in this defense on B if Astralis hits the execute there, though.
It's very curious, the general approach to Connector on Na'Vi's CC side. Connector at jungle. Flamey with good timing though. Almost causes rotation from Edward, but he comes back. Guardian's going to start things off. He's got lots of teammates in for support. Rotation coming in as well. Astralis, do they want to give it up? Are they going to continue to push? They're getting dropped one by one, leaving Device alone. He's got $1,150 in the bank here, so is it about picking players off for now? He's going to try and retain. Got 20 seconds to do it. I'm sure he will want to hold on to what he has.
Yeah, they have to be careful as well because it's very possible for him to kill a lot of players here. And they themselves don't have anything in the bank, so they can only really sacrifice one player. Guardian goes in, he's going to go down straight away to the Tech 9 device. He knows people are flanking him, he's going to go in with the Tech 9. Orb comes out, he knows where both players are, doesn't want to die after time, that'll be huge. And there it is, for one player, they will get an AWP and they're going to pick up the kill after time. Lovely stuff there for Na'Vi.
Double AWPs. Now, this raises a very serious question. This raises a very serious question for Na'Vi. They've practically abandoned the CPL area. They've abandoned the connected area, the jungle area, but with 2 orbs, surely one goes towards short or the window. Guardian will begin things in the window. Simple is over towards A. We may get a fast play. That's a nasty grenade onto Device. The rest of the Astralis side are here as well. Simple shooting aggression. There he goes, good stuff from him. Flame with a nice angle, taking him by surprise. Patient spray, the burst comes in, and there are 2 plays remaining. And Simple will take them both down at the same time. Nice boost to his confidence. And let's not forget, Na'Vi are not far away from Astralis. There's only 2 rounds in this at the moment.
Yeah, this is, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, it feels like Astralis is just going to win straight up. And it's like, oh, actually, yeah. At the beginning of this Mirage, Na'Vi were doing pretty well. So back to it, perhaps. 2 rounds to separate them indeed. And the money for both teams is not in the best place ever. Na'Vi have a bit more resilience in their economy, but not in the rounds category. So we'll see how this double works out. We have an aggression coming into Palace. Guardian's the man with the AWP there, and in fact the other AWP is also on A. And I also saw on the last map, they tended to like to stick both of their AWPers, Guardian and Simple, on the same bomb site, which is definitely novel. It's novel to say the least.
Yeah, and Guardian can bide his time there, and they may, Na'Vi, have more confidence as he continues. No, he's starting to back off now into more passive position, because I did wonder if that would make them start to get aggressive towards the middle area, but no, they're going to go back. We see Glaive having a look from A ramp, and he's found his information, but it's cost him his life. Edward picked off in the middle area, and we've got a procession on short. It's going to be a fast play, the fast play that was maybe missing from Na'Vi. The smoke is down though, he's got the angle seized, but he can't get the kill.
Well, the bomb is far behind. They've got to pick that one up. It's going to be a B bomb site, but they have to hold it for a very long time. Guardian's already into the shot position. There will be a lot of flashes here. Almost all the utility will be expended. There's only 2 flashbangs left on the Astralis side to try to hold this bomb site down. We have a rabid Na'Vi looking for that retake, looking for the window of opportunity. Guardian with the nade in there. Some damage done. Flamey perhaps with a key to open the door. He's going to kick down that door. Just going to be Kirby left against 2 now. The 2 AWPers, Simple and Guardian. Kirby can't get it done. Guardian's in there. Gets himself a double kill. And Na'Vi are back into this one all of a sudden.
Just when you thought it was over, Na'Vi come charging back. Could it be that 2 AWPs was the solution? They've dropped the second AWP. They've dropped the second AWP and picked up an AK instead. So they're going back to Old Faithful, but hasn't been that faithful to them in this half.
It's actually really interesting because that's something that maybe in the dev cam or something that Astralis could have seen is their decision with the second AWP there, or maybe not, and maybe they would presume that there would be 2 AWPs and then that would change the kind of strategy that they would want to run. Set piece, like executing a set piece of smokes like this is very good against double AWPs, but there's only 1 now.
Yeah, they've got Tech 9s for days, Astralis, as their loss bonus starts to grow. Lots of diffuse kits on the Na'Vi side, and they might need them because I'm sure they'll want to wait out these smokes. But will Astralis, if they get onto the site, if they get these smokes done, will they push through these smokes? Will they abuse the close quarters advantages of these Tech 9s? They've got a lot of flashbangs, Astralis, all things considered. See the nade start to be deployed. Guardian on the high gun. Flamey going to stand his ground. Lovely burst by Flamey. Spray down as well. And we may not get a planted bomb. We might not even see any kills. There's another one. That's claimed. Last man standing. 14-14 down. Na'Vi are straight back into this.
Yeah, Astralis getting pummeled there, as you'd expect. And this is not done and dusted just yet. Astralis looked like they were going to be a shoo-in for this victory here for a quick 2-0 sweep, perhaps after a nice comeback. But Na'Vi not going down without a fight. Looking to bring it to dust too, and there is always going to be overtime potential as well at this point. Na'Vi are definitely a bit stronger as far as the economy goes. Not the case for Astralis. Very problematic. Device has been doing so much great work with the AWP so far, and we do have that timeout from Astralis trying to work out how do they attack this round. Because they know that there won't be ecos here for the Na'Vi side. Na'Vi can afford to buy in the remaining rounds. So they better have a good plan.
Yeah, I do wonder if Astralis have picked up on the way Na'Vi are approaching Connector and CPR once the smoke start to go down, and if Na'Vi will go back to that in this round. So many questions, so many small potential edges for both sides. Guardian hopping into his angle, but again, the smoke is down. Ooh, that's nice, but he's blind. Glaive spotted him as well. He's going to snipe out, but he can't escape. Blinded again. He can't shoot, he can't see. There goes Edward. This is not a great start for Na'Vi.
Oh, Guardian, you can see there was actually a moment of hesitation where he's like, should I go for the big play? And then he goes for the big play, just caught out in the middle of nowhere. The Molotovs just where do you go? Where do you go? That is such a bad situation. Astralis now, they have a 5 versus 3. They got a decent amount of grenades. They actually have no smoke grenades left though, which is a little bit annoying for them, but the sheer numbers should be enough for them to take this round. Na'Vi needs something, some incredible positional play here to try to find an advantage in the oncoming Astralis numbers, because you better believe they're going to use the numbers to their advantage in this push.
Yeah, look at all the time Astralis. They had a minute 20 plus on the clock when these kills came in. They can do whatever they want. Seized, spotted, that's going to cause a rotation. I bet Simple would love himself an AWP right now, but he's not in a position to get one. Oh no, they're going back. They're going back, maybe straight into the shredder. Grenade in his hand. There's the bomb as well. And the Molotovs. He can buy himself some time. He's got 1 on his 6. He has no idea where he's coming from. Which way? Sees pretty much has to push in this situation. Dupree's not sure either, but he's going to get the kill. 30 seconds left. Which way do you go, Astralis? It's going to be the gauntlet run towards A, but Na'Vi have moved into B.
Yeah, well, there's like a guessing game here between the two teams. Na'Vi, they realize there's no time. They can't mess around. They have to go for one bomb site. Flamey seems to have figured it out at this point as they gravitate towards the A site. This is going to be hard. Flamey's been doing big stuff. Simple needs to deliver as well as they start to bring in the pain from Connector.
Simple, can he face in time? The bomb's getting planted. He's shot it down, Dan. They're going to win the round. They've stolen it from the clutches of defeat. That is disgusting. Do you hear that noise, Dan? Do you know what that noise means? It's match point to Na'Vi. That's daylight robbery, Dan.
That is so sick. The timing was perfect there. Oh my God, the margins for error are just so small between these two teams.
Who better than Simple?
The crowd are pleased, James. The crowd are entertained.
Dan, they drove to the drive-thru in a tank and they took all the burgers. There are no burgers left. There are no burgers left, and there's barely any money left on the Astralis side. They'll get the AKs out. The grenades are limited. Oh, man. That is daylight robbery, if I have ever seen it. Edward has opted for the, well, you can see it. He's opted for the Ric Flair, the dirtiest player in the game, the auto sniper, the cause of tears in matchmaking everywhere.
This is interesting because if Astralis decide to just run into that A-bomb site, Actually, that is not where the auto sniper is going to be. This is interesting, actually, because that is the most expected position where you would play it. Obviously, Astralis, they're actually looking like they want to go for that play onto the A side. So while there's a very, very close Flamey, he's got for support Guardian by Tollbooth, a little while away is Simple by the jungle position. So there is not the most incredible setup here, but if they get some good flashbangs, they can definitely do some damage here. In it comes, Guardian's waiting.
Yeah, that Molotov may be too late or maybe not. Look at the response in the grenades. The sheer grenades say no, Dan. They've been absolutely denied. But they've still got time. They're going to focus on it. There's a first pick from Guardian. Misses the second shot, but he's got support. Flamey taken down. Simple, though, delivering again through the smoke. He cares not for your smokes. 2 plays left for the T side. Make it 1. Zipex alone now versus Seas and Edward. Edward, he's still holding short of the auto sniper.
Yeah, holding that cross there. And Zipex, he knows he can just wait. He knows he can just play the time a little bit. There's enough time to wait so that either Na'Vi split 1 to a bomb site or they gamble on and play 2 from one site to make sure they can trade. And you can see they're playing on Edward here, being able to hold this cross. But Zipex has a plant available to him that's they won't know until it's until they see the plant go down and are notified in the game. It's obviously they've guessed wrong, but they will have plenty of time to get over there. They have kits as well. So Zipex has made a great choice here. Na'Vi, this is not done just yet. This is not done just yet. Zipex can still do this.
Where does he plant the bomb? He's going for the default play. Edward's got loads of grenades. He can enable his teammate. There's the first flashbang coming in. Auto sniper retake. Does it get dirtier than this? What if he has to trade? What if Seas goes down? So many questions. Zipex has taken his angle. He may have a shadow advantage, and he may start with aggression. He's playing it down. He's got a 2-man spray down, but it's only 1. Seas is going to trade. Edward goes down with the auto sniper. If it was the other way round, then he probably wins, but no. 16 to 14, Na'Vi take it to Dust 2.
They managed to make it happen after all. Na'Vi, they look down and out, but they rose to the occasion. Astralis and Na'Vi, they're taking us to a 3rd map.
Simple continues to make himself legend in the majors. Coming in at the very last second, stopping that plant. That changes the tide of the entire match. What a struggle for Na'Vi to get to this point. What a struggle. That's the man who steals the round away. That's such a key round. Auto sniper retake just about works for Na'Vi. They bring it to Dust 2. Somehow they're still in this match. The thoughts at the desk after the break.
Welcome back to the Fox Theatre. Footage there of when it still had a roof, because the fans in here have blown it off after an incredible match. Absolutely just amazed by this series here. Na'Vi Astralis, Na'Vi back from the dead. It looked over for them, and now we've got that crucial third map. Where to start, gentlemen? Duncan, you're never lost for words.
Yeah, well, actually, we had two amazing comebacks in this game, because obviously Na'Vi ran out to that crazy. It was like 9-1. They looked like, when you're winning by that on T-side and you're as good as they are, that should be game already, you know. They had all the plays early on. They looked really, really confident. Then the Astralis guys pull off this ridiculous comeback. They themselves, most of it obviously from the T side after they got back in on CT side. They went something like, I think they won like 13 out of 14 rounds to get up to close to match point. And then those Na'Vi holds, I mean, that was just all individual plays, you know. Wasn't a special read or setup, all individual plays all day.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta. If you're an Astralis player, you're thanking Glaive for even keeping you in this match. That's the reason they're able to make that initial comeback in the first half. Him holding a ramp. This is the clip right here. This performance from him shutting down this A push, and later on he has that incredible clutch where you really see his intelligence and his skills shine. That brings him into the second half. Where, I mean, here's the thing. You got to be happy for Na'Vi, because we said this is going to be an Astralis map if Guardian doesn't show up, if Simple shows up. Both of them came to play in this game. Flamey was a little slow, came back into it, but Guardian with his op had consistent impact throughout this entire half. Now Device actually out-ops him a couple rounds here or there, has some very, very sick rounds that give him the win, that get him up to 14, but Device was stellar throughout the second half.
Yeah, and I got to say, you know, this is Guardian's kind of come out moment of this major. He hasn't been anywhere up until this point. What a time to come alive. I mean, this was just phenomenal, as you said. Consistent impact looking down the sides. But you want to talk about impact. It's really Simple that got them over the finish line. I mean, just so many smart plays and being in the right place at the right time to stop that crucial bomb plant.
Yeah, I mean, that round was insane all in and of itself. I don't know how that even happened. I mean, but, you know, Simple was huge, and actually, I mean, you see some of the strengths that Na'Vi have, even moving forward into the next map. But when they want to bust out that double op setup, I mean, if your two oppers are Guardian and Simple, that's incredible to have that as like your trick that you can fall back on to bring that out. This clutch here from Xyp9x, that's heartbreaking. He played that, I thought well. Maybe he could have pulled the trigger a little bit earlier, but that was it. You can't really fault him for anything there. It seemed like he had him lined up perfectly.
That's the thing, though. I actually feel like this is more of a heartbreak loss than the classic Astralis chokes that happen, you know, where you're out of the game. Because in this one, I don't think they did anything wrong. When they got to 14 rounds, they had so many times in the mid-round they made the correct call, they rotated somewhere, they caught Na'Vi out of position, but those individual plays were the killer. I mean, obviously there was the one where Simple stopped the bomb, but that round where Xyp9x could have taken it overtime with the 1v2, in any other version of Counter-Strike, that spray just kills both people. It's game over already, but he just missed enough bullets that he gets killed by the second guy.
The impressive thing that Astralis did was actually, I think they put Na'Vi on tilt for a good stretch in that second half. You actually saw Na'Vi revert back to a defensive style, the exact same thing we saw them do against Immortals at IEM Oakland, where they just had no confidence to peek anything on the map. They had that round where two players on the Astralis side just walk up connector, are never seen until they get the ticket booth. And I mean, Guardian
got that fluke kill.
Yeah, I mean, that's entirely 100% luck that the timing works out that way. But you can't have that kind of a defense if you're Na'Vi. That's the crazy thing, is that they were so frustrated, they just forgot to play defense for a couple rounds.
I mean, one of the things that I think was great about this game was Na'Vi, if anything, defensively played this game so wrong. They just stayed back. They never got any information at any point in time. And what is the style that Astralis likes to do? They will walk until they see an opponent. They just walk all the way up the map. They slowly check every corner. And what's funny is normally, if you think of the last year of Counter-Strike, this isn't the style anyone uses. You know, everyone runs and guns. They're really quick going in there. Or you do a fast attack at the end. The Astralis guys literally walk it onto the sites. But it works for this. It's amazing how consistent Glaive's getting these reads off.
You picked out a round for us that you felt
it actually is that exact round that we can actually show.
Let's do it, sure.
I mean, this is just sick, but this is an example of both teams showed a hesitance on their defensive side to really challenge too much for mid, and for good reason. They basically got punished, but look how far back Simple is. There's no one watching connector whatsoever, no one on catwalk, no one looking for them to cross in jungle, and KRBD is unseen to this point. Now Guardian's completely blind here. That's a lucky timing shot. That's really unfortunate, but this is where you think, and I thought at the time, this is just over, because Na'Vi is broken. They don't even want to challenge anywhere on the map. They don't want to be aggressive, and they end up losing this. But I mean, after this, they settled back in once Astralis gets to 14. It's like they woke back up. But this kind of a round is just things that you cannot let happen on the defensive side of things. And it's important to say as well, in the first half when Na'Vi was T-side, when they got out to that huge lead, I think it was like 9-1, it was by mid-control and coming up connector like that.
Yeah, and Duncan, are they playing this passive because it's a fear factor? Would Na'Vi on their heels there a little bit?
I mean, the Na'Vi CT side in this series so far hasn't really been that impressive. You know, they've looked like, here's the problem. When they were on the first map, they tried all these aggressive plays, they got punished for it completely. In this game here, they try to play passive, they just get torn open, you know. I mean, in that scenario, you're getting plants 3v5. You shouldn't even be on the site at that point in time. So I feel like at the moment, Na'Vi's not quite sure what to do in that respect. I have to say, though, going forwards, this is where you hope it doesn't affect the mentality of the Astralis guys. You know, this shouldn't actually get to them at all, because if you're their coach, if you're the in-game leader, you just tell them, we're outplaying them in terms of the tactics. We're all over them all the time. We're going to get those individual plays. No point worrying about hero plays from them. There's a whole third map to go yet.
You saw that from Zonic as well. As soon as Zipnik lost that clutch at the end, the first thing Zonic does is, you know, put a hand on his shoulder and just be like, calm down, perfectly played. You just didn't get it. It happens.
You can't win them all. Well, we're going to find out who's going to win this series. We're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, it's going to be the deciding map, Dust 2. It's going to be awesome. Make sure you join us.
I think before tournament, Astralis was a favorite.
We have to get ready mentally and physically. It will be a hard game, but we are strong enough to beat them.
We are not satisfied with quarterfinal. We are here to prove everyone that we are best.
That's why we came here to Atlanta to win the major.
I believe that we are a better team. I believe that we have better team spirit.
I think we have much stronger snipers than they have. I think if we get ahead, we can easily break Astralis' mentality and win the game.
Na'Vi means Natus Wincer, and Natus Wincers means born to win. I believe that we are born to win this major.
So, welcome back. Just a reminder, of course, this game is on Game Command. We want you to check that out. You can be your own director. What better way to watch a game of this magnitude? Go to live.eleague.com. Now, Chris Puckett has obviously been wandering around the venue, and he had time to talk to a young fan in the crowd today.
What's up, guys? It's Puckett, and look who I've found in the audience. It's Sir Scoots, a guy who's been behind the scenes, in front of the camera, basically since the start of Counter-Strike esports, back when we called it competitive gaming. Scoots, you've watched 10 majors, you've been at 7. What has this one been like so far for you?
I mean, it's been great so far. I mean, we're just kicking off here in the theater for the first time, and obviously I caught one of the studio days, which was very much like their online season, so that's awesome to watch. But so far it's been great. Again, like, I've spent a lot of time working majors or watching them at home. I've never come to, I haven't been at a Counter-Strike event, I was thinking about this in the flight, I haven't been to a Counter-Strike event as just like a fan or even a light player since the CPL days when I would just go play with my crappy team, right?
Early 2000s.
Yeah, early 2000s, right? So like to not be working this event, not have early crew times, get to sleep in, get to drink late at night, and be a fan like all these guys is actually really, really cool. I'm not jealous of you right now. You can have this job.
It's been a long weekend, but a fun one so far.
Yeah.
And let's talk a little bit about the history, though. Over all of your years, you've seen so many pros, some still playing since the very beginning.
Sure.
Do you have a favorite player of all time that you've watched?
Oh man, you're putting me on the spot, bro. It's a tough one, and I'm gonna kind of caveat off what you said. Like a couple guys that have been playing this game long before Counter-Strike Global Offensive, right? And for I think two very different reasons, I would say probably Taz and Get Right. I love watching them both play. They play obviously very different styles. They've all had both very different careers out of 1.6 and now in Global Offensive. Obviously, Get Right's not having the greatest time right now with his team in the sense that they're not here, etc. But like, they're just legends, right? And when Get Right was the King Lurk and all those things, like, he was so exciting to watch. And Taz is the one that always motivates his team, yelling and screaming, so he's also very animated, very fun to watch, right? And of course, Taz and I go way back on who's older, who has more hair, and all those things. So those two guys are just, in my mind, like, will always be legends to me, regardless of what they're called here, right?
Absolutely, and you know, we've seen so many scoots in the chat. Shout out to all of you guys watching at home. I've seen you signing autographs, shaking hands. What else are you doing here this weekend?
Well, obviously I'm helping the players finally organize a player association. Obviously that all started last month. We won't get into all the drama of it, but that's a very positive thing we're all working on. The players want to kind of get organized, get their voice unified, much like pro sports associations. You know, it's kind of about time everyone else is kind of growing up around them, the businesses. So they finally realized that, hey, it's time that we kind of unify. We all compete in servers, we all hate each other sometimes, but we all are the same workforce here, and so we have a lot of the same needs, goals, requirements. So it's kind of nice to see that they came to me, and now I'm kind of helping them build this thing. Other than that, I'm doing some stuff with this charity right here, Gamers Outreach. Great charity that helps kids in hospitals, like have video game stuff. You're familiar with them, you've done some stuff with them. And so kind of came out of retirement to do both those things this last couple of months. It's great.
It's been pretty incredible. Well, we got a full house downstairs, and as you can see behind us, upstairs is filling up as well. So if you're getting off work, get your ass down to the Fox Theater. This thing is epic. Thanks, Scoots.
Great to have you out of retirement, Scoots. You're a legend as well, mate. Anyway, quickly, we've got to get back into this action, so it's just two. Is anyone wanting a change? Does anyone want to shift their opinion? This series is wide open for me right now, Duncan.
No, I'm going to stick with Astralis. I mean, one thing I really liked even in their loss against SK was great T-side again. They make really good reads. I'm going to trust in that they're going to get past Na'Vi here.
I'm gonna stick with Na'Vi. I think that the double up possibility with Guardian Simple is disgusting. I think Flamey is having a very good series and has a good event. No reason to doubt that.
All right, so another time the desk is divided. Who's going to win? I can't wait to find out, and I know that's the same for our commentators, James Bardolph and DDK.
Thank you very much, gents. It's incredibly exciting. We actually made it to the third map. I had no idea how the series was going to pan out. Started off Astralis were looking really strong. Na'Vi, they managed to bring themselves back into it after Astralis put loads of rounds together on Mirage, and we're here, James. This is the dream for me. This is the dream, the dust to decider between these two teams.
Yeah, for me, I think the table's turned now. As Moses mentioned, I think the potential for two ops. The thing is, I think Na'Vi have to be willing to do that as well. They have the power, but do they want to use it? That is the question. I think they need to use it in this particular scenario. Both teams have very good fragging power in terms of rifling and so on, AKs and so forth. But I really think that can be a game changer for them if you just allow Simple to do what he does and explode.
All right, well, it does look like we are about to get into this, so make some noise! Na'Vi versus Astralis. Map 3, the decider. It's going to be Dust 2. Na'Vi starting off on the CT side. And Astralis, the Danes, they will be on the aggressive side, the T side. Let's see who wins the piss round, who gets off to that good momentum, that good economy. I see a lot of Kevlars, James. I see a lot of Kevlars.
Yeah, Na'Vi going full Kevlar. C's looking to get an early pick in the middle area. I'm not sure how many people he spotted going to the left. See what the CTs choose to do. Ooh, there's a nice boost on short actually, but no one's going to be there to engage. And there's quick rotation from Na'Vi. Simple spotting towards long. Again, there's a range to be abused here, and Guardian's going to join him. Can they get off to a good start? So far, so good for Simple. The T's are closing the distance quickly, though. There's a nice headshot as well.
Yeah, lots of pressure here. Guardian, so many players close. Can he hit a headshot? No! It's going to be Zipex there, gets himself in with that one. And now it's a 3 versus 3. Quick on the flank is Seized, but can his teammates hold on the side? Nice entry there from Seized, but he might be the last man to deal with this now as Edward has to retreat. He's very low, 9 points of health. Seized goes back in, finds the 1 versus 1, but Zipex will deny him, waiting for his teammate to come and help him. And there's the peak! Perfect play from Zipex and Dupree there, but still Edward to deal with.
Yeah, teams are anticipating Edward. Oh no, he jumped down with the bomb! The bomb's down there, how? That is a disaster, but one that can be rectified by Zipex. Problem is, he's got himself 3 kills, but he's low as well. Oh, look at the angle he is holding. He spots him as well, but now, where does he go? Edward with 9 HP, can he jump down in the middle area? This is getting super weird real fast. Zipex has crossed already towards the B-bomb site. Can he get the bomb down, though? Is Edward going to hunt him? Going wide, so he won't get there in time to stop the plant.
Just 1 bullet is required for Zipex. A couple more for Edward. This is going to be very tight. Does Edward guess right? It's so difficult for him right now. Na'Vi need this good start. Zipex is just playing the game of patience, and that is what he is the expert at. There you go. It's going to be Astralis awarded the round, but what an insane and just generally quite weird pistol round we saw here.
Yeah, that's absolutely bananas, especially with Dupree right here. He's next to Zipex, but somehow the bomb makes its way into CT's spawn. That could have been a disaster for Astralis. One that's averted. That's really good, especially mentally as well. Imagine if they lose because the bomb's down there. But they prevail. We've got a force buy for the most part from the Na'Vi side. Guardian's going to be on the scout. He's left with 1250 in the bank. So life won't be ideal if they don't prevail. That's a great spray down from KRB.
Almost the, well, full auto there, almost all the bullets. That's pretty impressive. Some damage to be done here. You've got to be careful. The Deagles are out to play. Guardians on the scouts, and we know what he can do with that. Flamey looking for just a perfect moment to get in there. We'll see whether or not he's going to find that. Oh, there's the push coming in from Glaive. He does take the frag onto Flamey. And that leaves 3 players for Na'Vi, and they're woefully out of position here as the bomb can now make its way to B. Dupree has cleared it out for the Astralis side, and Na'Vi making a sensible choice here, just allowing the B-bomb site to be taken, holding their hands up, giving it away, and saying, all right, we're going to try to carry these weapons into the next round. Now, one thing that on Overpass we saw from Astralis is in this situation, they actually hunted down the remaining weapons. I think it'd be much more dangerous this time to do it, but will they try? It looks like they might be thinking about it, but it's very dangerous to try to get these guns.
For those of you at home, just note that Astralis, they smoked the door, but they Molotov the window. They don't smoke the window because that can be abused by CTs, especially with flashbangs. Not something you really want to do if you're trying to hold down the B-bomb site. We'll see if Na'Vi can get anything else done. For those of you in GoTV or Game Command, which is on every remaining match, I would keep eyes on Device, especially when he's on the CT side and how he plays short with the AWP. If he's got a read on you as a team, he will abuse that to no end. And then, generally speaking, I think it's just about the AWPers, really, and Flamey. What do you think?
I think everyone has to perform in this one. I don't think you can necessarily pin it down to any single one player at this point. Flamey has been consistent and simple. I think the end of the last map was very important because the first one was so crushing, I think, and there were so few spots for the individuals of Na'Vi to really get themselves going. I think this map really lends itself very well, and Simple, we saw him having very good performances right at the end of the last map. I think that's going to help a lot. And Guardian's still back in the shenanigans here with the scouts. Is anyone going to play this dangerous game with him? It's inadvisable.
Device is just jumping over the box, making sure no one's pushing suicide on the CT side. No one's pushing short, rather. He's in suicide. So far, so good for Astralis. 2 players picked off. Damage limitation's good. There's no damage right now. No significant damage. I think Dupree may have seen a cross, but there's no need for him to pursue. They have all the advantages. And we talk about double AWPs on the CT side, but let's not forget, Simple is an excellent rifler as well. He's probably the best rifler AWPer. Oh, Dan, get the camera. Simple's made himself some money, and that's going into the buy round. That's a very timely knife for him. We'll see what he does with his cash. He's got 5,900. He's dropping the AWP for Guardian. So again, they're going 1 AWP, which is perfectly fine.
Wow, he just homes in with the knife out of the smoke. That is gorgeous stuff there. Lots of extra money made. All right, so Guardian's on that, or rather Simple's actually been, he bought the opener through it, but now he's got it instead of Guardian, so that's quite interesting. Obviously the grenade count is quite low here for Na'Vi, so really They have to have a delivery from this AWP or something very early on into the round right now, because Astralis, if they decide to go in, there's no counter grenades to use, and they're going to go in and walking straight in to speed bomb site. Simple's there. There's number one, has to go for the 180, but it's too much to deal with at this point. Sees is stuck alone on the sites.
He is very isolated, but he's in a one-on-one duel with dupreeh alone with the bomb. Such a crucial kill to get for his side, but he's still very alone. Device and Glaive maybe just trying to wait for a rotation. Gamble's being taken, and now problems might escalate for Astralis. There goes Device. Still dupreeh on the bomb site alone. There's that Molotov towards the window. Now he's got his teammate with him. Going for an off angle on that plant. Full Guardian spotting Glaive, but he's going to take it in the face. dupreeh cancels the plant. Both CTs close. No one got to push too far. Edwards. That's a very nice smoke grenade. Can they use it though?
Yeah, a little bit forward for the doors, allows some space to move out there. It's going to be pretty tough to deal with. And in comes the first peak. Glaive easily handles that one. Down to Edward. What can he get done in this position? Two players just playing the dance there with those AKs. And finally, Glaive manages to find himself the engagement to get the kill. Great performance from Glaive. 1 health left and 4 kills to his name for the 4 rounds that Astralis have on the board as well. Great start for them. And Na'Vi back into the save.
Very nice start for Astralis. And I like the idea of giving Simple the AWP in mid. He was so unlucky. If he didn't scope out, he probably gets a kill there. But bearing in mind, when Simple's at home, when he's got his stream on, he's doing that 10 hours a day. So there's probably no one better to do that. And Simple's going to be on the B bomb site on his own. Well, there's a stack towards long, and there should be some grenades being delivered here, but there's going to be no kills. Device down to 20. Forced to back away. He's got the AWP anyway, so not the worst case scenario in the world. Still alive as well. Nothing crazy happening just yet.
It's kind of scary though. Glaive and Device being in the wrong position just for a moment, and they could just fall quite easily when they start to try to push into a bomb site. So Astralis have to take a lot of care here, and they really need to almost, in some respects, you almost act as though you have lost some players in this spot, because you want to bring everybody together. You don't want to play the picking game and risk those players that are very low necessarily. And with those numbers, that can allow you to get into a bomb site. And once you've done that, then the hardest work is done. That said, we can see that Astralis are still playing this quite passively. Device, who is one of the low players who has an AWP, is the guy alone is T-spawn with the C4 here, the bomb. And there's 50 seconds left to go now, so Astralis, they pretty much have to make the commitment to a bomb site. Looks like it was likely going to be B or Device. A little bit of indecision there, perhaps. It is awkward, an awkward spot.
38 seconds, that bomb is on the rotation, and so are the CTs. On the plus side, Astralis have the range advantage moving through the middle area, even with 3 people facing them from A. Simple though, it's going to be a nasty surprise. That smoke separates the defense, however. Oh, they're in the red, and now there are big problems. Look at the time on the clock. Down goes the bomb. They've got to retrieve it. That means they're going to be out of position. Caesar's got an AK. He's in a pillar position. He can avoid lots of flashbangs. Apart from that one, doesn't know where to shoot. The spray Glaive's down. 10 seconds. Can they get a bomb planted? dupreeh pushing. This is a disaster. It might be about running away now for Na'Vi. 6, 5, 4. They can't win the round, Dan.
Unreal stuff. How does he find the guy with the bomb there? Oh, that is so devastating. Seized. And then falling back with the AK after these 2 frags. Just the crazy, crazy spray here. Finding that frag onto Glaive. Unbelievable work by Seized in this round.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
How did Na'Vi win that round? That is just, it just came out of nowhere. 1-4 now, and they obviously were able to pick up a weapon out of that. They were able to win a round when they were saving, so they've made a lot of money. Still, though, there's a big buy here for Astralis for them to try to break, and we'll see if they can do that. Obviously, Astralis, it is early days still. They want to probably play that pick-based game, keep the pace fairly slow before they go too crazy or play based on any reads that they have on how Na'Vi are playing this dust too. That's usually how things go. And I like this though, the fast smokes here, they can pressure into middle, get some information. They don't have to commit themselves to anything with those smokes, but they can try to create a fragging situation potentially, or try to pull some rotation from Na'Vi to get some information.
See the angle Simple's holding. That's something SK have been smoking off when they have been offering smokes towards the middle area. 1 round on the board for Na'Vi. Astralis, they still have a lot of time to play with. We saw how late they chose to push in the previous round. But we also saw what happened with that. Simple's now changed his position. He was on the grey boxes. So it seems there might be non-believers. He's looking for the cat drop perhaps, and there it is. Cat drop there. He can't save the second player though. Can't take him down. That's going to force Guardian away immediately. If Simple wins the duel, then Guardian can hold his ground and stop the short push, which means now the bomb can get planted.
Yeah, they've set up, Na'Vi have set up a decent retake situation. It is 4 versus 4, but they have held on to the long position. It's really about trying to win short back now with Cease, but he doesn't have any friends to do that with, so it is a little bit awkward. It does pressure the long players to try to be the ones to act here, and you can see that's the case. Device will take down one of those long players. It's Guardian, no less. That's a big problem. The AWPer there, very important in this retake effort, and Edward, though, he's able to get the trade and still just winning every single fight. Great stuff there from the individuals of Na'Vi in their respective 1 versus 1s to take this one down, and they survive with 3 players after that. That is pretty nice.
Yep, consecutive round is good, especially the way the first map went. So Na'Vi doing a better job of things early on in this last map of this best of 3. See a spray down at range from Edward. Spray downs at range proving more difficult these days with the pattern change that was updated. Can be quite dangerous. So we've got Guardian and Device AWPing. Oh, that's not a good start. Seized, got gapped.
That is just absurd, isn't it? Grotesque stuff there from Device once again with the AWP. Ever the reliable factor for Astralis. And Na'Vi, they're in a, I mean, losing someone so early really puts a lot of pressure on the CT side. And typically, the Ts will say, you know, we'll just attack A, because if the CT side doesn't try to push anywhere, it's likely that they'll split up 2 to a bomb site. And you can see already on the minimap that the natural spread of how you cover A allows you to more easily isolate players as you're the T side coming into that bomb site. So if they attacked A, they would get a 1 versus 4 or something similar, if that's what they were to do. And Na'Vi are just playing it standard, so that would be the best play for Astralis. We'll see if they make it. Does indeed look like they're going towards Catwalk here, but Guardian's there. This is important. If he can connect this shot, the flick is missed. Nice bait on the angle. They realized that was very likely, and Astralis can gain some ground now.
Edwards abandons the long position, taking a gamble to support the players, to support Guardian, really. Oh, he finally makes it there. He's got the rifle support as well. He's going to tag his teammate in the leg, I think. That may save some bacon on the short position. Edward taken down by Dupree, and now there's a rotation towards long for Astralis. They're really playing this clock down to the last breaths. 25 seconds and the A split is coming. It's Guardian alone versus 4.
Oh no! Gets caught with a pistol in his hand. That's not ideal there for Guardian, and that's essentially the round done and dusted right there. There's nothing much that the remaining players of Na'Vi can really do from this position. It's a long rotation. Looks like Simple's going to see if he can get a fast frag or if there's a mistake to be capitalized upon, but it's going to be tough for the AWP is collected, and indeed, nothing offered up to Simple, so it's going to be the save that they'll try to go for. Flamey is an issue though. Oh, sorry, Zipex is an issue though for Flamey. Flamey does pick up the kill though. Nicely done, but there's still perhaps more where that came from.
Yeah, Flamey with an AK is never good if you're the opposition. Doesn't choose to engage in that battle. That's not one he needs to win. Survival is the name of the game at this point for Na'Vi. Edward caught short, trying to get every edge possible. I think he was killed trying to pick up a P250. You want to see Guardian in those situations. You want to see him go nuclear, but that was quite the false start. That was a nice shot though, especially with the second scope. But yeah, I think he might have shot his teammate in the leg there, I'm not sure. We will never know. 3 rounds between these two sides. With those weapons saved by Na'Vi, they can buy around them. Guardian dropping for his teammate, and he will be AWP no armor. If he plays towards the car, he'll be relatively safe in comparison to, say, long or mid, where he may be very exposed to grenades and the like.
Ooh, nice smoke on the corner there on long. Dupree gets himself in there. Edward in trouble, 13 health for him. A flash comes in, I think, from a teammate, blinded him fully as well. That is very tough to deal with. In the meantime, the push into middle from Na'Vi is being successful, so they can perhaps contain Astralis on the long position, and that's where everyone is. Simple's coming in to assist Edward, but he is just done. He's dead meat. Flamey comes in as well. They want to contest this one. They do not want Astralis to have it, but they will. They'll have whatever they want, and now it rests on Seized here to hold things down. Guardian can buy time, and Seized can try to lock them in.
Seized playing the off angle. Guardian will just hold an angle of his own. Do they know that the entire team are there though? Guardian trying not to get flanked, moving all the way through CT, checking the middle area, so maybe that'll give them the information that they wanted. I think they made the mistake there, Na'Vi, trying to save Edward. I think they should have left him to die on his own in a cold world in the pits. Because Long was, I don't think they had the utility really to do it, to get those flashes in for Edward. He had to flash himself, but those are just like thrown into the sky, very easy to avoid. 40 seconds remain. See, still holding his passive angle. And surely Na'Vi realize that all of Astralis are here.
They're really making Guardian sweat. Last round he couldn't get it done. Is this the round? He doesn't have a flank to worry about this time.
Oh man,
there is gap. That's a significant gap, isn't it, for the likes of Guardian? Oh no, the flick comes in, but he misses it. Another opportunity missed, and he's the only one to stand here for Na'Vi. His teammate Seized has gone down on the flank. Guardian missing all the shots there so far, and he realizes that there's nothing he can do. Too many missed shots, has to just save the AWP now. Cut his losses. Very bad situation. Flick comes in though to try to cut off the pursuing device. He's successful this time, but he will be very disappointed, unable to capitalize on that gap that you highlighted there. That was, I thought for sure he'd be able to nail that one.
They had no flashbangs either. They had no flashbangs. Maybe the jump was enough to throw him off. Missed his swipe. That leaves Astralis on their 6th round. Na'Vi playing a catch-up game. Oh, got to be careful if that was he spotted. No, there we go. That is a saved AWP at the very least, but not really doing what you would expect in this situation. Guardian at the bottom of the scoreboard with Edward. And yeah, I think they should have abandoned Edward in that long position, unfortunately for him, but
yeah, they had to contain. There's two ways to go for it. Either you try to fight, but I think, yeah, as we saw initially, Edward had a very poor initial engagement and wasn't able to get anything done, and was already very, very weak. And I think the corner smoke as well from Astralis is very powerful in cutting off assistance for Edward too. So it made it very hard for Simple to actually crossfire properly.
Yeah, we have a tactical timeout from Na'Vi at the moment. Again, it's 6-2. In favor of Astralis. The current score is 1-1. See some admin chat. Not sure if that will result to anything. But here we go. Seized has been fragging well for his team so far, but there's not much they can do in this situation. Flamey's gone for the Force Buy, MP7 and armor. Not every day you see that, but no one else has bought anything. And I'm not sure if this is live or not. It doesn't look live necessarily. So we'll ignore that buy. Flamey is completely AFK at the moment. So I think there may be a technical pause. Yeah, we have headsets coming on and off, so we won't speak about anything in particular. How do you feel about the proceedings, Dan?
About the match so far, or just generally the scope?
Well, the match so far,
the major. So far, it's really interesting. Obviously, we're not getting the best star-like performances out of the Na'Vi side just yet. It's something obviously that they need to be able to step up. They're trying to take the engagements, but they're not having quite the success rate of Astralis, who are looking pretty damn consistent here. And the thing is that when you have Glaive playing out of his mind like this, and we already know that Kirby and Zipex and Dupree, pretty much everybody is performing. You can't have spotty performances from Na'Vi. They have to be able to match the caliber here of the Astralis side. And you're looking at Dust 2 as well. It comes so much down to the individual engagements. It's hard to get as much mileage from tactical play. So that's obviously going to be a factor. And so far we have seen a lot of missed shots here or there from the Na'Vi side. So if they can get that going, perhaps Guardian can be the talisman here. He's got the AWP that's saved as we live things back up. And he's going to get the boost going into the short position. Let's see if he can make the difference.
He may get boosted as well. We see Edward positioning, repositioning. Angle being held, and that is off to a good start. Bomb spotted, but that doesn't really mean much when there's a minute 40 on the clock. Good early start. Guardian taken down immediately there, but Simple's in a position to collect that AWP unless they go for the push. He needs to find a headshot there. There it is, looking for another one. But again, he can just take an advantage for these weapons. Takes away an AK. That's another weapon to be collected. Nice angle being held by Flamey.
Signs look pretty good here for the Na'Vi side. Guns to potentially be collected, but they're not trying to jump the gun here too soon because Astralis are looking to get in the bomb site. They want to get caught out of position looking for those weapons. In they go as well, using the smoke for cover. Good work here from Device. Oh, one CT sneaking through. It's Flamey goes in amongst the tease here as they try to push in. It's not going to be looking too good for Astralis, though there is time. That's a really big issue here for Na'Vi, on the other hand, because that makes it much more of a question mark as to what exactly Xipex's options are.
Look at Simple's angle. Look at Simple's angle. Is he going to see him in time? Oh, Xipex, he's going for it. But Simple's not going to miss those shots. You can jump as much as you want. He does this all day, all damn day. 3 rounds on the board for Na'Vi. Going into that round with only the AWP, taking a lot more away. Great early pick from Guardian.
That was glorious stuff. Glorious from Simple. Looks like the AWP is going to go back into the hands of Guardian as well. And we have a much better setup on the grenades here for Na'Vi. Now Astralis, they are, I mean, Device has an AWP, but they've got Tech 9s coming in. It's looking a lot more patchy for them on this buy. So we'll have to see what their plan is here. I mean, usually with the Tech 9s, you want to be able to get them in to close quarters, create chaos, create space for the AKs, but it doesn't look like we are restarting the round here. So bit of a pause again until we get things kicked off and find the answers.
I'm just waiting for double ops on Na'Vi.
Yeah, man.
It has to happen at some point, but I think it'll be an opportunist thing. If they can take an AWP from Astralis, then perhaps. But that might take away from whatever strategy they have in mind. So that's a question. Do they want to stick to strategy, or do they want to play to their strengths? I mean, it is Dust 2 after all, but they are up against a formidable opponent.
Oh, wow. Blushing James. I am blushing currently.
Thanks, I guess.
Never seen you with that word.
Yeah, but when the screen goes away, so does the six-pack. That's a problem, that. That is the problem. Very random insert to this match. The unpause has fortunately come in to save us from that screenshot. So we've got the buy once again from the Astralis side. Glade's got the money to drop an AK. The rest of them have gone for the full force down to take 9s where relevant. Dupree on the AK as well. So here we go. Much more utility onto Na'Vi. 1 AWP, but there's a good chance for them to take a second one. I don't know about you guys, but I want to see double AWPs.
This is really cool, actually, because Device can try to lead the pick with the AWP, and the Tech 9s can potentially follow up. Although, it looks like the quick incendiary coming down from the CTs is going to prevent any progression. And also, they're looking very passive. Na'Vi not even trying to get across on that angle before the smoke goes down. Very, very safe. Good to see from them. And they also have cap presence as well. So Na'Vi mixing things up a little bit. You can see Guardians up there at the moment, and they have nothing on long.
Can we see a third-person perspective of the cap presence? They got 3 dudes there, man. They got all the dudes on shorts.
And Astralis, again, they're not running a default round, so they have no presence towards long. They have no idea that this is the case.
No.
If they go for B, this is like fastest rotation possible with the setup Na'Vi have. It's a very good anti-B setup.
3-man on road for Na'Vi, all in the short position. Simple will be holding down the long area. Edward trying to avoid what would be inevitable flashbangs. Astralis still looking for a pick. They've got Xipex's just making sure there's no flanks coming in. Moving in the middle area.
Okay, this is important. Trying to actually get more presence on the map and trying to say because obviously Na'Vi, they're throwing in those incendiaries. They know that Astralis is sitting there.
We've seen good counter flashes from the CTs in this position. Device finally gets his pick, and suddenly they are swarming on the site. But Flamey delivering again. Can this man be stopped? No time to reload though. Finally, he'll get his head taken off, and it's man advantage for the CT. Simple gets a spray, leaving Device alone. He's shoulder peeking for days. He's dancing Simple. He's teasing. Device 12 HP in a 1 versus 2. Not going to work out for him. Edward, will he pick up the second AWP? Will you pick up the second AWP?
Who's that guy?
Mr. Richard Lewis. Oh, look at the baby behind! Oh, that's so cute. He's even got his own headset. That's adorable. Shout outs to babies. They continue with 1 AWP, Dan. They're denying us.
This was sick. This was so sick. There's such an awkward position when 3 people are rushing you down. That's just a testament to how good Flamey is at this game, how unshakable he is from his performances. Just beautiful stuff. And now we have Na'Vi in a comfortable spot. They're up against Glocks. There's no Kevlar. They got an MP9, MP7 in there. Should be easy. They're even going for a bit of a push, perhaps into the upper dark area to make sure they have the fastest rotation to deal with this. Everything looks good. It's fine. It's great if you're an RB fan. And Seized, he's going for it. He wants those frags, James. He's coming in hungry from lower dark.
This could be a part of why they didn't go for the second AWP, because it might be difficult. So, you know, you get into a sticky situation. But I do think they're just generally sticking to their game plan. Indeed, Seized is on the hunt. Guardian tagging, but no kill. Just Jet getting his bell run, but he's still got most of his life. Glaive, the gauntlet run. Operation Human Shield has been a success. The bomb has been planted. Na'Vi retake all players alive. Everyone's going to be happy with that.
Very smooth. 5-6, so things are starting to tie up here between Na'Vi and Astralis. I do generally get the sense that Astralis kind of have like this more confident vibe about them. They look better, generally speaking. But Na'Vi, when they're peaking, when we see performances like that from Flamey, they've always been able to just bring it back, seemingly. It's really impossible to tell at this point who's going to come out ahead in this half. We've got a big buy from both teams. Obviously, the money is a little bit ahead for Na'Vi, but not too much. Astralis will have to eco if they lose this round, so they're not in the best place there either. So very even. And here comes the long take, a very aggressive long take here from Astralis, forcing Na'Vi all the way back.
They just about get around the corner. Edward standing his ground. Kiabi going to take it in the face. The spray as well, the warning shots. How many more of the Astralis side are in the long area? The T still have to be careful. Sometimes you get some late retakes from the CT side. Na'Vi have abandoned B. They've gone for a two-man push through tunnel. But they're starting to reposition now, maybe checking T-spawn. The net is tightening on Astralis, and they have no idea.
This is really interesting, actually, because there's so many ways you can play off of a very fast long take. Obviously, the CTs, you know that they have to take catwalk because they can't be on long, so they have mid presence. So you can often get locked in, and it's still a strong position to fight from if you have the grenade. So they're just going to go for it. I think this is definitely a smart play. Na'Vi making sure that they're covered in case there's a switch to B, but it's going to be it's a Simple comes in, grenade from Guardian, raiding it as well, and the kills are flying here for Na'Vi. It's Astralis with just two men standing, and the bomb's not yet planted.
That late Molotov from Edward. Sees has got one as well, but he's in a long position. Astralis running out of places to hide. Dupree gets taken by surprise. There it is. Device, does he commit to the bomb plant here, or does he try to clutch the round? He's got that lower box that gives him a slight advantage. 12 HP, instantly traded by Guardian. Another round in the books for Na'Vi. The score is now tied.
So interesting, like, again, the position that Astralis put themselves in there, they realize after just sitting there for a certain amount of time, trying to bait a response, as you said, maybe a late retake of the A-long position. They didn't get that, so, oh my god. On to Putin, of course.
That's probably Putin, yeah. Why not ride a bear? No, it's not, yeah. It's Guardian's head, but it's definitely Putin.
Yep.
Charging.
Running the bear, of course.
Why the hell not?
Bear cavalry, what do you do?
Astralis heading towards maximum loss bonus now. That's a good start. Got to be careful with your tracers. Most weapons, every third bullet will reveal roughly where you are shooting from. And therefore you can be punished. Simple trying to jump onto the white boxes. He has given his position away, however. So we have to be a bit careful. You won't hear that smoke collide with anyone, but they choose to back off. Dupree peeking towards B, maybe expecting two people in around CT. Trying to capitalize on any potential advantage, but no such luck. 3 players remain on this buy from Astralis. It's half buy. Again, they'll be on a full buy next round. There goes the bomb. Cleanup operation looks pretty good. There is bleach everywhere. Only Zipex remains. 3 bullets for seized. He'll continue peppering. Zipex just looking for someone to overextend, try and make a bit more money, or take it away rather for Na'Vi. There's a good start. Yeah,
not ideal there. C's just running in. I mean, they have the bomb and everything, so it's all going to be okay, though. They clear everything up in the end. 2 players lost. And will Na'Vi need to bring in the bear cavalry? That's the question. They have a lot of money now, obviously, last couple rounds of this first half, and they've had a great resurgence. It's Astralis now taking a timeout. You can see there's perhaps a bit of a more weary look on their faces as they realize that Na'Vi are really getting into things here, and they're up against a strong opposition. And also, I mean, they almost outplayed themselves as well in that round in which they took long very quickly and then realized, okay, we waited for a response, there was none, but we know that Na'Vi will push mid. We've left it open for too long, we can't retake it now, we have to commit to A and play from a disadvantage and just make it work. These are not good situations to put yourself in, so Astralis definitely need that timeout, they need that moment of pause to re-strategize their approach here, because they have a big buy.
They do have a big buy, and if they continue to fail, they'll have nothing but horrible ecos and big buys. 2 rounds remain in this first half. Na'Vi just the 1 round ahead. No real indication as to who might be taking this. 3-man take of the long area, but the flash is not going to work out. Flamey goes out, Flamey goes down. The spray towards Edward, but not quite spotted. He's going to hold his ground once again. Won't see the players from blue. Is he content though? He's got 1 HP down. 1 point of health. And now perhaps he will turn into bait as you see Simple by the car position. Guardian's holding, but from near barrels though, from near graffiti, so both he... Oh, does he spot? I don't think he realizes that there's a player on the ledge. He's got to be very careful. Device appearing to be a master of surprising angles against more storied AWPers.
Oh, there it is. Guardian says hello. Device down in the pits. And that is where he will rest for the rest of the round, at least. And what do you do now if you're Astralis? Again, the only difference here is they actually try to retake or have presence in middle, but look at this flank coming in from Seized.
Look at this.
So much time has gone that Na'Vi have been able to manipulate the map control in a way that they can cause so many untold problems.
Dan, the bomb is isolated. They've abandoned the bomb.
Yep.
The bomb is very likely going to die, and so do their chances of winning this round if that bomb goes down. Seized is coming in from the back, Dan, towards the bomb. The push is on short, but the real action's here. There goes the bomb. There goes the round. Guardian gets picked off. Kjabi and Glaive have got 20 seconds to kill 3 people. It's not going to work out. A master stroke by Seized puts Na'Vi on 8 points.
That is that's the closest almost barbecue I've ever seen, James. Look at this. Oh my God.
No one likes an almost barbecue.
The almost barbecue. Look, the Guardian just waiting there. He just knows.
He knows his angles. Guardian's a great AWPer to watch, especially on a T side. All the little nuances he does, like peeking Goose from the bricks. So if someone's AWPing as well, they might shoot him in the legs instead of the chest. Very good attention to detail, as comes with experience. Again, at the long push, Astralis have been successful with these pushes. They take it again. This time, Na'Vi don't fight. But what more can they do with this? Not the whole team here this time. Some decoys, but there's a push on short, and the CTs can't get into position.
Dangerous stop, Kirby knocking out players here. We have a small response, but the positioning is just too much of an issue here for Na'Vi to defend properly. Glaive catching them on the flank. It's the ABC of Counter-Strike as performed by Astralis. They come back with a 7th round here on the board for a very even first half.
Yeah, there's not much between these two sides. Everybody fragging to pretty much the same degree if you compare team to team. A great play from Astralis. Again, Astralis showing the ability to adjust, to kind of glean information, whether it be a win or a loss, and then abuse that to their advantages. Seized and Dupree putting in work for their side. Seized has been really good this series so far as well. Top fragging for his side with 14 kills. Flamey never far behind. And again, Dupree doing good work as well. No need to continue moving into the second half. Na'Vi starting on the T side. Match has not been live just yet. Some players buying bits and bobs. Once it begins, we'll detail some discussion. I think the teams have up to 5 minutes at half time. Don't expect that to be taken. Do you favor a team at this point, Dan?
You know, I just don't know how to call it, to be honest. I really don't know how to call it. It is so close at the moment. What about you? I know you never make predictions, so it's almost pointless asking you, to be honest.
Yeah.
just all right. Yep, all right, fair enough.
Okay, so we've got some more. Wow. Is that real? That's pretty cool. Birthday party. Happy birthday, NNNNI, and the rest. Happy birthday to you. Na'Vi leading by 1 round at the moment. But what happens in the pistol? We've got Guardian and Seized with utility, smoke, flash, grenade per person. And it seems Astralis will also favor 5 Kevlars, 5 USPs on their CT pistol.
Well, on a map like this, you want to take those long-range engagements, and it's Dust 2, so there's a lot of the long ranges. So I respect this choice, and Astralis are not foreigners to Kevlaring up every single player. All the support for Na'Vi in the crowd. Na'Vi making their way into the upper dark position at the moment, just actually running more of a default pattern as to how the maneuverability, the movement of the team goes. Astralis not going with the classic cap presence that you often see from CTs, as is the metagame to get information and fast rotations. Instead, playing it slightly more passively, only with Zipex and Kirby as mid-presence.
Kirby, 4 targets coming his way. And again, he's also the bait in this situation. Zipex looking to capitalize on any would-be aggressors through the doors. But he'll also hear information, and that's going to cause the device to rotate towards the car. maybe expecting Na'Vi to play towards the A site, but you can see where the bomb is on the radar. Na'Vi not giving the whole game away just yet. Still got most of their grenades in tow. They could drop that pop flash through middle doors, and Zepex could get taken out. You see them both trying to trade for each other. There's the beginning, but where is the end?
Na'Vi looks like they are ready now. They've keyed the push to come in. Dupree is ready and waiting. Oh, it could be good. There goes an aid. Oh, Dupree still alive, but not for long. Guardian comes in with a Glock headshot, and now Zipex has to defend. He can't. Oh, what is this? Who is that? Simple! Denied by Kirby. Another one as well. 2 players left here for the Na'Vi side as they try desperately to plant the bomb. They'll just about get it done, but there's 2 more left here from Astralis quickly making their way in.
Device and Glaive. Device positioning, and now it's only Device. Flamey giving him the 1 versus 1. He does not have the range. There's the headshot from Device. He's got reasonable life left as well. Guardian's got no Kevlar. He can't take as many bullets as Device, and he's got a USP. The fake comes in from the decoy. He faces, but he can't get the kill. No fatal kills. Finally, he will take the rounds. Pistol taken from Na'Vi. They have opportunity to extend their lead.
Oh, that got so awkward. I think Guardian was really worried about the plant spot as well as in the unsafe spot right in the corner. Defending from the window, so awkward here. Kirby, look at this. This is a bro. That's a bro right there, James.
Turn around and Simple is just there behind you. Hello guys, how you doing? Na'Vi with a good opportunity to make it to 11-7, but we have to force buy from Astralis. Everybody spending cash. Device leaving himself with 1,100 in the bank. Not perfect, but it is what it is. They want to win rounds. Nice shoulder peek from Seized. Could have been 1 tap there, but now he extends his range.
Impressive. Nice stuff there from Seized. Very clean kill onto Glaive. And the Astralis, they will continue to try to poke and prod and find their way around these angles to see if they can get off a shots to connect with the head. And Device, he looks like he's continuing in how he's performed previously. Every map he's been delivering these Deagle headshots. 5-7 in play from Zipex as well. This is actually very scary, James.
Yeah, but Na'Vi have time. They have time to adjust. Smoke deployed by the CT side, but there is time, Dan. Ooh, meat shots. That is a strong weapon collected in isolation. Dupree's close enough. He could do some damage here. Oh, there goes the bomb. Flamey just about trading, but instantly traded back. That AK comes into play. And now it's none other than Simple, who has to try and avoid double peek. No double peek required. Device straight in his jaw, son. Close casket funeral for Simple.
3K from a Device in the round. Why is this guy so good? The pistols, the AKs, or the rifles in general, and of course the AWP. Just every round he's just having those impactful frags. 9-8. What is the response from Na'Vi here? Surely a force buy. Their economy has been completely racked. They've got nothing left in the tank. You might as well force buy because you're going to save twice anyway. It's only actually, okay, I thought Simple was going to be saving a bit there, but looks like everybody's spending everything here. So force buys in. Looks like they're going to shovel in perhaps towards the B bomb sites, or what is the choice here? They are gravitating towards that side of the map so far. Astralis know that a rush surely is coming. They know Tech-9s are coming, or a Tech-9 at least.
Zipex preparing himself. His gun will rattle loud, but by that time it may be too late. Ooh, we see the second smoke again for the white box, but not for this one. And there's no one pressuring, no one checking. You go to the door and you're done. From Zipex's position, the CTs only need to worry about the window unless he goes down. Perfect round from Astralis. All 5 players losing a combined 6 points of life.
And I can understand why they chose that round as well. I think that's generally going to have probably less success than the one on A, which is classically what you do with the force buy. You get 1 or 2 players, with, so you can have a smoke or something, or 2 smokes, get a wall of smokes. You play for the plant, and that plant, of course, the short plant forces CTs to move, and you can get frags as well. That's usually the round most people go with, but it's so predictable. And that's perhaps why they didn't run it. And this time, it is just full Glocks. And this is another round where, again...
Deagle on Simple.
Oh, I missed that.
You lied, Dan. You lied.
I am a liar.
You're a liar.
I apologize. Let's see what he can do here, because if he can lead in with a frag, maybe they can get some extra damage done. Kill or 2 out of a round like this would be phenomenal, to be honest. They've invested only $700, so...
If they went to the top of short, You can boost on the ledge and look over the door, but you see Astralis playing the range game, so that would not yield any results. Nothing but range in all the positions for Astralis. Good support for the long area, should it be required as well. So Na'Vi are going to find it hard to get anything done, and with Zipex now moving towards the Goose position, it'll be tough for them to get the bomb planted on A.
The barbecue attempt. Oh, here it comes, the push, and it could be a very, very quick affair here as they set up the run boost, perhaps. Run boost is quite typical in this spot, but it looks like Astralis, they know what's up here. They've got people in position to deal with this, and indeed, setting up the run boost device, is he going to be ready to fix this? Oh, they messed it up.
That's a bad miss.
Okay, just jumping in. It's like, oh, well, whatever. That's just a run and gun.
It's a bunch of grapes moving towards the A site, and all the grapes are being plucked off one by one. But there's potential. No, there isn't. Death by paper cuts for the Na'Vi side.
How do they get 2 kills, James? How do they get 2 kills?
I cannot compute how they got 2 kills. Maybe just all the guns in the same place combined to make one bullet that was better than the average one from a Glock. 1 round advantage for Astralis.
So we get a timeout here from Na'Vi. Slowing things down as Astralis have certainly thrown a novelty-sized wrench into the works. Where does this one? Where does this one go? What do Na'Vi go to here on the T side? We haven't actually seen a Wall of Smokes type set piece executed by them on the A bomb sites with Molotovs. That's a classic set piece that, one of the stronger ones that a lot of teams tend to run. Obviously popularized by the threat NIP, with the Molotov editions, that is. So that's something that they can consider. Obviously the pick-based game is dangerous with the likes of Device, and they have no AWP to contest him.
Yeah, and one question might be where he's playing at the moment. Again, very notorious short player with the AWP. Starting off with support for his teammates, he's the one throwing the flash as long as taken. Nice going to have a look with Device in the meantime. Standard map control stuff from Na'Vi. Both these teams being very careful. Slow starts to these rounds in Dust 2. May descend into explosive madness as we get to those 16th rounds. But for now, nobody wants a disadvantage. Everyone being very careful.
Yeah, the A play would be quite nice for the Na'Vi side, just because Astralis are only playing 1 on the bomb sites. At the moment, there's 1 in CT spawn instead of being on Goose, which would be if the guy was on Goose, that's kind of 3-man strong A hold that you can look towards. But it's as though Astralis, they are just still playing fairly static in their positions, trying to use, or rather wait as long as possible before using their grenades to delay Na'Vi. But Na'Vi do look set in going for an A split here. This is going to be coming in fairly soon. They haven't got much time left.
Interesting. Glaive deploys his grenades towards short and goes back to long for a smoke. Now Device is in position, misses the first shot. Again, he's got Zipex for support on the ramp. Still has to avoid the flashbangs, and his teammate's been isolated in long. He's going to help him instead at close range. But no, there's one train onto Edward, but now they've lost the sight, but at least he's got long. He can try and hold on to that for the retake.
This is going to be really tough here. Dupree's going to be coming in from CT, not the best positions, but Kirby gets one, so does Dupree. Now Device can work from long as he starts to push up. It's going to be down to Simple against 2. Up in amongst the smoke, finds Device, and now he just needs to get Kirby, and then he can win this clutch for Na'Vi. In comes Kirby, the spray is good from Simple, and that's going to be that 10-10, the equalizer, as Simple gets the triple in the round.
Lovely
make sure
stuff.
Na'Vi do it.
Lovely stuff by him. The Pug King of Dust 2 showing his experience. Great play with the smoke grenade as well. Probably a gimmick that he's learned from his actions, but that angle takes down Device for free. I don't think he saw that one coming. Manages to avoid the flashbang, not position himself too poorly. The duel just about won, but won. 10-10. Tactical timeout from Na'Vi as opposed to Astralis, who have some money for a buy. We see the AWP onto the Device. Starix have loads of information for his side. They're all listening quietly. Very good team-oriented focus. It's all about the team.
Very tense here for both teams. I think in the first 2 maps we had a Na'Vi that was, very jovial, looking very good, very focused. And the same for Astralis as well in the first 2 maps. But here, the tension for both teams is just so high. The pressure is so incredibly high.
Ooh, see a complete change from Astralis. Now Zipex is over towards long. Kiabi's been boosted in CT, and Device, rather than playing long or short, is in CT holding an angle on short. So a complete change in approach from the Danes. Resetting the situation. Na'Vi will have to go on the investigation. It may cost them lives.
And no one has any money. Like, no one on either team has any money. This is such a big round. In the late stage of this third map, this is such an important one. Device, he starts it off well. Picks off seized on Catwalk. And now there's problems here for Na'Vi. They've got over a minute to play with, but they don't have many grenades. And you can see Edward, he's spurred into some action here. He's spurred into a response. Zipex only has a UMP. This is not good on range.
Yeah, Glaive's coming in for support. Can he get there in time? There's no one to flank from long, but Glaive doesn't know that, so he's got to be really careful. Kiabi there as well. It is a shooting gallery for the CT side. Na'Vi are dropping like flies. And now it's Simple versus 5. Not a single kill for Na'Vi. Exactly what Astralis needed.
That frag from Device, that first kill from Device, set Na'Vi into a frenzy, an attack onto the A bomb site, which was perhaps ill-timed. Perhaps they felt too pressured, so they could not get their optimal setup going to make it really strong. And that's what could really make the difference here. We can see the eco coming out from Na'Vi. Are they broken? They are on the money, but we'll have to see as for the rest as this continues here. Astralis looking really good on the grenades now. The last round was very sketchy, but now they have all the nades to delay to keep themselves safe against the pistols.
Creeping towards the finish line on Na'Vi. He's trying to. Nice crossfire. Another shooting gallery. There goes the bomb as well. There goes Guardian, leaving Simple alone with his armor and P250. He will hear the rotation into CT. He's got an opportunity, although a slight one. Device over towards Car on his own. Simple will expect him. He'll try to pre-fire or pre-aim at the very least. Oh, he's looked away while Device repositioning. And now support comes in. No kills in that round. They move on to the next one. But the money is less than spectacular for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Simple actually got Kevlar with helmet and a P250 there. He's actually put his money like very low. I mean, he'll be fine to buy in the following round, but obviously, if he wanted to AWP or anything like that, if that was going to be a change, there's no way he can really afford to do that in the following round. We get a timeout actually from Astralis here, perhaps allowing Na'Vi to sit in their despair for a moment longer. And that's exactly what they're experiencing. I mean, if you just have pistols on Dust 2, it's just so demoralizing. You can't, it's so hard to do anything. It's a map that's characterized by its extensive ranges. And that is exactly what the pistols suck at. So, not fun times there.
Astralis on the cusp of 13 rounds. I think things start to change when you get to that point. You know, the mindset changes. You can see the finish line. Things get a bit more serious. And Astralis are in a good spot to achieve that, because Na'Vi have no choice. They've got to go for pistols, but still, a Deagle, maybe a hope purchase from Simple being picked up. Guardian picking one up as well. 2,400 loss bonus after this round, not all the money in the world. It's a messy situation for the Na'Vi side.
And Devices shooting fish in a barrel. Catching Guardian in midair there. Very good start for him once again. The king of middle so far is Device with that AWP. Just sitting there in his throne, made of AWPs. The throne of AWPs. Now Device is just going to keep rattling away. Na'Vi, they're going to have to try to barrel down a position here, steal away a weapon. The numbers are all you have in a round like this, and to have numbers picked off early like this makes things even more difficult.
Numbers game for Na'Vi. It's going to work out. We've got 2 headshots. We've got potential. They've got a man advantage, but can they rescue the weapons? Kiabi's got 4 nades, but there are no nades on the T side, so they may not be able to reach these bodies they've dropped. 40 seconds left. Astralis will use those grenades to delay. Kiabi can throw a Molotov into that, a smoke into that molly if he wants to slow things down yet more. The information pop flash towards long. Sees we spotted. He's picked up the M4 in the pit. And here we have another attempt at a run boost. And with Cubby moving forward, Device is isolated. The Deagle, though, can't connect. Device is stuck. He's trapped. He's not alive anymore. 2 versus 2. The time is ticking. Simple's got to get the bomb down, but they're both on his position, going for those shots. Not going to work out. Astralis make it to 13. They're close down. They are very close.
Yeah, very close indeed. And Simple recognized it's just impossible to get the bomb down in that spot. Going for the Deagle plays. Very unlucky, I think, not to connect the Deagle after getting the spot after the run boost. Very unlucky indeed. Very patient with his shots. And Na'Vi timeout here is they really need to assess the situation to figure out what on earth they're going to do in this spot to try to make it back into this one. They did it on the last map, so it's hard to not have the confidence that they're able to or capable of it. But Astralis is certainly looking very comfortable now in the last few rounds, but they have been up against a lot of ecos, so that's kind of how it goes.
Oh, look at that. That looks definitely... Shoutouts to definitely watching on that setup. That's awesome. Really, really nice stuff there. Love that mouse pad as well. Love the mouse pad. 3-round lead for Astralis. Na'Vi's money is tight. Flamies had the cash, though, to drop the AWP for Guardian. We haven't seen 2 AWPs from Na'Vi. Perhaps maybe 1 round, but they haven't really... It's not been an approach for them. So here we go. It's crunch time now. If they lose this round, Na'Vi, you have to wonder if the heads will stay in the game. Astralis very close to moving forward in the tournament. Loser goes home. See what Device has up his sleeve. Moving towards the middle area once again, but it could be B.
Held my breath there for that one. Guardian with his gap shots, man. He's going to be lucky this time. And Simple actually looking towards upper dark there to see if he can get something done. But the pre-nades there of the CT side of Astralis is going to deny him everything. He's playing a dangerous game here. Look at all this focus around the double doors. This feels like it could be very explosive.
Zipex drops a massive grenade from short into lower tunnel on a timing. And look what it's done to Flamey and Edward. And in the meantime, you've got Kiabi following up on that damage. Making life easy for him. Device with the off angle. You never know where he's going to be. Astralis moving 1 kill at a time forward in this tournament.
That's so cheeky. Kirby just baiting there, getting the frag and then jumping across the bait. So cheeky from Astralis. Simple Guardian and C's left. That's all that remains in this round for Na'Vi. As Astralis look good for that 14th round. But there is still time here for Na'Vi side. Simple's going to go out on a limb here, trying to make a play. If he is able to defeat the players on the B-bomb side, there's a real possibility. There is a nice entry from Simple, but there's much more work to be done. Dupree's lurking now. Simple, did he hear anything? Up on the crates he goes, looking for Dupree. He knows he must be close. Dupree wins the battle, though. On what are they to do? Guardian was moving in. He was confident Simple could create the opening, but it's Seized who's looking to do that now. There's 25 seconds to go.
Oh, but look at Guardian. He's got AWP. He has to land this shot. He does. That takes away the middle area, but now he's alone once again. Oh, Glaive just coming from low tunnel, but not fast enough for the kill. Guardian, what are you going to do? You've got 12 seconds. You have to plant this bomb fast. He's going for the frags, though, and he's not going to make it. The buy of Na'Vi has been crushed. Astralis are 2 rounds away.
What an impossible situation for Guardian there. Astralis playing so well. That mid setup there, looking like they were, worlds ahead of Na'Vi in that situation, baiting them, just connecting all those shots. Device ever consistent in that position as well. And now it's, oh no, it's down to triple UMP, isn't it, Jace? Triple UMP, Khalil, CZ. They have a decent selection of grenades here, lacking the smokes though. We'll see some smokes down into the middle double doors, and a very fast pace indeed. Flamey's is he just gonna self-pop flash himself in? Well, the pop flash worked onto Kirby, but here comes the push. Dupree's there to provide cover, and this is definitely not going well to start with for Na'Vi.
Is this how it ends for Na'Vi? Perhaps not. Flashbang coming through the door, but they still got the sight. Simple the off angle to CZ. Can he get a kill? No, he can't. That leaves his teammates in a horrible spot. Edward carrying the bomb of all of 3 HP. Going towards T-spawn, but what if there was a push from the CTs? What if there was a push? Fortunately for him, there isn't. The CTs repositioning those. Seeds could take 2. Device goes down immediately. Spots Apex now, but he doesn't have the best of this situation. The AK will prevail. 2 Ts remain for Na'Vi to stop Astralis from getting to match point. The flash comes in. And Edward's still stuck in mid with 3 HP. There's an angle being held by Glaive. He could take the bomb down at any point. Edward's made it, but now it's 3 and 4. There's a combined 7 HP. Zipex, they are at his mercy. There goes the bomb. Guardian holding on for now, but really, what can he do? He's got the AWP down.
He has, but the bomb is just well and truly lost. He has to go close to reclaim it. His options are fairly limited. And he goes, he's going to make the best of a very bad situation. Not much he can do. Astralis now on match point, and the tension, the pressure is crushing for Na'Vi.
Crazy thing is, from that angle, you probably can't see through your own Molotov at all, which makes things even worse. Match point Astralis. Na'Vi need 5 from 5 for overtime, otherwise they have hit the end of the road. Managed to get a reasonable buy with their max loss bonus, 3 AKs rather. Guardian's gone from the AWP to the Scouts. And there it is, a great start from Device. He goes back to the well one too many times though.
We see what happens when Flamey gets angry. But can he unleash the beast in this round? Na'Vi committed perhaps on towards that A-bomb site, looking for a fast approach or at least just some harassment. It is early in the round and they have Edward in middle looking to catch potential rotation. We've seen Astralis, just as Na'Vi did, are very quick to try to take map control if it's given to them. The flank's coming. A lot of this is about how well Edward can play off this position. He's got so many spots to worry about.
I think he might have heard Dupree running through B from his position because the walls aren't too far away. He's been looking towards spawn, but Kiabi's got an off angle down.
And in comes Dupree. This is not going to be good for Edward. He's not looking the right way. And hit from 2 sides at once, a sandwich. Oh no, it's looking very grim for Simple and Flamey now. 2 against 4 as the bomb tries to make its way onto the site. They've got time here, but Astralis are taking their time, making sure they can set up and making sure that they don't mess this one up. Simple and Flamey, can they do it? Simple gets the first one. Flamey though, he's under pressure and Simple's head comes clean off. Flamey to deliver, but 3 points of health and Astralis have done it!
Astralis, the first team to book their spots into the semi-finals. Na'Vi looks so strong in this tournament up to this point. We thought they might be a surprise favorite, but Astralis too formidable. They made it difficult, taking it to 3 maps. It looks good, but in the end, Astralis too strong an opponent for Na'Vi. 2-1 victory over a very difficult team, a very strong and dangerous team. The fairy tale comes to an end for Simple & Co.
The way that the draw went, the way that we see both of these two teams meet at this stage at the quarterfinals was always going to be a heartbreaker for some. But I have to say, the level that Astralis played to here, I don't think I've ever seen them reach that level. It is very impressive. And I can't wait to hear what the analysts think, and we'll throw it right to them after a quick break.
Han kommer. Nice! Sådan. Markus, hvor du hjertet? Så er vi i gang, mates. Nice! Nice! Godt spillet, mates. Rigtig godt spillet, det der.
Men jeg piker, når jeg vil, okay?
Ja! Sådan, super! Hvad så, mates? Hvad så?
Well, there you have it. We got our first semi-finalist. It's going to be Astralis. They have overcome Na'Vi on Dust 2. And you can see the disappointed faces of Na'Vi there. They said this was their time. It was their major. Wasn't to be. Lots to talk about. Duncan, do you want to start with the good or the bad?
Yeah, start with the good.
Yeah, well, in that case, Device has put in an absolute astral performance here. Just unbelievable. And got to say, we're going to talk about that in a moment, actually. First off, we're going to throw it over to Smix for the interview.
Thank you very much, Richard. Device, that was a completely action-packed series. We have to start with Mirage because there was so much going on back and forth. In the very end, why do you think it was Na'Vi that barely edged out with the win?
I think it's a mix of we got a little bit scared and they didn't. They took a lot of offensive peaks and actually took risks, and it paid off, especially in the 14-14 round where they were offensive in the underground and caught off us guard late game. So I think they played like not scared. They played to win and not to like being afraid of losing, and that's nice.
Well, map 3 Dust 2 was also so action-packed. At a timeout at 2-6, Na'Vi was coming back into the game, but at what point did you feel like you guys had this?
Actually we lost 2 anti-ecos, almost full anti-ecos, and they actually played really well in those rounds, and we made a big misstep. So that actually was what I felt brought them back into the match. I feel like we had it when they used the last timeout at 10-10. We hadn't really adapted yet as CT, so if it didn't work for us to play defensive, we still had a lot of like things we could do, and at that point we said on TeamSpeak that it's pretty much GG because they'll have a lot of things to show, and we're just going to play defensive until it doesn't work.
And now, Device, you personally have not made it past a semifinal at a major ever before. With this lineup and how solid you guys have been looking, how confident are you that you can move on to the finals?
Obviously, I feel really good. I'm also a bit sad that this was a quarterfinal, you know, because it felt like a mini final in some way. I feel confident. It's just about how well we study, how we play tomorrow. It's all like which team that shows up, if it's the team that played versus Godsend or the team versus G2.
All right, well, congratulations again, Device. And your first team moving on to the semifinal will be Astralis.
Right, so there you have it. As I was saying, let's talk about the good. It was Device. You can see very confident, very relaxed, but had an absolute monstrous performance. And I've got to say, there's one key round in this which really stood out for me. It was when they had Deagles. He was able to pick up, I think, 3 kills and just turn that second half on its head. So Duncan, this has got to be some of the best Counter-Strike he's played in a long time.
Yeah, and the key thing is very controlled. Like, when you see him with the AWP, it's not like he gets, no scopes everywhere and they rush him down, he kills him. It's not that type of an AWPer, but he seems to get that first pick almost every time on both sides of the game. And you can see when he said in that interview how he watches the heat maps, he studies the opponent's demos, he has a really good sense for where to set his angle up. And in this particular series, he really outpicked Guardian in the AWP versus AWP battle. And that was one of the areas where the advantage really, I thought, went in the side of Astralis.
Yeah, so that's the good. I'll talk a little bit about the bad. I'll bring you in for this, Jason. I thought tactically, I thought Na'Vi really sort of played into Astralis' hands. I mean, first of all, Astralis had brilliant reads on them. Their CT rotations in that second half, phenomenal, absolutely textbook. But they kept doing this sort of slow push up short Na'Vi. It wasn't working. They kept going for it. Why were they electing to do that?
It was just, they just don't have the tactical adjustment to kind of go away from that. This is one of the weaknesses we've talked about Na'Vi in this tournament. They don't have this true in-game leader. That's something they got exposed at the end of last year. They're trying to turn season into that, but it takes time. And I think obviously this game points out that he's not quite there yet. They had to rely a lot on individual performances on Mirage. They had to do it here, and they didn't come up. You had some good performances, but you didn't have it to the extent of the round-winning efforts they put into Mirage. And yeah, just some it seemed like they collapsed a little bit under pressure, just because outside of the tactical adjustments, there were a couple very questionable individual, plays.
Yeah.
C's jumping down off catwalk in one round for no reason in a 2-on-2. Simple had to win that in a 1-on-2. These are things that can't happen. And I mean, towards down the stretch of the second half, Na'Vi not only wasn't winning rounds, but they weren't killing enough people to actually dent the economy of their opponents. I mean, Astralis at the end had built up so much money that, unlike Mirage, you just felt like the comeback was impossible because it was essentially 3-4 buy rounds for Astralis before they would have been broken.
Yeah, Duncan, Na'Vi seemed to have so many ecos as well in that second half on Dust 2. Like, never got the economy rolling. What was breaking down for your mind?
I mean, one of the big problems is the leadership gap was massive in this series. Yeah. Na'Vi, listen, they have fantastically skilled players, and you saw every time they got out of trouble, it was an individual player just making a crazy play or a really amazing headshot out of nowhere. Flamey had a whole bunch of them in the series. The difference is, though, Astralis consistently put themselves in really good positions thanks to good leadership, whereas that's always been the knock on this Na'Vi team since the Valve coaching rule change, since C's had to take over. And yeah, the stars came to play, but I'll always take a team over star players any day.
And I've got to say it, this is the best Astralis have played at the major. This is a phenomenal performance by them. Are they stepping it up? I mean, is this a team that, I know obviously Duncan, you think they're going to win the whole thing. Jason, are we seeing that evolution? They are now a major winning team.
Yeah, especially when you look at their performance from the group stage where they had some of those shaky matches that they dropped, against Godsent, against SK. And even the Mirage match that they dropped here, but like you're starting to see them, those challenges are always going to help that team grow. And that's the scary part, is they're looking better to better from each match. And now it's not just like some Herculean effort from Device. Now you have Glaive adding an impact. You have Dupree and KRB playing very well. KRB's been incredible, I thought, in this series. Not top on the stats board, but in terms of his impact. So when you're playing that well in a team environment that Glaive brings in, this turns into a very, very scary team, how they're able to manipulate the map strategically.
And indeed, that is what was your X Factor as presented by HyperX. You picked out this round for us.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually, I thought the X Factor down the stretch was actually Na'Vi. I mean, this is terrible by Na'Vi. This is an atrocious round. So important. Look at how they're attacking this bomb site. Xyp9x is playing it perfectly as he does, but look at all the utility they're losing. Yeah. All these nades that they're not using in any situation whatsoever. Glaive hasn't even had a bullet shot at him, and this is just one by one Na'Vi coming up catwalk. Like how they didn't know what to do at the end, and that was the real thing that allowed Astralis to run away with this. I mean, outside all the efforts, outside of all the tactical play they did that was so good, Na'Vi having nothing in the playbook was certainly like the deciding factor in the last 5-6 rounds of that. And
final word to you, Duncan. With this victory here and the way Astralis played it, is this the highest level of Counter-Strike we've seen at the major so far?
I think so. If you look over the whole series, I mean, remember the maps they lost, they absolutely could have won. They really played themselves back into it. I think the most impressive thing for me has been they've had these deficits a couple of times when they've been on the T side, and they just execute their way out of it. They don't panic. They don't try some ridiculous force buy that risks the whole game. They just execute their way back in. They keep the slow style. That's probably been the amazing evolution for me in Astralis. Device and the team in general don't seem to panic. They can lose the round, but they still just do what they're trying to do, and as a result, they put themselves in position to succeed.
Thanks very much for your thoughts. We're going to take a short commercial break, but that is not the end of Amazing Counter-Strike. When we come back, we're going to have Fnatic versus Gambit. Make sure you join us.
Do you play Counter-Strike? Do you want to play with the pros? Do you want to play against this guy?
Going in for his team.
Or this guy? Perhaps even this guy. Okay, maybe not him. Sign up now to Faceit.com and take your game to the next level. Play against the pros only at Faceit.com.
My name is Forrest.
I'm Getright.
Freiberg. You want to beat an old-timer like me?
Come try us at Faceit.com.
The home of all the good stuff.
After our group stage, I do believe that we proved a lot of people wrong.
In the last major, we faced Gambit, as we do now. We went quite easily, but they have stepped up the game.
What I like about Gambit is their new play style. I think they are playing solid as a team.
We are better than Gambit because of our individual skill.
We have a lot more firepower. I do believe that this game is going to be really tough and hard, but in the end, I think that we will conquer as winners.
We're here to win the whole thing.
Yeah, so welcome back. And again, this is a very interesting matchup for all the reasons there the Fnatic players were talking about. Gambit have been a surprise package, though, as well. That's something, obviously, Fnatic saying we surprise people. They obviously have a roster that's won majors. Gambit doesn't have that, but they've looked really, really good here.
Yeah, I mean, they've kind of surprised. I mean, they looked good at the end of last year, but you obviously don't know what's going to happen. You hadn't seen them against Tier 1 competition at the time as well. But it's become clear. A lot of it is going to be a Dren, who's in some crazy kind of form throughout the group stage. Like, I don't even know if you can expect him to be able to continue that into the quarterfinals. But he's playing at a whole new level. You have some very young talent on this team, and the key has been Zeus bringing it all together. Much like Glaive for Astralis, Zeus has this team playing as a squad really, really well.
Yeah, and they really are transformed under Zeus, Duncan. You know, talk about what he brings, because you followed him for a long, long time.
Yeah, this is a guy where people will forget a lot of the success in the last era of Na'Vi wasn't so much down to him. They brought Starix on as the in-game leader. He was the coach, plus then you had the star players always get done, Guardian, Flamey, obviously Simple now. The thing is, Zeus actually had Na'Vi before they had Flamey, before they had Simple, and he had that team already making the semis of majors, winning Tier 1 tournaments over the best teams in the world, NIPs, Virtus Pros. He was a guy where he always has been able to get a lot out of a little in terms of having underdog teams who can threaten those top dogs. So in some senses, he's gone back to his roots here. You know, he hasn't got a superstar player like a Flamey or a Guardian at the moment, but he's getting what he does. And one thing he always does is his teams always play his style, and it's that run the clock down, slow map control style, but it is effective, and it doesn't matter what level of team he has, he makes it work.
So you've heard a lot from the esports historian about Zeus. Obviously, one of the great things about the major is these documentaries that get put together by Valve to get to know the players better. Here is one about Gambit in Game Leader.
Я родился в городе Харькове, страна Украина. Вы у меня дома. Я живу в Харькове. Здесь живут мои друзья, мои родители, моя девушка.
He is a real man. He is a very strong person. He is the kindest one in the world. But when it connected with his game, he's crazy. In his heart, in his soul, in his brain, he's breathing just with this.
Данил всегда был, конечно, с раннего детства, он был очень эмоциональный ребенок. 12-13 лет он начал увлекаться компьютерными играми.
И где-то примерно лет с 12 начал ходить в компьютерный зал, играть, увлекаться КСом. Ну и пошло-поехало потихоньку. Это было начало большого пути.
В 2005 году я первый раз полетел на чемпионат мира World Cyber Games в Сингапур.
И уже в 15 лет он мне объявил, что его пригласили в команду. Ему выделили 500 для чемпионата. И вот в этот момент я уже четко заинтересовался, чем занимается мой сын.
Папа же, он думал, что это я мужчина, мне нужно заниматься серьезными делами, и мне нужно становиться на ноги в этой жизни, зарабатывать деньги, летать потихоньку по миру. то тогда уже потихоньку родители начали смотреть на это с какой-то перспективой и с тем, что с этого может что-то получиться.
В 2006 уже у него была команда ДТС. В 2007 у него была команда Virtus.pro.
Мне предложили играть за команду Na'Vi, потом уже постепенно мы начали играть и выигрывать.
И я увидел, с какими темпами развивается КС в мире. Понял, что за этим будет стоять будущее.
Мне было около 22 лет, и в этот момент я присоединился к команде Na'Vi. Никто не знал, что из этого получится что-то большое, что эта команда станет чемпионом мира. У меня была мечта выиграть чемпионат мира по Counter-Strike. И Na'Vi у нас получилось это сделать. Это останется на всю жизнь в моем сердце, в моей памяти.
It's impossible in any kind of sport to have first places all the time. He wrote me at night the message they kicked me out. It hurt him very much. They did it behind his back. When we found out it was a vacation, we were absolutely destroyed. Na'Vi was his baby.
Я строил эту организацию с самого начала. Но есть такая русская пословица: все, что не делается, все к лучшему.
Вперед. Натус Винтер это была такая ступенька для большого карьерного роста его.
Часть моей жизни, которой мы вместе, 7 лет, мы были около 7 лет вместе. Na'Vi дало мне очень много всего, честно. Это был огромный опыт, это с Na'Vi. Я стал другим человеком, я начал смотреть по-другому на мир. То сейчас из себя представляет Na'Vi. Хоть я сейчас и не в этой организации, но тем не менее.
Не было бы счастья, да несчастье помогло. Это было начало нового пути. Когда любишь свою работу, когда получаешь удовольствие от своей работы, не имеет значения, где играть. В Na'Vi, в Gambit или еще где-то.
Я капитаном был двух команд Na'Vi и команды сейчас Gambit.
Я присоединился к команде Gambit в октябре, и тогда я уже узнал то, что будет у нас. Я был очень удивлен и очень рад тому, что у меня будет такой капитан, очень опытный, очень сильный, и я очень рад, что я с ним в команде.
Finally, he got the team which he deserved. They are great guys.
У меня появилось сейчас как второе дыхание. У меня появилась большая мотивация действительно тренировать этих ребят.
Зевс нам помог выиграть DreamHack. Я думаю, во-первых, своим духом. У него есть какой-то дух победителя.
When Zeus came in our team, I feel like we know how to win now. He knows how to win. He bring it to our team. This mentality of champions.
Зевс очень позитивный человек. Он очень любит во время серьезных игр расслабить обстановку, немножечко подшутить.
Я сделал вывод, что хороший капитан, наверное, это в первую очередь человек, который должен обладать двумя важными факторами. Первое – это то, что он должен разбираться хорошо в игре. И второе – это он должен быть, естественно, лидером, человеком, за которым должна идти команда, в которого должна верить.
He said, if you want to win the titles, you have to leave this game. When you sleep, you have to think about game. And whole day must be about CSGO.
They are working 24 hours every day to reach their goals and to win.
I know that Zeus can bring us to the victory.
Обладает он просто очень хорошим мышлением, умом.
He thinking all the time about his work. He cares so much about all people who depends from him.
Я стараюсь слушать свое сердце, я стараюсь бежать за чем-то, а принимать правильное решение, подумав, взвесив.
He is on his point right now. He can do damage.
So there you have it. That's the in-game leader, Zeus. Obviously, just a great, great talent, a great natural leader. Really has transformed this team, Jason. And what can you say about Gambit? I mean, you talked a lot about their Dark Horse potential under his kind of tutelage. What do you think he's really changed?
Well, I mean, obviously that structure that Duncan talked about a little bit, that he always has brought to like every team a little bit more slower pace. But I think the big thing that it's going to come with is you have a younger player like Hobbit, who's this big, shows a lot of potential, but he's very, very new to the competitive scene. Having that kind of experience, especially at an in-game leader, is going to be so nice for that kind of a player to develop in some kind of a structure. You need to have that structure for a young player.
Well, he's going to have his work cut out for him today. Fnatic don't need any introduction if you're a Counter-Strike fan. They are one of the most successful teams, the most dominant team of 2015. They've won multiple majors. Let's learn more about them now.
They're the most successful organization in the history of the majors. 10 straight trips to the playoffs, 3 major titles.
It's going to be a third title for Fnatic. They win a third major championship.
Now Olaf and Crims look to build on their legacy.
Olaf, oh, what a flick! Deagle, everyone down. That is massive from Crims.
And lift the trophy one more time. The legend lives. Fnatic.
So then, tell me about this Fnatic team, Duncan.
Yeah, this is a team where it's only now they're actually living up to the potential that this group of names had. When they had that split where half of them went to Godsent, half of them stayed behind. Now they actually are a team where Olaf Meiss is a star player again. Dennis is the best player on the team. Twist is bringing in some of the quality that we saw when he was in Godsent. And probably the most impressive of all for me has been Crims, because he's back to being that really consistent player and the guy where you put your money on him when he's in a 1v2, he's going to find a way to win it for you. And so the newer guy, Disco Doppelin, hasn't had to do a whole lot so far. He hasn't had great numbers at the moment, but when you have 4 players who are hitting big shots, who are playing with such confidence, at the moment he's just along for the ride and maybe he shows up in the playoffs.
Yeah, Jason, they didn't have a particularly convincing run to get here, but like Olaf Meister said, they surprised people. People didn't expect them even to maybe make it this far. Rumors of roster swaps, betting in new players. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is, you know, even before this major, Dennis, or they're giving the interview, Twist, I believe it was, that said they didn't really, you know, he misspoke a little bit, said they didn't practice. So I think a lot of people underestimated that. I mean, the big thing that they talked about was that December was the team practice, but this is a team that's always going to focus on individual skill. They're not going to have the tactics like we just saw Astralis. They're not going to have the plans and the structure that we're going to see out of Gambit. They're going to base everything they do on who's making the best play across the map.
So Gambit, their opponents, one of the most exciting teams in the CIS region. They've got that awesome combination of old school veterans, young players betting in. Let's get to know more about Gambit Gaming.
Despite their legendary performance at the last major,
Dren will turn quickly to deal with Device and Zipex.
Gambit entered this major with no expectations and lots of doubt.
He's just coming over the season. Has he got enough bullets? He has. 2 kills for him.
After proving the experts wrong and shooting their way back to legendary status,
It's going to be a flawless one. A Dren with a triple kill.
Gambit looks to shock the world again.
Gambit, they make it to the Fox Theater.
Prepare to believe in Gambit Esports.
Right then, Jason, tell me about these guys.
Yeah, this is very interesting because at the last major when they made legend status, no one really cared. I mean, for a long time it was kind of laughable that these guys were legends coming into this. No one really thought they quite deserved it. And then they got Zeus. And leading up into the end of the last year, even Adren was calling and saying, he was saying, guys, listen, there's this Hobbit guy that we're picking up. He's going to be good. And people still didn't really pay attention to that as well. But then DreamHack Winner showed us that Hobbit was a little bit of a star, that he could do it against the tier 2 teams. And then with this structure that Zeus has with them, Hobbit's playing very, very well within that system. And Adren, I mean, that's the big thing. Adren has stepped up to a whole new level that we haven't seen in a long time. He is their superstar player, and very, very surprisingly, he's been one of the best players in this major. Next to that, also Doja, another veteran, I think he's surprised a lot of people by how well he's playing also. So this is a team that has some very, very good pieces across the board, pretty deep. And the big thing is they're just, you know, they're just going to be consistent. They're just going to grind you down. That's what that style is made to do. It's going to be slow pace. It's going to be sitting back. It's going to be able to punish. I mean, this is there's a little bit of a disparity between these two play styles because the slower style is designed to punish the kind of aggressive individual plays that Fnatic is going to want to make.
And Duncan, you can see here, they've always been vaguely competitive in all of their games. They've been close, you know.
Sure, yeah.
They do give up rounds when they win. They're always in there, you know, they don't get blown out. What's changed in that style? Because you've talked about that CIS style before where they like to take aim duels and, you know, it can either go one way or the other, very extreme.
I mean, there's a big difference. Okay, so what you saw in the Na'Vi game earlier is they were very slow-paced. They tried to just walk into the sites, but they were doing that, trying to, whoever the star player is, he's just looking for a shot, trying to take an aim duel. When Zeus does it, it's an actual tactic. Like, they're taking over areas of the map, kind of like what you saw Glaive from Astralis doing, and then he's going to make reads from that. So once they've got areas clear, once they have a rough idea by process of elimination, where are the enemies going to be, then at the last second, you pick where to hit, and you go in all together. So it just takes that natural style a lot of the CIS players like to play, and it makes it a lot more effective.
So Chris Puggett's been out in the crowd and hanging out with some of the old veterans we've got in here. He did speak to Sir Scoots earlier, as you saw, and he did ask him his thoughts about this matchup.
Hey guys, it's Puckett, and I found a legend upstairs. We got Sir Scoots in the building. Scoots, you have watched all 10 majors. You've been to 7 in person. What's it been like so far here in Atlanta?
It's awesome. I mean, obviously, having a TV company like TBS, not only the stuff they're doing in their studios, but now to see them kind of take it in a big way out of their studio and, you know, move it into a big theater. We're used to kind of big stadiums lately, so this is kind of a different vibe. I mean, obviously very ornate, kind of crazy old school theater. Kind of reminds me of the first internationals for Dota when they were in the Symphony Hall in Seattle. So kind of neat, and really excited to be here. Obviously, I think a lot of on-air talent, when they don't get a gig, are kind of like, oh, I want to do it, And I was actually excited when I wasn't invited because I get to finally come to one in my own country and not work it. Like, obviously worked with you in Columbus. It's great to work the first one in North America, but it's really cool just to come be a fan, man, you know, and just enjoy it like everybody else. No stress, no early crew times like you have to wake up for, so it's awesome.
Now, I've seen you signing autographs, shaking hands as you walk around this place. What's been the best moment for you so far in this major?
Boy, I don't know. I mean, I don't have one yet. I wouldn't say I have one yet. I'm trying to think, because I watched a little bit the other day in the studio. Yeah, nothing awesome in the sense of like above and beyond. I mean, for me, being a production nerd, I watched some matches with Alchemist in his control room in the studio. You know, these are TBS like real deal studio sets, right? So sitting there watching how they like run shows and call shows and do all the content, as a production nerd, that is like nirvana to me. So so far that is the highlight.
Well, we got a big match coming up. It's Gambit and Fnatic. I need your quick predictions. Who's walking away? Who's moving into the semifinals?
Man, I'm not a big predictor, but I love Karn, I love Fnatic, but I got to go with the Gambit guys, man. I think they are motivated. They're on fire. A lot of people think they can go all the way. So I think they might take that one.
All right, well, Scoots is calling Gambit the Zeus Army. We'll see if they can get it done. Thanks, Scoots.
So you heard it from Scoots. He thinks Gambit's going to take it. A lot of people back in what should be the underdog in this one. To give us more insight into what's going on, we've got our sideline reporter, Smix.
Thank you very much, Richard. I was able to have a quick chat with Vugo earlier, and he said that as they were preparing for Gambit, they felt that Gambit wasn't a particularly tactical team, but rather a methodical one. So yesterday, Jumpy went through a lot of their VODs, and they feel very confident for what they will be going up against.
Right, so there you go. You heard from Sue, and this is all getting closer to being ready. Fnatic are about to take on Gambit Gaming. You can see they're getting ready there. So we're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, we're going to bring you the action. Make sure you join us.
Good morning, and welcome to the Black Mesa Transit System.
Half-Life comes out, it changes the PC gaming world. It's the most amazing game ever made for its time. And 2 college kids took Half-Life and made this game called Counter-Strike. It's a free modification that you just download.
At the time, I was really interested in counter-terrorist forces. That level of sophistication in terms of the weaponry, in terms of the tactics, I thought that would make a great theme for a game.
Early on, we had to beg people to help us out. Even just to get playtesters, we had to beg people, hey, do you want to come play our mod? And a lot of people would be like, no thanks, not interested. So we just kind of put it out there thinking, you know, a couple hundred people might think it was cool.
I guess it wasn't until maybe 6 months after we released the very first version that we saw that this game had a potential to become something really bigger than we expected it to.
The fact that it was this cool new shooter that was multiplayer, I think that's what really interested me in the game.
It was not about shooting people to me, it was about strategy and outsmarting your opponents.
Counter-Strike was different than anything else. You had to buy your weapons, only a couple bullets killed you. You went and did something risky early or something stupid, you were stuck watching for the full 5 minutes.
This wasn't a game for the faint of heart. This wasn't a game for people who wanted to respawn as soon as they died. Your actions in Counter-Strike matter. Early on when we were developing, the community feedback would basically color our next beta release. There was so much energy at that time and so many fans who really felt like they were part of the development.
People were just submitting so much content. We were getting maps, I don't know, maybe 100 a week.
As we released a couple of betas, we had been talking to Valve that whole time because they had noticed the player numbers for Counter-Strike were pretty high.
Counter-Strike came out and immediately was at 8,000 simultaneous peak players. A week later, it was at 12,000. A month later, it was at 16. And we saw that there was something happening here. And so we immediately said, you know, we've got to find a way to work with these guys.
It was really cool to be talking to Valve at that time because we kind of idolized these guys. We loved Half-Life. We were fans of Valve.
Valve came on board around Beta 5. When they came on, that was the point where it really just took off.
Counter-Strike started out as the side event at the CPL tournament while Quake was the big game. In 2001, Counter-Strike took over the venue.
The key for Counter-Strike in me is very early on it became like kind of a global game, you know. It was one of the first esport that wasn't just like a few countries are really into it or just one region's into it. It's like nearly the whole world to some degree was interested in Counter-Strike. So it was only actually changes within the community that changed how the game was played and how you conceive of what is Counter-Strike, which is this 5v5 defusal game that eventually later had a lower round timer, only uses these certain maps. Like when we first had the first tournaments, no one knew what the good maps were, so we used to play almost all the maps.
Like even into 1.6, Valve always understood the community were a big part of Counter-Strike, and that was really the one thing that they never really changed.
So when Counter-Strike first became a Valve property, one of the immediate tasks was to figure out what was going on with updates.
Having Steam to automatically do your updates for you is almost life-changing at this point.
Whereas actually back then, when the patch comes out, that's depressing because now I know I'm not going to be playing for 2 days because not only do I have to download it, which will take me many hours, but the download speed's going to go a lot slower because there was no Steam. So as a result, everyone in the world is now trying to download that one patch from that one server.
You know, that was really the genesis of the idea for Steam, was to figure out how could we automatically update all these folks.
Source blows my mind that people have almost kind of omitted it from Counter-Strike history. It did have some issues at launch, I don't think there's any doubt about that, which did turn a lot of the people off because obviously if you've got an existing game that's been out for years and it's great and everything works perfectly fine because it's been tweaked, and then you've got something new and it doesn't quite work, obviously you're gonna stick to the one that you know and stick to the one that you feel is complete. I thought the game was great. I had lots of fun. I met like really cool people who I'm still friends with to this day through playing Source.
CSGO felt like the last hope for Counter-Strike in many ways. And what was a very pleasant surprise was actually within 6 to 12 months of the initial release, the game was improving very quickly in fact, much quicker than normally you would expect.
The difference with CSGO was that they introduced matchmaking.
Prior to matchmaking, you would join a server and you didn't know the skill level of the players that were on the server. Compared to today's, where they automatically find the best match for you, and it's very automated, and I think in that sense it made it very user-friendly.
The skins update was a big change for the community, giving you something you can buy, something that you can customize your guns.
It's done where it doesn't necessarily impact gameplay, but it gives people this exciting element to keep coming back and keep playing to get more skins.
In CSGO, you have the ability for the community members to support the game with all of their content.
I think the workshop has over 150,000 items in it, and people will aspire to have those items or better designs or things like that, or have their own designs in the game, where people can design maps, and the ones that are the most popular get put in the game itself.
I just decided it's something I wanted to do. To be able to create something that the community was able to play and they do enjoy, that's awesome. Sometimes I go to events and people tell me Cache is their favorite map. And I would have never imagined that that would have happened.
One of the biggest things about Counter-Strike, just how it's always been evolving, but yet the fundamentals of it haven't really changed at all. And it's the community involvement that I think has been so big to the growth of it over time.
That sort of immediate feedback loop, which was so important early on and guided every single beta release, is still happening today with our Steam releases, where we're updating even more frequently than we did back then.
The core that Counter-Strike has, that almost no other esports game I'm aware of has actually, is that on the most simple level, people intuitively understand the concept of a person versus a person with a weapon, but the more you bring to the table, the more you take away with Counter-Strike.
The kind of game where you're always on a quest to be better, best in your region, or the best in your continent, or the best in the world. This game has a history which spans people's lives. There are many steps to the ladder, and the ladder has no end.
I think the reason Counter-Strike is one of the greatest games of all time is there is always something new to learn. Like a new smoke, a new flashbang, a new boost where you can see a part of the map people didn't think you could before.
There's so many different and valid ways to approach the game. Sometimes you see teams from China versus teams from Sweden versus teams from the US, and they all have these different approaches to the game.
And now we're in a position where we're getting $1 million tournaments, interactivity, in-game items.
With each version of the game, through each generation of gamers, Counter-Strike has just continued to grow.
I don't think it's going to go anywhere other than bigger and better.
Major crowds are amazing because they come from everywhere in the world.
The crowd is always explosive, they're very passionate.
Couldn't believe my eyes when I looked out at all the people.
It's hard to describe how you're feeling when you walk on stage. You're here and sharing this with a lot of people. They have a lot of energy to give to us during the match, and that's an atmosphere which is really awesome.
Welcome back. Apologies for the slight delay. We're trying to get all the players onto the server. We should be achieving that very shortly. But the good news is it gives us time to take a closer look at how these two teams got to this stage. We're going to start with Gambit first, Jason. Obviously, lots of close games back and forth. Just contextualize their run for me.
Yeah, well, I mean, that opening matchup with North, who is one of the favorites to go very, very deep in this tournament, looked very good. I thought that was going to be a very close match, but Gambit surprising on that one with such a big win, the margins certainly. The big thing is that loss to Virtus Pro, 16-10, that's going to stick out. VP, very good run in the group stage, much like Na'Vi, they went 3-0. But even that match, Gambit was able to actually challenge them on a number of different occasions. It was that battle with FaZe Clan, very, very interesting on Overpass, but this team has been just basically riding Adren for the most part. He's been an incredible throughout the group stages and a superstar performance, so they need that. They need that still.
Well, I'll bring you in here, Duncan, because I believe you tweeted after this, you said if it wasn't for Adren, they probably don't win this game against FaZe.
No, I don't think they would have, actually. I think if you look at it, FaZe kind of outplayed them tactically, put themselves in really great positions, even had some clutch plays. But Adren had so many times, I think he might have got like 30 kills in this game. He wins clutches like this, deep into the game. And when you have that one guy who can win clutches, that can be the counter to the other team having the better tactic or the better execution, because one man can suddenly make up for the work of 2 or 3 men.
Now, what is going to be interesting is the veto. I have no idea where this is going to go, Duncan.
Well, here's the
Tell me.
interesting thing, is that Fnatic loves some cobblestone, Gambit need cobblestone. In fact, if you look, the only maps Gambit won on were cobblestone and overpass. So I'm certain Fnatic is going to allow cobblestone. They're going to ban out nuke, which they always do. Gambit classically should ban cash, and especially because Fnatic have always liked that map. I'm expecting that to be their ban at this point in time.
Let's see if you are right.
They've gone with Mirage instead, interestingly enough. Not really something you think of that's primarily a map Fnatic's playing at the moment. So Fnatic could well pick cash here. That's certainly on the table, I think, so they've gone ahead and done that. And I think Gambit, this should be a cobblestone pick. I think that's the obvious one. Unless they want to go the route of picking overpass, which maybe isn't in the Fnatic wheelhouse, they've gone with that. In fact, I think there's a good chance we can end up on cobblestone at this point in time. Because Train is a map that you don't really feel like Gambit wants to play again. They're going to ban out cobblestone themselves, it turns out, Fnatic. They just don't want to give Gambit the one map. I mean, they are 7-0 on it with this lineup. Understandable to some degree. So we're actually going to end up on Dust 2, yeah. So the interesting thing here is we've seen Fnatic play this a bunch ever since they lost the players over to Godsend. It's been a bit up and down. This is a map that on paper Gambit is good on. They've won 5 out of 6. The problem is this is the one for me that's kind of like fool's gold, you know. They don't have any wins over top teams on it.
Jason,
well, and also, I mean, the deciding map is the one. Even Cash, if you look at those two maps on their own, these are maps that are very good for individual plays. These are maps where Fnatic, they can have that star power shine. Certainly, Cash, you need to have some tactics. You need to be able to have some kind of concepts that you can run. But it's much easier to do that with the kind of individual plays. It's much easier to make those individual plays lead into a good tactic.
All right, so the teams have gone live. We are ready to go. Predictions, gentlemen. Who's taking this series?
I think Fnatic's going to win this one. I think maybe they'll lose Overpass. I thought that might be Cobblestone instead. But I think Fnatic will win 2-1.
I'm gonna go cross again. I'm gonna take Gambit to win 2-1. The maps worry me a little bit, but I'm gonna trust in the team system.
All right, thanks very much. Now we are going to get into the Fnatic and Gambit game, and we're going to introduce you to people I think you might know. It's our commentators, Anders and Semler.
Well, thank you very much, Richard. We're certainly ready. Semler, are you ready here? The second quarterfinal is going to be coming up. I think people are underestimating this game on social media. I think this is going to be a hype game.
Dude, absolutely. These are the two counters. You have a very slow, measured style from Zeus and Gambit, and then you have the headshots from Fnatic. That's all Fnatic are going to be doing. They're going to look to crash into the defense, and so it's looking for that offense versus the defense here. It's a perfect match for this best of 3.
And there's so much to learn. You know, how far can Zeus go with this, and also how how can Hobbit fare when he's on the big stage? That's a really big question, isn't it? And we are going to be headed into it now. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's Gambit versus Fnatic. Second quarterfinals here at the E-League Major. And we're going to start off on Cash with Fnatic starting on the T side, Gambit on the CT side. And so far, 2 smokes being picked up by Fnatic. And since they're already gravitating towards the A side of the map, we can tell that this is going to be a fairly standard round for them. The smoke's already in fact, and looks like they're not going to waste too much time. They land as a way to block off both the truck and highway, but Adren trying to look on top of it, not quite successful with that low-key. Still trying to see if they can get into the game. It's Zeus to pick up the first headshot. Mojo follow-up, but Twist comes in with a nice shot on Hobbit. That's really important. Now they can at least get the bomb plant Fnatic. They just need to win the aftermath. No, they get cancelled. Twist has to fall back. He almost got it.
What an awkward spot to try and plant the bomb. No cover. If somebody peeks, you're done for. They will finally plant default, but they've cost themselves too much time. Mo with the flying shot, but it's Zeus to get the kill at the end. And it will be Gambit securing very easily the first round here. The pistol on the CT side goes Gambit's way. And that's kind of what I expect to see here in this match. It's going to be Fnatic throwing 4 people at a bomb site, just trying to rush down the defense as quickly as possible, burst onto the site, and get that bomb plant. This time around, however, they've just been shut out.
They had the idea, Fnatic definitely had the plan going into it, cutting off the bomb side and everything, but I think as soon as Twist gets denied in the bomb plant, that 3v4 becomes just very hard to win at that point, and he was low on health. So now second round is coming up. Fnatic, look at this, they actually go for the AK and then Deagles here on Fnatic's side. I'm shocked by this, by a sign maybe that Fnatic are going to try early on in this game, really not to show them too much respect. On the Gambit side, they're just going to try and see if they can rattle them early on.
Why not? You need to take risks if you're going to be Fnatic and winning this game. Gambit have a much more structured game. They have an in-game leader in Zeus who's totally revitalized this team, and now they've given it away that they've invested in this round. Olofmeister took some shots with the AK, and instantly, Adrian steps in, takes his head off. And so that AK, luckily they have Disco not too far away. They still have 3 players in mid, Fnatic, so they'll be able to recover it, but that's going to ring some bells.
Very good stuff, especially because Mo got tagged solo early on. They're going to be careful they don't block each other in the vent here. They're going to make their way down, and surely Hobbit and Zeus inside of the B-bomb side, they will have heard those footsteps down the vent. 50 seconds on the clock. Hobbit is playing close range here with the MP9. Going to be very careful that he doesn't just get run over. They do have armor on the other side, so it's less effective. He's going to go down to Dennis. A good frag coming in here for Fnatic. Can they overrun the bomb site? Zeus just has to buy time back here. Mo's gone down, but he was low on health already, and Zeus gets overrun. It's Disco Dublin taking the kill on him, and now Adren and Doja left. 2 versus 4, and now Crims with the headshot. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm wondering what exactly was going on there from Zeus. Unfortunately, he wasn't there to support Hobbit. Hobbit got overwhelmed instantly. There was no answer from Zeus. And at that point, that's where Fnatic, they're going to move together as a unit. They're going to keep that tight group going onto the site. You saw that there where Dennis hesitated. He allowed for his teammates to catch up to him, and then they move onto the site as 4. There's nowhere for Zeus to go at that point. And so long as that smoke is up in CT, he's not going to get any help either. So Zeus did step out trying to help Hobbit, but really, at this point, Fnatic, it's their situation to lose.
Man, that's a great shot from Twist as well. That would have killed Mo no matter what kind of health he had. So the aggressive and early buy for Fnatic definitely working out. And we'll see what Gambit can answer back with. I feel like at this point in time, it isn't worth it for the Gambit team to go for sort of a force up the other way. You know, people sometimes do that when they just feel like, you know, they want to fight fire with fire. I'm not sure this is a good plan. I would just save and forget about it.
Now, this is, I mean, so basically what I want to illustrate here, if we do have the time, because we're in a technical timeout right now, guys. Apparently there's an audio issue. I think it was Olafmeister, so they're going to have, the admins are taking a look at that. So in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and illustrate something that I think might come back to bite Gambit if they don't adjust early on. Because once they had that opening pick versus Olafmeister, right, they managed to pick him off over here. Olaf goes down. And so immediately, Gambit, they fall back into a very passive position. You have an arc almost. One man here, over in CT, over on the A site, and then the 2 playing very passively on B, not peeking anything. And so at this point, Fnatic, they're able to get almost on top of the bomb site before Gambit can even react at all. So this is what they need to be careful about, Gambit. Yes, okay, you get that first pick, that's fine, but you still need to be making plays for info. You can't turn it into a situation where Fnatic are practically on the bomb site before you're even spotting them. That's exactly what benefited Fnatic in the last round there.
And especially now that you bring it up, I mean, the defense that they had in that B-bomb site was obviously relying on the idea that Zeus would sort of hold the line inside, and then the guys on top would come in for the shots and try and help out. And Fnatic just read that really well. I do think we have the issues sorted out, so we'll be right back into the 3rd round here to see what Gambit can do. They will be forcing up in return here. This is what I said I'm not a big fan of. I think it's too early in the quarterfinals start doing this, but they're going to see if they can bring it back. Scout, 2 Deagles, P250 and a C-set 75, and already Twist with a nice opening, and it's going to be a big follow-up as well. Double kill for him.
Yeah, this is really what's going to benefit Fnatic. Fnatic are going to be looking for those opening duels. Very aggressive mid take. That is the key to cash, is getting mid control. Fnatic, of course, very experienced team on this map. They know what to do. They're going to get into mid. They're going to look for those fights early on. And if Gambit can't hit their shots when the time comes, we're going to keep seeing this scenario where Fnatic get that man advantage and then start to look to get onto a site. Bomb has not even been committed yet. So Fnatic are still open to go wherever they want on this map.
Yeah, and they should stay as grouped up as possible. You know, no one taking any solo missions at this point in time. And it's Crimson Denizen main going to be walking towards the A-bomb site. Hobbit is on the spot with the Deagle. So he's going to have a couple of shots to maybe do something. And you see Doja here by the truck. Hobbit missing the first one. Next in line, Twist. And he's going to be able to take the 3rd kill. There's the quad kill. And that just leaves Adren 1 versus 5. So, yeah, not much of a chance. Really calm and collective and nice play coming in for the Swedish side. You got to appreciate that.
It's going to be the death ball. I mean, it's the kind of style that we used to see in 2014, during winter 2014, with Olaf boost, right? But that was that style where it was when the death ball really came to the peak, where you had LDCZ who were running together as a group. Didn't matter if they had rifles or pistols, they would just go crashing onto a site as a unit and just overwhelm the defense. And Fnatic had a very similar style. And the major to follow, I think Olaf had more kills with the Tech 9 than he did with the rifle. The Tech 9 is all about run and gun. You're looking to just get in his face as quickly as possible. All right, well, I'm talking Adrian's getting 2-1 Deags.
Well, that shows exactly what Duncan was talking about going into this game. He's just had such a crazy performance, and they need it now. They clearly do. It's so much more difficult when you're on the CT side because you can't put a player like Adren in to play as much. You know, you are a little bit at the mercy of where the T side is going to choose to attack. So I expect to see more out of Adren when we get to the T side. But right now, they definitely need something. It's a 2-1 scoreline favoring Fnatic. Very early days, so I wouldn't be too panicked. But because Gambit went for that force and it didn't work, now they're going to go even further behind, and their economy is going to be so weak, even for a lot of this first half now.
It's going to be crucial the 5th round, basically, where Gambit, they're going to get the rifles, but they're going to be limited on nades, on utility. They'll have to win that at all costs so they can start developing that bank on the CT side, so they can afford the Molotovs that, you know, Fnatic are throwing away without a care. He's got plenty more money where that came from. He can afford Molotovs in the next round, no problem. So,
bit of a
sandbags have been checked.
Yeah, they did do that. Bit of a silly smoke for Dennis, actually leaving a gap there. Disco Doppelin could have been taken out by that, but he's doing a fine job in the middle. He's getting some assistance from Olofmeister, who's almost getting shot in the back at Dren. Again with the Deagle, but locked in the corner. And actually the rest of Fnatic are just going to take the bomb to B, because why not really? The round is done, and that will be 3-1. And now it gets interesting here for Gambit. Tough start for them, especially winning the pistol.
Yeah, you win the pistol, you expect to get 3 rounds in a row, right? Because it's going to be the exact same situation that they found themselves in. Fnatic should be ecoing, they shouldn't be able to afford the rifles, and when they do, it should be a weak buy. Now Gambit, good. Mo has had enough, he's managed to, well actually, hold on. Doja is the one who dropped the AWP for Mo. And so Doja gets traded in M4, but he can only afford a single smoke to back that up. All of the money has been spent on Gambit, as you guys can see. So this is an all or nothing sort of round, but this is what I was talking about. They can't afford everything. No kits, not a single kit picked up. And I'm a bit surprised to see the helmets, actually. To see all these helmets. That's $350 that you can save and that you can put into an HE or to a flash or an extra smoke or even a kit, right? And so Gambit really trying to cover the bases, I guess. The single MAC-10 has got them that worried, Anders?
I don't know. I mean, different teams do have different philosophies on this. There are some teams that will just never buy the head armor. Even if they have, you know, the money, it just seems like they just forget about it. It's just become second nature to only buy the Kevlar. But I don't know. On this map, I wouldn't mind skimping on it. Not that many wall banks that you can sort of fall victim to, or, you know, the MAC-10, but I would just discount that entirely. I'm not a big fan of this setup here at all from Zeus and Hopper. They're way inside the bomb site. Holding on is going to be so difficult, especially when they don't have Molotovs to buy any time here. Definitely not a fan. The Twist going to be charging in with the MAC-10 first. Doesn't get very much done. He gets shut down by Zeus, but now they have some information to work off of. The rotation is nearby as well. Gambit, they may have bought enough time anyway.
That is so sick from Fnatic. You might think how cold-hearted they are to send their teammate in there. I mean, Twist, one of the new guys too, but he's only got the MAC-10. Now they have info, and they didn't show anything else, Fnatic. Olofmeister's now primed. He can actually hit a shot on Hobbit if he goes for another greedy peek like that with that AWP. But Fnatic are looking to take advantage of this situation now.
Oh, I'm very worried now for Fnatic, though. Look at the clock here. 28 seconds. The bomb is way across the map. They should almost have to commit to it. Crim's critical kill, taking down Doja. That's a massive frag. And Zeus still hiding in the corner. He goes down to Disco Doppler, but it's looking great right now for Gambit. There might not be enough time for this. 15 seconds, and Olofmeister in a 1-on-3. He picks up the one, but he walks right into it. Dren, another triple kill here for the Kazakhstanian player, and that will be a second round for Gambit here. But overall, if you look at a Dren scoreline now, I mean, they've lost a couple of rounds. He's at 8-0-2.
Yeah.
He's got more frags than the rest of his team combined.
No, he's going ham right now. But that was, it's only afterwards that it really occurs to you that Gambit, they've got some confidence in their cash play. The whole strategy for them was a retake in the end with the CT, so they actually gambled. They were like, right, if Fnatic go A, whatever, we're confident in our ability to retake the site and defuse the bomb, and so we're going to stack players over on B. They had 4 players over at B when Fnatic went for that push. That's just Gambit just covering all the bases. Real sick play, the tactical mind of Zeus kicking in. And so 3-2, Fnatic in the lead on the T side, but Gambit showing some fight in them.
Didn't quite catch what got Disco Doppler so low, but Olofmeister's taking a kill over at Zeus, and is that a boost they tried on the other side? He was looking up there, so I think it may have been. Hobbit's inside the bomb side, and Dren walking in to try and clear it up. Now, this is all fine and well, but the fact is they've given up mid-control, and since Twist is right on the edge, as we can see, pretty soon the Swedish team is going to realize that there's no one in here, and they've got so much real estate to work with. This is always going to be difficult on cash when you don't have mid-control, whether or not you're the T side or the CT side. You need that mid-control.
I'm curious, because Fnatic, they're going for a very kind of rinse and repeat sort of style right now with this mid-take. And this time around, they've been giving an edge. They've been given an advantage. You can see Hobbit, this time around, he's actually pushing into B-halls. He's actually looking for an aggro play to bring back a kill here for Fnatic. Only problem is Olofmeister's ready for him. Doesn't matter. Hobbit wins the duel anyways. There's the headshot. And Dren, can he actually back up his teammate? Dennis and Disco very low, and they're actually choosing to rotate to A. Now Gambit, they have the defense set up. Doja's holding close. This is perfect for him.
With the UMP, he gets one, goes for him. He actually hits a headshot there on Crims, who was in the back line, but he still survives. UMP not powerful enough for that. So now Hobbit and Adren with a retake here. 2-on-3. Boost in the back. Twist gets the kill on Adren, and that almost shuts down the round. Second kill, actually third one for Twist in that round. He is doing a remarkable job right now for the Fnatic team. This was a round I feel like Gambit should have probably won. Just did not work out. That's 4-2 favoring the Swedes. And even worse, the economy here for the CT side completely shut down.
And we have another pause coming in. So this is just the risk that you run when you decide to play against Fnatic. You would think, right, oh, G2, they have the edge. Two guys very low on HP. They're all running into a bottleneck. Doja's already holding the angle. He's got a teammate to back him up as well on the site. This should definitely be a favorable situation for G2. But the raw aim that is on Fnatic and how well they move with their spacing, when they move as that group, they're never too far apart. And so you saw Doja, he gets one kill, sure. But then they're instantly trading at Fnatic. They're right on top of him again. And so this is the real strength of Fnatic, is they're just no fear approach. They're always battling, they're always running in as a unit. So it looks like we had a technical timeout here due to Disco. A bit of a hitch, but we should be going again.
There it is. There it is. I like Crims. Excellent. Excellent. That's very well played.
Who would be Scoob on? I mean, I don't know. Crims isn't a Scoob for me, man. I'd say like Olafmeister is the Scooby.
I swear, a lot of these Photoshops that we've seen today already do reveal sort of the age of the audience. So it's a lot of it like 90s stuff that's just way back, but that's all right. Yeah, hopefully we'll get Disco back online. And Fnatic, I mean, I think they're looking fairly comfortable right now. This is such an odd map because it's supposed to be sort of very, well, halfway CT-sided.
Yes.
But we have seen so many times in the past where you can still pick up 9-10 rounds on the T side and still end up losing the game. That really has happened in the past. So curious if we can see some of that from Gambit. If they can't have a good first half, I won't rule out that they can still have an impact on the second one.
Well, we have a little bit of information to go off of when it comes to Fnatic, right? They've already played Cash so far in this tournament. They played it versus G2 in the first round of the group stage, and they lost 16-10. One thing, though, is that they started on T-side, and they had a very good T-side. They went 9-6 versus G2 on T-side, which does speak to AKs, one-shot headshots, aim, all the strengths that I'm talking about when it comes to Fnatic. They're going to benefit a lot from that on T-side. It was CT side where they got a single round versus G2. And so I'm a little worried for Fnatic. Even if they get that strong T-side, Zeus, Gambit, T-side, that's everything goes hand in hand there. Zeus is the master tactician. He should be able to crack this open and manage to actually take down the Swedes in the second half.
Well, the game has resumed. And right now, just no one, I think, looking panicked yet on either team, and they shouldn't be. We are seeing another buy coming out of Gambit, so probably felt like, since we might have to go for a double eco anyway, let's just buy now and see if we can't steal it back, and then, you know, we can tie up the scoreline, everything will be great. It is another risk being played here by the CT side, but maybe it'll work out. Attempt at a wallbang there for Twist. That is interesting, but it doesn't quite connect. And now look at Doja. He's crept all the way into the boost here. Are they going to spot it out? Crims looking. He feels like, nah, there's no one there. I'm just going to walk the other way. This could be a big mistake. Adren, if he spots him out, then those two people on the side are going to be right then. And oh, Crims makes it back around the corner. That's a really big play. Still goes down to Doja. And now Dennis spraying while he's going to be dropped. That's a fairly good trade considering the weaponry, even the 2-for-3 trade. Still pretty good job on Gambit.
Crims, I mean, Dennis just saved them right there. If you're thinking about trades, Gambit had the edge. They should trade a man up every time. And no, Dennis, he continues to deliver for Fnatic. He gets 2 kills, saves the day in that situation. And now it's just Hobbit and Zeus, the last two alive here for Gambit. 57 seconds left on this clock, and Olaf actually going so far as to manage the weapons, throwing them over the fence. This is textbook stuff. Because definitely, I mean, when those weapons drop and you know your opponents are ecoing, those parts of the map become the hot spot. You know that some CT player is going to try and make his way over there later in the round and try and see if he can find anything. If there's going to be an AK or a Galil on the ground, definitely something that CT player with the pistol is going to want to pick up and maybe even use against you. So Olaf taking the time, having so much time on the clock, they're like, right, throw those over the fence, make sure they can't pick them up. And now, well, the gamble coming in here from Gambit, actually, I like it.
Yeah, I definitely do too. 2 in the A-bomb side, just hoping. It looks like the bomb is making its way back to B, so this time they're wrong on that idea, but still doesn't mean it's not a good idea. Just it certainly, I still think, is better than having one in either bomb side, which is almost never going to be working out. So Yeah, you see they're going to go look, see if they can find the rifle somewhere. Zeus looking all over the place. It is no longer on the map. Oh, no.
Sorry, Zeus. Maybe they can boost over the fence. Or no, he's going to go up on the containers. He's going to look across the fence. He's like, so close, yet so far. It's just, you're not going to get any Christmas presents this time, Zeus. Sorry, man.
Oh, man. Hide and seek with Olofmeister. Just not working out in favor of Zeus at the moment. There it is. It's all the way out there.
Get wrecked. All right, what are you going to do now? Basically, Hobbit's got the UMP. He can save that into the next round, so he really should not be dying. Both of these guys, in fact. You want to set up for exit kills, but if you can save the gear going into the next round, that can be a benefit for you. You really aren't going to have a whole lot of Skrilla in the bank to work with. It's just the real issue here that is going to... What is this? No, this is a replay. But,
yeah, don't worry.
The real issue here is just that Fnatic keep putting Gambit into double eco situations where Gambit, they lose 2 rounds, they save 2 rounds, they go for the big buy. Yeah, okay, we spent all of our money. Oh, no, we lost. And then they're getting hard reset back down to $1,400. And so again, we have Gambit. It's pistols for them. They can't afford anything more. Hobbit and Zeus saved their gear from the last round. But the rest of them, they're on P2000 with Doja. He's got a single flash, though, so that's nice.
Really, really tough start to the quarterfinals here for the Gambit team that have surprised everyone during the group stage. They try and go for a triple push into main, and it does not work out at all. They get shut down entirely, losing the weaponry that they had. Zeus and Doja are left, and now it's just Doja in the middle.
They missed the flash.
Yeah, it looked like it was largely ineffective, but I mean, some of the Fnatic members were also just crouched looking into the ground, you know, behind that box, so they're almost never going to get flashed out of that position. Very difficult to do. That's a nice shot there. Disco Doblin not leaving anything to chance. 6-2, ladies and gentlemen, here, leading Fnatic right now. I mean, a lot of people that I talked to today, and I've seen on social media as well, people say, well, probably Gambit going to win this one. People feel like, and you wonder always, because it is so different playing in the group stage of a tournament than it is going on to the stage here and playing in the playoffs and the quarterfinals. Mentally, it's so different, and you've got to expect Fnatic, they're a bit more used to it than Gambit are.
This is the biggest stage in CS, right? But Gambit do have that element where they changed the roster and then they went on to win a tournament almost immediately after, a month after they made the roster changes, bringing Zeus and Hobbit into it and making it official, Zeus taking over the leadership. A month later, boom, they're winning DreamHack Winter. A team that, a tournament that Dignitas, that Godsent attended. There were some teams there that could have put up a fight, and yet Gambit went on to win the whole thing, and they did it very quickly. So they do have a confidence boost, I think, going into playoffs. Obviously, this is the majors, though. This is a different beast.
Yeah, I definitely expect that it is Zeus. He should know that someone's close here. Disco Doblin going to be walking right in. He's got the angle, and Zeus going to be going down, but a nice refract coming in. Good job right now, 2-for-1 trade favoring Gambit. They need this round. Adren's going to be going down. Twist right on top of him. And he gets a shot on Mo as well with the AWP. Twist is doing so much work for Fnatic right now, especially when it's getting real close. I love this push from Doja, though, and it could really work out. Hobbit just has to stay alive, and even better if he gets a kill there on Olofmeister. No reason to do anything. Just wait for Doja to get here.
I mean, I really do like to see Gambit trying to put up a bit of a fight in mid. That's what it's all about, is the fact that they're able to just put up a fight there and try and get that crossfire going, because Fnatic are just literally going mid every single time. Twist with the pick on Doja. That part of the lurk is gone, and now it's a 1v2 clutch scenario now for Hobbit. Twist going for the peak. That's a bit uncalled for, just because now it puts Crims in an awkward spot. But of course, you can count on Crims to clutch it for you. No matter what, he will get it done.
And we've got to highlight this because it's unreal. Look at this first shot here. This is definitely exciting, but right afterwards, he just knows it. Mo's going to be there. He's so ready. Twist right now has 13, 0 and 3 as a rating. That's unbelievable this early on in the game. We've only played 9 rounds yet.
But it's the exact sort of same. It's the exact same situation here, Anders. They just cannot seem to chain rounds together. Gambit, they've picked up 2 rounds total. It's 7-2, Fnatic in the lead. 4 rounds in a row now for Fnatic, and so with a round of eco like this from Gambit, they'll be able to full buy in the next round. And that's probably going to be the first time that they're actually going to have full nades, kits, everything that they need to really set up the defense that they've practiced in boot camp. So Gambit are definitely looking forward to the next round here, because right now it's looking grim. Fnatic are just running away. When I was said that, they can allow Fnatic to get out ahead on T side, right? When it's like 9-6, 10-5, okay then. But if Fnatic keep up at this rate, you could be looking at 12-3, 13-2, and then it's totally over for Gambit, even if you have a strong T side to fall back on.
We've seen it before. I mean, even in the game between Astralis and Na'Vi, we had some fairly ridiculous force-ups where it seems like the team's just willing to take some risks that they don't need to. And I think Gambit are partly responsible themselves for being put a bit behind here early on, just because they've had so few rifle rounds. Fnatic making a correct call going into the B-bomb side, not going to run into any resistance here. And they could try for exit kills, but it's definitely not going to be a retake.
There really isn't too much to hope for here. One fun thing to note, though, is that Gambit, Fnatic, they seem to want to really move together as like a 5-man unit when they have a good read on the economy for Gambit and know that it's going to be pistols that they're running up against, right? And these are just, we're coming back to textbook kind of play here from Fnatic as well. Fnatic are relying on their old strengths, which was just fundamentals. They were so solid at it. And moving together as a unit, that's how you deal with a pistol situation when somebody could be waiting around the corner, close up with the P250, boom, one-shot headshot, you're done. But if you have your entire team behind you, that guy's not picking up your gun and turning it against your teammates. He's going down instantly. There's the trade, and then you move from there.
Oops, just a lot of people around that corner for Zeus. Olafmeister takes down Disco Doblin after the fight is over. That's a bit brutal. I don't think that was necessary, but it works out anyway. Just keeping Disco Doblin on his toes. Maybe he's angry that he's out-fragging Olaf at the moment. Maybe that's where it's coming from. Look at this. Look at this, Olaf.
Just get out of my way, scrub.
That's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
I mean, Disco might as well be the water boy for Fnatic in some cases, or the bomb carrier, right? It's a tough situation for him because he's fresh blood basically coming into the team. You've got veterans like Olaf, like Crims, basically 3 of the legendary Fnatic lineup that just dominated in CSGO about a year ago.
Look at him peeking down the line, just looking at Olaf.
Please, guys, what can I do?
Come on, man. Come on.
I just want you to love me. All right.
In all seriousness, this is sort of a grave matter right now for Gambit Gaming. They've taken some big risks and forced up in a couple of rounds that, you know, maybe they should have just gone for the double eco straight away and seen if they couldn't get anything out of it. I also think they're playing very passively right now. Every round is Fnatic just setting up almost whatever they want, and then they just go for the bomb side and take whatever fight. And in the middle, Zeus gonna get picked off right as the smoke pops there. Crims with a great shot.
That's all about timing for Crims. It's not like Crims is a main opper. He'll pass that back over to Twist now, but this was all about spawn. And that split second where Crims can get to look into Garage, or look from Garage into mid, that split second faster, boom, Zeus gets caught. And once again, Fnatic have the man advantage. Olafmeister lurking his way through the smoke, takes down Doja. Mo's there to trade, and Mo holds on the site itself, but he burns to death, nowhere to hide. And it's a man advantage going on to the B site now for Fnatic.
And those Molotovs is exactly the reason why you should not be holding on a bomb site like that. You need people around the place that can help you out. Hobbit gonna be going down a twist. Ren with some nice spray, but oh, Dennis comes through from behind to take him out. That's gonna be 9-2. Fnatic on an absolute roll right now. They're looking like a very solid and strong team. And Disco Doblin, it's exciting, I think, to see him particularly playing well on the stage because he's been a bit shaky on this team. Definitely had some criticism, I feel like, from the community. If it turns out that he can do well in pressure situations like this, that's going to be exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it just speaks to the depth on the roster. When you're expecting Crims, Olaf, and Dennis, and they're bottom 3 on the scoreboard, that's excellent for Fnatic. You can still fall back on those guys at any time. What concerns me is that Hobbit and Doja are just completely absent for Gambit. Hobbit got the MVP at DreamHack. He came out of nowhere, blew everybody away, had a crazy star performance. But this major, we really haven't seen that level from him. We're starting to see the nerves tell where he's just lacking a little bit of experience to be able to hit that high level. His team are counting on him, though. He needs to step up. This is the quarterfinals. You lose this best of 3, that's it, you're done.
And at least they're trying to push aggressively a bit here into main, but if you notice, they only do this when they don't have anything, you know, when it's just pistols, and they've obviously got the AWP on Mo, but it's almost like sort of let's just try and see if we can do it this round. I think they should do it in a round where they have more than that, because otherwise, as you can tell a couple of rounds now, they just fall back and play very defensively inside the B-bomb site, and it generally does not work out. Hobbit here, he's at 75, he's doing great damage, but eventually he'll run out of bullets, and Disco Doblin is there to take him down. Mo trying to hide with the AWP, reasonable choice at this point in time.
A good discipline from Hobbit. He gets 1 kill. And that's pretty much it. So Mo's going to just save the AWP. This was intentional. He was nowhere near the action because there really is no hope for him now, 1v4. So going into the next round now, we're going to see if Gambit decide to put up more of a fight mid versus Fnatic, I think, because Fnatic in this round, once again, presence in mid, getting 3 players there very quickly. The last time the Gambit actually went for the aggro mid kind of hold, that crossfire setup, it nearly worked. And I think that's going to be key here, because if they can deny mid to Fnatic, it's going to be very important to stop Fnatic from constantly getting these splits onto B and these splits onto A.
Curious how this is going to turn out. I mean, they could, even if they wanted to, commit 3 people to mid.
I mean, this is elementary stuff, right? But this is what I'm talking about. This part of the map right here. If you're new to CS, if you're just tuning in, when we say mid, we refer to this box right here because it opens up 2 different paths to get onto the bomb sites, right? If you're on the T side, all of a sudden you have access to this split through the halls onto the B site, and this is the usual way that the terrorists would take to get onto the A site. This is main. But if they have access to short, all of a sudden the defense, you can see they get pincered. And so control of mid is key for the CT side.
Disco Doblin already in position. I kind of wish they would have left just the orb inside B, but actually they have 2 of them, so I still think they could have done with just having 1 person. And there it is. They do swap Doja back now. They can have a lot of focus in the middle, and they actually are more or less going for the 3 mid, 1A, 1B in the corner there. Drenny wins the first fight. More to come. He has to do it again. He gets a headshot, and then is dropping the bomb. Great play. Grenade out. Might be close line here. Takes the fight to Crimson. That's going to be 1 more. Almost shoots his teammate. And Disco Doblin on 9 health. This is done. Gambit Gaming finally something working out. And of course it has to be a Dren. Oh, trying it once, trying again. That's a dangerous game to play with 9 health. He wants to make his way out, but I don't think it's going to happen. Gambit surely can find him. It's going to be a flawless round coming out of the CT side. Very, very late that they get this 3rd round.
I'm actually kind of surprised to see Dennis exactly so far away from Twist in that situation. You can see him trying to run forward to trade the kill. And it's, again, that half second's difference there that allows for Adrian to reset. And if you give him that kind of chance where it's DM, 1v1s, Adrian's got the aim to go toe-to-toe with anybody on Fnatic. So finally, something works out for Gambit, but it's still double digits for Fnatic right now. 10-3, Fnatic on the T side of Cash, way in the lead. Double AWP setup for Gambit, but more importantly, all of the gear. And Disco, he's looking to counter that mid push with the wall bangs, and so Zeus is going to be able to snake his way forward.
Okay, another variation coming in here. Zeus and Events, if they heard those break, then they're probably just going to Molotov it out and he'll have to vacate that position. But so far they haven't done that. Now it's all a question of timing. He's ready and he's trying to listen to those footsteps in the middle. If only someone could flash him in, that would be the big start. But now that the Molotov is up, he has to leave. Zeus, what are you doing? Down to 42 health, and that leaves Mo alone. You see how Fnatic do this. They use the Molotovs to burn their way forward into the middle, pushing Gambit back so they can't reinforce each other in the middle. And it's just really basic play, but it works so well. And it's left the CT side once again in a tough position.
I'm a bit surprised to see Olafmeister out of position to capitalize on that. He was too far back in Toxic to be able to pick up the kill when Zeus comes tumbling out of the vents. And usually that's something that Fnatic will be very good about, communication as far as timing and playing off of nades like that, very basic teamwork. Hobbit's there to pick up the kill on Olaf, however. No escape for him in the B hall, so we're back into a 4-on-4. But there's still 40 seconds left here for Fnatic, and they have access to mid again. They're going to be looking for that split.
If Adren can stay alive, he's got a good crossfire with Doja, but there's actually almost no smokes left on Fnatic, so they're going to have to, none at all, they're going to have a trouble crossing where Doja's looking here by the truck. He should be able to get a good shot, but oh, he gets shot right in the face. Dennis takes him out, and now Adren in so much trouble in the back. He picks up 1, goes for more, tries for the long spray, but he can't get it done. Dennis with a double, they almost line up for Hobbit. He gets 1 shot, waiting for it now. 14 seconds, they need to get the bomb plant, but Zeus gets 1, and now it's all on Twist. 1 versus 2, 10 seconds. He has to go for the plant, he can't stop it. He's going to be successful now. He's trapped in the corner, and Zeus comes in with a clutch, and that will be a great round. Gambit winning it again. 10-4 here. If they can just get 5, this can still be done.
Because then you're looking at a pistol win, getting those 3 rounds, and winning the first buy round, and all of a sudden you're in a tied situation as well. So it's still possible. Luckily for Gambit, they actually have money to go for buys now as well. Fnatic don't care. We're going into the 15th round. They've got all the money in the world after such a strong half. 10-4. And double AWP for Fnatic. This could change things up. Triple AWP, why not?
All right then.
You know, they said, hey, if there's that guy balling, if he can make it work, why can't we? That sounds like a good strat to me.
Slightly mad, but one of them already being put to work in the middle, just trying to wall bang it out against Mo. No one connecting just yet. And Zeus again up in the vent. Twist trying to see if he can headshot someone at the headshot box of the sugar cube there in middle. an angle that's become somewhat popular. Olofmeister gonna take a quick kill there on Susan. That's such a massive frag over by Vents there. Now, think about how much control they have and how Gambit gonna hold the middle here. Is he gonna try for it again? Dennis, just some random shots coming out. If he tries for the regular one on Mo, this would be just perfect.
It would be perfect if he actually knew the lineup. You're right, because that's dead on for Mo, the wall bang.
It's not happening. Instead, it looks like they're gravitating slightly towards the B-bomb side, and over there, it's Doja and Hobbit waiting. And the one good thing about this scenario, if they go for it, is Hobbit still has the Molotov. It looks like they're actually creeping back slightly. Mo, he's scoping. I'm not sure, Olaf, you must have heard that. Right around the corner, he's setting up for a grenade, I think. Pops it in, Hobbit, not flashed. Instead, he sneaks around. It's almost like the scoping actually tricked Olaf, because that's why he wanted to do the flashbang. Now, Adren gonna try and line them up. He gets one, he gets a second one as well. Taking down Disco Doppler and drops the bomb. And 30 seconds here. Adren finally drops, but I'm not sure if it's in time here. He may have done it for his team one more time. And it's gonna be 10-5, closing out the half here. Gotta give it to Fnatic, obviously. 10 rounds on T-side is massive, but Gambit managed to hold on, and they did so one more time thanks to Adren. I mean, 16 kills. He's outdoing both Twist and Disco Doppler here.
Yeah, that felt like they just got a little bit too complicated there, didn't it, right? A little bit, you didn't really take advantage of the opening that Olofmeister provided over towards B. Instead, you tried to catch somebody out on A.
If we get a post-game interview, Olofmeister, I'd love to know if he heard the scoping and if he thought he could do the pop flash, because it looked like it. And Hobbit just walks away. That is hilarious. But look at this here. Twist is a top fragger for Fnatic. He's done an amazing job, but he's got 109 ADR Adren. He not single-handedly, but without Adren performing like they did in the group stage, Gambit would not have been here. Can he do it in the playoffs as well? That's the interesting part.
Well, let's all remember what happened the last time Fnatic played Gambit in the quarterfinals of a major. That was Cologne last year, and Gambit got completely and utterly obliterated, to the point where Flusha was saying that he didn't feel like they had an opponent. So now they need to come up here. They actually need to start showing us what they're capable of here, Gambit, or we're going to see more of the same. Fnatic could just stomp them into the ground once again.
Oh, Twist is the only one here. This is not a good position to be in. They're going to go and check it hard, and Adren takes down Twist. A great start now. Olaf looking for the kill up on the high ground, but how is he going to do anything? If he walks out, he's going to go down very quickly. The full rotation is in, and Crims is the one carrying that kit. But right now, Gambit have such a massive chance to win this. They've got Mo with the Tech 9 armor, and Fnatic have got no grenades to enter this bomb side with. This is going to be down to the headshots. Now is the time to show that they are that superstar team, and already they've lost Disco Doppler. Next in line is Dennis. This is just looking way too good for Gambit Gaming. Hobbit takes a double kill, and Crims, time to back out of there.
Both pistols won for Gambit now. There's nothing Crims can do here. He's 1v5. He does have a kit, but no hope. Hobbit will hunt him down and get the headshot in the end. 10-6. Gambit, one more round on the board. But more importantly, Anders, are they going to be able to survive the follow-up round? Because there's definitely going to be some pressure put on here from Fnatic. Can Gambit actually keep it together and start to look to tie things up? Force buy from Fnatic. No surprise there.
Yeah, this has become very common. So Fnatic obviously know that if this works out, then they've almost got this first map in the bag. I think Gambit are going to be all right. The buy is a very respectable one here. 2 AKs, 2 UMPs on the one Tech 9. So they've got Mo who can sort of run around and try and find an opening. And he does just that. Finds Olofmeister, and Olofmeister finds his face. Adren going to be going down next. Olaf still in play with this Tech 9. Oh, so SC 75 just doing an amazing job in the middle. Of
course I have
3 on 3.
Yeah.
Of course it is, right?
Olaf with the tech. But more importantly,
true.
Olaf with the perfect position. This is ideal with the CZ75. This is exactly what you want. But nobody is left here in mid for Gambit. Instead, it's going to be a very straightforward approach onto the B site. Nice anti-flash there by Dennis to give himself some space. And there's the one ding. Going for a little bit more of a spray and pray in this sort of situation, but he's hoping for Zeus to get close, and he hits the point-blank shot as well. Hobbit 1v3. He needs to make the perfect play here because he has no room for error. And he's stuck. They know where he is. And Dennis again! Triple for Dennis with the deagle. All of them headshots.
Just absolutely incredible. Olaf doing such a good job to start off with, but who could have seen this coming? I think especially the second kill is so crazy because if he misses the second shot, then Zeus going to run him down. It doesn't work out that way.
It's obviously what Zeus is looking for, right? But Hobbit Yeah, Hobbit never really took advantage of it. He just kind of he stayed stuck when Zeus got picked instead of trying to back up Zeus. That's a problem. 11-6, and just like in the first half, Gambit win the pistol. They lose in the second round of the half. Fnatic continue to stretch their lead forward here. It's going to be Twist holding up close with the UMP. Spray and pray, takes down Hobbit. Nicely done. That's not where the action is going to be. Instead, it's going to be over here on A site. And Dennis, he's got that long angle, which is perfect versus, well, I mean, Tech9 UMP, not really going to reach him out here, but the Deagles are a risk.
Yes, they are, and there's a smoke that's just been put up. They saw that shot coming out from Dennis, so they know there's someone by truck, so they're just going to smoke him off and get in and get the bomb down. That's a very, very good idea for Gambit. Just make sure they don't get taken out, and they do. Zeus not planting safely, and that's going to spell trouble now. Dennis moving closer, getting a headshot on Doja, and they're trying one more time. They want to get close to that bomb. Edren gets one, but that's all it is. They needed that bomb plant for this round to be a reasonable one for them. Now, 2 kills, good, but because you're so close to losing the map, you needed that $800 bonus.
Dennis's positioning is so sick because he's just getting close enough where if you're on top of Forklift, that's the only angle he has to worry about to look over that smoke. But if you're on top of Forklift, you're not going to see him. He's just close enough where you're going to be blocked off. And so he turns what is a 1v4 into a 1v2, which is perfect when you've got the Colt. Sick play from Dennis, the mind games, and knowing exactly where he needs to be on the map. 12-6 now. And while the hard eco coming in here from Gambit, it's all or nothing now, Anders.
Drem was ready for it. Couldn't quite connect with that kill. Doja also has a Deagle, so they're giving themselves just a couple of tickets here. Oh, what? Takes down all of Meister Goodnight. That is just one hell of a lucky shot, but wish we could see the reaction from Olaf, probably just shaking his head saying, yeah. Do it again next round if you can. Nice shot from Dennis.
More of what we expect. Dennis has had a stellar performance so far this tournament. He's been the standout player for Fnatic, no doubt about it. Pistol rounds and even with the rifles. And already, he will get the spray. Down to 65 HP, Dennis, but still plenty of fight in him. And especially because he's only up against 2 Glocks and a Deagle. No grenades, no Kevlar. Gambit trying to collapse onto this B site, but Disco Doplin's not too far away here. He can support Twist.
Oh, but he doesn't get the crossfire in. That's not good. There it is finally. He let one through and then comes the kill. And Twist tapping away at Adren. 13-6 here. Fnatic. It is so close. Look at that. It actually looked like Olaf mirrored his movement on the other side of the smoke. It's interesting. This is the chance, and this might be the only chance they have, Gambit. They've got such an interesting style on the T side, Gambit, and I wonder if they're going to be able to put it to work on Cash, because generally speaking, they want to move up right in front of the bomb site and then wait there long enough for the CT side to get a bit anxious and a bit nervous and think, wait a minute, they were here, they must have been here for 40 seconds, now surely there's no one out here anymore, and then you go and look, and they're all there. So, and you think, well, surely no one's going to keep falling for that, but teams do. This has been Su's game plan since the last 4 years, more or less, and it's been working for a very long time.
It has. Apart from where, you know, kind of fell apart in Na'Vi towards the end, but then that was where I think Na'Vi, more than anything, lost faith in his calls.
Yeah.
And so, 13-6, and Gambit just take their first tactical timeout right now. So they have invested. They've taken an extra 30 seconds to discuss because this is the key round here of this half for Gambit. If Fnatic get on to 14 rounds, it's going to be impossible for Gambit to come back into this. So the I like it from Fnatic. Let's go. Let's get aggressive. But Adreni's ready for it.
Twist. Got to be very careful making any noise up here. Zeus is on the other side too. And he's just waiting at the moment. Could also be flashed in if anyone is willing to. Burning some time off the clock right here. Gambit looks like they might try for a boost of their own. Twist is right on the other side. Hobbit does go down, but there's a straight headshot from Twist. What a great start to this round. They shouldn't be losing it. It's 5 versus 3. They're going to get it one more in on Zeus, and Mo in the middle. It's already taken a bit of damage, but don't see Fnatic throwing this round away.
Twist is such a monster. Look at how he keeps his cool. All of that with one mag. Doesn't even care. You're looking for the fight, you're gonna find it, Twist! With the final headshot, 3 kills for him, and such patient play. Doesn't show himself, just lets him walk right in. Look at that grin, he's so pleased with himself. Everything worked perfectly for him that round. 14-6, that's a feel-good round for CS. That's why you get addicted and why you keep playing more CS, because it's just like, ooh, 3 kills, everything works. Doesn't get much better than that.
He should be proud of himself right now. He's got 20 and 9 here. This is a quarterfinal, so just very well done. The ridiculous thing is Adren also has 20 kills in spite of the fact that they are 8 rounds down. So just can't even believe that that's really happening, but it is. And it's a big problem here for the T side. Trying to see if they can just run in Disco Doblin out in the open, and he will go down. 2-for-2 trade, but coming in here with the AWP. Olaf somehow missing that shot. Looked like they were all lined up for him. Another bomb plant attempt maybe coming through this time. They do the smoke, and Olaf, how does he possibly miss that shot? He misses another one. Can he get a third strike in? You got to be careful when you're this close to the other players. Hobbit burns alive. That is not a good way to get into the round. And now Doja standing on the fire. Gonna go down as well. Second kill with the Molotov, and now Mo in the back. 1 versus 2. It's either clutch this or we're gonna be moving to the second map sooner than maybe they would want. Mo walking right in, but Twist is gonna be able to take him out with a double. We give the Swedish player 22 kills and also map point for Fnatic here. What a power performance coming out of the Swedish team.
This is Fnatic's map. This is their pick, and you can see why. They've just got it all locked down, and they've proven me wrong. I thought that there would be some problems with their CT side, that they would be looking a little weaker, but Gambit just aren't able to hit their shots, and Twist is certainly leading the way, leading by example right now for his team. He's hitting all sorts of shots. As you guys can see, Olaf, he had 3 chances there, 3 opportunities to just completely shut it down, and he missed all 3. Kept the pressure on Gambit, yes, but not hitting his shots. Instead, it's Twist to the rescue.
You've got to appreciate the solidarity of Doja there, just saying, you know what, if you're not in this world, Hobbit, I'll go as well. Into the fire, we all go. Man.
That's how it was supposed to go, right?
I don't think the end of the Lord of the Rings was like that. I feel like they made it out. Not this time. Twist. Actually with a fairly forward position. They've got 3 men over at the B bomb site. If this had been an early B push from Gambit, and even if they had got the kill on Twist, it would have been a very deep mind game because Disco Doppler and Dennis would have still been on the site. So you can do that sometimes where you sort of almost lure a team into going for the bomb site, thinking, well, we've killed 1 out of 2, so let's just go for it now. And, Gambit trying to play this round carefully. Obviously, last chance for them here on Cash.
And Fnatic, once again, they do have Olaf Meister not too far away, so he should be able to support Crims. This isn't a full retake sort of scenario for Fnatic, but it is a position exactly where Crims can kind of fall back so he doesn't get quickly overwhelmed. So you can see some clever positioning from him. He's way out in the open. This could actually come back to bite him. Olaf Meister just looking for the fight, showing no respect. Turns from the flash in time. Not even going to try to go for the wall bang. Instead, he wants to try and find the shot. Adren is close, but Mo's going to take the tag first.
Good shot and a great follow-up there. Zeus and then Mo again. Finally something that works. Twist is going to be going down. And I think this speaks to what we were just talking about. They take up main, they throw in the grenades, then they wait. And they just wait. And eventually Olaf says, I've got to go and look, you know, curiosity and all that. Ends up dropping. Dennis with a nice shot. But right now, just trying to see if he can do as much damage as possible. It will be Gambit winning the round 7-15.
This is incredibly frustrating if you're Fnatic. And it's not exactly something that you see very often where teams delay so long before pushing out onto bomb sites. Like half of that smoke has been used up already by the time they're even going for the push. In general, you want the smokes down and you're going to try and rush with those smokes so that you have as much smoke time as possible, basically. But still, 1 more round on the board here for Gambit. 15-7, Fnatic still on map point in this best of 3. We've got Overpass coming up next. That's going to be Gambit's map. We've definitely got 2 maps. Dust 2 is the 3rd map if necessary.
Looked like they wanted to maybe try and see if they could look over there, but not going to happen this time. And again, seeing a counter boost coming out. This time it isn't Twist, but Olaf who's going to have the honor. Again, timing is everything. You can try and just be flashed in. Disco Doppler could just throw a grenade in. He's going to get the kill in middle against Zeus instead. And there's Olaf with the shot on Mo. Fnatic deciding to take control back into the game. We never saw anything like this out of Gambit when they were on the CT side. They didn't try for any kind of nonsense. They just played a standard game pretty much the whole first half.
Their whole hold in mid revolved around putting Zeus up in vents and maybe having Adrian holding close, right? On the right side of, exactly, right there where Hobbit is spraying. So, I mean, that was Gambit's way of holding it. Right now, Fnatic are just showing no respect. But this is so tough for if you're on the T side because when the CTs are so far ahead, they're just going to take risks, especially the Swedes. They don't respect you.
5 versus 3 coming in here. Down to 40 seconds as well. The bomb is being brought over to main where 3 people are waiting. Admittedly, the rotation would take quite a while from the B-bomb side, but you have to assume they can win this one, Fnatic. Not many grenades left on Gambit either. They've thrown up the smokes, but with 30 seconds, there's a limit to how long they can really wait. They can't exactly do like last time and just wait for Fnatic to peek. There's a pop flash in. Doja, he goes down to Dennis. Hobbit next in line, and he's gonna, well, actually, Dren gonna get the refrag. Nearly gets the one on off. But now it's all on him. 1 versus 4, and he gets shut down by Crims. That's 16-7 in favor of Fnatic as they win the first map in their quarterfinals here against Gambit Gaming. Of course, there's more coming up. And you're right, this is Fnatic's map pick. But I've got to say, Fnatic came into this first map more fired up than I had expected.
They have not showing any respect to Gambit. They destroyed them in the last majors, in the playoffs, in the quarterfinals, basically got into a free semifinals for Fnatic, and right now it's looking like more of the same. Fnatic have no reason to fear Gambit. This is a totally different beast of a stage. This isn't DreamHack Winner. This is the major. And so Fnatic right now, they have no reason to respect them. We're going to have to see if the second map power is going to change things up. We're going to go on to Overpass after this break. It's Gambit's map, but first we're going to hear what the analysts have to say after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
First guy, and then
Welcome back to the Fox Theatre. We have a major underway, and Fnatic are looking majorly good against Gambit. They got the choice of map they wanted in the form of Cash, and it really told. They just blew the CIS team away. Let's start by breaking this down. You've got something to say immediately, Jason.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is why the map picks made me nervous, because, I mean, Fnatic's going to be very, very good on Cash, and Zeus, notoriously, even when he was a Na'Vi, they did never play this map. They're just not experienced. He's not experienced on it as an in-game leader, so all of a sudden, one of the great strengths that Gambit had throughout the group stages is neutralized just by their own refusal to ban this map in the veto process. Now they have to worry about the fact that if they want to win this series, they're going to have to beat Fnatic on Dust 2 as well, which is another map that lends itself to very strong individual plays, which goes right into the strengths of Fnatic. So I think all of a sudden the series gets much harder for Gambit now.
I said this, Duncan, just in the green room before we came back here. Been a strange major in terms of vetoes. I've seen a lot of poor vetoes so far. Do you think letting Cash through is a critical mistake?
This one was inexplicable because you know how strong the routine of the Fnatic players are. This was one they loved in the last lineup as well. Then you got to add into the equation, they've already played this, Gambit played this once on LAN with this lineup, and that was a loss to Renegades, who are hardly setting the world alight, you know. So I don't know what they were thinking in this sense, whether they were gambling that for some reason they thought Fnatic maybe would pick Cobblestone or something. I'm not sure where their mind state was, but clearly a huge mistake. I mean, they even started out the game, they won the pistol, got eco'd straight back. Like, nothing went right on any level in this game. I mean, if anything, like, you know, all the pieces were you win the pistol rounds, your star player, Adren's going off, he's doing a thing, and you just get crushed regardless.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, Adren still delivering that level of performance, and Gambit have still been absolutely wrecked.
Well, I mean, they were missing Doja, who they had throughout the group stages as well. But
and Zeus hasn't exactly been a slouch when it comes to fragging as well.
Yeah, but I think it's a little bit unfair. I mean, they were missing, but I think that's more a testament to how comfortable Fnatic feels on this map. I mean, you could just see Twist had an incredible game, and sometimes as a player, you just can't really do too much. So yeah, they were missing, but I think that it's attributed. I mean, obviously the map isn't going to help them out very much, but the opposing team Fnatic is known for putting players who have been performing well back in their place. So this is just a great performance from Fnatic.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that Twist game. We've talked a lot about whether or not he is a player that can sort of play in a professional team, not with friends. A guy who can actually become a star player and not just play for a bit of fun, semi-pro. And here he's put in an amazing performance in the major. And yet, of course, we know that there's some talk that he's not going to be in Fnatic at the end of this major. We know that that's a rumor that's going around. And again, in the green room, where all the best talk happens, you did ask a question, well, what happens if they make it to the semi-finals?
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously the problem, is you look at the God Set and the Fnatic lineups, for basically the whole time these two separate teams have existed, there's been no success. And in fact, such a lack of success that I even understand why before the major they could prepare, like, you know what, should we just make a new team after this, make the old team back together again? Because they could never predict they'd be in a position where, I mean, the one map from the semi-finals, yeah, if that happens, hey, I think the topic of discussion changes there, and whether that means they don't do the move or whether it means Twist gets himself into that mix, certainly interesting. Obviously, we speculated a similar thing before of the French shuffle was going to happen. What if Scream had an MVV performance at this tournament? You know, didn't end up happening, but Twist at the moment certainly staking his claim for being one of the best Swedish players.
Yeah, so I got to ask as well, have we missed a trick here with Fnatic? Because they certainly, you know, I picked Gambit to win this one. A lot of people were backing the underdogs over the experienced kind of veteran major winners. Are we idiots? Are we all fools?
No, not at all, especially after seeing Gambit. I mean, we have to remember, Fnatic, this is the best they've looked all major. They weren't exactly, you know, inspiring too much confidence in the group stage themselves. It's just, it's tough to kind of go against sometimes Olafmeister and Dennis and Crims. So much pedigree in those three players, but I think Gambit still, obviously, the cliche is one map at a time, but Overpass is a map that should be in their favor. And I think winning that one, then you go into Dust 2, and then you just kind of see what happens. I just think this first map really didn't give themselves a chance to get this series started off in the right way.
Right, well, we will take a short commercial break. When we come back, we're going to get onto that Overpass map. Can Gambit get back into this series? Find out after the break.
Coming into this major, we've been underdogs. Last time we played against Fnatic and they trashed us in the quarterfinals. But now it's time for revenge. This is a different Gambit than it was in Cologne. Zeus bringing us the mentality of the champions, and he knows definitely how to win this game. Right now I understand why people don't believe in Gambit, but after this major they will have a reason to believe in us. We will beat Fnatic.
So there you have it. We are in the middle of a series. Fnatic versus Gambit. Fnatic looking comfortable on cash. Will it be money in the bank? We're about to find out. But first off, Game Command. You can watch that game, on Game Command. Choose what angles you want to see. Do all sorts. It's truly incredible. Go to live.eleague.com to check that out. Now, in that bump as we were coming back in, they talked about the last time that they met. So we're going to get into that now and break that down about what's changed. Obviously, Duncan, you're the esports historian. They last played each other in Cologne. What's been going on with these two teams since then?
Yeah, well, they obviously had two very different lineups. I mean, the guys from Fnatic, they had not the golden lineup, wasn't the one that won the majors, but it was basically 4 of those players, and then they had Dennis. They just got him into the lineup, and they were really emphasizing individual skill. This game, they tore Gambit apart, but this was also Gambit before they had Hobbit, before they had Zeus. You know, they had a very different lineup at the time, and you see that Adren wasn't the same sort of star player he is at this point in time. It was kind of a fluke that Gambit had even gotten to that point in time, and the mismatch was really, really big. This time around, I don't think it's that much of a mismatch on paper.
I mean, that was the match that delivered the epic interview afterwards, where the Fnatic said, you know, this didn't feel like a quarterfinal, didn't feel like this match should have been taken on the stage. So if you're a Gambit player, obviously, I believe that was said by Flusha, but if you're a Gambit player, you obviously have to be like, okay, we're going against Fnatic again. Well, you still got to be bothered by that interview to a certain degree.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And look, let's just talk about what's gone on. You know, Zeus famously hates cash, you know. This is why I'm just so surprised that they're in this position. It's a very different prospect to have to be coming back from 1-0 down in the series.
Here's the problem, Richard, is that, like I kind of alluded to at the beginning, I actually think a lot of why Gambit's done so well in this tournament is that they've gotten Cobble, they've gotten Overpass. These are the only maps they've won on in E-League majors so far. These are their 2 best maps by far, by a large, large margin. Their 3rd best map is Dust 2, and like I said, that doesn't have any top wins for them. The bad maps for them, they don't have a very wide map pool. So actually, yeah, they can't play cash whatsoever. I don't know why they've gambled on that personally, but they're not good on Mirage either, the map they did ban out. That's one that actually, for example, they've lost to a team called Pride, who's like a Polish team who most people have never heard of, you know. It's actually the team that beat Godsent and made Godsent not want to go to WESG. So I feel like they didn't feel like they had a lot of lateral movement there. They had to kind of let something through that they were really weak on.
Yeah, and I mean that's kind of just that's the big issue for them at the moment, and this is systemic of teams who have new in-game leaders as well. They haven't in reality had like this whole wealth of time with Zeus to build a deep map pool, and especially because up until now they weren't considered a top team, they haven't been at the tournaments where all the tier 1 competition is. So yeah, you can beat the Renegades, you can beat the tier 2 teams on some of these maps, but if you're not getting tested against the tier 1, you don't quite know how to adjust to that level of competition.
So Fnatic, one of the most dominant and successful teams in any version of Counter-Strike. They're looking to make some major moments here. This one, though, was a little bit different. Here's another major moment brought to you by Dell.
One of the major memories I have is when we played in DreamHack Winter 2014 and we did the boost against LDLC.
And you can spot them coming out of the street door as well. He's here, he sees them down there, straight headshot, they have no idea.
They've come up with something new before the major that nobody else knew about yet.
Smith's looking confused and dazed, and there's going to be a follow-up headshot on the touchdown. You gotta be kidding me.
People were not sure if it was allowed, it was like at the edge, it was a gray area, but it was still really impressive.
We did a comeback from 12-3 to 16-14, I believe.
The end is near. They pull up an ace out the sleeve and they do it for just every single round they're on out.
That was a lot of fun. It was a lot of drama afterwards. It was fun.
So yeah, obviously another crazy moment there, and Boostgate, as it became affectionately known in the community, very strange situation, because even though Fnatic had kind of found this advantageous thing in the game, in the end, it led to them not winning that major because they decided to drop out. They effectively withdrew themselves from the tournament. So obviously, as someone who's done a documentary on this, Jason, do tell us more.
Yeah, I mean, it was a boost that they went in and they didn't think that they were doing anything wrong. And in fact, by the official rulebook at that event, the pixel walking portion of it wasn't wrong. It was a completely other, technicality that got them caught they didn't even know about. But I mean, going into this, obviously, as a Fnatic player, you're thinking this is just, something awesome, the trick in the map that we've discovered, which in the past of Counter-Strike has never been a problem. It was just so brutal, so strong. It actually led to a really epic interview where Olaf Meister tells everyone after that game is done, he just turns to JW and he says, maybe this is going to make everyone like us now, because they were one of the most hated teams at the time. And JW just goes, well, have you seen Twitter yet?
Yeah.
And that's where really everything, the social media at the time just blew up. And they caught a lot of, probably to the majority of the degree, undeserved flack for that.
So here's a question for you, Duncan. Obviously someone who's also a historian, chronicled all of these major moments and stuff. Had they decided not to withdraw themselves from the tournament, would they have gone on and won that one?
Yeah, they would have been my favorite. That was the #1 and #2 team in the world at the time. Fnatic actually was on a streak. They'd won 3 tournaments in a row. No one was beating them in Best of X series. And I actually think, forget even just not forfeiting, if LDLC had just agreed to play the half over, that would have certainly been interesting. Now, I mean, LDLC were obviously in a big advantage. They were 12-3 up, Probably they would win it, but I'd certainly love to see it played out again without the whole boost scenario and see if LDLC could win, because I actually feel like in a weird way, that remained as a mental ghost for LDLC because they never got to beat Fnatic in the server, because it wasn't in fact, I don't know, a lot of people might not know this, Envious won a lot of titles, but with that lineup, they never beat Fnatic in a Best of X series. That was the only one they did, and it was by forfeit. So if they'd have gone back in there, just said, forget about the boost, gotten the win, like purely legit, maybe it would have helped them. Maybe it would have made it a more competitive era, because I feel like in some ways, the hatred, the intense scrutiny on Fnatic there, when they sort of decided, right, we're not going to break under this, we're not just going to retire, if anything, I think it kind of forged them into being the ultimate final bosses, because at that point in time, they were like, we don't even care if the crowd cheers against us, we're still going to play.
Yeah, it definitely did turn them into someone comfortable with their villainy. Anyway, let's get back to this series. Obviously, we've got another map coming. Duncan, predictions, the players are starting to ready up, so how do we see this one going?
Yeah, I do favor the Gambit guys for this one. This is a very, very good map for them. With that said, I do think that the guys from Fnatic, just from firepower alone, can make this exciting, and they can go for that 2-0.
Yep, Jason.
I'm taking Gambit in this as well, but they have to clean up the small mistakes. They cannot be losing some of these force buys in the second round if they win the pistol. They just cannot be making these mistakes, because the players on Fnatic will punish them.
All right, well, we're going to find out who is going to be in the semi-finals. The Fnatic going to do it in 2. To talk you through it, it is Anders and Semler.
Thank you very much, Richard. And yes, we're certainly ready here. Second map going to be coming up. What do you think, Gambit? Do they have what it takes? This is their map pick that's coming up. Do you think they can bring us to a third map?
Certainly, if they can get their heads in the game, Anders, because we didn't see that in Cash. It looked like they were completely absent. 4 of those players on Gambit did not show up in that server as far as I'm concerned. Adrian was the only one who was doing any kind of work. So now that it's their home map, what are they capable of? We need to find out.
Yeah, and our analysts were even confused that this map even made it through. Like, why was Cash there? We'll see if it can be different. I hope someone is going to be there to help out Adren, because he was playing a ridiculous game, even on Cash. He needs someone there on the top to help him. It's going to be Fnatic starting on the CT side and Gambit on the T side. So welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen. Here's second map, second quarterfinals of the ELEAGUE Major.
There we go. That's a way to start things. Luckily for Dennis, the Glock doesn't one-shot headshot anymore, so he's able to scoot out. But Crim's aggro push and connected with 2 players there from Fnatic. They pick up the kill on Zeus, and that's the start that Fnatic were looking for. They took a risk at top mid with Dennis, didn't pay off, but it paid off elsewhere on the map. And now there's more pressure here on Gambit to deliver something here. 4 players with Kevlar, no smokes, no flashes, nothing to make their lives easier getting onto this A site.
No, and there's a really big presence right now for the Swedish side. 3 people here. Olaf Meister taking the first fight, missing a lot of shots with uncharacteristic, and he might almost get run over here. Mo's already picked up the first kill. They're looking for more, but there's a reload, and they're grouping into each other. Oh no, they bump into each other, and that's a really big problem. Disco Dotland going to be going down. Mo takes 1. Olaf Meister is still alive somehow. Finally down, and now it's a 2-on-2. And no bomb plant, but plenty of time on the clock. They're waiting. P250 in the hands. Hopper takes 1 kill. That's Crims out of the round. And now it's Twist, the hero of the last map. And he gets dropped by Mo, who picks up a quad kill at the end of it. Gambit, what a way to fight back. It looked like they had been completely shut down on long. As soon as you start trying to back up and your teammates are there backing into you, it's just not a good sign.
An unbelievable failure on Olaf Meister's part. But how many opportunities did he get to find headshots there? He was just constantly peeking, constantly fighting. I mean, fair enough, Gambit never killed him, but you definitely expect with the USP there to be 1 headshot at least to really give Fnatic that room for movement, for that comfort zone. Instead, it's a long, drawn-out 4v4, and that's going to favor Gambit eventually. They're eventually going to be able to close in on Olaf like we saw just there.
Just very awkward and very strange, and you've got to assume that Fnatic are going to be a bit annoyed at that. They feel like they had the great start, and they did.
But now it's a matter, well, we saw what happened with Gambit on the first half. They've won 3 pistols in a row. We can give them that. Only problem is they've lost every second round behind that pistol, so they're not out of the woods yet, Anders. Gambit Gaming, they have to keep their cool in this follow-up round here. Otherwise, we could see more of what we saw on Cash, where Fnatic, they're going to get that force to work. They've gone for a double scout play here, Fnatic. Definitely still a threat. Only if they run into that MAC-10 if they got no Kevlar, though. Twist with the CZ-75. He'll look for fights all day long. You can see him. He even stays around a little bit longer than comfortable there.
Man, they've taken a lot of damage in this round, Gambit, but no one's gone down yet, so it should still be winnable. But once you get sort of more than half the team on close to half health, and there's still a Deagle, there's still a Scout in play, they can drop very quickly.
Absolutely. They're definitely not out of the doghouse yet here, Gambit. Mo and Adrian have to be very careful. They've got 30 HP. A shot from the Deagle, a shot from the Scout, even a burst from the CZ-75 will drop them. But it does look like we're seeing just a little bit more depth here from Gambit. They did look like they wanted to just commit to the B site, and they are still hanging around here with the bomb, but Hobbit's going to start rotating up to A to back up his teammates because Doja's worked his way out onto the A site. Dennis point blank takes Doja down, and now everybody's tagged up here on Gambit. They're definitely in a bit of a tight spot.
Oh my god, no one's above 30 health at the moment. Dennis, he does go down, and with the bomb plant, that's really critical, but here's the one thing to look at. Crims, he still has that defuse kit. They're all just one bullet more and that's away from death. He misses one though. Twist, that needed to be an opening. Now they're gonna have to spend, I think, maybe too much time. If you have to find 4 people, I mean, Gambit shouldn't be taking any fights. They should just try and fall back and keep falling back. What a shot from Twist. Still an expensive round from Gambit so far, and there might be more to follow. Hobbit, he does stay alive, and Crim's already given up on the plan here. So Gambit gonna pick up the second round, but that was near the edge, wasn't it?
It was definitely too close for comfort. You save both rifles, though, so that's the important bit for Gambit. If you're throwing away MAC-10s and UMPs, you're not going to care about that too much. But I am glad to see Crims back off and try and save the kit. And that was the one difference, and you're right to point it out. If Twist gets that kill earlier with the CZ and it's a 2v3, maybe you do attempt it because Crims has got that kit. You save 5 seconds on the defuse when a CT player has got that. And so he holds onto it for this round, hoping perhaps maybe, I don't know, a bit of a Sparkles moment, gets a defuse. Somebody buys smoke. Crims, you going to buy a smoke? So you still have the kit in play, but Gambit, they survived for the first time so far in this match. They have picked up a second round after the pistol, and they're up 2-0.
Yeah, just a very good job. Let's see if Crims can find any luck with the Scout. Don't mind that he's not moving up. You see, if he had those grenades when he's lacking the armor, it would have completely destroyed him. But some creative play coming out here. 4 people over at long. Crims down by the restrooms. It's a shame that no one from Gambit is moving up on this side. It would have been fun to see how this could have worked out.
Yeah, we're seeing almost the exact same setup here from Gambit, actually, from the last round. So bomb is dropped over towards the B halls. They're clearing out B site now. Somebody's going to go ahead and pick that up real quick. And we should have a fairly even, sort of easy round here for Gambit, which is exactly what they want, obviously. And the reason why I think that Gambit can actually do well on this map, much better than on Cash, they've already played this map twice so far in the group stage, and they've won both times in the group stage. I mean, granted, best of ones, but it's a strong map for them. The only real fight that they had was 16-14 versus FaZe in the 4th round of the groups. But they demolished Godsend 16-9 the first time they played it. And some people, they tend to think, some analysts tend to think, oh, well, you play a map too much, you're going to get figured out. But there's also a point to be made that you're going to get more comfortable on the map as well. All you're going to do is start making small adjustments, and you should be feeling like this is your home map. This is the map to do the damage on.
Oh, Doja throws away the gun. He picks up another kill, actually. Not at all bad. That's the only person they've lost here. Mo making sure there's no escape for Disco Doppler. And Crims is going to be dropped as well. Only losing Doja. Definitely a great round here. Gambit now up 3-0. I can tell the audience in here at the Fox Theater is definitely behind Gambit. I think they're starting to believe, and that's what we heard from the introduction to Gambit. They felt like if they came here and they played well, people will start believing in them. And maybe they are. 3-0, 4th round coming up. Finally, Fnatic can buy. Not the most impressive buy, but maybe it'll work out.
There we go. Home crowd sounds like they're behind Gambit in this one. It's just like a throwback to the days of Fnatic. Everybody against Fnatic. At least they're not booing them, but the Gambit cheer starting. Let's get a third map here. I think Dust 2 would be awesome between both of these teams.
Oh, that would be a very high-powered map. Absolutely certain. Some of the Fnatic players, if they get let loose on that map, could be interesting. But I would love to see if Adren can. Every game he's played, he's been there. There's just been no drop in performance, it seems. He just keeps going. If he could do it for a whole quarterfinals as well, I don't know. I've never seen this side of him, not like this, not to this level. Dennis close and actually gets flashed into the corner. That could be very dangerous. He's going to go for the fight with Dojo, and he barely comes out on top. But it is enough, and he's going to escape. That's a nice start.
Yeah, very nicely done. Follow-up flash, not necessary really, but still just wants to guarantee himself getting out of there. Zeus going to commit a Molotov to the corner to make sure that he isn't holding close, but there is still a man holding to watch towards long and towards mid, and that's Crims exactly. He's in a bit of a tight spot. You can see him just trying to hug that wall as close as possible. A little off on the timing there with the communication for that flash. And Adrian's now got the angle and takes the kill. Second of the round, or the map for Adrian. So we're back into a 4-on-4, and this definitely favors Gambit. 3 smokes left as well to make the push onto the site work.
They're getting closer. 30 seconds is really not a lot of time, but the big thing is Fnatic have no grenades they can slow them down any longer with. They've just put out their last smoke. Now the grenades are coming in from Gambit Gaming. 22 seconds. The bomb is making its way up. The rotation is miles away from Fnatic. They're very slow, and all of it's going to be going down. Now it's on Dennis, and he's so low from earlier. He can really only get the 1 kill, and now it's going to be a bomb plan, and I think a big advantage here for Gambit Gaming.
The key man is going to be Twist. It's all on Twist now, moving up in mid. If he wins that duel, if he could have just got that kill clean, they would have had time to work with Fnatic. Now Gambit, of course, they're aware they're caught in a sandwich. And they know that Twist is over here alone. It looks like Zeus is looking to take the fight, but more importantly, he's looking to stay alive. He wants to draw this out as long as possible. No kit for Fnatic to make that diffuse faster.
Oh, Twist reloading. Trapped in the corner. Disco Doblin comes in. He does pick up 1 kill, but they don't have any smoke or anything. They can't really force them into it. Dennis gets a great shot, but Zeus, he's still in the 1-on-2, and Disco Doblin, I don't even do this anymore. Great finish to the round. No problem for Zeus, but even if he hadn't got the kill, I'm not sure there was enough time there. And that will be 4-0 favoring Gambit Gaming. They win a big round there. And you have to notice again, the first kill that happens for Gambit, when Crims goes out to peek, it's just Adren waiting outside the bomb site.
Yeah.
It's just the same thing over and over again. They get curious. They feel like they haven't really shown up, and there's only 40 seconds on the clock. I'm just going to take a quick peek, just a quick peek, Samler. And that's it.
Oh, it works. It works. And we have 4 rounds in a row for Gambit Gaming at the start of this half now. So it's definitely looking up. Hobbit with the wallbang shot onto short. Headshot on Disco through the planks. That's going to be good enough. Doja, 2 kills for him at long. Crims and Dennis both gone. And a flawless round so far here for Gambit Gaming. It's Olaf and Twist, the last 2 alive for Fnatic, but it's not looking too healthy for him. Twist has already been tagged down to 17. Olaf not long for this world. Doja looking for his 3rd. He could get a 4th kill here. Twist even finding the drive-by on Zeus.
Doing so much damage. How is he not getting that kill? Doja with the quad, but honestly, I mean, the great pistol work from Twist. He gets both the headshots, just can't actually finish it off. That's a bit weird. 5-0 though, Gambit Gaming. It is their map pick, and they're looking very comfortable at the moment here. And you see the grenade and the direct headshot onto Disco Doblin.
That's monstrous. That grenade, Twist, no Kevlar, that's all nade damage. That's brutal. And we have a timeout called here. Technical or tactical? That's the question. And it's a tactical timeout used by Fnatic. So the first one called already, very early on. And we kind of tend to forget, actually, that it's a 6-man roster with Fnatic. They still have Jumpy, who joined several months ago as the coach. He's been around for quite some time now, and he is trying to bring, some kind of tactical element to the team. But it's not really very often that we actually see the timeouts coming through. You wouldn't really think it too much for Fnatic, right? You're just thinking they're going for headshots.
Yeah, I mean, they've certainly got the manpower to go for that kind of play. It's just that when you're playing at someone like Zeus, it's so hard to put your players into work. They're always going to be in this weird position where they have to play into a lot of uncertainty, which is what they are currently doing. They do have the AWP on Dennis, and I'm kind of happy about that. Crims, oh, what a great shot from Dennis, taking down Adren. He's had a bit of a slow start to this map, actually. For once, they've managed to shut him down. Now can they bring it back, Gambit, after losing one of the star players early on?
They are going back to basics. I mean, I do like Crims holding aggro restrooms with the M4. I wouldn't mind Dennis being in a bit of position to back him up. That's my only concern, because right now Crims is kind of hung out there to dry at this point. If they were to make some kind of concerted push, Gambit, he could go down very easily. But they don't need to play overly aggressive now, Fnatic. They've taken out Adrian already, and it's a man advantage for Fnatic going into this hold. 3 players looking towards that B site, although Olafmeister is starting to get a little hesitant. He's starting to rotate up to A, and so Disco is alone here. He's got Twist to back him up, but it's not the best positioning.
Nice flashbang and a great headshot there coming in. Still a 3-on-5. They do almost line up for Disco Doppler. That would have been amazing, but they get the refrag as well. Doja now bringing it back into a 3-on-3 and trying to take a fight with Olafmeister. They got to be careful. Crimson behind. He takes down Doja. There's still no bomb plant at 30 seconds. Gambit, they need to get in here and get this done. Otherwise, they're simply going to get zoned out. 25 seconds, and they're waiting on the ramp for Fnatic to make the mistake. They want the Swedish team to come and look for them. Just make that one mistake where you get picked and it's a 2-on-2, and that's all they need. Hobbit going to get shot in the back, and that should be the end of the round. Zeus goes down. A nice triple kill for Crims. Gives Fnatic the first round on Overpass here.
And they keep 3 players alive as well for Fnatic. That is so key. This is the one scary thing when you're leaving yourself so little time to make this push happen. When there was 35 seconds left and you're starting to get bogged down, it's a race against the clock. And Fnatic are a kind of team that aren't going to make that kind of mistake where it's going to be an over peak or anything that really risks the round at that point. And so if you're Gambit, you really do need to just run forward, take advantage of the smoke that was down, that was blocking off that CT angle. You need to just run forward and get that bomb ticking. So if you let Fnatic get comfortable, there's no battling out of that. So 5-1 situation now, Gambit. Still in the lead, obviously, and with the money to buy. So Mo's got his AWP, and we're going to see how they approach this, because you want to kind of let Mo have the time to work with this hop.
Yeah, he's currently top fragging with Doja, so if he can win the fight against Dennis, that's obviously amazing. Crims right on the other side of the wall there, and Adren is actually going to get flashed, or trying to flash himself in for a moment, it looked like. Didn't quite work out the way he wanted. Now they're going to fall all the way back into T-spawn, picking up the bomb, and Disco Doppler and Twist especially. Where is he holding right now?
Where is Mo? And is he going to have time to find a peek? So that smoke's going down. Zeus is actually in range. Gets the winning duel versus Disco. Twist still alive, however, trying to buy the time with the Incendiary. He's got the flash as well. It will stumble him, and he wins the duel versus Zeus. Back and forth, a 4-on-4 now in the bomb plant, happening immediately this time for Gambit. A good change up from them.
Nice shot from Twist. He's on the bomb side. Still he picks up Doja as well. The bomb is down, yes, but 2 versus 4. Hobbit and Adren, I don't see them winning this clutch. It's going to be nearly impossible. Nice Molotov, and the headshot straight onto Dennis. They're not defusing the bomb yet. Hobbit picks up one more kill. He's finally down and out, but Adren with a headshot. Suddenly from a 2-on-4 into a 1-on-1. And Adren versus Crims, who's now in a lot of trouble. Gambit should not be stealing this round, but they are. They're not even asking for permission here. Crim's going to be down. He taps the bomb once. He's got maybe a couple of more seconds, then he has to win the fight. Adren takes him out. A double kill, and that's Gambit resetting Fnatic right away and making it 6-1.
Man, it was Zeus with the 1v2 clutch. Now Adrian keeping his cool, winning the 1v1. That is so important for Gambit Gaming. Now this is really going to put Fnatic's economy in shambles. They can't go for a full buy in this scenario. It's really just a half buy sort of situation for Fnatic.
We've got to say Hobbit is really the player that saved them that round. He should not have got those kills coming out. They had all the time in the world, Fnatic, to just take it slow and wait and make sure everyone was in on it. He's now the top fragger in the game at 8-1-3. That's just very impressive, and he's going to continue. Again, the spray coming through, taking down Twist.
I love this.
Fantastic.
Man. It's such a brutal way to hold it as well, because you can get a Molotov down onto short. He's obviously comboing with an HE because he wants to get that spray, get that tag going to make his job easier. But if you're going to play aggro short Fnatic and he's spraying through, you're going to get tagged down. You're going to get hurt. So a 2-man advantage now for Gambit Gaming going into this anti-eco. Doja, does he spot him? Yes, he does. Peekaboo. Oh, no.
He lets his teammate die?
Dude, if I'm Zeus, I'm pissed. That's right, Doja.
Josia, what are you doing? Oh, my God.
If you lose this round because of that, Doja, Zeus is actually going to reach over and slap you upside the head.
That could very well happen. Somewhere out there, Config is watching right now thinking, yeah, maybe I should rethink that kind of approach in the future. Oh my God, the madness has definitely begun here. The Fox Theater. It's Mo and Adren versus Disco Doppler and Olafmeister. They've stolen the AKs, but they do not have any Kevlar vests and no defuse kits either. So it's going to be a very hard 2-on-2 to win. Although Mo running right in, Olafmeister, he does not get the shot. Mo to take him out. That should be the end of it here. I don't see Disco Doppler doing this one.
Yeah, he knows that exactly. He knows that one more player has to be in mid because Mo was over at long when Olaf peeked him, and so this is all that this goes going off of. Now that he figured out where Adren's playing from, he had something to work with, but he's not going to have enough time. No kit, no nades to make his life easier. Time to back off and save. And Doja breathes a sigh of relief because really, if you'd have lost versus this eco because you wanted to get greedy and go for a knife, there'd have been problems.
My God. In the quarterfinals of a major, you risk this. This one play has him confused enough that he goes down to Olaf as well, and then suddenly it's a 2-on-2. That could be ruinous, but it works out. It's 7-1, and we've got to give Gambit just a lot of credit right here. They're doing an amazing job in this first half. They're on the T side as well, and Fnatic honestly look completely lost at the moment.
Yeah, Fnatic haven't really found an answer. It's definitely not the Fnatic that we've seen on Cash. There's not that level of comfort. And so you're starting to see the home maps come into play, I think. Fnatic feeling very good on Cash. That's why they picked into it. Gambit, I mean, Overpass, like I said, they've played it twice. They've won it twice. They know they have a system that works. And right now they're going to work.
Dennis very low, that early grenade. And he doesn't really have any backup. If he's going to take that kind of a peek, I wish Crims could have flashed him in. He actually does have a flashbang all the way back there. Otherwise, that position does not make a lot of sense. I mean, even though Crims got pushed back a bit, I think, from some of the grenades that were coming in, still leaving his teammate hanging, not necessarily the best idea. And maybe a sign that Fnatic are a bit lost on this map.
Yeah, this is just details. Used to be that Fnatic were quite good, obviously. You guys saw the major moments where, I mean, this was obviously quite a long time ago, though. Back in 2014, early 2015 era, Fnatic were pretty solid, but definitely looks like they need to figure a few things out. Olafmeister going to get caught right on the edge of the smoke, trying to get clever. It's not going to work. Can't pull a fast one on Adren. He's got the X-ray specs. And Crims and Twist are the last two alive now. That doesn't actually bleed through the wall, does it?
No, it doesn't. But you could tell for a moment Crims was wondering as well. Flashbang out. Pretty good, actually, but not good enough for Doja. He takes the kill, leaving Twist alone with the AWP, and he's been locked in here. I wonder if Zeus saw him. I'm not sure, but either way, it's hard for Twist to get out of this kind of scenario. If he misses a shot here, he's definitely down and out, and it's going to be Zeus to pick up, the captain for Gambit Gaming. Another round, 8-1 the scoreline. And everybody, if you look at the scoreboard when we get back in the game, everybody from Gambit is doing a great job right now.
It's as if you took the scoreline that Adren had on Cash, right? And you spread it out across everybody now on the team. Because it isn't Adren sitting with like 16 kills and the runners-up got 6.
Yeah.
Right? And now it's actually spread out nicely. Everybody's doing their job. They're all hitting their shots, and they're definitely in their comfort zone. 8-1. Gambit well in the lead now. They've got the economy now, that buffer as well to work with for the bye in the next round if something goes south in this one. And Doja with a nice HE there at the start, but this is going to be a long aggro push coming in here. Dennis is not going to get flashed. Instead, he's going to challenge Doja. No fear from him. He had the UMP, sure, but Doja does not care.
No, he's very comfortable at the moment. You can tell that all the confidence basically has been regained for Gambit after that loss on Cash. They just do not care. Interesting run up here for Olafmeister. He's actually way behind them. And could maybe get the kill on Hobbit. Oh, he's turning around at the wrong time. That's dangerous, and he's going to get taken out. He actually had the timing, and I think he even halfway heard Hobbit there.
Yeah, but Hobbit spotted him, and Zeus started to come back immediately as soon as Hobbit did. So they were going to sandwich Olaf. Twist with the CZ. He's going to pick up one, takes down Hobbit, gets revenge for his mate, but Zeus is there to trade, and this is going to wind up on the B side here, it looks like, for Gambit Gaming. They've got the bomb, they've got the man advantage, they've got the gear advantage, they have everything they need to just clean, secure this round, get up to 9 rounds. It is looking very likely that we're going to see Dust 2 now get that third map, which is, I think, what everybody here wants to see, more CS.
Oh, definitely. Dust 2, I think, is going to be explosive as well. You can't imagine Fnatic being swept like this, or Gambit for that matter on Dust 2. Such an open map, going to be an absolutely brutal fight.
Okay.
Zeus goes down, it's not bad, but it's not enough right now. We're getting the full counter-wreck in here, and then just brutalizing the Swedes.
Two very one-sided maps. If you're just tuning in now, Fnatic won 16-7 on Cash versus Gambit in the first map of this best of 3. We're now on Gambit's map, and, well, score is looking pretty good right now for the CIS team.
There's no denying it. Really impressive. I mean, We have talked a lot about Zeus as a leader and just this team in general, but if there is every reason why they could have lost a lot of the confidence that they had in the first map. It takes a good leader, and it takes someone like Zeus to sort of bring everyone back and rally the troops, and he just did. You know, not that long of a break between the two maps, so you can't just, you know, if you had like several hours before you had to play the next map, maybe it would be more reasonable, but it's just a fairly swift timeout, and then you're sort of back in playing here. It's looking great for them at the moment, moving into the 11th round. Oh man, and Fnatic, what are they gonna do? Olofmeister has got 3 kills, Disco Doppler has got 4 kills, and Twist has got 6 kills. These guys were doing amazingly on Cash, and they're almost entirely disappearing.
Well, you can see, Jumpy, I mean, right now this is the second tactical timeout that Fnatic have used. Last time they called 2 was versus Envy in the 4th round of the groups on Cobble, and they won that map. They went on to win that map. And so these tactical timeouts, it allows for the man there, the coach, the manager, Jumpy, to get into this and actually communicate with his teammates. When you have technical timeouts, when there's an issue with sound or a PC or something, the players are not allowed to talk. It's only during freeze time, and it's only during these tactical timeouts where the coach, Jumpy in this case, can step in and say, right, guys, this is what I'm noticing. Because he's getting the big picture. He sees all 5 monitors. He's noticing all sorts of details that are perhaps getting missed due to communication or teamwork or lack of for Fnatic right now.
No, it's true. He's going to be tuning and saying, look, guys, we're getting wrecked. That's the input.
Olaf, go get headshots.
Move on. 11th round right now. They are over at long. They've got the setup. Trying to see if maybe they can spring the trap. Dennis walks right in. That is extremely careless. That feels like it wasn't really what they had going on. At least throw a flashbang or really anything. Kind of like what Gambit are doing here to take down Crims. At least Disco Doppler will get the refrag, but honestly, that seemed really careless coming out. Disco, he's in position. If he peeks out a bit further, maybe get the kill on Doja, who's waiting there. That's a nice shot. Disco Doppler taking out Doja and bringing his team back into a 3-on-3. And I love this position from Olofmeister down to the sewers as well.
He's making up for the small errors made there at the beginning of that round. I saw a little bit of furious typing coming out of Crims there. It might have been a bit of a discussion between him and Dennis as to why Crims didn't try and refrag. But Disco definitely making up for it. Hobbit is going to have the AWP, and it's a man advantage now for Fnatic. 40 seconds left on the clock here to make the play. Zeus and Hobbit are the last 2 alive. And well, Hobbit actually not even going to commit the bomb. He goes for the flash. He misses the shot. There was a golden opportunity.
Oh, he actually gets the wallbang in on Disco Doppler, but he still goes down. That's a quad kill for the young Swedish player. Zeus will take down 1. There's an opportunity for an ace here. It's a 1-on-2 with just 20 seconds left. Zeus is going to put it up the smoke. That's smart play. He's got the bomb as well. He's going to try and make a run for it. Puts up a Molotov behind him, and he has to put the bomb down here. Very risky. Maybe with 22 seconds, he could have actually made it into B, but not quite worth it. So now they're going to have to go for the retake. They do have two Molotovs here. No defuse kit. Still think there's a very good chance they could do it. Zeus trying for it and gets the kill on Disco Doppler. Now the grenade comes out. Zeus. It'd be heartless to take this round away from them. They fought so hard. The quad kill, and it may not even be enough.
Was he close enough? There is no kit here in the play for Olofmeister, so Zeus, he does have some time. And Olaf, this was just a fake. And the spray. Olaf gonna win the duel. But what a difficult situation for Fnatic to move in, and that takes just nerves of steel because Fnatic had no idea where Zeus planted. They had no info. They fell so far back in the mid that Zeus could have been anywhere on the site. He could have planted anywhere on the site.
Yeah, but let's be honest. How much are you going to be celebrating after you start the round with a quad kill and you still almost lose it? That's not exactly confidence building, is it? Still, it's this guy, 4 kills, beating everyone with the AWP. It's clearly a very good sign. They need much more of that. They need to win. If they make it 9-6 here, we've still definitely got a game on our hands. That's winnable if you're Fnatic.
They're so low on kills right now that Disco Doppler in just 1 round doubled his KDA, right? So, right, the rest of Fnatic, right? If the guy in the lead has got 8 kills, where's Crims? Where are Dennis? Where are the veterans who you're counting on to give you that star performance? We're not seeing it right now from Fnatic. So it's time. I mean, obviously the full buy coming in from Gambit. They have the money. And Fnatic trying to get the best they can out of this. That smoke. Doja wants to make sure that nobody's holding close, but he has no idea that Crims is still here.
This is really nice. Dennis is going to be drawing away all the attention from anyone walking in. Oh, Dren with an exceptional read, taking down Crims. That is some next level stuff. Zeus is going to get the refrag there on, or get the frag as well on Olofmeister. And Twist getting flashed through, but the flash goes right behind Hobbit's face. If we see that from a third person, we'll see it lands just far enough behind him that he doesn't get flashed. Fnatic have got some good ideas here, but they are not working out.
Those are the kinds of plays that Gambit are waiting for, right? If you're waiting outside a monster, that's like the taco spot. Dennis with 2, not gonna get the third. Mo with the wallbang shot, point blank with the op. But Disco, we saw what he was capable with the op in the last round. 1v3, 35 seconds. The smoke isn't perfect either, but it doesn't matter because the bomb is rotated down to that B site, and Hobbit's already cleared it. So Zeus, a free plant for him, and Disco's gonna find himself in the wrong place. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, but again, why leave it to chance, you know? You could probably win the round if you go and fight him, but you might as well be 100%, and he's obviously going to be saving the AWP. So even worse. This is unreal.
This is almost exactly how it played out in the first half, where Fnatic were just stomping Gambit into the ground on Cash. And they'd pick up one round, but then Fnatic would immediately chain another 3-4 together before Gambit could break the streak again. We're just seeing a complete flip. Mo will not let Disco save the op. He finds him in the end. And so this is just, yeah, perfect play coming in from Gambit. 10-2 and a double eco scenario now for Fnatic because they're flat broke. So they're going to throw everything. I mean, you got to swing for the fences at this point. You're going to just invest everything in this round. You're not going to eco twice when you're going into the 13th round.
Yeah, they know they need some kind of baseline foundation going into the second half, so they're just trying for it. 2 Deagles, 2 C-75, and that 1 UMP. Some grenades, I mean, those flashbangs on Twist and Olofmeister, they could do something with them, and I think it's worth it. We sort of were criticizing a lot of the force fights that were happening on Cash, but now you're so far behind, something's got to work, but it won't be Twist. He goes down, you see the setup here. Dennis waiting for it, in fact. He really wanted to pop that flash.
Does this actually work? I highly doubt it. That flash angle pretty hard to make actually work for you. The HE is there, but he has no idea that there's a full stack as well. 3 players about to charge him down. Olofmeister holding the angle, and Crims is going to help him out. So they have an AK to pick up now and play with here. Olofmeister still has Kevlar as well. Wish that Disco Doppelman was actually close enough for him to drop it too, considering Disco has still got 100 HP here on Fnatic. But Olaf going to run into his death. Easy peasy. Hobbit looking for the second. Not going to find it. Crims.
That's interesting. Gets the shot, but he's going to be going down to Mo. Throws out a grenade. Dennis, he does have body armor, so he's not going to take that much damage from it. Runs in with the Tech 9. Mo will pick up the second kill there. And now Disco Doppelman, the bomb is down, and he's just miles away. So try as he might, he's not going to make it anywhere near that bomb site in time. That will give an 11th round to Gambit. I mean, Fnatic actually had like a fairly good setup and connector there. It's just that Gambit decided we're just going to sneak into B bomb site and put the bomb down while you're doing all of that. So yes, you stole the AK, but you can't get it anywhere in position.
Yeah, you're not really going to do anything with it. These are still the rounds where Fnatic, you need to see something magical come from it, right? You need to have Disco Doppelman banging heads off with the Deagle. You need to have Olofmeister going crazy with that AK that he picks up. With how careful Gambit were with the AKs that got dropped in the past, right? Now that you actually got your hands on one, you needed to actually do some work with it. 11-2 now on T side for Gambit. Still a CT-sided map overpass, and so just to outline, you know, how crazy the scoreline is. You're double digits T side, and you're not even done with the first half yet. So Gambit just total swing back, and this, I mean, we're actually kind of seeing a little bit of what we saw earlier today. Well, at least in the first map, very one-sided. Obviously, the second map was a whole lot closer between Na'Vi and Astralis. But we did get a third map, and it looks like we're going to go to the third map. We're going to go to the distance here and get Dust 2.
Yeah, I don't see any way around it, and we can't rule anything out, but the Swedes, they might just have written this off at this point. Such a convincing sort of game coming out here of the Gambit team. So it's not that often that we see that today. It does happen when teams don't have that much of a deep map pool that you end up having the first 2 maps in the best of 3 be like this, and then usually that actually does mean the third one is more interesting. So Dust 2, you could sort of tell what would happen if you put Adren versus Twist on that map, or versus Crims or Olaf for that matter. It'd be very interesting. This first half is just completely gone. Gambit Gaming. Bit of a Cinderella story, I would say. I think most people didn't think they were going to go this far, and certainly not maybe to a third map against Fnatic. Good shot from Doja to take down Dennis, and Crims just shuffling about the map, looking for anyone on low health, anything he can steal. They're actually all over the map as well, and That will be the 14th round over and done with. Wow. Doja doesn't look that impressed, but he should be.
I think this is like business as usual because you know you're not done yet, right? You need to get this map out of the way before you can really focus on the work. So it's going to be Dust 2. And well, Fnatic, they aren't too shabby on that map either. So it's not like your work is going to be easy when you make it to the third map. Right, okay, good, everything is great. No, it's going to be an all-out battle on Dust 2. That's what I'm expecting to see. So 12-2 right now. And yeah, this is looking like a very solid map for Gambit. No problems at all. And so what can you really hope if you're Fnatic at this point? You got the M4s across the board, you have a handful of nades, and you need to go aggro somewhere, but you just can't seem to make up your mind. Disco Doppelin kind of holding short. But then, yeah, exactly. What can he really hope to do? They don't have enough utility, and this is what's going through Fnatic's mind. It seems they don't have enough utility to commit to early pushes with flashes or anything of the sort. Because they're just holding right now.
Already very nearly walking in. There's a gap in the smoke he's going to be very careful about. And you're right. I think before Fnatic run entirely out of grenades, maybe they should try for another push. The problem is they've been shut down every time they've tried it, so I think they're being a bit discouraged just by that fact. And now they're just being very defensive. They're all the way passive. No one's trying to hold the restrooms or anything. They're giving essentially the whole map right now to Gambit and just saying, this is yours, play with it, and I feel like there's not going to be a problem, is it? They've shown up until this point that they could do that.
Yeah, this is really playing into Zeus's hands because you've given him all of the map control. So now he gets to decide, okay, what is going to work? Where do I think we're going to have the highest impact? And more A site, it's not exactly a bad decision. It's been fairly even between A and B site so far in this half for Gambit. So it really is up to whatever Zeus's whim is at the moment when he makes the call. Let's go A. Sounds good. Sounds like a good letter.
He's feeling it. Look at the clock here. No one's died. We're down to 20 seconds. Classic Zeus round coming out again. But this time, Crims will pick up Mo. That's a big start now. 4 versus 5 and only 15 seconds. This shouldn't be working out. Very dangerous to play the clock this low. Dren gets a kill. Crims picks up 2 big sprays. And Hobbit, 6 seconds, sorry, in a 1-on-3. Not happening. He's out of time. Disco Doppelin going to take him down. 3-12, ladies and gentlemen, in the first half in favor of Gambit Gaming. They got wrecked on the first map, but they did not give up, and now they're just inches away from doing it here. This is just very impressive.
This is the mark of a team with some depth that you can put your hope in right now. However, you know, you're going into your second map and you haven't given up. Instead, you're acting like this is a fresh best of 3, and the first map never even happened. These guys aren't playing tilted. These guys are looking like they're here to get a job done. Like, they are going to take it to Dust 2, kicking and screaming. Twist with 6 kills. Right now versus Hobbit, who's leading the way with 16. But Hobbit, I mean, it's more of the same here from Gambit. 16 kills for Hobbit, Zeus with 15, 13 on Mo, 12 on Doja, 10 on Adrian. I mean, very even across the board.
Yeah, all of Gambit is in double digits on the kill department. Only Crims is on the other team. He's at 13, so he's done a fairly reasonable job. But they've needed all of the rest. And honestly, it just feels like Fnatic had some ideas about what they wanted to do, but a big indication of sort of one of the rounds, at least, that went really wrong was when they had that double push over a long.
Yeah.
And you can very clearly tell that they were supposed to wait, because one guy had his back turned to the corner, and the other guy was facing it. So they were expecting for there to be a pop flash in, and then the guy who's got his back turned turns around, and you know they try and win the round like that. And then Crims just says, "I'm just going to push up. I'm just going to try and see if I can make my way and take the fight." And I think that's when they started typing to each other, and sort of you can tell that there was some frustration there. So I don't know. It just feels like it's not a map that they've got a lot of practice on going into this one. Maybe some of these things should have been working out.
It's just surprising when it comes to a team of this pedigree.
Wow.
Of course, it's the X-God. Fitting.
Excellent stuff.
But it's, when it comes to, I mean, what you're seeing here, it's just surprising to see this from Fnatic because they have so much experience. You're looking at 3 of the best players of all time in CSGO. And so to see them struggle this much versus a team like Gambit, that's a shocker. It's showing us just what Gambit is capable of here. Pistol round now going into the second half, and we'll see if Gambit can make it 4 pistol rounds in a row versus Fnatic. They've won 3 so far. So why not just lock it down, get that CT pistol, close this second map, and take us to Dust 2.
I do believe that is the plan. Our bomb is down outside of the B bomb site. Twist running to pick it up right here. Dennis is actually very close. If they go B right now, What on earth is Doja gonna do? They're all coming for him. All he has is P2000. It's not gonna be easy. He's now out of the open as well. He gets a headshot on Olofmeister. He should have been dead already. They could have all peeked him. Disco Dublin taking down one, but two to the refrag. Hobbit taking down Disco, and now it's looking really grim. Doja finds one more headshot. Only one defender on that bomb site, and apparently that was enough. Dennis is gonna be taking a kill, but how is he gonna get back in and stop the defuse? I think the answer is that he cannot. 5 bullets here. They're already defusing. The round is done. Dennis trying his best at the end, but it will be Gambit Gaming winning the pistol round. But Doja with a really, really big round there.
Staying alive, that's the key here. He gets 2 kills and he's still alive. They still have to worry about this guy. And you can see Olofmeister's frustrated. And Olofmeister, it was more of the same. What we saw from him in the first half pistol, definitely disappointing from Olaf. You expect for him to at least get you 1 headshot in a pistol round. We haven't seen any of that on this map from him. Instead, it's 4 pistol rounds now picked up across 2 maps here for Gambit Gaming. They have everything they need now to close it out. In the first half, they even survived the second round, unlike on Cash. So now, can they do more of the same? And yes, they can. 2 peak in connector. Mo and Adrian working together as a team.
Was that Crims wiggling his way up the ladder? I wonder what that's about. Some pretty good shots coming out. All of it will be going down, and so take Zeus with him beforehand with the Deagles. 4 versus 3 right now. No reason why Gambit Gaming have to really do anything at this point, but as Ren will still go and take the fight, and he does not win it against Crims.
I guess because he had that MP9 and he was hoping to pick up whatever Disco had over there, or Olaf rather had over there. No, Disco. Still, that is a little bit worrisome. You don't really want to be dropping players like that when you're CT side. You want to maintain the man advantage, because now Fnatic have a bit of an edge going into this next one.
Look at this smart grenade from Crims. This is normally something you do at the beginning of the round if you want to take control of birthday party, but they're obviously hoping that there's someone over there who will see or notice that grenade and think, okay, then we're probably coming A. I'm not sure if anyone was near enough by from Gambit, but they are rotating that way regardless, and Doja is the one who's going to be the forward guard here. Can he see them quick enough for the rotation to come in? He's just going to catch a glimpse here. Oh, but Crims sees it coming. He still goes down. Doja winning the fight. He's out of bullets. He makes it a 2-on-2, and now the rotation is he bought the time.
This is good enough. He's been spotted as well. Mo now knows that there's a man on the site. Now it's a matter of figuring out where Twist is coming from, and Twist has got the AK as well. Both Hobbit and Mo have given away their positions, but Mo's going to drop Dennis, so that doesn't matter anymore. It's all on Twist in a 1v2.
How does he do this? They have a flashbang, so set it up nicely. Looks like Mo's going to try and put it on a bit early. They can't really easily peek the tunnel behind him. That's a shame, but it's not going to matter. Hobbit will run in with the UMP, save his team, give them the 14th round. He's also now at 18 kills overall, and is doing a fantastic job right now. Young player, and again, inexperienced at this level. It's so difficult. Many of the top teams that have gone, to semifinals and even finals in the major structure, they've had to build their way up. The first time around they make it to the quarters, then the semis next time, then it takes a while, because every level you go up is a new challenge. Your mentality is going to be different. The teams are going to be different. It's just it gets rougher every step you move forward.
Well, the main gripe here that I'm thinking is Fnatic in the first half, yes, they were going for some aggro. When it came down to bomb plants, however, they were just not winning clutch rounds. They just weren't able to get any of those clutches to go their way, and it continues to be that way here in the second half. Nice shot, the flick on a Twist, but Mo does take a lot of damage in the exchange. So almost a fair trade here between both of the teams. 14-3 though. Gambit only need 2 rounds to take us to that 3rd map. And so they went for the early aggro. They are going to need to at least have a little bit of a presence still here in mid. They don't want to give it up too much too early. Because now they're actually just falling super back. This is kind of what we saw from them on Cash CT, where they held super passively. And so they aren't going to have much of an early warning here. Fnatic are going to go cascading onto this B site, and really it's going to be down to Doja. Doja and Zeus need to just shred them, otherwise Fnatic have got a chance in this round.
Yeah, they do. It's not the most impressive weaponry they have for this crossfire. I mean, the UMP and the M4A1, but it can work, especially if they get one good grenade, and they're already creeping through. Doja looking the wrong way, and now Zeus in a lot of trouble, but he still somehow picks up 2 kills. It's almost unreal now. Oh no! He swaps out for the grenade just as Olofmeister's there. And Olofmeister's just going to be happy about that one, but not about the follow-up. Disco Dublin going down to Adren. And also Crims is lost. Olofmeister, sure, he's surfing away, but it's not going to help him win the round right now. 1 versus 3, and he gets tagged. Adren will take him out 15-3. What a grotesque beating Gambit are dishing out to Fnatic right now. I don't know how much longer they can stand this, Semler. This seems done.
I'm just wondering, what is prompting Doja to look at Zeus like that? Is that just, are they not communicating? Is he not sure? Is he asking Zeus to do something for him? Is he asking if Zeus has a flash?
I mean, some of the time...
Zeus like, nah, bro, I don't have a flash, sorry. Oh, great, got the kills.
Some of the time in that position, you are also just wondering if someone's going to sneak in through the L-bend on the other side, so you know...
But that's Zeus's job.
Yeah, but he was looking down the tunnel, so maybe Doja was just a little bit paranoid. But you're right, he shouldn't have been. Obviously, there should have been a slightly different setup there. Dennis charging in with the UMP, shuts down Zeus. Obviously now, Fnatic are fighting for their lives here on this map. Hard to be a believer in any kind of a comeback, isn't it? You would have to be a die-hard Fnatic fan to believe that this can work out.
Ooh. Doja being forced to dance. This is almost a spaghetti western. He's hopping all over the place. He's got that scout. But it's a man advantage still for Fnatic. And Mo still got full grenades plus the AWP. Would like to see some style here from Mo. Have you not boosted enough, Olafmeister, on this map?
I was gonna say, playing with fire, aren't we? Anyway, it can work. There are sort of different positions you can especially you can look into the sniper spot in the B-bomb site, but people don't very often stay there, so it's kind of a moot point. But still, anything goes at this point, I assume. Doja now on the ramp, 40 seconds left. Will take down Olafmeister. Not a bad way to get back into the round. It's a 4-on-4. Mo going to pick up the kill on Twist as well. It is not looking good. 30 seconds left for Fnatic. They might get completely swept here on this map. Krim's out in the open. He sprays right through and takes down Olafmeister. That's not bad, but it's not enough, I think. 20 seconds, and right behind him is Hobbit waiting, trying to see if he can get the last kill of this map, and it's looking likely at the moment. I think Twist can actually make it, or Krims can make it out of here. Almost impossible. He's going to go and try and pick up the bomb. He's no idea that Hobbit is in that corner. And this should be it. 16-3 in favor of Gambit Gaming as they push us on to a third map in this quarterfinals. Third and final map is going to be coming up. Hobbit with 20 kills against a team like Fnatic. You've got to say that's incredibly impressive from a young, talented player coming out of the CIS region.
Yeah, definitely. There we go. We saw it, what we were lacking from Gambit on Cash on the first map. It's clearly just a home map sort of situation where Gambit didn't want to have anything to do with Cash. That was Fnatic's stomping ground. Going into Overpass, however, Gambit, they keep their streak alive. During the major, they've played it 3 times. They've won all 3 times. We'll hear what the analysts have to say after this break.
Welcome back to the Fox Theatre. It turns out we've got what we call in the business a slobber knocker. You smash us, we smash you, and now we go into a decider. So crazy series there. Gambit really able to get it back together in fine fashion against a very experienced team. Duncan, I'll start with you. Obviously, you did say Gambit were favourites on Overpass. You couldn't have predicted this margin of victory, though.
No, but this is why, actually, for all their flaws letting cash through, they definitely picked their own map very intelligently, because the temptation would be pick Cobblestone, your best map, but actually Fnatic have routine on that map. They've shown themselves to be dangerous, whereas on Overpass here, Fnatic, it's quite clear, had no idea how to play the CT side of this map. They were trying aggressive pushes. That was the meta like a year and a half ago or something like that, you know. I mean, it's almost like they didn't watch the Astralis game from earlier on, you know. This is not how you play the map at the moment, and so for Gambit, it played right into their hands, and they cleaned up basically from the first half.
Yeah, I mean,
Jason, what's that up for you?
I mean, this is just a stylistic victory. This is kind of that patient play is designed to punish the aggressive individual style that Fnatic brought to the table here. I mean, but really, you have to talk about Hobbit. This is an incredible performance from a very young player in his first major. I mean, this is. We talked a lot about this guy and how good he looked in previous competitions against lower tier teams. Well, now he's showing up here against some of the best competition in the world, and he's proving why so many people are very excited about his future as a player. I mean, this is a match where Adren was relatively quiet compared to the rest of the event, and Hobbit's able to pick up that slack, and that's very impressive to be able to do when your star player's having maybe not an off game, but you know, you're just the one leading the way for your team.
Just speaking in generalities, obviously it's a major, so I'm never going to point the finger and say maybe people weren't trying as hard as they should be. But, you know, I honestly believe with Fnatic, if you told me this, maybe they were just like, look, we're not going to win Overpass, you know, we'll try some tactics, we'll try and see what can happen. But ultimately, let's just marshal our reserves, marshal our strength, because we've got them on Dust too. I mean, did you get any sense of that happening there?
It's more of a sense that not that they weren't trying, but I think this is just a map that they're not going to be great on because it doesn't lend itself to any of their strengths. So I think the big thing is they try to do that same style. And on Overpass, it's a map that tactically you can beat up on teams, and that's essentially what you saw here. I mean, just Fnatic doesn't have the tools. You know, very open about the fact that they don't want to have structure, they don't want to have these deep tactics and strategies, which if you have on Overpass makes it a deadly map for you, as Gambit just showed.
Yeah, and I got to talk about Hobbit, obviously. You can see their incredible performance on that map. I mean, Mo too, but let's just talk about Hobbit for a moment. Just his development. Duncan, you made the point earlier that Zeus is one of these players who in the past has found people, you know, who were just kind of out there and then developed them and helped craft them. Obviously, Hobbit was on the Gambit radar before Zeus was there, but Zeus has now got the chance to really mold this player into something special. Do you think he can get there?
Well, I mean, the interesting thing about the team to me is that they very much do give up space to some of the younger guys. They give up space to Mo to be the primary AWPer. Seems like when they brought Hobbit in the team, they've given him the spots that he's playing well from, and they set him up. Because obviously, I mean, just look at NIP. You know, the temptation is when you have an aging star, keep giving him everything, you know. You know you're going to get something from him. You know, Dosie's a pretty reliable player, but if you built the whole team around Dosie right now, Gambit would not win big games, you know. So I think this is just an intelligent approach to knowing when to bring the new both through and how to use them as well, because players themselves don't always know how ideally to use them. Sometimes you need a bit of guidance, a bit of leadership in that sense.
Yep.
He's got experience in this scenario as well, because Navi, remember, when they picked up Flamey, he was very much the same thing, a very talented young player that didn't have a lot of experience, that needed to be taught how to be a top player.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is a very, I mean, he's already gone through that. He had Starks with him that time to kind of help the development, but going through that experience and knowing how to kind of structure things, knowing to give him those fights that he wants to take. I mean, when Flamey came in, they gave him a lot of fights, a lot of room to work with within the team. Now he's doing the same thing with Hobbit, and at the moment, at least in this map again on Overpass, looked very, very good.
It's been truly remarkable. He's shown absolutely no fear here in the Lions Den. You know, for a young player, that's worth its weight in gold. I mean, he just seems completely unruffleable.
Even in the interviews that he's given, I mean, he just doesn't seem like he seems like he's excited. Seems like he's very calm and confident in his skill set. So that's a great thing to have in a young player, someone who isn't going to be afraid. Because I mean, that's the thing. I mean, take your fights as a young player when you're coming up in the scene. Do everything you're going to do, and yeah, you're going to lose some. You're going to get beat up, and you learn from that. But it's hard when you bring a new star in and he's not taking the fights that got him to that point. Because then you're not sure where to go. You're not sure how to help him develop.
Any final thoughts, Duncan?
I think that this has now just set the stage for the real test for Gambit is obviously this third map, because, you know, The first map, they weren't very good on it. It was a poor one for them. Good map for Fnatic. Fnatic's blown them away. Now they've got the same scenario in reverse, you know, not really a Fnatic map. They've really shown what their top gear is like. But this third map that's coming up, it isn't Cobblestone. It isn't Overpass. This is where if they're going to get a win now, they're going to have to get essentially their first big win with this lineup on Dust 2. So that's a challenge in itself. And if they can step up to that, then they deserve a semi-final.
Right, outside of the comfort zone. Anyway, get comfortable. We want you to come back after the break when we're going to bring you the decider of this series. We will see you soon.
Coming into this major, we've been underdogs. Coming into this major, we've been underdogs. Last time we played against Fnatic and they trashed us in the quarterfinals. But now it's time for revenge. This is a different Gambit than it was in Cologne. Zeus bringing us the mentality of the champions, and he knows definitely how to win this game. Right now I understand why people don't believe in Gambit, but after this major they will have a reason to believe in us. We will beat Fnatic.
So you heard it from themselves. We are a different Gambit. They're going to have to be a very different Gambit here because they're on Dust 2. They're up against Fnatic. This is going to be a tough one. They're ready to go, guys, so not a lot of time to talk. Duncan, some quick thoughts and a prediction. Do you want Fnatic going to take this? Do you want to change your mind?
No, if this had been the Cobblestone pick that the two teams like, I'd have given Gambit a fighting chance. But with it being Dust 2, I mean, they've lost this map to Space Soldiers. I hadn't seen them beat a top 10 team on it. I saw Fnatic earlier in the tournament already beat Mouse Sports on it. So it's a map that emphasizes individual skill. I think Fnatic's the more skilled team. I have Fnatic taking this series.
Jason?
It's certainly a scary map because it lends itself to the skill of the individual players and plays that Fnatic like to make. But I'm going to stick with Gambit. I like this level Hobbit's at. I think Adren is going to have another superstar performance here. I'm going to take Gambit to take it away.
Right, well, good news, guys. We're not going back in there because we've done the old reverse.
There's got to be a Lord of the Rings joke we can make somewhere.
Yeah, they're taking it back to
kind
Mount
of lowbrow humor you Brits like.
Yeah, Sauron won in this one. So look, let's. I got some statistics here I'd like to bring up. Last time Fnatic had their win on Dust 2 was obviously here. We saw them win that map here, 16-11 against Mouse Sports. And obviously the last time we have a Gambit win was way back. They had beat Cloud9 16-11, like way back in the doldrums.
Cloud9's like a top 2 team in the world though. So
I've heard you say that before. But I mean, Fnatic were able to run all over Mouse Sports, and you can see here this is confirmation of that result. Back in November,
I mean, as much as I joke about that, I don't.
It was a win for them, though.
I do think this Gambit over Cloud9 on Dust 2 at DreamHack Winter is an impressive win, because remember, Cloud9 at the time was going into that as like one of the heavy favorites. They were looking very good at that time. They weren't really, their issues weren't really exposed until we saw them at the major qualifier. So I'm gonna say that's actually a pretty good win for Gambit.
I mean, why exactly don't they play Dust 2? I mean, it seems to me like they've got some solid foundations. It's great having Overpass and Cobblestone in the locker, but you got to start fleshing it out. And these are experienced players, right, Duncan?
I mean, for me, I think that in terms of the Gambit guys, well, that's the end of that then.
Okay, right. Well,
Brilliant.
anyway, we're gonna throw it over now into the game. So we take you back over to Anders and Semler.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you very much, Richard. Definitely appreciate that. We are going to be headed into the game right away here. No delay. Third map coming up. A lot of energy here at the Fox Theater in Atlanta. It's the E-League Major. We're heading into the second quarterfinals, third map, and already it's popping off in the B-bomb side. Hotbit looking for headshot. Mid-air. Disco Doppler jumps, but they're going to lose control of the bomb side. That's a big problem now. Looking for more. Doja trying to see if he can follow it up, but Fnatic doing a very good job right now.
Zeus is putting on some pressure from Upper Dark, though. This is key, so long as he stays alive. Dennis with the dig, though. He's going to drop Doja, but Mo's bringing it back. And Mo with 2 kills. Look at the fight, though, from Twist. He runs out of bullets, but they're still alive. That's all that matters. Olafmeister and Twist in a 1v2, and it's all on Zeus. He's got a kit, he's got Kevlar, and he's got hope because he still has time on the bomb, but he needs to find the shots, and it's just not happening. He's tagged down to 24, and now it's looking pretty grim here for the in-game leader for Gambit. And he's going to get shot in the back. Action-packed pistol to start things off here on Dust 2. That's what we expected. But Fnatic, they finally break the streak. Gambit had picked up 4 pistols in a row in the first 2 maps. Fnatic finally picking up a pistol here to start off strong on Dust 2.
Wow, it was Dennis that got that shot. We couldn't really make that out from Hobbit's angle. That was actually Dennis while he was in the midst of getting flashed. What a way to come back and win that round. It's going to give them an edge. Mo does have a scout, so I'm curious about that one. Zeus just taking the fight. I mean, we did hear that he's a man, but still, that's a bit bold just running up the middle like that. Olafmeister charging in and taking down Hobbit again, who's alone in the bomb side. And sadly for Zeus, Twist was coming in from T-Spawn. So this is all looking great for Fnatic right now. They're going to be happy to just win this round and not have to put too much work into it.
Yeah, this is going to come down to whether Gambit can just shake it off. That's all they're going to be hoping to do here. Going into the 3rd round, going into the 4th round, they just need to shake it off and wait until they have the rifles, because right now Fnatic are bullying them. They're looking to put as much pressure on Gambit early on. That's why they're going repeated B as well. They went for a B rush in the 1st round. They're doing it again. They're trying to get in Gambit's head. And so far, a flawless 2nd round here for Fnatic is definitely a good thing for the Swedes. They're going to save that money, and it's going to be on Gambit now to come up with something special here, but they just don't have money at all. And they're using the same strategy, actually. We saw this in the group stage, Anders. Gambit, Doja's the one who's actually taking the hit economically. He's saving for that off for Mo. So that's interesting, a little detail there, because, I mean, Doja's one of your aimers. You kind of want him to be spending money on pistols, etc. So for him to be prioritizing the op for another teammate, that's an interesting little detail that we've noticed here so far in the groups and in the playoffs now.
It's a real team player, Doja. He's got so much experience. Interesting choice. There's a good double entry there for Disco Doppler with the UMP. And another round that's pretty much won just because of that. As soon as they break open that B-bomb side, there's not much that Gambit can do to win it, especially when they don't have the utility or the rifles or anything. But even later, you're going to notice that retaking the B-bomb side is so much harder than doing it on A. So Fnatic just putting the pressure on. That's 3 rounds in a row they've gone to the A-bomb side. Gambit, are they going to read too much into that now they have rifles? Are they going to overcommit to defending B?
I want to see Fnatic go for a B again. Same exact way, same exact style. Just rush out there and be like, yeah, are we going to rush B site again? It's your guess.
Well, they're
going to be so exactly this reason right here. Very few kills in the past 2 rounds for Gambit, very few kills. So they're not getting that $300 bonus from their pistols or even SMGs had they managed to afford one. And so they're so light on nades that Fnatic, they're going to do it again. Look at this. They know there's no anti-rush nades. They're just going to go powering in here.
And they also got the spawn for it. They're going to rush right in. Olaf missing the first shot. And Zeus shutting down another one. He almost gets the triple, but it's not going to happen now. It's winnable for Fnatic still. Gambit have got to be very careful. 2 versus 3. Doja waiting to be flashed in. The smoke goes up. Adren, he's going to try and commit to it. He almost catches them. The timing is very nearly perfect. Now Crims Ready for it. Grenade puts Doja on exactly 1 health. Cutting it right to the limit here.
That's unreal. And now Mo, he's going to have to take point. He has the rifle. Doja with the AWP. You can see he's just kind of crouching there hoping. But they're both so very low. Twist is on 10 HP right now for Fnatic. The only issue is they have to run through these choke points. And for Gambit, that's going to be very difficult here. That crossfire is already established for Fnatic. They're just looking for Gambit to make the move. Smoke blocks Upper Dark, so that's a good move there from Gambit, making use of the utility. But now they actually have to try and go for the push, and they're already cut off. Doja's dead.
Oh, and it's Crims. Quad kill on him. He has been quite a stable player for Fnatic in this quarterfinals. Even on the map that they were losing there on Overpass, he was still looking pretty good, but that's one hell of a round. The first chance Gambit have to buy, first real chance they have to do anything on this map, and they get shot down. Look at this.
Yeah, that's brutal. This is exactly what we expected to see from Fnatic. I mean, if we were talking about how Fnatic are emphasizing pug style, they've said it themselves. Well, we haven't really practiced as a team too much. We've just like kind of gone in there, individual play, DM, really focusing on aim. Dust 2, it's like the aim map historically in CS. This is the map where you're looking for that pug style, where you're just going to run in there looking for headshots.
Yeah, and I actually think it's even worse in a lot of ways for Gambit to be starting on the CT side, because all of the stuff that Zeus is so good at, a lot of it is on the T side, so he's not going to get a chance to use that for a very long time here. Dennis and Crims just continuing into the B bomb site. This is going to start to sort of get on their nerves, Gambit. It's 5 rounds in a row where they ended up in this bomb site. It's sort of almost like playing poker against someone who's just going all in every round. Eventually you lose track. You no longer know when it's just a bluff and when they're actually for real about it. So you just sort of, what do you do? Because obviously the problem is if you commit 3 people to this bomb site and that's the one round where they go, you know, rush long or catwalk, you're going to feel like you've been completely outplayed and your team will lose a lot of motivation to a lot of sort of trust in the leader.
What's going to be necessary here, apart from Dennis surviving the round, another flawless round for Fnatic. They've had 3 perfect rounds, out of so far. I mean, pretty solid. When you start the round off with 13,000 in the bank, you're feeling pretty good about yourself. It's a warm and fuzzy feeling, Anders, because you're basically going to get to spend all the money. But there it is. Okay, that's what I was curious about. Are they going to just kind of tap it out early? Because there are teams with fail-safes where if it gets to 7-0, they'll call a tactical timeout. They say, right, time to pause. Gambit are going 1 early. It's 5-0 right now for Fnatic. It's the big buy round for Gambit, and they're calling their first tactical timeout here.
What's your first purchase, Semler, if you had 13,000 in the bank?
AWP.
AWP? I meant outside of the game.
Oh,
or
yeah.
did you mean that too? Because then I'm worried.
Yeah, well, we are in America after all.
Gotta be careful with that right there. It is the 6th round that's coming up. The timeout is done, and I'm glad that Gambit took one so early on. You've got to get your team back in here. This is where I'm really looking to Zeus as a leader. You know, you can tell from that intro that we had with the team, they all respect him. So he's going to have to wield that somehow, that respect, and get them back in the game. We've got the double up setup being picked up by Gambit Gaming. And in itself, it is pretty exciting. Disco Doppler running with his back turned all the way out long. Going to take the fight to Adren, and he drops him, but right there for the refrag is Doja.
And they should feel perfectly fine with this. Okay, they didn't have somebody to trade. They didn't get the man advantage, but they've weakened the defense on Gambit. And look at how Gambit have had to use all of their grenades. They're flipping out right now. They're throwing grenades everywhere in hopes of just catching Fnatic, but Fnatic haven't committed. And so now we're going into a minute 20 left in the round. They have a single smoke and a single Molotov, and both of them are on the same guy.
Ooh, that's a shot from Hobbit. They've left him alone over here at B again, and he's had a rough start just being there. They keep running in and taking him out with Twist with an easy kill on Doja. Wants to go back and check long and seeing if anything is up. 3-on-3. Zeus gets spotted. Crims. The timing could be better. You actually sees the gun barrel before Zeus walks in. Makes it so much easier to just adjust to that one. And now down at long. Twist waiting. And he drops Mo. Hobbit now in a world of trouble.
This is, yeah.
I mean, the time is there for him to do the 1v3, but he's going to have to get a quick kill, especially on Crims, who's lurking over at B.
Exactly. He wants Crims. Because then he knows where the remaining 2 are, or at least he knows where 1 is with the AWP. But he's not going to find anything out here. And so this is pretty much it, where it's almost a round where it just saves the AWP. As soon as that bomb gets planted over on A, that's it, you're done. Don't even think about it. He's going to get the shot onto Crims, and that pretty much seals it. Bomb is planted on A, no kit to work with. And he's just backing off all the way into T-spawn, hoping to hold on to this gun. And it's the only real call that he can make at this point. Fnatic continue to put the pressure on Gambit.
It's still a pretty good move by Hobbit to take down Crims, just because who knows where he could have saved, you know, until he finds Crims, he's sort of not going to be able to just run somewhere and save the rifle. So he's done a pretty good job right now. This is going to be a 6th round in a row here for the Fnatic team.
I'm curious to see if there's going to be some kind of force up from Gambit to try and go with this AWP. Because it's starting to get a little scary, right? You've lost now 6 rounds in a row. You're getting max round loss bonus. You got a couple of kills this round, although, well, a couple of them were from Hobbit. So Doja's the only guy who really got a kill. Do you really try and throw hope to the wind and get something going here, or do you just half buy? You go for the half buy, pistol Kevlar.
So rough. They tried it on Cash and it really didn't work out. It seems like they are going to go for something like that. Yes, Samler. Hobbit with the AWP, pistols, and armor on everybody else. Adren has not got a single kill yet. He's 1 death away from the James Bond scoreline, and that's in itself really troubling. Adren has been the main force, so there's a great shot. Hobbit taking down Dennis. Now the pressure on Fnatic all of a sudden.
Yeah, leg shot onto Crims. And a kill. Adrian gets caught on catwalk, though. He's going to have to back off, and he does so safely. But this is where Gambit now needs to just kind of chill out. Play around Hobbit. Let him work with the AWP. There's going to be the B-slit smoke going down, but Hobbit, he's got the angle, and if he had just gone for a more wide peek, he could have caught Twist. Instead, he'll follow up on Crims. 3 shots, 3 hits. And Hobbit, he's making this hero op work.
This is fantastic. Not easy to keep your nerves when you're playing at this level and you're this far behind. Young Star here coming out with some really big rounds. He's looking for another clip, not quite going to be able to make it work. Disco Doblin takes 1. Hobbit, dangerous to push for the smoke. He's not quite doing it. He wants to wait. That's going to give Fnatic a chance to get into the bomb site now. 3 on 3. They don't even try and cross. They just throw the bomb. They don't want to expose themselves at this point. Disco. So Doja going to go for the fight there. Disco Doblin very low on health. He's got 14 health and is still at a double kill. And Gambit, they're going to run. They don't trust in the retake.
All I can hope is that we have a replay of Disco Doplin's perspective in this round after this, because how in blazes does he get 2 kills when they have Hobbit on lock and mid? All those 2 guys have to do on B is stay alive, and Disco kills both of them? Hobbit, he has a legitimate concern, or reason to be pissed off in this round, actually, right? He's like, how much do I have to do? Come on. This is CSGO. You got pistols.
Unbelievable. I mean, if you're keeping count at home, again, that's 7 rounds that end in the B1 site. Fnatic have ignored the other side of the map. They've been out at long, yes, but eventually they ended up running away from that too. Man, this is difficult. 16-7 on the first map favoring Fnatic. 16-3 in favor of Gambit on the second map. You'd think here on the final map, I mean, that they could wake up a bit more. Surely they must have been high-powered going into it, and there it is. They try and fight him.
I see.
And the reason they would do that is because if they stay inside the bomb site, they're worried about the collapse from middle. They know they're going to get shot in the back, so they say, let's just take this fight in top of dark. It's kind of reasonable. It's just a shame they couldn't do that.
Because they couldn't pull it off. They spot the bomb. That's a go signal. Still, just not catching any lucky breaks here, Gambit Gaming. It's 7-0 for Fnatic right now in the quarterfinal match, second quarterfinals of the day. Olfmeister on the edge of the smoke, flashed blind. He doesn't see what's happening. Gonna back off. Somehow he survives. Doja in pit will finally follow up and take him down. Man advantage now for Gambit, but there's still a man. There's still the crossfire established over here on long for Fnatic.
It's a very important kill. Doja hasn't really taken enough damage. They can just grenade him or anything. He's just gonna try and stay alive in the pit here. No reason to really fight too much. That's giving a kill away. Disco Doblin, the recoil bouncing right into Doja's face, and he's alone at long, yes, but that's clearing out catwalk. There's no one there holding, and Fnatic are going to realize soon. They would take the kill on Disco Doblin. That brings them back into 3-on-4, but they've got to be very careful right now.
Yeah, Mo is in the 1 position, and they have no flashes, Fnatic. This is a problem for them. They need to get those smokes down. Basically hope and pray at this point, because how does Twist hit that shot? That should be Mo 100% picking up that kill. Unreal shot from Twist. 3-on-3 now. Somehow Twist has just magicked his way here into this round. Twist with the follow-up on Zeus.
He's just having his way with them at the moment. That is very disheartening if you're the over. If you're Mo out on long, you see the hip of that player, and then you're gone. There's just, you don't even do anything. Hobbit and Adren just kind of have to try and save what they can right now. 8 rounds in a row for Fnatic. My God, they look dangerous right now. That was a good shot from Adren, but it's not going to help them save the round.
No, in fact, they're just going to be trying to save their guns. They have the AWP. It's been held on to Crims, so he's going to be able to back off and save that gun. I mean, it's not like Fnatic are hurting for cabbage right now. They've got 3 guys in double digits at the start of the round. Actually, 4 of them, and 2 of them are at 16,000. One of them is at 15,000. Fnatic don't have to worry about money for days. They're feeling comfortable.
That's such a dirty peak.
Unreal.
How do you deal with that? 8-0. When is the time for another tactical? Have they gone for it already? I'm not sure.
Congrats to everybody getting cases.
Yeah, it's starting to stack up. I think the algorithm still says the more people watching, the more the sort of drop rate goes up. So if you have friends that aren't watching, you know, you can invite them and maybe there's a big chance you get one.
It's like congrats to everybody except for the guy who tweeted us where he got 3 cases. Screw that guy. That guy, nah.
What map were they on, Sumner? Is it on Cobblestone? Those are the only ones that count.
Those are the only ones that matter, yeah.
They are. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that. So, timeout is done. 9th round is coming in here. And we still have not seen very much out of Gambit Gaming. We did finally see around going to the bomb site for Fnatic. Shows they are indeed aware. They have the map. They know that the bomb site exists. They just have ignored it up until this point. Mo in the middle, not going to spot anyone out. It's going to be a fairly quick push towards Catwalk, not worried about really anything. And are they going to capitalize on this? If you get up here quick enough, you can catch the CT side sort of shuffling about on the other side. And maybe you could do something.
Well, good timing. They're lined up. They've got cat control. They have all the nades this time. They have flashes to make their lives easier. It won't come down to Twist hitting an insane shot to take down Mo. They have all the utility here, Fnatic. So if they want to go for the catwalk push, they have everything needed. There we go. There's the flash. Mo not even holding that angle. In fact, he peeks right into it. The follow-up flash. This is textbook from Fnatic. This is exactly how it's done. Zeus does find a kill on Olafmeister, but still, bomb is planted.
Yeah, grenade gonna land right on Twist there. He stands up, runs away. I'm not sure he realized where he was getting shot from now. Dennis and Crims are left here. Good shot from Dennis, but they're just getting overwhelmed. Crims out on Catwalk, and there's no point in really fighting this. So finally, Gambit are going to pick up a round. Crims going to make a run with the AWP.
Nice.
8-1, and the audience...
There we go.
Still behind Gambit, I can see.
But some things never change, Anders. The audience is never going to cheer for Fnatic. But Gambit. Gambit.
Hey, I've seen people with Fnatic shirts around here.
It's true, it's true. But they're few and far between. You know, they're like the nomads. They just roam from land to land. It's actually the same guy at every land.
Just the same guy. I know Khan is here somewhere, so...
It's true.
He somehow also manages to be all over the place. Still impresses me. 10th round is coming up. Twist is in the middle. The smoke goes up, which is obviously standard, just to make sure you can get the cross without getting killed, which you don't need right now. Still worried about the B bomb side is Gambit as they put 2 in, and then Mo also on the B side of mid, so that suggested they are scared that it would have been another sort of quick B push here. How do they make this work? Not really any attempts. We saw earlier, obviously, we did see Dust 2 between Na'Vi and Astralis, and we saw a lot of aggressive catwalk picks coming out of the CT side, whoever they were, just to try and see if they can put some pressure on the terrorists, but so far it's been a very passive play out of Gambit, which is what we were complaining about on Cash as well. They weren't doing a good enough job at making sure Fnatic couldn't just set up and run around all over the place. So defensive, I'm not loving it.
It is playing into what we saw in the first map and the second map, and basically into Zeus. Because Zeus likes that. He likes to set defensive play. Unless it's him. Zeus likes to go for aggro peaks. He doesn't like his team going for aggro peaks.
Apparently that's the MO.
Well, here's the setup. I mean, Hobbit is going to be contact here on B, first line. And Zeus, hoping that obviously they're all going to focus on Hobbit so that maybe he can pick up a kill here. We'll see if it actually works because Fnatic are already moving out onto the site. Zeus to pick up 1, Hobbit the other. The crossfire's working. Hobbit with 2. And there we have it. Now this looks like a solid round here for Gambit Gaming. The straightforward approach not working at all for Fnatic.
Finally. 2 rounds in a row.
And so, just to make it perfectly crystal, when we're talking about Catwalk, we're talking about this part of the map right here. This is the part that the terrorists want to occupy. Because it opens everything up towards the A site, it opens everything up towards the B site, right? If you're going to go for that B split where you want to run this way and through Upper Dark, you need to clear this to make sure there's no CTs you can rotate rapidly through to get you in the back if you're trying to go for the B split. And if you want to go to A, same thing. You're going to want to take over A and push onto A. So, Catwalk, it's the main focal point here, apart from the mid doors and the op battle that happens there every round. It's the main focus point here on this map to develop your T side and your offense.
Very interesting stuff there. I'm not a big fan of this, the angle that Zeus is holding. I actually don't think it's worth it to be there. It obviously works out this time, so that's great, but Imagine how little he's able to help out if suddenly Hobbit inside of the, sort of on the bomb side itself gets smoked out or anything. It just gets really weird. So works for them. It's 8-2, and the 11th round is coming up here. They need to continue Gambit now that they found the right rhythm. They can't stop now.
They need to get rolling, right? It's not over yet, and this is still a T-sided map. Dust 2, you can definitely have crazy double-digit halves on T-side. It's a bit rare these days to see that hard lockdown on the CT side. Dust 2 has actually been around for so long. We've seen quite a few shifts in the meta with it, where it was a heavy T-side map, and then it turned into an incredible CT-sided map, and then it's a bit back and forth. But here we go. Fnatic clearing out that catwalk to make sure that nobody's going to be able to hold up their aggro. Adrian's already dropped down, and so right now Gambit, they're setting up to counter any kind of B split. They want to have that crossfire established in mid. If Crims were to try to push through mid doors, Adrian would be there to shoot him in the face along with Zeus.
Yeah, the fact that the bomb is still in well, it's going out of lower dark now, but as long as it's still in upper dark, that's usually a good indication that it might actually be a B split. I'm not sure if they're feeling too confident right now. They're bringing it up on catwalk again, and over at long, Mo is there. There are still some grenades left on Fnatic's side to try and make sure he can't use this AWP freely. But he's got the angle for it, and if he can just get one kill, you can play retake on it, even if it's 5-on-5, but if you just get one kill and fall back, you've done such a lot for your team. They're actually just throwing out the smokes. They're running back in middle. Oh no, look at the minimap. This is a fake. Zeus is going to be going down next. Twist with a great refract. Dennis gets dropped, but this is still happening. 25 seconds left. Hobbit, he gets the shot on Disco Doppler, walks right in. Actually, leg shot or shoulder shot coming out on Olofmeister through the side of the wall, I think. Now it's Twist and Olof left. Bomb will go down, but this is a hard round for them to win anyway.
Yeah, this is, but the utility is limited here for Gambit. And they still have the incendiary. Olofmeister's going to get picked off, though, and that's the Molotov that's down. Twist is roasting. He's trying to pick him off in the air, and Doja, he sacrifices himself on the funeral pyre. Mo doesn't care because they win the round. There we go. Gambit. 1G's in the chat is right. 8-3. What's up, Summit? I'm waiting, Summit. Gotta come and have that beer with me. Let's go.
Oh, man. Well, you see how it happens? That is some actual dedication. What a hero.
Zeus just gets so pumped.
Well, that's good. That's what we want to see. If you're a Gambit fan right now, and I reckon there are a few in the audience, that's what you want to see. You want to see Zeus being absolutely fired up because it'll bring the team with him. You can be sure of it. Fnatic, they had all that money, and that's also why they can still buy. They've just lost 3 rounds in a row, but it is starting to run out.
Yeah, if they can continue to get bomb plants, that'll be the key here to keep Fnatic from having to go for a half buy or an eco or anything of the sort. That money, oh, the 2 nades, no kills, but then it's a Disco taking so much damage. All right, nice opening here for Gambit. And well, Fnatic right now, they need to start making up their mind. Is it going to be still the straightforward approach? Because they're just taking damage everywhere. Now it's Olofmeister tagged down to 15.
Very rough. Hobbit in the middle, and just the amount of damage that's been output without Fnatic really haven't seen anyone is not a good way to get a round started. Oh, Gambit. You thought for sure they were out 8-0 by the time they started picking up rounds. When you're that far behind, it's just not a good sign. Mo, they're going to try and see if they can flash their way around the corner. There comes, oh, but the timing. He didn't get it in the last round, but this round it was just perfect.
Yep. That's the whole point. That's all that feeling, that instinct from the Opera, hitting that timing perfectly this time, Mo. Very well done. Yeah. Still have some utility, still have some flashes. Let's see if they can actually crack their way onto the A site, because Olofmeister, he's so low. Just a little bit closer, and that HE does him in.
So good damage being output. They're all lining up, actually. He's got to be very careful. Puts out a grenade, buying time here. 25 seconds in the back of the B bomb site alone is Hobbit with the AWP. That's not a great position to be in when they still have that one Molotov on Twist. He's got to be very careful. Hobbit goes down. Twist with the AK didn't even need the Molotov. Olofmeister about to be shot in the back. What? He picks up the kill on Doja. How's that possible? Goes for another one. He legs him. Olofmeister. What a monster. Now it's down to a Dren. 1 versus 2. But what is Olof doing to this game? He's going to run in, and Dren, he gets one, and Twist will close it out. Triple! Swedish Counter-Strike, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you're seeing.
Okay, let's see it again, please. Just follow Olof. What is this? It's not because we're in NA. Somebody handed this man a Mountain Dew and some Doritos. What was that?
so nuts. He actually leg shots the third player anyway. Obviously, doesn't even pull any kind of a face. Wow.
Unreal. All right. Mo is not interested, though. It's all right. That's just a fluke. Olaf can't, be a god every round. We still got to fight. We still got a chance. And there we go. Mo with the second kill. Snuffs him. So a two-man advantage now in the round for Gambit. Can't count him out just yet, though. And Dennis is still looking to take a fight. He hasn't given up.
Yeah, but Gambit shouldn't. No reason any longer. Mo, you've done plenty in this round. Now you can just relax in the bomb sites and let Fnatic try and figure out a way. If you give them more fights in the middle or anywhere else, there's obviously a chance that you're going to lose one of them and suddenly they can bounce back. They need to think about the overall picture here. If Gambit can finish this 9-6, and there's every chance they can, the money is not great at all anymore for Fnatic. So if they can just get this round, maybe that will actually be a reality. Twist gonna Molotov the corner. That's really bad news for Dren. He actually falls back. That's a smart play. Otherwise, he would have instantly got taken out.
They're starting to run a little bit low on time. This is getting down to 50 seconds. It's about when you want to start to make your play, and it's when Gambit are going to start making information plays. They need to figure out, is this a B split? Is it going to be coming to A? Adrian through the smoke. The timing works. He sprays down Twist in the back. And well, it's Disco and Crim's the last two alive, and Crim's taking point, looking for the headshot, not going to find it. Mo reigns supreme. 3 kills for him. And another one for Adrian, 2 for Adrian at the end of the round. So 9-4 and no bomb plant for Fnatic.
Oh, listen. The crowd are absolutely fired up here. It'll be one hell of a comeback. If you're down 0-8, you don't expect to really be able to play much further than that, really. Now it's 9-4. If they win this round, it's probably going to be 9-6, and then we've got a real game on our hands once again. Mo with the AWP in middle. All they have is a scout on the other side on Disco Dublin. Not exactly the same caliber. Maybe it will be enough, though. Almost. Almost. Quick trade over and long. Dennis for Doja. 4-on-4. This is a really big issue. We mentioned this sort of on a regular interval, but if you just trade evenly, that's great for the terrorist team. Now the defense has to spread out all across the map, and it becomes much more difficult to hold each spot. Adren with a flash coming out is perfect. They almost line up, but Disco Dublin still gets the refrag. That's quite impressive. That could have been an easy double kill.
Olaf has got an incendiary, though. He's got the Molotov. It's not going to matter. Cribbs takes point before, and Olaf is actually over on Catwalk, so it wouldn't matter anyway. Zeus will down him, and it's going to be Disco Dublin looking for the spray, and it's not meant to be. Mo has really stepped up here at the end of the half. 2 kills for him in this key round. And we're going into the 15th round now, 9-5. With Gambit forcing Fnatic to just, well, basically be broke. They're down to pistols, Tech 9s. And I just want to see them, they started the round by rushing B. They should end the half by rushing B. Andrews, Tech 9, YOLO, straight matchmaking onto the B site.
Finish where you started?
That's what I'm saying. Full circle. Full circle.
Find out. They did not have a great spawn for it. They're shot in the middle of the bomb site. That spawn can sometimes dictate whether or not you want to do it, right? So they're just going to give up on it for the moment. Mo, not afraid at all. Gonna Molotov up top mid. They know he's there, and they're trying to close in on him. 25 health left. Pistol in his hand. He gets a headshot on Dennis anyway, and now he's falling back into the side. That's so incredibly important. He is going to go down, actually, and backup wasn't there. Well, Zeus was running in, but he got trucked by Twist, and now they line up for Hobbit. The spray down, all 3 kills. Hobbit! What a star. Now Olofmeister. What could he possibly do? He does get the shot on Hobbit, and we should never count him out. The bomb is down there. He's got 1 minute and 14 seconds in this 1 versus 3. He's already taken one, and you go for a bit more. He's got the time for it. They're putting in the grenades. He doesn't even see it all. What is happening? Olofmeister. There's the kill, and he goes down to Doja. 9-6 for the first half here. Fnatic, they get the majority of the rounds, but Gambit showing a strength here, showing the depth in this team, and not giving up.
So if you go back and watch some 1.6 frag movies, right, that's what it kind of feels like there. Just holds down mouse 1, sprays them all as they come around the corner, real clean, real neat, and just, there we go. Hobbit, he started strong on the map, and he continued, he ended strong. Talking about coming around full circle, right? There's only so much that Olaf can do at that point if the bomb is dropped out in the middle of Siberia. 15 kills actually for Twist, so he isn't doing too shabby right now, and Mo, I think a lot of these come from the end of the half. That's where he really started to get on the board, start getting those double and triple kill rounds. He started to wake up when his team really needed him. due to him and his opping, we actually have a situation where Gambit have a chance going into this next one, into this next half.
Yeah, very well done. I mean, I just am loving the fact that Hobbit is playing this well on a big stage. I actually thought for sure to put money on the fact that once he got here, that would be too much. I know that he did well. I know he did very well at DreamHack Winter, but just playing in a major, it just changes players. Some players, anyway, definitely have a big drop-off. He hasn't had. It's been amazing. Second half coming up here. Final map. The winner of this game, the winner of this half, is going to go through to the semi-finals. They'll face Astralis, which is going to be an uphill battle for sure, but let's not discount anything at all. Feels like anything can happen right now. 9-6 the scoreline, and now it's Gambit's turn. See what they can do on the T side, and we can expect some slow plays coming out, I think, from them.
I mean, every CS fan out there right now is just cheering for Gambit. Na'Vi are out. You're right to bring up Astralis. They're gone. Twist reacts in time to take down Hobbit. And so a man advantage in this pistol round in the second half here. Fnatic have an edge. But yeah, do it for all the Na'Vi fans out there, Gambit. For all of your fans, because you're the last CIS team in this bracket.
Looking to open up. Got to be very careful. Doja's on the other side. Not exactly connecting at all. This is unusual. Dennis is so strong with the pistol. Well, there it is. He gets a headshot, but the refract comes in. Still a 4-on-3, looking pretty good for Fnatic at the moment. Got to be careful coming up from behind Adren. He's going to get the kill, and Doja's fallen in the meantime. The bomb has been planted. This is just a nuts round. 2 versus 3 with a bomb plant, and now Fnatic going to try and retake from the catwalk. I'm not loving this position from Adren. It's going to be hard to stop the bomb from defuse from down here, but he will give it a chance. The grenade lands on Mo, and somehow he's still alive, looking for the shot. Olive will take him down, and now it's a 1-on-3. Adren, long range with the P2000, and Twist will cancel that battle. 10-6 for Fnatic as they win the second half pistol, and that's big news for them.
Well, my medal would be actually going to Disco Doppelin in that round, to be frank. Because Adrian, yes, gets this massive lurk all the way over towards Long, but Disco, the man on your screen right there, hits a headshot on Doja before he gets taken out. That is so key, that allows for Fnatic to have the man advantage going into the retake. If it was a 3-on-3, totally different beast there, and we might see Gambit picking up a pistol round here on this third map. They've done so well with the pistol round so far, Gambit, picking up 4 of them. 4 out of 6, basically, but Fnatic, that's it. They've won both pistols here. So it's their map to lose at this point as far as they're concerned. They're in double digits, and Hobbit needs to stop, well, blocking Doja. Doja's going to get frustrated.
Yeah. One at a time, gentlemen. One at a time. Twist and Disco Doppelin, they've got a sort of a very common crossfire setup over here, and with just one flashbang, I'm just going to say it shouldn't really be working, but they've already got Twist flashed in the corner. Hard for him to get out again. They're not spotting him, and actually he just lines up a quick triple. Very nice. He actually thought they saw him jumping into the corner, but apparently not. So big plays coming out. 11-6 is the scoreline. And Gambit Gaming, they got the bomb plant of the pistol, so they're buying the third round. Again, business as usual, but here's the big thing. They're fighting against 4 FAMASas and 1 UMP. On Dust 2, that has a huge impact. These AKs are going to be massive, aren't they?
Well, this is it, yeah. You want that one-shot headshot potential. It's the only thing you have going for you. If you're looking at the nades, Zeus can't even afford a rifle. He's actually going for the Tech 9 just to have a Molotov to work with, just to have a few more nades. And then you're going to have Fnatic going aggro everywhere. Lower dark push from Olaf, Dennis pushing top mid. Zeus is about to get his bells rung, but this is perfect for Zeus. He's got that Tech 9, and he's actually got a nade in his hand. Free kill for Dennis. Olaf picks up one as well. Hobbit's there to trade and lower, but it's still a man advantage for Fnatic. Can Dennis get out of this position?
Oh, Hobbit goes so low on health. Dennis saw it coming, so 4 versus 3 with a health advantage slightly for the Fnatic team. Think about how smart it is. We were just covering this topic, you know. The AK long range is going to be so much better, so Fnatic's trying to cancel them to say, well, we'll just push up and fight you close range with the FAMAS instead. Very, very brave and potentially risky, but you can tell that it works out. And Gambit are going to be so frustrated. Down under a minute on the clock right here. And the setup, I mean, if they go catwalk, that might be the one place where they're not going to run into anybody.
Again. But then it's going to come down to retake. 2 kits for Fnatic, 3 flashes left to work with. And well, there's the deep flash from Doja. That's to force anybody holding by cars off the angle to get them over towards Long. But it doesn't really matter because you have Disco over there. Hobbit lurking top mid is going to find 1 kill, but Twist is there to trade. And so once again, Fnatic maintaining the man advantage, going into this retake scenario, and they're going to plan for Catwalk as well. Fascinating, because nobody's there from Fnatic.
No, they've swapped it out. They're going to go long instead. There is a smoke on Twist, and that can be very important for... they need to lure people out of Catwalk now, and that smoke, once it goes down, they're going to have to go and peek eventually. So it's really important they have that one grenade, because otherwise they're just going to wait all day, Gambit. A lot of time is already off the clock. They're doing this very slowly, Fnatic. They obviously have the fuse kits, and there's a good headshot on Doja. Disco Doppler coming into play now. Just Mo left. Can he do this? No, he walks right into Crims. And the defuse is in with the kit and everything. It's going to be 12-6 here. Fnatic now doubling the round score of Gambit Gaming. And it's a team ace as well. Everybody gets a chance to help out.
And this is so bad for Gambit, because now that money, it's exactly what happened to them in the first half. Fnatic, they're establishing a very strong economy. They're always going to have anti-rush nades. They're going to have kits, or they should have kits on everybody. Maybe not Dennis, because he went for an op this round. But Disco Doppler, if you're not buying a kit, I think that your team has to have a legitimate reason to get pissed off at you. Don't do a Pasha. Just buy the kit.
There have been many different moments in tournament history where someone has just skimped on that one thing, and it's really come back to bite them later on. But we'll see. Now that we mentioned it, maybe it will be a feature of this next round. The 19th round, if you like to keep count. Tech-9s, an armor, and some grenades, and a single deagle there being picked up by Doja. I wish it was a fast play, but they only have 2 people towards B in the spawn, so probably not worth it.
Not quite. I mean, it's if they were going to go for a very quick B rush or something along those lines, maybe. Could have been interesting. Instead, now it's going to be more slow play from Gambit. And so once again, canvassing mid. Adren actually has very quickly cleared out Brown Hall, so they have that to go off of right now. So they could be actually looking to try and change up the pace, not just a rush, but instead just trying to go for a very early push. Because once again, 4 players on Catwalk, Doja lurking long. This is set up, this is primed and ready now for Gambit to go onto the A site.
Twist putting up a grenade, but they're not going to respect it. They want to see if they can go for it. Dennis, oh, how does that even happen? I could have sworn he was flashed before he peeked that corner, and somehow he still picks up the flick on Mo. Now it's 4 versus 5, and Gambit, they get the bomb down, but Fnatic, they should be just fine with this. It's part of the plan. Give up the bomb side, go for the retake. Dennis getting caught shuffling the weapons. That's not a good idea, and Zeus will take him down. Twist with the one. Somehow Zeus escapes, but Hobbit might not be as lucky. He's alone, and he gets dropped. Perfect retake coming in for Fnatic, and a perfect illustration of why people are not afraid to let the bomb go down here.
Yeah, A side is so much easier. You can tell it's so wide open. There are all these angles that you can work with on CT if you're coming into it. It's not like B site where you have to worry about, you have window and you have door, 2 very tight choke points that you have to try and get through in order to get onto the site where it's going to open up. A site, just retake for days, and Dennis is just so fast.
Yeah,
this is what a versatile player Dennis is. He's one of the better pistol players in CSGO right now. But then he can op, he can rifle. And that's the depth that the Fnatic roster actually have in their roster, because if you're just talking about the op alone, 4 of them can go for the op if they want to. It's only Crims who's like, I'm just going to stay on the rifles, guys. Just stay on the rifles, don't mind me.
The real force here for Fnatic is Twist at the moment. He's got 23-6. It's an outrageous scoreline to bring here to the last map in a quarterfinals. It's been theorized for so long that Twist had a place in a top team somewhere in Sweden, but all he's been doing for the majority of his sort of career has been just playing in random Swedish pub teams, and he's been in and out of different teams. Actually, almost the exact same pattern that Olofmeister had very early on. It was the same style, and no one really had much of it. They say, yeah, you can play in mixed teams, but that's not quite the same as doing it on the stage. Well, here he is, ladies and gentlemen, doing a very good job, and it's likely right now that he's about to bring Fnatic into the semifinals of a major tournament. That would be just incredible. Dennis is going to have to fall back probably after that grenade. No reason to stick around. He doesn't have any backup either, so not sure why he's still staying here. That's another one. Dennis, please get the message. They don't want you here anymore.
Well, 50 seconds left. It's about time to go. Where are the flashes? Olofmeister Twist. They've collapsed. They actually go for the aggro mid. Fnatic like, if you aren't coming to us, we're going to you. We'll take the fight to you in mid. No problem. Dropping the bomb and leaving Mo alone. 35 seconds left for Mo to ponder the meaning of life, because he doesn't really have a whole lot else going for him. He's stuck, and there's just insult to injury here for Fnatic, or for Gambit, because they got demolished in the last major in the quarterfinals versus Fnatic. They got completely stomped, and here at least they've made it to a 3rd map, but this is definitely looking like Fnatic's series to win here. Another semifinals, back-to-back semis for Fnatic. 10 playoffs in a row for Fnatic.
Yeah, just incredible, isn't it? Time is running out. Mo just hoping to see if he can save the rifle. Good idea. Got to be very careful he doesn't fall back. Oh, Dennis is there. The clock had not run out yet, so that's the one thing you will at least get the round loss bonus. There's the Fnatic fan that we were talking about. Excellent stuff.
We found him.
He certainly and the rest of the... Oh, look at it. Oh, I hope you guys can hear that at home. Some things just stay the same, and I love it. 14-6 here. I do want to point out, just in case, because we obviously are going to have new viewers that are tuning in. So if you don't play the way that Dennis is playing up on Catwalk, if you get grenaded twice and you're on 16 health and the smoke is up, don't start shooting through the smoke with the AWP. That will almost never work out. So just erase that from your memory. Do the opposite of what Dennis is doing when you're playing.
Well, I'm glad to see that Gambit, I mean, you have 4 30-second tactical timeouts that you can use throughout the map. They're on their 3rd one now. And you might as well, because it's 14-6. It's an additional 30 seconds that Zeus has time to talk about what's actually going on in this game, trying to get his guys fired up. Because they're digging deep at this point. It's just 4 rifles. Tech9 again. This time it's not on Zeus, it's on Adrian. But they never really have the economic game on their side, Gambit. They're always limited in the nades. They never really have all of the utility that they want. But it is going to be a very quick long take. Once again, back-to-back long takes for Gambit, and we'll see if it actually works out better for him this time. Dennis has got that angle with the op already. Boom! Oh, it's Olaf! Where does Olaf get the kill? That's in mid-catwalk, so Dennis, he actually misses the shot and misses the follow-up shot.
It looked like it for a minute. The timing certainly was perfect for those 2 shots, but only one of them was a kill. Now Gambit can try and make their way closer. They already put down the smoke. They're out of grenades. They're getting very close to Dennis, and he's just going to get caught. Again, he's doing this a lot where he's sort of shuffling the grenades and the rifle back and forth, and it's got him killed a couple of times already. Nice grenade right on Hobbit and Mo. The bomb plant is going to go through. It's the default safe plant. That means they can't go catwalk, and they can't. Zeus down at long cannot stop the bomb from being defused if everyone else is dead. So I would say a very risky plant from Gambit. This might not be a good idea.
This is a very bad plant.
Yes.
And for this very reason here, although Hobbit is going to get twist early on, that's an incendiary down, but it's already been thrown onto the site. They're going to put the pressure on. Crims is going to find 1 kill, but he's the only one. 1v3, 1v2, and then the flank from Zeus. The long-term insurance policy pays off for Gambit. But we did actually see a little bit of a mistake made there from Fnatic, and I'm curious, because it's Olafmeister to start. That's fine and dandy. But Dennis getting rushed down, there wasn't a perfect smoke blocking off CT, so he has 2 teammates in CT. How are Gambit getting all the way up onto A slope, and Dennis is switching to nades and stuff? Are his teammates not telling him, hey, by the way, you've got 3 guys coming at you?
Yeah, I definitely agree. Dennis has got to be ready for that one, because he is the only one there that can stop that bomb site from falling, so just no real reason. It is a temptation that actually it's really easy to fall for. You feel like if I just throw this 1 grenade, it'll be even better, and you very often you just get caught with it in hand. So got to be careful. 14-7 here. Gambit slowly but steadily on the way to making it back in the game. They need to break that Fnatic economy first. That is the first big step for that last round. Fnatic never even got onto the site. They never even got to where they maybe could try for a defuse. And I don't know, a bit of a passive setup from Fnatic. Not what we've seen some of the other rounds. Back in CT spawn, Disco Doppler over at long, Dennis all the way in the A-bomb side. So yeah, they are really playing passively, hoping that Gambit probably going to be very slow in this round. You know, one of those rounds where they're down to 30 seconds, then it kind of pays off to be this far back.
Well, that smoke, that's the last smoke that Fnatic have to use. It's Twist, and he's used it at the mid doors. But I think that's reacting to a B split smoke. The only problem is that's not going to be what's happening here for Gambit. Gambit, once again, they've had success on A. Why change it up? They're going to go for more. And so they have the 3 players ready to pounce on long. 30 seconds left here for Gambit to make their play, however. 2 up cat, 3 at long, and 3 players here for Fnatic. But they do have Crims rotating in, and they line up for Disco. No grenades, no nothing to make their lives easier. Instead, it's Disco wrecking their dreams. He's not going to get the 3rd kill, but the damage is done. There's only 15 seconds left, and Dennis, he's going to pick up another one.
Yeah, Mo at 10 seconds. He can't win the round. It's simply impossible. He can't even pick up the bomb in 10 seconds from that distance. So end of the round here, and a 15th for Fnatic. 1 more round, and they're going to be the semifinals of yet 1 more major tournament. What a legendary team here. Twist will get the frag after the time has run out there. So This is horrendous in every way for Gambit Gaming. They've come so far, but they might have met their match once again. Fnatic, obviously not quite the same lineup, but maybe it's something is still lingering inside of their minds.
They just have the pedigree, right, with this Fnatic roster. You've got 3 players on this team, Dennis, Crims, and Olaf Meister, who are from the most dominant CSGO roster that's ever played the game, right? So they know how to win in playoffs on major stage. So sure, you're having to deal with that. A lack of experience on Gambit, running into monsters like Dennis, like Olaf. Dennis sprays down 2 in the lower halls, and they're hot on his heels. He hears him coming, could go for more, and he's not going to get it. Mo will finally get rid of him, but damage is done. Man advantage again for Fnatic.
Yeah, they just don't have the equipment. I mean, there's no armor on Mo. They've got no grenades left or anything to try and win around like this. It sort of almost requires a mistake, I would say, on Fnatic's side. Twist occupying for a second position there that we sometimes call the Fox position, but not the Portuguese Fox, the Russian Fox. There's actually Doja's brother, in case anyone has been around for long enough to remember that. He doesn't really play the game anymore actively, but Grim's going to be falling back in the middle here. It's now a 3-on-4, and Doja will be going down. Twist still just doing massive amounts of damage. He's currently got 27 kills. He's just done an incredible job here in the quarterfinals, and I think obviously, if they win this round, then they're going to be playing Astralis, but even Astralis should be worried that he's playing as well. Zeus and Mo on left, and they only got 40 seconds in this 2v4. It no longer seems possible. I don't know what would have to happen for them to win this round.
Mistakes. They have the nades. Zeus just needs to hit some god-tier headshots right now. He happens to be named after one, but whew, at the same time, it's done. Plenty of time. They all have kits. Fnatic will be able to get the defuse and move on to the semifinals, where they will be going up against their Danish brethren, Astralis. So that's going to be an incredible match. Astralis, a totally different beast from Gambit. They've got the pedigree, they've got the history, and so Fnatic have one hell of a matchup coming up tomorrow.
Dream comes to an end here for Gambit Gaming, but you've got to give them respect. They've made it very far, and many other teams that many would have said were at a higher level didn't even get to this stage, so definitely very impressive. They went all 3 maps here, but in the end, Fnatic making it through. Just a power performance coming out of the Swedish team. And again, Twist with 27 kills and just 8 deaths. That is a bit of a message being sent to the rest of the field that they've got to find a way to shut him down and make sure he's not as effective as he was right here all over the place. We will get the full breakdown of this match right after the break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Найс, бля. Найс, ебал. Мейн ласт. Найс. Хорошо. Плент. Вроде на машину вышел, Абай.
Trust in my deagle now. Nice! Fett bra boys. Fan vad det fastnade. Det hade varit så jävla god läge om det inte fastnade.
Well, Fnatic have done it again. Gambit's major ends not with a bang, but with a whimper. And to get more reactions, Olaf Meister is on the stage now with Smix.
Thank you very much, Richard. Olaf, congratulations. This is your 6th major semifinal. That is absolutely phenomenal. But more than anything else, a lot of people had doubts as to whether Fnatic could make it this far. So how satisfying is it to prove them wrong and make it to the top 4?
Of course, it's satisfying to come top 4, but to be honest, we don't really focus on what others say. We have to focus on how to play the game ourselves. And there's a reason people doubted us. We haven't really played good. The events before, but this is actually the first event we play with this full lineup. So, but yeah, I'm happy.
And speaking of this being the first LAN with you guys as a 5 team, on Overpass there was a lot of frustration. We could see it on your faces, and especially with 2 players that aren't as experienced in those high pressure situations. How are you able to reset for the next map?
I mean, Overpass is a really good map for Gambit, so we knew that was going to be a hard map, but I don't know what happened, but it wasn't only like Twist and Dopplan, it was the whole team. We were just off, and the communication was really bad comparing to Cash and us too, but we refocused and just said forget that game and focus on the next one.
And the next one is going to be Astralis, a team that you have a lot of history with back when they were one of the few teams that could beat you guys. What are your thoughts there? Do you think you can take down the Danes?
Yeah, of course. I believe we can take them down. I mean, they're a super strong team, but we're going to do our best, and I think it's going to be a fun game.
Awesome. Well, congratulations again, Olaf Meister. Best of luck. Back to you, Richard.
Thanks a lot, Smix. Always great to hear from Olaf Meister, one of the great champions in Counter-Strike history. And I'll just start by asking the question. I do tend to bang on about it a little bit, so I apologize in advance. But could this veto have gone more favorably for Gambit? Because it just feels, as you said, Duncan, there was no way they were going to win Dust 2 against Fnatic. They hadn't a credible win on this map.
No, here's the thing. I actually think if you're from the Gambit side of things, there's a few different ways this could have been better. Like, first of all, you know, some teams, this is actually something I suspected Fnatic might do. They might just actually pick Cobblestone themselves. They're so confident on it. And they actually, if you look at the old Fnatic lineup, the one where they had Flusher and JW, used to almost arrogantly do that. You know, they'd pick your best map into you and think, we can beat you on this anyway. You know, what do we care? They did that actually against, I think it was against Virtus Pro actually in the final of ELEAGUE Season 1, if you remember. So if that had happened, Na'Vi would have had a shot on Cobblestone. There's also a world in which Cobblestone's the decider. Again, Fnatic could have let that through. I actually have to give Fnatic credit in this series for banning Cobblestone, one of their own strong maps. Go into Dust 2, which is kind of in the middle to the lower part of their map pool, but knowing that in doing so, it would bring about this skill disparity that they could play off and win the series from. So I actually think the Fnatic guys did their homework. They came prepared. And for Gambit, I don't blame them. There's nothing you could really do in this scenario. Someone should be banning out 1 or 2 good maps in most scenarios.
Yes, so let's take a look at these highlights. Jason, what stood out for you really over the course of this Dust 2 game? I mean, Fnatic looked very good, and of course, Twist, I think this is the best I've seen him play in this Fnatic lineup, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, he was absolutely a monster. I think the big thing is Fnatic gets out to 2 very, very quick leads, and if you're Gambit, I mean, you can't let that happen. Now, they do a great job in the first half of adjusting and racking up some rounds when it seemed, I think it was 8-0 at one point, and that's when Gambit started putting rounds up and catching up a little bit. But in the second half, once Fnatic got towards the CT side, that's where you really saw the strength of their individual plays, being very, very disruptive early in the rounds across the map. Even though Gambit was set up passively, I mean, if that's how this team works, they have to be able to punish those kind of plays. And then Fnatic even mixes in some of the teamwork that we didn't expect to see out of him with a couple cool tricks. But for the most part, Twist was an absolute beast in this. And the only real thing that got Gambit back in the game was the double op setup, was the 2 ops of Hobbit and Mo. That's what brought them back into it. That's what gave them some life. That's what made it look a little bit promising that this could be a close game down the stretch. But when Twist just started taking over in the second half, it just starts slipping away from them, and there's nothing they could really do after that.
Yeah, and I thought it was interesting there in the interview, Olaf Meister makes the point, you know, this is our first event with this lineup. I mean, people say it could be the last as well. He's kind of underlining, I think, that, you know, it can take time to bed new players in, and actually, to be honest, Twist and Disco they've got better as the tournament's progressed. I mean, Twist obviously more so than Disco Doppler.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get, obviously getting more experience within the lineup. It's super nice to see Twist playing like this. Disco's hitting some nice shots. But I think the real strength when he says this is the first one he played with this lineup is Krim. So the level that he's been at, the form that he's able to do there, he had some very, very nice rounds throughout this series. Just like classic vintage Krims that we haven't seen in some time, playing a situation more passively than most and being very, very effective at it. So despite the good play of Twist and Disco at times, I think Krims is the real one who stepped up in that regard.
And what's this evolution like, Duncan? Obviously, you followed every phase of the Fnatic experiment. What's different about this one?
Well, what they did that actually does work is they have modeled this one on the past lineup, the one that had JW and Flasher, and they've retained the same style. Now, that wasn't working previously because they had the lineup where they were bringing in Lekro, and it was a very confused one, and you have to say, Olaf Meister's level much, much lower. He really, really was struggling in that one. Well, the difference is they've managed to make it work now because they have, to me, 4 players who are playing pretty consistently in terms of aiming, and they can win out those aim duels, and that's making their style, which still is not tactically heavy, it's making them work on the maps that work for them. You know, they can, if you get them on a cobblestone, Cash, bit of dust too, now they've got chances. You know, my problem is as we go forwards in the tournament, when they face a team like Astralis, Astralis is a team that can ban them out, that can get them in those bad maps, and can force them to play maps like Overpass again, train something like that. And I think that's where you might see some of the flaws exposed, and maybe it won't just be like a happy ending for Fnatic, and that's why I think that move is still on the table to maybe change some players.
Well, as always, Jason, you're focusing on the tactical aspects of the game. You picked out a key round for us.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the cool things that Fnatic did. If you look at them grouping up on the other side of double doors on the CT side. This is the late mid-take, and that pop flash through. All of Gambit is looking at Dennis. Dennis has been a distraction. They're trying to flush him out. And this is where, instead of just some kind of an individual push to throw things off, this is a coordinated team push. That's kind of the things that we didn't necessarily expect to see out of Fnatic on this map. But that kind of a push is so deadly if executed properly. Now, Gambit lets it slip a little bit. They don't have anyone actually specifically watching for a double doors push like that, especially when you have 3 to 4 players there. But Fnatic just finds the right timing and catches them all off guard, and that's ridiculous.
A couple of final thoughts. First of all, Duncan, I'll come to you about Gambit. Still done very well in this tournament, made that legendary status. Do we feel this is kind of like the peak, if you will, or do you think there's more to come from this team?
I think when you consider they've only played a few lands, like a handful, and obviously the top level, nothing compared to this, I think it's a positive sign. You can go forwards for this, you can build on it, but there's got to be more maps in the pool. It cannot just be Overpass and Cobblestone, because I think they actually, like I said, I think they lucked out a little bit in terms of some of the opposition with teams that were willing to let them play that and just thought we'll be able to beat you. You play some of the teams that don't even want to play those maps, it's going to be real tough to get to this level. So I think for right now, it's a good mark. It's a good, pretty solid finish to come top 8. I think they were still one of the weaker teams in the playoffs, though, and I think they actually had a pretty favorable matchup here to have a chance to get out. So going forwards, I don't see them becoming like a championship team, quite frankly. I think they can be top 10, probably more towards the lower end of the top 10. Though.
Okay, and Jason, are Fnatic a stealth pick to win this whole major? Can they do it?
No, I don't think you could say that quite yet, especially with Astralis coming up. I mean, obviously, I've doubted the Swedes a couple times, which is I usually don't do, and they've punished me for it on a few predictions. But still, when they go up against Astralis, I mean, Gambit had to tactically outplay them to a massive degree to make up for the skill disparity. Astralis is going to be able to not only match them in skill, but they also have that tactical and strategic element over Fnatic as well. So they have a deeper map pool, they have deeper playbook, and they're going to be a very, very tough challenge for Fnatic.
I mean, let's put it this way. If they can beat Astralis, they can win this major, but that's a big, big test in itself. You know, that's like a final right there.
Well, Duncan, as always, you have preempted. You've used your psychic brain to preempt where I'm going to go, and that's to remind everybody of the bracket. This is what we had. Astralis obviously earlier today beat Na'Vi. Great game, great series. And in the end, the Danes were just too good. Fnatic able to overcome Gambit there. All patched up. They're going to play Astralis. That's happening a little bit later today. The last series, we've got Virtus Pro versus North. And then we start tomorrow with SK Gaming versus FaZe Clan. I guess let's just take a little look ahead. Astralis, Fnatic. I mean, this is kind of a matchup like if Fnatic were in full shape, had they had a few more events under the belt, this would be an absolute classic semi-final. But you've got Astralis just way out in front.
Yeah, and it's like I alluded to there, part of its map pool. Like, for example, the guys from Astralis, first and foremost, we know they ban over Cobblestone. That takes out a strength right there from the guys from Fnatic. They have a really wide map pool in terms of the guys from Astralis, so their pick can be something that's really weak for the guys from Fnatic. They can kind of force that. Then you got to add in the factor that, I mean, as well as some of the players on Fnatic have played, there's no one playing at the kind of all-round level like Device is. At the moment, he's controlling the game, and that's something in those past matchups you wouldn't have said. You know, Olofmeister used to be the best player. Dennis was very, very good in the last slam. I think pretty much every factor for me at the moment goes towards the guys from Astralis.
Yeah, some quick thoughts from you?
I think the storylines leading into this are going to be great because, you know, this Astralis lineup in previous organizations was one of the few teams who could consistently beat Fnatic when they were at their best. And then also you look back to MLG Columbus. This is the matchup we had where Astralis on that last map were up like 15-3 and called the timeout just to let Fnatic stew in the fact that they were about to get knocked out of the tournament. And that, you know, that did not sit well with the Fnatic guys. So, I mean, this is going to be a grudge match.
Something I think we'll talk about tomorrow for sure. Anyway, Puckett, our legendary interviewer, has been going around meeting the fans. He met an interesting couple earlier today.
Hey guys, I'm here in the VIP and I found myself two very special people. We have some honeymooners in the venue today. You guys just got married when, Sarah?
New Year's Eve.
New Year's Eve. Yes. And Clay, whose idea was it to come to ELEAGUE for the major on their honeymoon?
Oh, it was 100% mine. I got the email announcement that they were releasing tickets, and I was in a meeting at work, and I said, I need to go to the bathroom, and bought the tickets right away. Don't regret it.
And what did you think about coming to Atlanta?
Oh, I was thrilled. I went to the major in Columbus last year, and it was an absolute blast, so I knew I'd have an amazing time here. We just love watching Counter-Strike together, so this was perfect for us.
So do you guys have a favorite team? Who could give you the best wedding present?
Oh, I don't know. I really like Navi, but we have some conflict. Yeah, well, it's unfortunate, but other than that, I really like Astralis, so we'll see how they do.
Well, what about you? She's a Navi and Astralis fan. Yeah. Clay, who are you cheering for?
So I like North because I love Nuke, and I love a team that's good on Nuke. Unfortunately, I don't think that North is going to do so good, so I'm rooting for VP.
All right, well, guys, thank you so much for coming out here. Congratulations on your marriage. We're looking forward to that match. North versus Virtus Pro is coming up in just a bit.
Yes, I actually had the pleasure of meeting this couple earlier today. Honeymooners, yeah, it's me again. There you go, yeah. Kiss cam, of course. And yeah, I hope you're a bit more loyal to your team, to your lady than you are to your teams. He changed it there. I couldn't believe it. Last minute, he makes it sound like he's going to be North. Then he goes to support Virtus Pro, hedging his bets. Anyway, guys, that is going to be the next game. Super excited for this one. Virtus Pro versus North. This promises to be a classic to close out the day, so make sure you join us.
Do you play Counter-Strike? Do you want to play with the pros?
Do you want to play against this guy?
Going in for his team.
Or this guy? Perhaps even this guy. Okay, maybe not him. Sign up now to Faceit.com and take your game to the next level. Play against the pros only at Faceit.com.
My name is Forrest. I'm Getright. Freiberg. You want to beat an old-timer like me? Come try us at Faceit.com.
The home of all the good stuff.
When I was young, it wasn't really that easy to live in Poland.
People are very strong and have to fight for everything what they had.
You need to work more and think more. That's what makes them special to me.
We have a strong history, so whenever we hear that someone from Poland make a success, we are really happy to hear that.
A to są tatusia małe. No.
Ale mama jest
Co? Zdjęcie? Filip bardzo łagodny i spokojny. Nigdy nie było żadnych problemów takich wychowawczych. Bardzo pozytywny. Wszyscy go lubili.
My father was a total nerd. He loves playing with computers.
At the beginning, we hadn't internet, but I built a network.
We had to connect the cable outside of the window with a neighbor.
Someone brought this game, and we started playing Counter-Strike.
I was playing CS, my dad was playing CS, and my sister started playing CS.
When we started playing with our friends, he was the best. So he had a big talent for this.
A tak komputer to w wieku tak 13 lat głównym stał się właśnie główną rozrywką, gdzie już jakiś talent był taki uwidoczniony i wiadomo było, że trzeba w tym kierunku troszeczkę umożliwić rozwój.
It was our window for future, to go somewhere.
There was a time I was looking up at other players, wanted to be like them, and at some point I just started playing against them, even winning against them. We had the only professional team in the country, so we dominated the whole scene.
Your EMS1 Katowice champion, Virtus Pro!
They start in the early beginning of esport, and are still playing on a high level.
They are your E-League Season 1 Grand Champions!
For me, he's amazing. He's the true leader, even he don't feel like one. He's too humble, and sometimes I have to remind him.
Niewielu jest ludzi, którzy dojdą do takiego wysokiego poziomu i mają ten zaszczyt. Także no jest dla mnie to niesamowite i cały czas nie do pojęcia.
Sports is so important because you can switch off and you can clean your mind.
Playing the game, most of it happens in your head. So it's good to just go outside, make your body loosen up a little bit.
He bikes a lot, sometimes 100 kilometers a day, so I think he's crazy.
I don't like being in one place and staying there.
I see him now wanting to be each day better.
It's just the way I am, I guess. Maybe it's just I'm never satisfied with myself.
I think Filip will be one of the most remembered esport players in the history.
I'm just a player, and I wish I would stay a player forever.
legends are back.
Neo, two-man straight out for him, and that is GG for this round.
After plowing their way through the group stage,
Neo! Oh my god!
Virtus Pro have their sights set on a second major championship.
Taz with the clutch!
And a place among the best teams in Counter-Strike history.
2 versus 5 and Virtus Pro win the round.
Make way for Virtus Pro.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back live from the Fox Theater here in Atlanta, Georgia. Are you guys having a good time? That's right, it is the last quarterfinal of the day, and it will be featuring the only team remaining in the tournament that is coming in with an undefeated record. You just met them. It is Virtus Pro. But on the other side of the stage, it's the team that knocked out G2, Hellraisers, and another. Will they be able to take out VP? We'll find out right now. Let's take a look at North.
North is legendary for the first time.
MSL just going to work right now.
After starting the group stage 0-2, the Lions of North came roaring back.
Cajun B lights them up, and it's going to be a clean sweep.
Now they fight to prove they belong on CSGO's biggest stage.
They've got it, Magisk. They are ecstatic.
This is North.
The stage is set. VP over here. North over here. Let me hear it one more time from the crowd. Who's cheering for North? And who is cheering on the poles of Virtus Pro? I think Atlanta is cheering on our Season 1 champions. Desk, what do you guys think about this match?
Yeah, it's definitely a home game for Virtus Pro by the sound of things. But that doesn't mean North can't give them a game. We're going to get into that on the desk. That's what we do. But Jason, I'm going to come to you first. Let's talk about this Virtus Pro team. I just saw you tweeting Neo, the greatest of all time. This is one of the greatest teams of all time.
Yeah, I mean, certainly is it. I mean, so long they've been together and still able to win tournaments, win matches, incredible matches when it seems all down and out. But I mean, just focusing on Neo, because we just saw that feature, one thing that makes him so good as a player and so important to this team, I mean, he's now been in-game leading for over a year. They're known as a team who has switched their in-game leaders very frequently. They've gone away from that. But during this phase where they switch in-game leaders back and forth, we've seen Neo play as like an isolated anchor in bomb sites. We've seen him play as the Opera. We've seen him as the in-game leader. The fact that he's so versatile and can do so many different roles has actually made him a better in-game leader. He knows how to position this team a little bit better because of it. All that information from playing so many different styles. But really, I mean, the driving force of this team is always going to be Snax. He's a player, one of the best players in the world last year. He's at a superstar level again, and he's just so good at making plays, making impact, and finding ways to open things up for his team. And that's where you're going to see this team have most of the successes. The things that he does on the map, the things he creates, that's what's going to allow the rest of them to get in there. Bialy is another player who at times is just unreal. He's one of those guys with pinpoint aim that when he's on, it's unbelievable things he can do on the map.
Yeah, and Duncan, look at that path to the Fox that they had. Nice and clean. Sure, some of them were close, but they were good teams.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you look at these teams here, no one bad here. Gambit proved themselves, made it to the top 8. Optic actually were coming in as one of the stronger teams. People thought they could make a deep run. G2, always a tough team to play against. We know there's a lot of skill in that team, so I feel like actually VP, they didn't have a great run in terms of the score lines. They gave up a lot of rounds, but this was a pretty legit 3-0 for me.
And what I think is amazing is Virtus Pro have really gone under the radar in terms of analysts, pundits, journalists, all the people who've been picking the potential winner of this major. I barely heard anyone say Virtus Pro at all, and that seems crazy to me.
The tough part is that they're a team where you can't really predict them to win, but you're not going to predict them to get knocked out, because we've just seen that some tournaments they come in and they're a little bit off, and then some tournaments they come in and just steam through the competition, they win the whole thing. So it's hard to judge where they're at until you can see them playing. Right,
well, the team they are playing is North. Now, Duncan, you've been a big proponent of this team. You felt they might have won ELEAGUE Season 2. Had that great series against SK Gaming. Just tell us about them.
Yeah, they are kind of still like Astralis' little brother, actually. Now Astralis has fully blossomed because they're a team based around tactics. They have a good in-game leader in MSL. Now he's not a fragging in-game leader like Glaive, but he sets his team up the same way. It's that slow execute style. They know the site they want to hit. They have the timings right. Much like Glaive, he's an entry guy who has his star player come after him. In this case, his star player is Config. He wants to set that guy up to create mayhem. They got Magix, is certainly one of the best kind of static style players in the world. I think Cajun B's a hybrid player where he doesn't have to be a superstar, but when he's got it going with the AWP in a game, he can certainly take over the game. And then the guy who often gets the least mention because, you know, with all the different factors going on in the team, Rubino is a guy where the skill level of this player, considering he's playing the most sacrificial role, he's giving up so much, he's supporting so many other people. You have these odd games where he just goes 25 kills, 30 kills, wins you the game, keeps you in the game. And so it's one of the reasons why I think even when North lose, if you look at some of the losses here, it's not that often that they're getting blown out, you know. There's a lot of close games. They're a team who they have so much quality in the lineup that they're always going to make a game out of it.
Yeah, Jason, just looking at that path to the Fox, I said this, I don't think it's been a great major for Danish Counter-Strike, even though we could have a Danish winner. I mean, the Danes are the favorites in a lot of ways. So, but some of these games were so unbelievably close against opposition, I expected North to beat easily.
Yeah, they really had to kind of play themselves into shape at this major. They came in looking a little bit lackluster. I think Config and Magis started out relatively quiet for how they ended the group stages. But I mean, it was much like Astralis. I mean, they got into their groove when it mattered, right? I mean, you even see the Astralis guys saying, we didn't peak during the groups, we're going to peak during the playoffs. North is kind of on that same trajectory. Well, even though they struggled, you started to see some of their players really start lighting up. I think Rubino, as you said, he's had a phenomenal tournament in terms of impact. Even in some of the games where he's not going off, just the things he can do for this team is so critically important that you can just tell when he's getting those double kills, when he's getting those triple kills holding a bomb site, it's when they need it most.
And just before we get into the veto, for some more insight, we're going to throw you over to our sideline reporter, Smix.
Thank you very much, Richard. This time I was able to talk to both teams before this match, and from North they say they're going to be playing without any pressure. They're coming into this match against Virtus Pro considering themselves the underdogs, so they're just going to focus on their game. On the other side, Virtus Pro seem very confident and prepared. They say they know what the map picks are going to be, and last but not least, they say please cheer for them, as that would mean a lot. Both teams are looking calm and ready to start the match.
Right, so you heard it, both teams looking calm. Now, if you're at home and you're calm, you can go to see Game Command, which is a fabulous way to watch the game. It's live.eleague.com, and you can calmly select how you want to watch, who you want to focus on. Really is amazing. Cannot promote this enough. I think it's an incredible way to watch and experience the game. Now, we've talked a lot as well about Virtus Pro. They have got fans everywhere. You heard this crowd cheer for them like it was a home game, like they were in Poland. And we've had Puckett going around and meeting some more of the fans here.
What's up, guys? It's Puckett. I'm here in the VIP lounge. I found some good friends. We got Stunna over here. You all know him from LA. And then what's your name, sir? Where are you from?
Zach from Indiana.
Zach from Indiana. Did you drive down here?
I did.
How was that?
Hell.
Are you ready to win this pin?
Sure.
All right. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to ask 5 questions. First one to answer gets to go. If you get it right, we're going to keep track. Most correct answers walks away with the pin. We're starting right now. Question number 1. Who is the oldest player in the tournament?
Pass.
He beat you. Zach crushed you. Stun is 0. Zach won.
Catching all the
Question number 2. With Virtus Pro and North playing next, we have to know who is the youngest player on North and how old is he?
Magix and 19.
Wrong.
Config. 19.
Worse. He had Magic, so you get half a point.
Magix and he's 18.
There you go. 1.5 to nothing. Question 3. What country are all 5 VP players from?
Poland.
He got you again. Slow down, Stunna. Slow down. Who is the in-game leader of North?
MSL.
You are getting crushed. What city played host to the 10th CS Major?
Cologne.
10th? Columbus?
Atlanta! Zach with the comeback. Zach, congratulations. You take home the pin, but don't worry, Stunna. No one goes home empty-handed.
Everybody wins.
I got a used ELEAGUE t-shirt for you. Have a great one. Back to you guys.
All right, that right there is why you don't drink and do trivia, kids. Yeah? It's harder than it looks. Takes a lot to balance alcohol and knowledge, right? Duncan does it all right, though. Anyway, oh, man. Right, so Virtus Pro are going to be coming up. We actually had some time to spend some time with Virtus Pro last season at ELEAGUE.
Perfection from beginning to end. Virtus.pro, they are your ELEAGUE Season 1 Grand Champions.
My favorite memory from Season 1 was the final when we played against Fnatic. I think it was a dream come true, like dream final for everyone, a dream final for us to finally win the big event and prove everyone that we are there to stay.
I guess the best tournament in our careers.
It's a great feeling to be a champion, yeah.
Virtus.pro is back, baby!
Now it's Season 2, it's a new challenge, and what we are doing now is not trying to win a single season, we try to get a double crown. And I think that what we want to also create is we want to create a buzz. We want to prove everyone that this tournament is ours.
After winning the first season, we know the whole setup in here. We're used to it because we've been here for a month last season. It just feels comfortable. That's how it should be.
This year we start really bad, you know.
VP, you never know which one you're going to get.
We had a rough start and really good finish.
They're right around the corner. There goes one, pop a second, and he's going to go for the third, and it's down. And Snacks obliterating the NIP lineup.
No, we are not finished yet.
Here comes all of Virtus.pro.
There's no team that I feel is our biggest competition. Other teams in particular that I want to beat during this event. I wanted to play against FaZe, because FaZe was always good online. They were also always saying that they are so good against us, they enjoy playing against us. I want to play against them and I want to show them and shut up. Then that's the main point. So there are a lot of grudges in me, there are a lot of things I want to take revenge for.
They are becoming a stronger team. They had some roster changes last month, and it seems like it works pretty well for them. They seem to be more stable than we were before.
So I think that our attitude needs to be that we are here to stomp them, not to just win. We are here to destroy them and not give them even small space to use whatever they always use, which was aggression.
We're gonna smash them.
We don't need to be considered as favorites.
I just think other teams should be kind of afraid of facing us.
We are here to beat FaZe. We are here to beat every opponent. We are here to win. If we win ELEAGUE, we are the best team in the world, and I want to win. Period.
So are you the best team in the world right now?
Maybe. We'll see.
So obviously Virtus.pro, they certainly are one of the best teams of all time. Let's just talk about it because I think, as I said, it's crazy to me they're such a stealth pick. Duncan, why do you think people aren't plumping for Virtus.pro to win this major?
I think it's just based on the fact that the last couple of tournaments they didn't win. You know, at ELEAGUE, they obviously flopped in the quarterfinals. Everyone had them locked to beat FaZe. They didn't do it, so Optic got to do the run through the playoffs. WESG recently actually looked at that field. I mean, it'd be hard to pick anyone else to win it. They didn't even get past the semifinals. They lost to their countrymen from Poland. So I think it's just recent form. As we've seen in this tournament alone, people have a huge recency bias. I mean, people are calling Na'Vi, they're going to win this tournament because they won 3 best of ones. For me, it's that old adage, you know, like form is temporary, class is permanent. So there's a reason why these guys are always in the playoffs at every single major, and that's why they're back in the mix now. I certainly think they're one of the strongest teams in the field.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. I mean, obviously, Virtus.pro, they do have that strange tendency to almost save it for the big events. And they've said they've got this relationship with the majors. They always find that extra gear. Do you think they could go all the way?
Yeah, for me, they're a team that you can get a feeling. I think when Virtus.pro is going to win an event, like coming out of Cologne, seeing them get knocked out by SK, I got that feeling that they were playing so incredibly well. So I mean, they were my pick to win ELEAGUE Season 1 back when they actually ran through the playoffs, and you can kind of get this sense that they're building into that form where they can run through the playoff bracket. The scary part is, I didn't get that feeling that I normally get when I saw them in the group stages. So it's all about now that they're in the playoffs, they had these days off. What are they going to look like here in this first matchup? This is where I think you can really tell for this weekend, are they in good enough form to win the whole thing?
Well, people forget that when they won in Katowice, not a lot of people had them winning that one either. You know, it was kind of almost out of left field.
The players did. That was one of the
all
few
the players
times.
did. Yeah,
that's one of the few times the players were like actually saying that they looked so good in practice.
One, yeah, that's the one time.
It's the one time it's actually worked.
Scrimmer's law. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's talk about North. I mean, Virtus.pro obviously build into these tournaments. North haven't impressed me honestly here, and they feel like a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde team to me.
Well, the thing is, what makes this a great matchup is exactly the matchup, how the two teams will face off against each other, strengths in the map pool. That's, and also stylistically, I think they're a very interesting team. So I actually think the key is, it's not that North necessarily are like a top 2, top 3 team. It's just that VP is one of the few teams I think they can get a good matchup against. They can have the right maps. It'll be very competitive. And so I think North actually has the tactical style to make things tough for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and a few thoughts about MSL, his in-game leadership style, and going up against Virtus Pro. You know, I think MSL has like favorite teams that he likes to beat and teams that he's a little bit nervous about. And sometimes the old school teams, the NIPs, the Virtus Pros, they're the ones that I kind of feel he's been a bit underwhelming against in his record.
Well, certainly a team like Virtus Pro is tough to read because if you look at them historically, some of the things that made them so strong was how aggressively they can take bomb sites, how good they were at executing strategies. With Neo in this leadership recently, you've seen some of that kind of slow down a little bit. They don't have that explosive style the same way they used to. So now they can add a new wrinkle into it, and that's always going to be difficult for an in-game leader to have to read. When are they going to change the pace? When are they going to come at us with something fast, something aggressive? When are they going to spread out in a default and kind of wait things out? So it is going to be a little bit of a mind game. It's certainly going to put him to test because he is considered one of the better in-game leaders in terms of the game plans he can create for his team. So that'll be interesting to see how that all plays out.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it's going to play out. Meanwhile, the players are getting comfortable. They are setting up, and we're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, we're going to get into the action. Virtus Pro versus North. We will see you shortly.
History has been made, records have been broken.
This is just the start. The majors for Counter-Strike are like the majors in golf or the Grand Slams of tennis. We don't have set seasons like you see in traditional sports. They happen every couple months, and they kind of let you figure out who's the best in the world right now.
It is the most important event. It is the event that if you want to witness history, that's the event you go to.
Absolute magic for anyone who enjoys esports.
This is going to be one for the history books.
One of the big things that we always struggled with in the early years of esports was developers caring about their game being used as a competition platform.
We've been attending so many small amateur events. I think people were getting really frustrated.
There was a kind of sentiment in the industry that people didn't put on grand scale events because they thought the viewership couldn't rise up to that level.
Global Offensive comes out, and that is a Valve-made version of Counter-Strike, and that first got us excited. But then they decided to actively support the pro side of it, and the major system at its core was all Valve's idea.
If you don't put on a really big event, it doesn't kind of signal to the teams and to the people watching like this is like the World Championship. So it is like kind of like classic figure. You have to build it if you want them to come.
When the major announcement came along, it kind of legitimized everything we've been working towards.
The majors was a great step up, a level that I hadn't personally seen in Counter-Strike before, so it was quite an exciting time.
And I was excited because it was going to be an opportunity to kind of watch something potentially great unfold.
This was the first time when I think we realized things actually started to get a bit serious.
The first one was a bit rough, but it was at DreamHack, and DreamHack in general is more of like a laid-back vibe, you know? It's more like the old-school gamer roots because it's a big LAN party.
When I think of DreamHack, I think of prestige, glory, biggest tournament ever.
There was definitely excitement about the fact that we had not only like a World Championship event, but also one of the first tournaments where probably every single good team was there all at once.
I think this has gone beyond all expectations.
It's funny to look back on that particular event. We had kids jumping on the stage behind us, no security, like a guy literally jumped into the middle of an interview we were doing with one of our players. It was like, what is going on here?
At the time, I was skeptical, but then every single one's gotten bigger and bigger.
This is the biggest CSGO event of all time!
In hindsight, we had no idea that we would eventually start filling stadiums with our game. It's always your dream.
We didn't believe 1 million people would watch.
Congratulations to CSGO. Over 1 million people watching. An amazing weekend.
For these people, it means everything. They've made a commitment to becoming, professional players, and they've achieved that much. But this is the difference between being in this world and really succeeding in it.
There is no more pressure for a Counter-Strike player than playing at a major.
And look at the crowd, they're getting fired
up. Oh, we go for the defuse. The defuse is coming in. He's still going. Oh, Olaf gets it as the flames come in. And look at the little dance of happiness.
Simple just jumping, catching into the side. He's going to fall down again. Where is this come from? Simple, are you serious? This is a major.
It is the biggest of stakes.
Not many people get a chance to be in front of a crowd this electric, this enthusiastic about the game.
When you see a lively crowd going crazy, you aspire to be in that crowd.
What is it like standing in front of this audience?
Unbelievable, just unbelievable.
This is what esports is about. It's unreal. We're grateful to players. It's amazing.
There's nothing that really compares to the scope, the prestige, and the achievement and the history that you get from winning a major.
Right then, Duncan, the vetoes are up and running. What's going to happen here?
Right, it's almost certain that North are going to ban out Train. Virtus Pro, you'd expect to go with the classic Dust 2. They could switch it up, but I expect that to still hold because we know North are more than willing to play it. Let's see if they're going to go for that. Because they don't need to ban out Cash themselves because North doesn't want to play anyway. There we go. Right, I'm expecting North to pick Overpass as the obvious one because Virtus Pro's kind of cooled on that. Train would have been Virtus Pro's pick. They're going to go for Cash because that's the other map that North doesn't like. I think we're going to end up on something like, I actually think Mirage would have been an interesting one. Going to have that Bando. Cobblestone as a decider is great for Virtus Pro. North still think it's great for them, but obviously they've lost twice on it in this tournament.
Right, so they've hit ready up immediately, guys. So who's winning this series?
I mean, I'm taking Virtus Pro twice. I think they'll lose Overpass and win the other two.
Yeah, I'll do the same. I think Cash is going to be very, very good for VP.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, gentlemen. And bringing you the last quarterfinal of the day, it is, of course, Henry G and Sadakist.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, it's an incredible match on paper. And I do find it interesting, as they said on the desk, that no one really thought of VP as a favorite.
It's absolutely true. It's kind of nuts, isn't it? But to be fair now, they're the only team in this tournament so far that's been undefeated. North, you have to say, going into this one, opened things up very slowly, 0-2, but they showed some great mental fortitude, managed to bring it back, and got themselves in a decent position going forward. But this does have the chance of being the best game of the day, I feel like. The map pool especially looks fantastic.
Yeah, I think so as well, and I think North has put up good results against VP. Like they say, it depends on what VP shows up. I also think something you touched on, the 0-2 start.
Yeah.
I think that actually benefits North because we know they've got two very young players, Config and Magisboy, that they rely on, and their performance has improved throughout just based on the experience they got from those particular matches.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the final game of the day. Let's make some noise! North starting on the T side here. They've got 3 sets of armor. We have got a bit of aggression from the C's. He's actually pushing down towards that connector. But North, as ever, known to be a very methodical and slow team, will be holding up in the default. We have got some VP fans in the audience. I can hear them starting to blow the roof off here, but it's not going to be kicking off just yet.
That's what experience does. all around the world. Doesn't matter if they're in Poland or not. When they're in Poland, it's insane, but they've got fans everywhere. Taz is going to be the one to spawn out toward long right now, but Rubino's selling onto B with MSL. The problem is Bomb. If Taz gets the kill, the third kill, onto that long position, they're going to spot that, and they've already killed both players entering into the B site. That's revealed. And Taz's information means Pasha knows that he can push. Snacks covers off the lower tunnels, and they've got all the map control. Pasha's in behind them. They're locked down in this hallway. They've got to kill Snacks just to get anywhere further on the map. He pops out. He's got no support in the duel, no trade potential, so he's got to get them on his own. He's got one reload, but they're both out of ammo. It's going to be a knife for Snacks to start it off.
So many knives in this tournament and on this map as well. Snacks finishes things off there. He didn't even have to commit to that situation. It's a 5-on-2, but he boots his economy and then some. He gets $5,000 going to the next map. He doesn't even need to be in this situation. Config getting a taste of his own medicine, and boy, is it better. 1-0 for Virtus Pro.
He missed by so little as well, and 4 HP for Snacks. Had he have missed in the group stage, we wouldn't be here right now, North. So let's say he got lucky on the one that mattered. Snacks with 2 kills and that knife, obviously. And there we go. I was wondering who the US fans would rally behind, but with that amount of economy, he buys up immediately onto the rifle. Boost as well, not the jump. You often hate seeing the jump, Henry, because it's so vulnerable, but Taz, he takes config early.
Yeah, the Danes normally especially good at hitting that shot, but it will be the 5-on-4. A little bit of damage inflicted towards Pasha, but they've got the man advantage now. It's not going to be a force buy from North. You see, they have got the deagles, but they haven't got the armor to go with it. They're going for that nice actual full buy going forward here. They're going to try and get the bomb down if they can. The problem is no smoke's getting to the bomb site here, and they are a man down. Snacks misses that first shot, but not going to be punished for it just yet. But this is what North are so good at. Getting map presence, getting towards long A. You can see MSL and bathrooms as well. The bomb's going to be down for now, but they certainly need a pick from one of these Desert Eagles.
Pasha's going to play rotate on support as well. Tag to 7 as Neo takes Rubino. So a good start to the anti-eco so far, something Gambit struggled with early in their first match. Magisk is waiting as well to find if they can get anywhere with that bomb and potentially get it down to boost the economy. I think those chances are gone. He's 1 versus 5. Rotation all the way over toward the A site, but they still have Baali over there to guard B in case Magisk goes back. Nice shot onto Neo.
Yeah, well, something to work with there. It's still going to be a 4 versus 1. Major's just trying to dent the economy of Virtus any way he can here. Finds a nice headshot there, but at this point, it'd just be Virtus giving away a frag. They have no reason to face him at all. Make him come to the bomb site, run the timer down. It'd be great to kill him after that, but Taz finds him regardless, and it's going to be 2-0 Virtus Pro. Like we said, no real force buy there from North. A couple of deagles here and there, but didn't really go all in, so they can possibly afford some PT50s going forward. This should be the redundant round. Okay.
Man, the photoshops today.
Okay.
Yeah. Snacks is definitely a legend in his own right. Already seeing a highlight-worthy play from him. He seems to deliver them time and time again.
Well then, like I said, the redundant round, no armor, nothing really invested into this whatsoever. There's 1 PT50, no nades, no armor. So this should be a chance for Virtus Pro to keep all 5 players alive. You can see they've got 2 SMGs. That bonus round potential will be very high going into round number 4 at this point. When we say that, as we cross over those SMGs into the first gun round here. I think everyone from North is actually committed to the connector at this point, and it's going to be Snacks to spray them down. Only finds 1 though.
Imagine that smoke thrown had been a nade. Yeah. No one on armor. That would have been like a 400 damage nade. Baali knows they're down there. Quick exchange, hole blown through the door. He can spot out exactly where config's gone. SMG money for him. Snacks down. I think there's a rifle left on the ground they'll have to try and recover, but at this point Rubino's got it, so they need to make sure they grab him and take it back to keep their economy stable.
If you look at the top left right now, you can see the SMG players. It's going to be Pasha and Baali. They're actually pushing aggressively. I don't mind this at all. You want them to be finding the frags. They've got those SMGs. Don't necessarily want to take them to the next rounds. Any kills they can get, even 1 and done, that's fine. It's guaranteed a round. Rubino has got a weapon here on the Pasha. There it is. He gets an extra $600, survives, takes down Mages, and now it should be a guaranteed round at this point. Rubino still has the M4 in hand, but a lot of work to do here to even try and get the bomb down.
No armor on the rifle, as you say. No investment waiting for round 4. Bomb plant would be massive if he could find 1 more pick. It opens the opportunity because there is only 1 player on the A site after he would find that. If there's 2 right now, if he found 1, but the problem is they're already flanking around. Taz is there. Now rifle down front of the site. He's not going to make it. Taz has one of the other M4s, so he can't do anything to get that to a teammate, and they didn't get close enough for him to throw it. So they will have to reinvest a little bit in that sense, but they're going to go straight onto the AWP for Pasha.
Yeah, but they still have 2 SMGs here, so this is going to be potentially a very aggressive round. The guys in the desk talked about it. That's what's so good about Virtus Pro. You never know what's going to be coming in, and they do throw away one of the SMGs, but Interesting enough, Cajun B, he's gone for the glass cannon AWP. That means no armor on him. That means if the CD decide to go aggressive, he gets hit by one bullet, his aim to go up in the air. Let's see what Virtus Pro bring to the table his first gun round. You can see two players going up towards long. That will be Neo and Pasha Pasha's got the AWP. Let's see if he can find that first pick.
As expected as well, first gun round means first default. They'll slow it, but so aggressive. And I expect this from Virtus Pro a lot on this map.
Especially when you've got that SMG as well. They want to rely on Pasha here to try and get them that man advantage, kind of take the pressure off a little bit here. Don't find anything towards long, so they'll be falling back. Neo in the bathrooms for now. We did say at the start, North known for this slow, methodical start. They want to see whether Virtus Pro are presenting any sort of aggression here. Flashes over towards long. Let's see if Cajun can actually get anything done here. Pasha is going to challenge by the look of things.
It's flashed off that initial angle. Flashes back in response. Neo's not covering that. Now it's jumping up. He spotted it. Neo's going to have to look back in that direction from bathroom. In fact, he rotates away. Pasha hits Cajun. And as he rotates away, Pasha goes for more. If Pasha turns on with this AWP, Virtus Pro, that's when they're at their best, because that's oftentimes one of the strings to the bow that often lacks intention. So Magisk and Rubino left 2 versus 5, and Neo's pushed all the way up into the park.
Yeah, they've got the bomb down towards long. Neo in the perfect pincer position as well. Rubino and a bunch of his teammate going to be in a horrible situation now. Rubino on 14 HP, gets a kill in return, and bombs down. The round is over at this stage. I don't think Rubino can even save. He might be able to take Pasha down with him. They wouldn't be able to cover that all, but he gets the pistol out, finishes off the job. 4-0. So North with that really slow play style, they're getting picked off one by one. Challenging towards long there. You can see not that much pressure applied to Pasha. You would expect flashbangs and maybe some smokes being thrown in his direction. They kind of was running into his crosser at that point, but he manages to pick up 2 AWP kills, like you said, and it's going to be a very successful round for VP overall. 4 players surviving that round, and Bialy still with that MP7. Almost a perfect weapon, all things considered. North should be on another Eco this round. They certainly are. They've got Tech 9s, PD50s, and Deagles. No armor, so he'll be able to munch through these players. His money's starting to swell at this point. Going into this round, he has 8 grand. He could possibly go into the next one with almost 12 if he gets a few kills there. So we'll see what holds for round number 5. If they can get the bomb down, that'd be great. I don't think that's been planted at all yet for North. Haven't even got close to a bomb site, really.
And that's a problem because they're on the 4th round bonus. If they had gotten a bomb plant or 2, they might be in a position where they could have forced a little more heavy, but they're sitting at around the 2K mark. Next round, $3,400 injection. If they don't pick this up, chances are they won't. They'll be able to buy, undoubtedly. Good trade on Snacks with the Tech 9, but Pasha, again, looking solid. Finds 2, just misses out on Rubino in the 3rd opportunity, and that actually costs him as the Deagle shot hits Pasha. These are even trades. It might be the first bomb plant as a result as well, because rotation has to come over from the B site. It's Neo alone. Sprays down to 18 bullets left, and he's still holding position with the M4, and without armor, he should be able to mow through them quite quickly.
Yeah, he's doing a good job just holding the bomb, so they're denying the plant going down whatsoever. So Rubino and Magisk is going to take some absolute magical shots now to make him have a chance here. That was close, but he did it. He actually got Neo.
Got it, nailed it.
Wow.
Rubino's looking hot with the Deagle right now. Unfortunately, he's left alone. He's picked up an AWP, but again, can't swap to it and doesn't have armor. Aim punch on the first. Then he realizes, perhaps with aim punch, I need to get the one and done shot, but Taz closes it out. Again, no bomb plant, but $3,400 injection. They're ready to buy, and I expect heavily for them to go on to, okay, so Rubino's dropped it out. Cajun B is going to be back on the AWP. He throws the AK in return to Rubino, and he'll have armor this time.
We're going to round number 6 here. The first real gun round for North. They've got all the utility. Cajun B has armor as well. Interesting enough, VP holding on to that MP7 I can't say I really agree with that. At this point, your money's got to a massive amount. You can see Bialy's got almost 11 grand. I think you'd probably be concentrating on the round victory at this point. That kind of money is not really worth it. Maybe want to upgrade that, but we'll see what he can do. Like we said, known for their relentless aggression. Bialy's towards B for now. So.
And he's playing barrels, which is a heavy rifle position.
Well, it's Pasha once more towards long with the AWP. He keeps wanting to challenge us, and once again, North in that very passive playstyle. Regardless, Pasha finds him herself, and that's the man advantage. They can fall back and wait for North to make the next move.
What a sick start for Pasha.
Yep, he's been great.
CT side, op, getting aggressive, overpass. If Pasha goes off like that the whole map, this is going to be very tough for North.
This is the nightmare for them. They rely so heavily on slowing things down, pushing the CTs back, getting that map control, but if Pasha's is hitting shots like that every single time, not really much they can do about it. We're at the 1 minute mark. They're going to have to use some utility here. They're not sure where Pasha has to actually fallen back to. He's going to be on the bomb side. That's absolutely fine. That's what you want to be doing as the CTs when you have this sort of advantage. You don't want to risk giving one away and making it an equal situation.
Config checks inside a bathroom connector. His teammates have already made it in the front door. Corner cleared, map control gained, execution potential in place. Down a man, it's 4 into the site, 3 Going to be in close proximity to it. Neo's down below in the window, but he'll rotate over at Snacks and Pasha instead. And again, that AWP looking for an opening, but Cajun, he's getting sprayed through the smoke.
Very close indeed. So we have a little bit of execution coming in here. The smoke towards those key choke points and splitting between long and short. But Snacks goes aggressive and gets punished for it. Now a chance for North.
And that flash didn't work. He thought he could catch them off. He gets caught entirely. Pasha's left alone for a moment. Neo's just gotten to the back stairs now by Dumpster. Thankfully so, because he gets Cajun on the way through, but a missed shot from Pasha finally. Means Rubino can trade onto him. It's Neo alone for a moment. Flank coming in as well from BL. He's got that SMG. That's going to cost him. As Config hits the headshot, finally a bomb down as well. And a 1 versus 1 favors Magisk. As Neo's going to go up, knows he can tap the bomb. Post plant position by default is in bathrooms. And he's expecting him to go to door, but he's not scoped in yet. He's trying to still pull him out, and he wants to go for the quick scope instead. He's got it, Neo! What a shot!
Every time he delivers in these key situations, call as you like, Neo, the clutch master, 4 frags in that round, picks up the AWP. And Majors played it very well indeed. Didn't take the bait of the initial fake defuse there, but gets tempted to have a look, and Neo just waits for him, flicks onto the perfect shot there. Lovely, lovely stuff, and it's going to be 6-0 now for VP. Taz enjoying that one, and why wouldn't you? That's a big round for them to pick up. The bomb goes down, and we do have maximum loss bonus, so you expect North to buy into this round. They can. They got 4 AKs. They still have the AWP on towards Cajun B, but they need to stop losing this first man. I think at this point, let's maybe experiment with something straight towards B, something a little bit quicker. Let's stop letting VP have full control of the map at the start.
Quick Molotov MSL to try and get himself further upstairs without getting countered, but a smoke will return the favor and hold him stationary for a moment. And Snacks this time on the AWP, so they're swapping it around. VP, much like Fnatic, you and I have talked about this a lot this week.
Yeah.
You've got a few different people.
You'd normally expect Snacks to be open on this map. It was quite strange to see Pasha back onto him. Kind of old school VP, like a year ago, it would be Pasha, but Snacks certainly more aggressive. So maybe that's a nice little adjustment here. We'll see what he decides to do. He'll be towards long for now. And like I said, maybe back towards B could be an idea here. North have got some very good executions, but they're a little bit rattled right now. They haven't really got into this game as of yet. Round number 7, they'll be holding up, waiting for those aggressive picks towards long. Not going to be happening, but Neo waiting to challenge in the bathrooms. They can hear footsteps on the other side of that smoke.
Spray into it. Interesting to note as well, they push through. Neo is going to get caught out in the corner, but they spray it down. Pinch comes in. Pasha's there as well into MSL, and they've got bomb control. It's all Rubino. An interesting note I want to make is, unlike most teams which have switched back to the A4, which Pasha had as he went down, most of VP's been running the A1S, which does have its benefits through smoke, as anyone who plays Counter-Strike knows. The silencer, it muzzles the tracers, and they can get away with being a little bit more aggressive. Another round, 7-0 for Virtus Pro.
Let's take a timeout, North, surely at this point. You're just getting run over. It seems like the plow is in 5th gear right now at the moment. But like we said, they have got maximum loss bonus, but only getting $3,400 into this round. Another clean sweep for VP. Just when Neo looked out of position as well, his teammate comes in. The communication's so good of these guys. Perfect pincer in the bathroom, just spraying them all down. They only find 1 frag there. I think this has to be another partial buy for North. It should be 8-0 going forward. You can see they don't look fired up right now. They need something to go in their favor. I think the set pieces right now, let's go full back towards those. Maybe you just get Tech9's armors out, get the smokes, wall of smokes to the B-bomb side, get a plant, something to work with here. But that will be the buy going forward. Upgraded pistols, head armor all round, 1 smoke and a couple of flashbangs. So it won't be the most technical execution at this point. There's the replay of Neo. And Snacks doing some work there as we go into round number 8. One-sided affair so far. Everyone's got rifles now for VP, no nonsense with the MP7. Pasha towards bathrooms and Snacks backing him up.
North needs rounds fast. Quick flash to make sure no one's going to push up, and MSL, wasting no time, is going to try and get in bathrooms. That flash actually caught deep because Snacks has to back away, but he on the AWP hits 2, a 3rd now as well. And he's still got to line up for a 4th. Come on, Snacks, get the ace. It's right in front of you, and you've got all 5.
How many aces are we going to see in big tournaments from Snacks? Sure, it's against a partial buy, but it's a big round, sending out a clear message that he's here and he's ready to play. One of the absolute best players in the world. Phenomenal stuff from him. A clean ace. It's quite demoralizing as a team to be on the receiving end of that. So North yet to post a round, then getting an ace from Snacks as well. We go into number 9 here. Now they do have money once again, but you can see utility is lacking. Cajun B without a single grenade, but he does have the AWP. Yet to really have any impact. To be fair, no one from North really has. You can see Cajun B yet to even post a frag. MSL 1 for 8 as well. Big round for them. Need to start posting it as aggressive towards long once again.
Neo again out toward the rocks. Pasha's going to peek park. They're playing this so aggressively, and they know. I think this is a direct scouting report from that, because remember yesterday, or I guess the day before, to be honest. We had a media day yesterday, but Config was getting boosted constantly in that playground position.
Yeah.
And they are every single time they can peeking exactly where he goes at the tree.
So we have the bomb towards B this time. They're going to try and get some control towards short. No one in connector, but May just has started to make his way through that. They're going to try and execute towards B. I would speculate at this point, nothing else is working for them. The default is getting shut down time and time again. They've got a bit of map control to go with here. They do have 3 smokes and some molotovs. They want to molotov that barrel position, which you pointed out before. They'll be holding up, just trying to bait out some utility, which they have done a good job with so far. VP, only a couple of incendiaries and smokes remaining, but those will be dropped when the commitment to the B side comes in. But a push potentially coming in.
Spray down from B alley to hold Beggs.
Perfect, to be honest. At that point, we're running out of grenades. Flash over, try and get a kill in your favor. Fall back once again. You've actually shut down any tactic they had in mind.
Smoke off on Monster. That is one of the last, in fact, the last smoke they have. But they have the man advantage. Bomb still over toward A. They're trying to cause the rotation, similar to pistol round, but this time they've actually done it. Snacks and Pasha are there. Problem is they have to win some of the duels, unlike the pistol round, and hold the players onto the B site, because Config and Cajun B, they're only just getting to the Flower Garden now, and Pasha's realized it. So is Snacks. They're backing away. It's going to be a meet and greet on the way through. AWP has to catch them. He won't be able to spot the default plant position, but Snacks is wrapping around. He knows Bomb's there now. Config, he's got to get off the plant, and Snacks catches both. Pasha wraps in. Perfect timing on the rotation from Virtus Pro.
VP just toying with them now, reading them like a book. North just look bewildered. They're not really sure how they can get under the bomb site. They try to fake towards B at that point, but it's very unconvincing. They have one player pushing through Monster. He finds a frag, sure, but then it's MSL. Just has to fall back and find his teammates towards that A bomb site. Doesn't really sell much at all. It's just VP playing perfect Counter-Strike right now. Like I said, they were running out of grenades. Time was ticking away. They just push off some information towards short, find that frag, fall back, and allow North to actually commit towards that A bomb site. Very nice stuff, and I think without the bomb going down there, they have to be on another Tech 9 round here, another partial buy. Looking very likely to be a 10-0, but they're going for the B rush. We haven't seen this yet. Can Bialy hold them off?
Through the Flames as well with a flash. It's Bialy to hold, but he's going to stay inside Flames. That allows Config to put him down with the Tech 9 on to Taz, though. Every angle they go, Virtus Pro's got it covered. It's Magisk versus 3. He's got armor, so this AK actually does benefit him considerably. Pop flash in, spots that, but turns a little bit soon, and Neo's already on the doorstep. Or windowsill, should I say.
Yes. Well, there it is. That was the partial buy, but another impressive performance from VP. North still yet to post around. I'm going to assume this will be another chance to take a pause tactical for North. They have got money to buy once again. Still a maximum loss bonus. When you lose 5 rounds in a row, you're getting $3,400. So you can afford to take some pistols and you get the full buy in the next round. It's number 11 here. This is a CD-sided map, sure, but at this stage, you'd expect at least 3 or 4 rounds for the terrorist. And we'll take another pause here. Maybe we need to start going a little bit simpler. Let's just go towards B, fully execute a start, split the connector, rush B, anything right now. Just an adjustment at least. Oh, okay.
Let's go, Team Virtus Pro. Yep, I would agree. Nice mouse pad. I would say they're doing quite well. This is exactly the point I was going to make, because the analysts said it. It's an odd thing that nobody ever really looks to VP as the favorite.
Yeah.
Yet they're always there. And when they show up like this, come on. They have to. You got to consider them as a real possibility to take the whole thing if they can keep this form. I mean, we're just getting started. 10-0 is a great start, but it is a best of 3. Form like this, I don't know if there's an answer to it. I don't know if anyone can answer it, let alone North.
Well, this was North's pick. We have to remember that they're going to Cash next when they're not comfortable, so this is looking pretty bleak right now. Round number 11, Me just brings out the Krieg, the pocket Krieg. We don't really see it that often. Occasion B though, Matt, you have to post a frag here after 10
or an
rounds.
assist.
Yeah.
No assists, which also means trading isn't really favorable for North. Cajun B 0 and 10 T-side op. Rubino leads the way on 7. It's 3. Config, Magisk, MSL on 2. That's I mean, very poor totals 11 rounds in. That says enough on its own. And bomb plants, there's been 1. There's been 1 bomb plant in the entire half for North's T side. Considering this is their map choice, they're looking lost. Bialy and Snacks started off as always. It seems like I don't even need to report it. I'm becoming a broken record. Rubino's finally got something in turn, but there's still a man down.
Rubino's finding frags, sure, but they're always after the round feels like it's over. It's 2 frags now, 3 going in VP's favor, and Rubino is going to sneak in towards B. He hasn't got the bomb. His teammates on the other side of the map. Pasha towards long. Neo's in the bathrooms as well, about to shut down Config potentially here. It's Rubino trying to sell something, but the bomb's gone down. There's no reason for anyone to be at that B side now. Rubino, he's out of the round. It's going to be 11-0. This is an absolute disaster so far for the Danes. Like we said, slow start into this tournament, but we thought they had a resurgence, especially on this map. They won 2 in a row. That good game against Godsend. We thought they were going to show us something here, but so far VP just reading them like a book, that hybrid style, aggressive 1 round and holding back. It seems like they're just completely destroying them here. And there will be the 11-0 coming in. North, what is the response at this point? They've used 2 pauses already. And I think they have to take another partial by here, Matt. Maybe they just have to force into this. It's getting to the point of no return.
Yeah, very early, 11-0. Keep in mind, as you say, Cash, VP's pick. Cobblestone, I would lean toward VP there as well, so uphill battle.
Yeah, well, this is the partial buy. Can't really justify the full investment. Like the star player is not really arriving. You don't expect Rubino to be top of the scoreboard. We want Convict, we want Magis, the guys that are expected to be the superstars of this team. Cajun B, he's the AWPer. He's yet to even find a single kill so far. Now they're down to pistols once again in round number 12, 11-0 down. And we're going to go for a B execution possibly here. You can see 3 people outside towards B. There's nothing that's really got me excited about this Danish squad in this map so far. They even have the chance to execute every D4 they've been running. They're losing their pick at the start of the round, and it could be the same once again. Neo baiting in his teammate Snacks here. This could be disastrous, but they have got some control towards short at the moment.
And that op, confidence in that position, not a common spot to play. Neo baits in, as you say, but Snacks can also quickly turn and look up toward the top of playground if they go that direction. Door open, Neo's heard it, Snacks stares at it. They'll try and find him, and actually it's bait in reverse. Neo's the one that's caught, but they don't account for Config's presence. That's gonna give them a gun, but Snacks up close delivers yet again. And he'll back away just to hold the angle. Won't find the shot, but there's Pasha on the doorstep to hold it off. He'll go down, and then it's back to the pistol. They pinch in Rubino, in fact, a nade. Oh, missed throw, but does it go that far? I thought it might still get him.
1 HP, it almost did. Well, it's going to be Rubino, he might as well go for it. They desperately need a round. The AWP could be the right weapon here. If someone overextends a VP like Taz just did, he could have been punished for it, but luckily we're staying alive. 30 seconds remaining. Rubino needs to work out.
Bialy's going to be right place, right time. 1 HP, pre-fire already. Okay, he goes back to the op.
Here we
He
go.
can actually hit it. He does as well. Smokes off to crossover. He's taking the bomb, or at least faking it to be, but I think Taz is close enough to hear this, and Taz is ready for it. M4's there. Right rotation from Taz to chase.
They just can't get a break, can they? Rubino did a great job there. He gave himself an opportunity. 1 HP, I said with the AWP, could have a chance. He finds the pick and baits it out as well. Plays the kill cam, gets towards connector, drops that smoke, but Taz just too smart. Doesn't take the bait. That was a lovely shot from Rubino. A glimmer of hope there, but another North timeout here. 1 remaining after this. It's going to be 12-0. Here we go, Matt.
That is absolutely true, except Pasha's biceps don't look 100% accurate in that photo. But yeah, I would say the plow is here. I would absolutely say, and I think every team, not just their side of the bracket, which does include, don't forget, SK and FaZe tomorrow morning, needs to be aware of this. And if FaZe get through, it's going to be Virtus Pro, as we saw in their feature. Not even talking about North, looking for revenge on them alone.
Well, at this point, you can't really argue that, can you? All things considered, looking very likely they'll be proceeding to the semi-finals here. Like I said, this is a pause for North.
Are you hearing this chant? That is not Virtus Pro, that is 16-0.
Very likely. We'll see what happens.
And Henry jinxed it. If it doesn't happen, everyone in the building has permission to pie Henry.
Double AWP setup, Matthew. Snacks and Pasha going at it. We'll see what happens here, but they'll continue that relentless aggression towards long, yet to be seen. It is 5 AKs for North. All wasn't really working out for Cajun, so it makes sense. And Pasha scoping it once again. Surely no one's going to give him this kill once more. Good flash. Could get the kill. Okay.
Config, okay. And that's, again, they're still looking for Config to go to Park. They know the default from North is to play in that position. Neo's on his own now out in bathrooms, at least to watch long. They line up, they've got entries, finally a 2-man advantage. First time all game, I can say that. Yeah. Snacks is still close with an AWP. We know with this smoke, Fur's done it as far back as Cluj. It's one of the sneakiest and most elusive positions in the entire game. Just sitting on the edge of that doorstep and letting them walk by, but they're being smart about this. Finally, North, they're going to rotate back with the man advantage and look for more map control, more information, and not walking it into any rotations toward the A site.
Well, the final boss of that B-bomb side will be Bialy. They have kept 2 players on the A side for now, but they're taking a very long time to commit. Taz is looking towards long, not spotting anything there. He's flashed over as well. They might commit towards B and send 3 people there. North, they're going to go through Monster Tunnel. This is the moment. They need to find this frag. Good flashbang comes in.
Bialy dodges accordingly. Pops out for only 1. He gets 2 there. Real possibility VP could pull the round back. It's now Taz in window, smoked off. Nade hits MSL, denies the plant, 34 seconds. They've got to recover the bomb, and Config's going to waste no time. He knows the priority. They were already heading to post-plant position, so it has to go down, but that gives Taz so much movement. He's wrapped around inside of the site, and they're expecting one toward Monster. And Taz smartly doesn't overcommit to bags and leave his teammate Snacks alone, who still has the AWP. Taz continues to peek. No response from Rubino. He'll spot up Magisk. He's got him down. They pull this back. Virtus Pro from a 4 versus 2. They've got the clutch. And they bail you out, Henry, because you almost jinxed it the round before. They'll keep the dream alive. They'll go 13-0.
If you can't win those sort of rounds, that sort of advantage, you've got to ask yourself, is there something seriously wrong here at the moment? 13-0, a fantastic retake from VP. But Matt, that was a 5-on-3. I feel like North may have kind of overthought that situation. When you get those kind of picks in that sort of early stage of the round, you can commit. You want to stay as a unit, they get back towards B, and then one by one. The main problem there was that HE grenade to deny the plant going down. It bought Taz this amount of time. Look at that. He gets in. Config has no idea he's there. That's got to be one of the most frustrating rounds to lose.
It just seems so desperate from North.
Yeah.
Go in, get the bomb down. Oh, he dropped it. I've got to run. Everyone's just hoping that someone else will hold their job so they can get positions. No one's pushing aggressively with confidence on the north side right now.
It feels like this one is done.
And Cajun, who's the experienced member of this team, sits 0-1-13 right now.
Well, to be fair, his teammates aren't doing much better.
There was a map way back when TSM beat Fnatic in the final of PGL kickoff season, when Cajun Beyond Dust 2 went 0-15 and finished with 1 kill, and they still won the map. So I don't think that's going to happen here, but Cajun's been in this position before and dug out an important kill in the last round on that map in particular, so they have to obviously step up in this situation. I mean, I'm trying to build a storyline here. I don't even know how I can be positive about it. MSL and Magisk already got map control inside bathrooms.
Well, let's see what they can do here. I kind of built it up, maybe a little bit too much. I said North are a very good side at getting the map control, pushing CDs back, but VP have just been in their face every single time. This time, they're actually playing a little bit more passive. They're not hunting towards long. It's still a 5-on-5. And it's a single AWP setup for VP this time. It is going to be in the hands of Snacks, who's on the A sites. Cajun B using that smoke to take the vision away from the CT to this point. Pasha, though, he's in front of it. This could get interesting. This should be some sort of execution towards the A site. They've been doing a lot of fakes here. Let's just see a full commitment. Let's try and get the bomb down and have some sort of clutch situation going on in our favor.
Cajun trying to practice his aim on his teammate. That's what he should do right now. Pasha holding off on left side is hoping Neo and Snacks can bait them in toward the site. In fact, he goes early. Flash out, Config gets it, and they're gonna go fast. Smoke's already in play. They can try and go for a default plant. Neo wants to spray through. He'll get away with those smokes out, and Snacks, flash out, goes pistol, but only for one.
Denied the plant as well.
Config's there, but you're dead right. Neo's denied plant. Can't get enough bullets in the magazine to try and take down the next. And Magisk gets back, but it's Bialy that goes down after. No time for the plant. He's got to kill both. Rubino doesn't have it. Bialy gets away, and it's going to be still the shutout as North denied in the worst possible way.
It's just heartbreaking to watch at this point. They're doing the right moves. It just falls apart at the very last second. Neo somehow denying the plant. There it is. We didn't quite catch it, but that was the pivotal moment there. It was the advantage of North. The execution came in. It was good as well. An equal trade. And Neo steps up just in time, but 14-0. It's going to be a real rough last round here without that plant coming in. You can see 2 UMPs, Config on the AWP. Seems like Cajun B is completely checked out here. Yet to find a frag, just having an absolute shocker of a game. And let's see if Config, we saw it earlier in the tournament as well when they're struggling. He did actually step up with the AWP and find them some picks here. He's going to have to try and do the same again, but he's up against Neo and Snacks with the AWPs this time. So once again, it's the default. Trying to get some map control, but Matt, I have to say, it feels like this one might be over already.
I think that's a fair statement.
Yep.
Don't even think how I can counter that right now. Shocking. I mean, North, the least experienced team in the playoffs. You could argue FaZe as a team is as well, but individually, for sure, there's no question it's North. Brush this off. Forget about it. Even if it goes 16-0, laugh about it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? It's a best of 3. So you just, regardless of the scoreline, you just move on. The problem is cash next.
Yeah.
But let's see if they can get this last round. It's going to be aggressive. Pasha, of course, just look. They've got no idea what's going on right now. He gets 2 frags. The bomb's dropped as well. This is an absolute horror show.
They're forcing the play. They check the corner, but they don't go all the way through, and then Config just runs over. No one's there to support it. MSL does pull one back, yes, and trades surely favor the offense, but there's so much map control. Bialy's already pushed up. And just for the record, Cajun will end the half without a kill. He's gone 0-3-15. Taz quick jump will realize they're on A. That gives Bialy more confidence to go for the flank, but Magisk, he'll take Taz down. Neo just needs to stay patient here and hold off long enough so that Bialy can continue to creep through the bathrooms and get in position, but he's gone. Rubino's got the backside of the site. No, don't go for the default plant. Are they really? MSL's gonna do it. Bialy's got the default covered off. He actually still has decent position in this. The problem is he's bypassed the front door to the bathrooms. That means Magisk is in behind. They've triangulated around him. With Rubino at stairs, I would have expected the reverse side plant. Bialy's gonna go hunting, no. M4 in hand, MSL just gets back to bathroom, he'll evade him, so he's gotta start tapping, he's gotta start pulling them out. Missed shot, Magisk, he's low HP, but Bialy looks away, and North's got on the board. They'll get 14-1, the most one-sided half we've had in the entire major.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, they do find one round, Matt. At least it's still possible to win it without going into overtime. And here's the graphic. It's a sad tale, I'm afraid. One of our superstars of CSGO, 0-15. It does happen.
Not to mention, we talk about Magisk and Config being superstars in the making, these two young players that came in and lifted this team. When Cajun B was removed from the Astralis roster, it was a win-win because Dignitas at the time was struggling with a consistent AWP player. They were struggling with experienced leadership, not so much in-game. Obviously, that's MSL's job, but he came over and actually, it was like a puzzle piece that was missing, and they started performing better with him alone.
So we can obviously poke holes in North all day, but I just want to point out as well, VP played a phenomenal game. Now, that's just VP in a nutshell. The hybrid, aggressive style, reading their opponents very well, good pushes, great teamwork, amazing crossfires. There's not really many teams in the world that can shut them down in this sort of form when the plow is fully fired up. So North have got a round here. Obviously, it goes out saying they need the pistol at this point. You get 5 minutes to kind of discuss what you're going to do in the second half here, and we'll work out what they're going to do in the pistol here. I'll have a look at the VP buy and describe it to you and see if we can work out where they'll be going this one. And it's kind of a classic buy. 4 sets of armor, 1 smoke, 2 flashbangs. Most teams favor towards the B site. Smoke on the side itself, flashing over, sticking as a unit. That'd be the most obvious choice at this point. We'll see whether they decide to commit to it as we go into the second half here. North need a miracle. We'll see whether they can pull something off here. Rubino aggressive towards mid, trying to hunt for some information, but Pash is waiting for him.
Just can configure together as well out toward Monster. They went for a flash peek, but VP was already past the opening and therefore not spotted on the T side of Monster. And they're going to go. Reverse flash themselves. Bialy leads. Taz will follow. Bomb, it's the third in line in Neo's hands. And with 1 smoke, they've already got sight covered off, but Config getting Bialy means they can't necessarily go for a fast plant. Taz, good shot on MSL in window. And he gets a decent tag toward jungle as well as Magisk. He's tagged down to 3 HP, but Snack's getting Rubino. This becomes a real problem. Bomb is planted and it's open for bags as well. VP, they're going all the way through, and Neo's got Cajun as well. He's still stuck. Actually, I take it back. Cajun got one of the 2 kills, so he did break the goose egg.
Yeah, that's what I thought. If you were ever going to step up, that would be the round to get this first frag, but a little bit too late, I'm afraid. It will be 15-1. Obviously, the CDs have to force by here, but VP getting 4 rifles. They want to shut this down. Not going to risk anything with the SMGs. 3 AKs, a Glow, and a UMP. It's a very strong buy. North, on the other hand, not so much. Some upgraded pistols here and a Scout in the hands of Cajun. This should be over right here, right now, but CSGO does lend itself to pistol players. We can get up close and personal. Sometimes these 5.7s and Deagles can do some tremendous work, and it's going to be Config pushing towards long, but Neo, an idyllic situation for him as he takes them down, 5-on-4.
Exactly the boost that they were spotting against Config in the first half.
Yeah.
Because we saw them use that a lot of the group stages. Look at the boost outside of the squeaky door as well. Magisk trying to do anything he can to get a kill in return, and obviously Cajun, match point, goes on that Scout. You play on A site with MSL, but that boost, problem is, everyone's going behind them. They're going to be spotted if anyone looks through short, not quite. So they got into the corner far enough that the toes aren't showing, but they're going to have to play a retake game. With pistols.
Good luck with that.
No kits.
No kits. Yeah, no nades and some pistols, and they have to go for it. You can't save the weaponry. This is map points, and a retake will come in, the bomb's planted, and it's over, I'm afraid. If they win this round, I will eat my proverbial hat.
I'd like to see we a real one. Snacks is going to wait as well, all the way back toward T-spawn for anyone that wants to push through short and rotate in from Monster. It's going to be Bags instead. They find the first pick onto Pasha. Important as well because Taz is only on 27, so Cajun hits Bialy on the headshot. Cajun, now's your time to shine. He's got Neo as well, and they're going to close it out. They've got Snacks, but Taz is still in the water. They find him. He's low HP. He's on 27, and they'll keep us alive for just a little bit longer.
Against the odds, apparently, with no kit, no nades, they do manage to find round number 2 here. The dream is still alive for now. It's going to take 13 rounds in a row, but here's the replay from Cajun. What a shot that was. Takes down Bialy. And manages to get that nice pistol shot as well, so he's coming to life, but it's a little bit too late, I'm afraid. We'll see what happens here. The bomb goes down for VP. In this situation, you don't really need to force these rounds. Obviously, it's at the point of no return for North. Let's wait till they get the guns out. We'll just close this out properly. We're not going to force back in return. So this, I guess, in PG-50s here, some Glocks. We do have 5 rifles for North, but like I said, 13 in a row. That's a very tall order, especially against Virtus Pro, who are in this current form.
Yeah, play patient. Got all day. 3 toward the park. Both sides, to be true. As the CTs push out from long, Magisk gets in toward the party. MSL will hit the shot onto Pasha, starts it off well in the AK that's carried over. Neo gets one in response, but there's Cajun. Keep adding to the totals.
Yeah.
Start feeling good about yourself before the next map.
This is fine. If they can string a few rounds together, just get warmed up on the stage. This is the first time they've actually played on here. Obviously, been in the studio all week. Let's get used to the environment, brush the nerves off. I'm not going to speculate they can win this map anymore, but let's just get in the zone right now. Let's kind of calm down, discuss what we're going to do going into the next one. And obviously, they look rattled in that first half. They didn't really arrive whatsoever. That's not the North we've expected to see so far this year. Virtus Pro now, they bring out a Scouts. It looks like Neo has a little bit of extra cash there, but not going to be buying into this one, like we said. Let the bank account swell. We'll get into this properly, finish it off with style instead of trying to force it up with Tech-9s or anything like that.
And I would say you're spot on about their mentality of just trying to carry this into the next map and reset, because there's not a lot of communication between them at this point.
Yeah, just make the scoreline a little less embarrassing, you know, like kind of close it up, get a few in a row, and look to the next map. That's going to be the objective for me if I'm MSL right now.
And the Scout, Neo can't land. Allows Cajun to pick up another. He'll follow it with a double. Bombs down. Big time. Big time. He's the kind of guy who can be quite hard on himself in these situations. Like I say, he has to bring experience to this team, so every kill he gets is important. Taz takes his head off in return, though, on a deagle. He'll sit out one bomb as well. Nearly found a second shot fired between the shoulders of two, and then Magisk will show up to get the fourth round now for North. So 3 in a row. Having lost the pistol, but here come the guns. The first of what will be many gun rounds, maybe not in a row for Virtus Pro, but many before North's anywhere near the finish line in this one, if we even get that far.
Well, 15-4, this is the first gun round coming in. Virtus Pro bring out the Pasha. AWP once again. It was so powerful in the first half. We're up against Cajun, who didn't land a single kill with that weapon, but he has started to warm up now. He's looking much better on the CT side. It's round number 20, but 15-4. Let's see what they can do. MSL looking to possibly go aggressive towards shore here. He'll be pushing off, getting some information for his teammates. Actually looking to go towards the short tunnel as well, getting in a decent position here for the CTs. Major some Cajun aggressive towards long, but this is a pretty passive default from VP. They'll be holding up towards the B monster tunnel, seeing if anyone dares push through. We've seen it from North this tournament, actually flashing over and trying to get those first picks, but not going to be the case this time.
Through from Monster with no one on the receiving end. Push up inside of water, and they're going to actually walk in toward this Taz. It's an off angle for MSL, has to spot it. Gun barrel shows through, gets caught out, backing away as MSL, but instead stays to catch off. Bialy doesn't need the support for the trade, but Snack's opening the door. Goes down to 11 HP, but does at least trade him back to keep this at 3 versus 3 now as well, because Pasha finds Magisk on the AWP, which puts Cajun alone over toward the A site. But Bomb not committing either way just yet. It's getting closer to Snacks' side of the map, as he's low on HP. Imagine give the bomb to Snacks, let him go in after, let the high rollers go in for the fight. Maybe they're thinking about that twice. And it's going to be toward Monster they go with Rubino pushed out of water. They could actually evade him. Similar to what we saw in that eco round, but he's in good position to catch off Neo as well. And then as soon as he does that, with Neo rotating back toward B, that's going to reveal the fact that they are... Oh, Neo's going to check this. Good shot from Rubino. Reveal the fact that they're going to be. Rotations come in immediately. Smoke off Rubino, no problem. He'll sit and wait. Plant on the outside of the smoke as well as open toward Bags and from Monster, but Snacks wants to get aggressive. Nearly finds the shot with 11 HP toward the Heaven position. Thankfully, Rubino stays passive as well, because that nade would have copped him out. Pasha. Snacks instead's going to catch off Config, but Pasha snuck in behind. Good. He's got Cajun B. They pulled it to a 2 versus 1, and they win the game on that. Brilliance again from Virtus Pro in a post-plant situation.
Beautiful CS there from Snacks especially. His outplays his opponent did it so many times in the first half, and a real nice clutch there coming in. This perfect synergy between those two. Got the bomb down, knew their objectives. Pasha had to go flanking behind. Snacks calm as ever, hitting all the shots they can on 11 HP as well. What a performance that was. 16-4 North, getting absolutely battered there.
Yeah, shocking stuff from North, but again, it was absolutely perfect from Virtus Pro with their aggression to steal the map away. The Danish side has to reset, go drink some water, get back out here, and hope to make a series out of it. Virtus Pro, comfortable position. We'll be back after the break to join the analysts, and then map 2.
Welcome back to the E-League Major live from Atlanta. We're in the Fox Theater, and we've seen some things in this series so far. Absolutely incredible play by Virtus Pro. It was so one-sided. Duncan and me spent the time frantically looking to see if there'd been a 16-0 at a major before, because we thought we were going to see it. In the end, didn't quite happen, but it's pretty bad for North, especially given Cash is around the corner. But let's just talk first of all about just how incredible Virtus Pro looked.
I mean, let's be serious. The first thing you have to say is this was North's pick.
Yes.
Like, it's one thing if it, your map pool means that the opponent can pick a map that's, right down there in yours, and they're going to beat you on that. You say, no problem, we win our map. This is your map pick. And you start on the T side, and I actually think they're one of the better T side teams on this map. So to get nothing from it, really, really shameful stuff. And here's the thing, first and foremost, Cajun B is a good player. This was an appalling performance. But with that said, I don't want people to get distracted and think this was just Cajun B, because Config wasn't much better. And he's supposed to be one of your star players. And really, your T-side is going to live and die by Config, because he's one of your entry guys.
Well, it's funny, we're talking about history and major moments. I don't think I've seen anyone go Slayer at a major, and that's a term some people might have to go away and Google, but do it. But 0 for 50, I mean, Jason, this is insane.
Yeah, that's unreal. I mean, even when teams are playing this good, but I mean, this is also, I mean, it's the cliche, right? I mean, I'm actually glad I didn't say it, because to open up this, I was going to say it almost feels like the entire concept of the Virtus Plow is no longer, because we haven't seen them. They've been winning differently. It hasn't had that same kind of Plow feel to it, but this just felt like they could do no wrong. And usually that's just like one player who has that game. This was like Virtus Pro in general could do no wrong. Neo has an incredible clutch early on. Snacks from the pistol round where he has the knife to the end of this game is just incredible. I mean, there's really not a whole lot you can say other than North just got outplayed in every single facet of the game.
Yeah, it's an absolute capitulation from North, no doubt about it. But let's just focus on Snacks. This guy has been electric this tournament, looking back to his best. Is this his best performance of the major so far, Duncan?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, admittedly, by the time you got partway through the first half there, it did look a little bit like North had given up a bit. They weren't really playing as though they were confident in the aim duels. But Snacks just wreaked havoc the whole time. Obviously, the pistol round got him started immediately because Config, for whatever reason, I guess he hasn't learned about risk reward, because he attempted to knife Snacks, therefore actually unleashing the beast completely.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
This is... That's some of the more like one-sided, especially when you consider these are two teams that are supposed to be like, we've seen some one-sided matches in the majors in the past when we've had regions that aren't represented where they invite some of the South African teams, the Indian teams, whatever it might have been. But I mean, this North team is a top 10 team. This is a team that's supposed to be going deep into the playoffs of this major.
People have them as dark horses, Jason.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, in just a few months back, we were thinking they could actually win some more than just Epicenter towards the end of last year. So this is an extremely scary performance from Virtus Pro, because remember in the group stages that was where they had they not struggled, or they had struggled a little bit, but like it was one of those things where they'd been outplayed and still managed to win the matches on some certain, like some magical rounds, some very savvy veteran plays, whatever it might have been. This was just straight up domination.
We talk a lot about leadership and great in-game leaders. Fallen especially springs to mind. We've talked about it over this major. Does MSL have to shoulder any of the blame here?
I think to some degree. I mean, the problem is when people aren't hitting any frags like that, it's tough to kind of figure out how you did strategically, because you could set everything up, and if people just die and two of your star players are at the bottom of the scoreboard, you're not going to win a lot of rounds as it is. With that said, I think unfortunately that is an area where I see MSL as one of the weaker in-game leaders. To me, he's a tactician. Now, that's very different from being like a motivational leader or someone where you kind of know which buttons to push with people. I don't feel like he's the guy who takes the time out and actually knows how to get people like his stars back on course. I mean, I did an interview with Sean Gers where he told me, like, looking back, there's certain star players he'd had in his career where he'd kind of just let them do their own thing, thinking, well, they're a star player, they know how to play the game. And he realized later on, sometimes maybe I should have taken this guy aside and be like, let's set something easy up for this guy this round, get him going, get his confidence up again. But you don't always think about that. If you're the tactician, you sometimes just think about the X's and O's and try and set it up, take a time out, right, let's do this next time. But motivation, the confidence game clearly was very, very big in this match being so one-sided. VP could have still won, but you could have got 8, 9 rounds. You really could have got up there. And it feels like North, once they went off that cliff, they never were coming back.
And meanwhile, Jason, we talked about this scary Virtus Pro. You get that feel when they're warming up to win a tournament. They were business from the moment they got on the stage. They were in a huddle. They were incredibly loud. Yep. You could hear them. total focus from start to finish. Are we getting that feeling? Are we getting that vibe?
I think you can start saying it's starting to build up a little bit from just with the way they played. That was so incredibly impressive, the way they just dominated that game from start to finish. But also, like Duncan said, I mean, the North did seem like they checked out a little bit. Some of their star players didn't show up. I mean, you'd like to see them still challenged to a sense where you can say this is like they can overcome the obstacles. Now, we saw it in the group stage as well. So, yeah, I mean, this Virtus Pro, from what we've seen so far, obviously, and we still have one more quarterfinal to go, looks like the most likely to be able to actually challenge what we saw out of Astralis earlier this afternoon.
Yeah, and anything to add to that, Duncan?
I don't think it's over for North. I mean, the upside is when we go into this next map, which obviously I'm sure we'll talk about soon.
Absolutely.
Luckily, this isn't like a killer map. Like, it's not like one of those maps in Virtus Pro where, you know, you're not good on it and they will just kill you outright. So, in theory, if North get it together, they mentally reset, this can still be a series. The problem is Virtus Pro has emphatically taken your map if you're North, and now you have to psychologically turn the tables and come right back at them, because that sort of performance there obviously will be a quick 2-0.
Yeah, and just talking about blends and individual levels of performance, I mean, you've talked a lot about the young players that North have. Magic's Boy, Config, risk versus reward. What's going on in a game like this? I mean, because Magic's is usually very, very consistent, top-end performer. Config was growing into the tournament. What did you notice about their performances and why they were a bit, you know, under par?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, neither of those two-star players have ever been in the playoffs of a major before. And I always say this, there's this competitive set of rungs to the ladder. And playoffs of the major, that's like almost at the top of the ladder at that point in time. So you can build everything up. You can win tier 2 tournaments. You can have your big upset game over them. But when you come to this stage of the tournament, there's a reason why the SK Gamings, the Virtus Pros, Fnatic, why these teams continually go deep. And it's not always that they just have amazing performances, but they don't choke. That's the key detail. Their star players come to play, but they're experienced as well. So unfortunately, maybe it's a little bit too fast, a little bit too soon for the guys from North, but they're going to have to turn it around one map from now.
A major is indeed a huge step up. We're going to find out after this break if North can get back into this series. Gonna be tough for them because it's cash, a map they always like to avoid. Make sure you come back for this unfolding drama in just a few moments.
The last time we played against Virtus Pro, we beat them in the finals. We really like to play against Virtus Pro.
They maybe have more experience than us.
It's the same lineup. They have so much chemistry.
I think we have a bit more firepower.
Our map pool against them is really good. I think the individual skill on North top level is much higher. We know we can beat them.
When we come to playoff, we normally hit our real level. It's been a bit long time since we played in front of a crowd. It's like a theater, so you can feel the atmosphere. I think it's gonna be really awesome.
So we've had some awesome series of Counter-Strike today, and you can watch them on ELEAGUE's game command at live.eleague.com. It puts you in the director's chair. You can tailor the game, tailor what you watch to your choices and preferences. Make sure you check it out. And also, you saw in that little bump there, Magic's Boy was talking about, they maybe have a bit more experience. My man Machine just tweeted, Magic's Boy was 7 years old when Taz won his first tournament. So yeah, just a little bit more experience.
Just a little bit. You could also argue the ceiling levels being, being in the favor of North as well, considering Snacks, Bialy as well, even Neo when he hits his peak form as we saw during ELEAGUE Season 1. Pretty unreal stuff on that.
Cajun looked like he actually still was 7 years old. They were doing that thing where you hold the head away so they can't swing at you, and then you go, why are you hitting yourself? Look, why are you doing this?
Yeah, well, and it might get worse, Duncan, because we're going on a cache. Let's talk about this. This is a map that MSL, his entire career, has said, I don't want to play it. I don't really understand how the CT side functions. So how's he going to win this one here?
The upside of it is, like I mentioned before the break, it's not a map that's like at the top of Virtus.pro's map pool. It's not one that they are picking in general. So I think that is a positive. I think there's going to be some space on this one. But obviously you can't come in the form you were in the last time. You have to have reset. Luckily, I still think there's quality enough in North that they can reset. I actually agree with Magic's. In theory, on paper, they do have more firepower. So I think there are some factors still going for them. With that said, hard to pick against Virtus.pro.
So prediction-wise,
I'll stick with Virtus.pro to take this.
And Jason?
Yeah, this is probably going to be a 2-0. I'll stick with VP as well.
I thought you might say that. Right, we are going to get back into the action, and that means we hand you back over to Henry G and Sadakist.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, and speaking of interesting tweets, that's a good one from Machine. It's a great one to show the longevity of Counter-Strike. But another one from Smix. The last time they played Cash, speaking about North, DreamHack Bucharest. That's 4 months ago.
That is rough. Like MSL, well, the guys pointed out, MSL famously hates this map. He tweets about it quite a lot. It's really rough going into this one. I think they're starting on the CT side as well. I kind of speculated with you. I think if VP pick up this pistol, I just don't see them getting into this game at all. I feel that North are going to be shut down. Yes, they have some star players, but they haven't showed up to the big stage as of yet. Hopefully they can. They certainly have the potential to. We need Config there. We need Mages. They need to start waking up. And of course, Cajun as well, one of the roughest games of his career, I think that goes without saying. Hopefully he can step up. The thing is about best of threes is anyone can get battered on a best of three and still come back and win it. That's still a possibility. The problem is now the odds really not working in their favor. But ladies and gentlemen, potentially the last map of this evening. We go on to Cash. It's North starting on the CT side now. VP looking formidable on the terrorist side. They're going to have a nice technical buy here. 3 smokes coming in. That normally suggests you're going towards the A side. You want to be focusing towards those smokes towards the bomb side and towards highway itself. But maybe a B split as well. This is looking interesting. They've got Molotovs to work with. This will be some sort of set piece coming in. It's 5 sets of armor for North, and they've gone aggressive towards the A side of the map. You see they push into A main and Squeaky Door as well. So they're getting a ton of information, but Bialy is waiting for them, and he's actually headshot one of the players as well. It's MSL going down to 7 HP.
Push from Rubino, like you say, aggressive, but Config starts it, has to back away inside. A Checkers flash goes out, dodges it, and doesn't get spotted. Great shot against Snacks. He continues to stay aggressive. Another flash his direction, and Neo gets tagged by his teammate inside of the site. It's a crossfire set from Magisk. Cajun gets toward heaven. And everybody's on this B site, but Bialy's going to start evaluating elsewhere as Pasha goes down. And Neo dropping bomb. Well, Bialy can do all he likes, including take down MSL, but he's still got to go back to the direction of B. Cajun knows that. Now, interestingly, Config starts to rotate away. I don't know if the bomb was 100% visible on the edge of the smoke, but either way, it won't matter. They do get the pistol. Important round in your mind.
A much-needed pistol there. That's going to get them back in the zone. They've realized they can mentally reset here. That's actually a really nice pistol from North. We talk about CT sides on Cash being, or having the opportunity to be dynamic there and aggressive at the start. They push towards A, Squeaky Door, and A main as well. A ton of information, and they're shutting down the execution potential from Virtus.pro. They're finding an early pick, and at that point, VP getting pushed and pincered all over the map there. So they couldn't execute fully, but they are force buying for the second round. Not out the woods just yet, North. The buy they're going to be bringing to the table, it's 3 UMPs, 2 M4s, no kits, interesting enough, and this is going to be a full force buy from Virtus.pro. Execution potential towards A, very high indeed. There's going to be 4 smokes available, so there'll be smokes all over the bomb site, towards quad, highway, and the bomb site itself. The objective to get the bomb down, and that run and gun potential of the Tech-9 can be so dangerous on this bomb site.
Smokes over, cover off top highway. Bomb's been dropped immediately coming out from the door. It's Magisk to shut them down. Playing from quad and Config there as well. It's on to Taz.
Yeah, I was expecting a smoke towards quad to shut down that potential there. It looked a little bit too easy for Majors, I have to say. With the 4 smokes, I would assume that's given that's the smoke you're going to throw. It looked just a clear path for him. Maybe a misthrown smoke, I'm not sure. But regardless, that should be the point where he has no vision. He's spamming through, waiting for calling for rotations, but Taz now left in a 5 versus 1, and the bomb is down as well. So very unlikely he can do anything with this. He's hoping that one of the CD players gets impatient. Not going to be committing just yet. Just hoping he can get a free frag at this point, but there's no reason for North to approach. They have the bomb. Major's finding some form now. 3 kills for him. That's going to boost his confidence. We need him to shine in this map. They negate the force by a Virtus Pro. An interesting execution, I have to say, but regardless, North get the 2-0 and force VP into a full eco going into round number 3. So this is looking promising now, and you can see them kind of shaking off the nerves, as we said, as the desk pointed out. This is the first time a lot of these guys have made it to a playoff at a major. It can be quite nerve-wracking being up there. The biggest stage possible in the CSGO right now. 2-0 on the second map. This is a map they haven't played in 4 months, but a good start so far.
Pasha sitting back to watch anyone pushing in through the B tunnels toward T-spawn. Futile attempt to hit a long shot as they all sit on Glocks with no armor. Another thing to mention, because Taz going down, he's found by an M4, so it wasn't the worst thing in the world. If it had been an SMG that found him, he gives up $600 kill reward, but he loses armor that you could argue if he wants to drag it on, you could try and save into this one with Tech 9. Either way, he has bomb. Yeah, he'll start rotating back, and Magisk, yeah, it's just the long game. It's 1 round, essentially, the difference. But Magisk, he starts pushing out. He's got 3 players, and they're going to peek him at the same time. He's got to be very careful because he only finds 1, and therefore they get an M4. Now, this is where if Taz had armor, that M4 could be even more crucial.
Well, they are pushing towards B. This is nice, though. It's a good reaction from that initial encounter. They've actually got a lot of information here. They can work out and ascertain where the remaining Ts are going to be sat. There it is. That's a really good kill from MSL. Very controlled play here. They've got mid shut down. They know it's going to be an ace out of the attack, and they're finding pick after pick. This is looking very promising now. 1 more player goes down to the hands of Bialy, but that's fine. The round should be over. They've managed to recover 2 of the M4. Should be able to get the 3rd as well. And just going to be poor old Bialy now. Incendiary in his pocket, but there it is. Config finishes things off.
Corrected stat by Taco. The last time they actually played this map was at ECS versus SK, but one of the things we have to keep an eye on is how they form this CT side, because that's why MSL doesn't like playing this map with North. He's not sure how to be positioned and aggressive. He thinks the rotations are long. Now, I know you like it in particular because you can get aggressive. You can force the issue on CT, and I know some of the players on the team actually really like the map, despite him always avoiding it.
It just gives your players, like we saw, like Kenny S play on this map going towards Squeaky Door, B storage. He can change his position up every single map and have impact. There's a lot of high-pressure choke points there, and the T's can have a real problem holding off really strong terrorist players. And Marcel goes up towards that smoke. Maybe looking to be boosted up here. They've got quite a heavy presence towards mid.
MSL's lost in the smokes because Pasha's gone one side of him. Snacks is out, but he finds Pasha, hears him, locates him, and takes him down. And Snacks is tagged. He's killing all the smokes in the midst of it. And MSL manages to pick up 2 inside of middle. His teammates do decent damage onto Snacks, and that was a very fast push from Virtus Pro. No doubt to test the mid presence early of North, but that sets the precedence. They shut that down. That means if they can continue to do so, if they can set the pace, Virtus Pro's forced to look elsewhere without mid control, which is a very important part of the map. Missed shots from near nearly caught the retreating Cajun B. His config as well is going to make it back in the site as a result.
This is good from North now. They're playing no fair Counter-Strike. They've got the advantage. They pushed into A main. They're still shutting down and eradicating risk at this point. But Snacks, he's made it in connector. He only has 9 HP, but he is undetected for sure. But Major seems to have an inkling he could be there. So he'll be holding that choke point, so that's absolutely fine. Cajun patrolling towards highway as well. Mid is not a bomb site. You can allow the terrorists to be there. You have the 4-on-3, and then you know a couple of players are low HP as well. Just hold up, make them make the next move at that point.
And you're right, because Magisk knows they've given up middle, and that Snacks likes to do this sort of thing to push in and find himself in perfect positions to flank. And with 9 HP, he's got to time this perfectly, so he's actually going to wait for information. Neo's going to try and cause rotations over toward the A site, but he himself is not well off on 37. So first gun round looking like it's promising for North as well. Bialy bomb inside of the vents. If I'm not mistaken as well, vent's not blown out, so he's going to make a noise trigger when he goes in. Right now, as Snacks falls, Magisk was waiting the whole time, and Rubino on the AWP will shut down Virtus Pro in entirety.
Well, Bialy, the only player to frag so far of the 4 rounds. He's on 4 for 4. Everyone else yet to post anything. So no bomb going down either. Virtus Pro's money is going to be in disarray. They're going to have to full eco this one. There'll be a maximum loss by this next round. What they have in the bank right now means they can finally potentially get the AWP power and Snacks and have some utility to work with. The first gun round was pretty rough for them. But North so far, you wouldn't know they have a lack of understanding of the map. It's looking very good and actually being very assertive, taking over the key parts of the map when they have to as well, getting lots of good information. So P250s across the board for VP. They have got a couple of smokes and flashbangs and a Molotov as well. Looks like a fast play towards B from what I can see so far. 4 players towards B storage and the Snacks patrolling mid.
Again, a heavy smoke presence inside the middle. 4 smokes down that go all the way towards Z Connector. They can try and push toward the vents, but it's going to be fast B, as you say. And they've got 2 good kills. Pasha, it's Rubino. MSL goes down. They pick up an AWP. Pasha that has that Taz as well as an M4 with armor, and they can get the bomb toward the site. Nino as well. He's got K2B. This is working out so well for Virtus Pro. And now Snacks, as always, shows himself exactly when you don't want to. Nade's going to be late to deny plant, so too is the Molotov. And the positioning from Pasha on that AWP, he's going to find Magisk. It's going to go 4-1. Virtus Pro fight back into the game in an unlikely round.
That was looking so promising as well with that initial flashbang. And you see the AWPer there lined up, ready to shoot them and get that first player. He's very unlucky. He gets flashed, pulls the trigger. There's 4 players in front of him, but the shot just goes right between them. He's overwhelmed at that point as well. And as soon as they pick up the AWP, the AK as well, they found their second frag. The retake comes in. I have to question Cajun's decision there, though. He's trying to deny the plant, sure, and get a quick frag in return, but as soon as he dies, that's round over at that point. And Virtus Pro pick up a round they shouldn't really be part of. So we go into number 6 here. Lots of money available for the Poles. No AWP for Northside, which is interesting. It'll be 5 rifles for them and maybe more quick play towards middle.
This is relentless in middle, and this time Virtus Pro might win the duel. Good response from Cajun, but he's left in the open as a result. Teammate going down early, caught in no man's land, traded back.
Yeah, well, at that point, that's the mid-presence shut down and a man advantage gifted to VP. It is 4-1, but they're looking very promising now to take round number 6. Config once again sniffing towards A main. He needs to try and get something working. See if there are any presence there at all. It looks like a B split coming in. See on the minimap right now. Pasha, he's towards Sunroom. His teammate's setting out towards events as well, and it's just Rubino to hold off on that B side right now. His teammate's pushing towards Highway. They need to make something happen. Get some intel. They can get a pick here. This could work out quite nicely for them.
Rubino's still waiting over there, but bomb gets dropped temporarily. This puts pressure onto Taz, who responds by ripping the head clean off of Magisk. That'll open up vents again because Config can't rotate that direction on low HP. He's got to play passive and smart to get over and support Rubino, who's got a smoke in front. How long can he evade them? Apparently not long enough. He thinks he's completely concealed, and Taz spots the head above it. That's going to open the site, allow for the bomb to transition. And losing in the anti-eco situation, and now the subsequent rounds, it's back to basics, back to pistols for North. They'll be able to force up a little bit, get themselves to that 2K mark, given that they've got a 2-round bonus, which will go into its 3rd, but it's going to be very tight for them.
There's a sign there saying the North will rise again. Hopefully that will be the case. He had a great
I was always told winter was coming, so I'm not sure.
Well, we'll see. It's certainly going to be cold in this round for North. They've only got pistols, 1 smoke, PD50s and some 5.7s, and Config's got a little bit of body armor there. He's made some interesting economic decisions throughout his tournament, but this one's fine. He had a bit more cash than his teammates, so body armor's not really going to do too much for you. He just got the 5.7. We'll see what he can do here. More fast play towards middle potentially here. I can see him stacking up and trying to get over quickly. There is a decent smoke down as well. It gives him a little bit of cover as they're getting up there, but not really much the CDs can do about this. He's going to start using the utility and start flushing out any potential defenders there towards that mid position again. This has been a key part of the map for VP so far. Get control, get an equal exchange or even the man advantage, and then split the map together.
MSL will play underneath the vent. Try and react to it being blown out if they go that direction. Snacks is curious as to what waits on the other side as he waits to see as well if they're boosted holding inside of middle. Meanwhile, Taz will leave the bomb inside of mid and start pushing up towards Z and Highway to get a pick onto A. Flash over for him. But slow and steady. Don't want to suffer the same fate North did 2 rounds ago and lose an anti-eco situation that sways the momentum back the other direction. Good pick from Pasha to start it off. That's from a pushing MSL, desperate to find some information. On the other side of the map, however, Cajun shut them down on the way through. He's up on top of the catwalk, and he's found one inside of A. Good headshot angle for him to play, but 41 HP, and that kill, they're discouraged. They're moving away. They've left bomb in mid, though.
Yeah.
Config's going to realize this. Taz left it for Snacks to grab, and Snacks has gone toward the site. Thankfully, they don't have rifles. If that's a rifle round, and Config finds that position, huge problems.
I was about to say, look at Rubino's position right now. He was in Sunroom, had the T's rotated with the bomb through B storage. That could have been an absolute nightmare for him. They have no idea he's there, but it looks like they're going to commit from the fence. But he still does it.
16 seconds as well. They have to grab that. Snacks isn't crossing. This is going to be a problem. 13. They're just getting to it now. It's Bialy that's going to grab it. 9 seconds. He's going to get up on top, but they're fighting through. Thankfully, he hits the lineup because we get to the 5-second mark. And it was kill certain finish, but it could have been a time the other way for North, excuse me.
A little bit scary there for VP. Like I said, Rubino's position very interesting. Had they come B storage, he could have shut them down completely. Still does some good work there. Drops the bomb, makes it a little bit exciting towards the end, but ultimately well controlled by VP, making sure they hit every single shot. Bialy especially with the crowd spray there, finishing the job off. It's going to be 4-3 now. North still have the lead. We're going to the next gun round here. Number 8. Still don't have the AWP or any kits. Pasha, fantastic on overpass the AWP. He'll be using that weapon this round, and another focus towards B. 4 players towards the storage area. Neo potentially setting a bit of a ruse towards the A side of the map here.
Remember as well, CT side more expensive, no bomb bonus.
Those nades.
So it's going to be tough to build up the economy again. Those nades, though, you're dead. So right, dead right. Down to 2 HP for Rubino. Tough position for him to play as well, because he's still stuck behind the box inside of Checkers, hence why MSL is coming over to bail him out, because utility often used in that position to clear it. One tick of a Molotov would take him down.
Well, they have the B storage control. Going to leave Pasha there at the AWP and see if the CT do go hunting for more information, which they've been doing consistently so far. But a passive hold from the CT to config towards middle by himself, and the boost coming in once again. VP have been so formidable towards this area. As Taz going in emphatically, and Pasha has picked up that first frag.
MSL down leaves Rubino with 2 HP alone in B as well, and with them out middle, they can quickly go through the vents. They have to rotate. They're forced to, so Cajun B, he'll be the one to try and do so. Rubino tempting his fate, trying to get better position and cross at the most opportune time as Config does damage inside of middle, tries to pull this back, and Rubino still holding an angle, spots ahead on Pasha, sprays through, he's desperate with low HP, but Pasha's got an AWP and finds both Cajun and Rubino.
How does he survive that? We've got to see that from Pasha's POV. That looked disgusting. The CT's completely pincered him as well on both sides. He nails both shots while 30 bullets is raining towards him. Big round there. Here's the shots from Neo to open things up, and the gun round is not going to favor. This is what I wanted to see. Rubino to land one shot. Perfect from Pasha though, and it is going to be 4-4. VP tie things up after going 4-0 down. It's another eco for the Danes at this point. CZs, P250s and Deagles, and a couple of sets of body armor. They're getting close to maximum loss bonus, so they can afford to invest a little bit into this round. But at this point, VP, the game plan seems to be keep 4 together to start the round, whether it's towards middle or towards B. Get the map control, but they will be challenged this time. A counter B rush coming in from the CTs.
Good push through, but only one, and then it's a lineup. Pasha this time does hit the collateral. Into Config through his teammate. Neo will take down MSL. It's on to Bajisk. And the problem is, like, as you said, North needed that opening pistol. They needed early momentum. That's lost. We're back to 4-4. Money is desperately against them. They're going to buy again, obviously, in the next round with the bonus built up to a full 5 maximum rounds. But the anti-eco really set this ablaze for Virtus Pro.
The problem they have right now is, yes, we know it's a map they can't play, but Cage needs to get back with AWP. He needs to find his confidence once more. He needs to be the one positioning himself in a different part of the map each time, going towards middle, showing them they're willing to challenge, and he's not going to be completely removed from this situation.
He'll get $3,400 on top of $3,050 right now, so he will be in a position to buy a full AWP armor and a bit of nades.
Well, at this point, Made is looking to save. He has got 100 armor, so he might as well do that. It's going to cost him less to get head armor to the next round, but you don't even need that on the CT half, so save the armor. P250, I guess it's something. Hopefully someone walks into his crosshair, but yeah, pretty bleak right now. That round's pretty easy for VP to pick up. Nice little spray down there. Pasha picks up the collateral kill with the AWP. And it looks like they don't really need to go hunting here. They know he hasn't got a weapon at this point. They'll just be watching the key flanks, make sure no little ninja defusers come in there. Here's the scoreboard. You can see Madison Config at the top. That's promising, at least. We didn't see that in the first map. That's what we need. Config especially, we need him to start really arriving. And I want to see Cajun B get his confidence back going for this next round. Maximum loss bonus. They can even bring out a double if they wanted to. Cajun has brought an AWP, so here we go. Let's see whether he can actually be a little bit more dynamic here, start challenging Pasha at the start of the round and see if he can get that opening pick. Snacks has got a really good spawn there. You can see on your screen right now. He can get thrown the AWP and go for the mid pick. A lot of players do that. It's a little bit chance whether you get there before the smoke blooms. We'll see whether he decides to even take that with an AK.
I don't see him going for it at this point, even though they have gone aggressive toward mid. Instead, he wants smoke splashes out. He's going to push toward Cubby again. Quick pop flash. Go for the boost potentially. There it goes upward. You want to challenge it. MSL's in the corner. Taz will spot that. Here's the vent going down, but MSL smartly conceals himself. Pop flashes away. They've got to know he's in there. That flash came from nowhere and blinded him up. Surely Taz has figured that out. He hasn't. He's looked the wrong way. MSL, similar to the first gun round, is going to find one in mid. Goes for a smoke, but Bialy's above. Gets the gun back in time somehow. As Snacks gets Config back in return, MSL's got to get away with survival. He's got 14 HP and gets through the vents.
Promising stuff from MSL so far, and that's the shot we've been looking for.
Yes,
Cajun B with a double. He shuts down the bomb as well, so Snacks 4-on-1. Certainly capable of pulling these rounds off, and no nades, and Cajun B looking like he wants to finish things off. That's what we're used to seeing from Cajun. He finds the 3-man. That's much better from them.
You said it. Get the op out, get it into his hands. When they pull one round back, they do it fairly efficiently. They keep a majority of players alive, so keep in mind reset potential is a factor, and there's still 11K on Taz pre-buy. He's down to 75 now that he has bought, so they've got another round, maybe even 2 pending bomb plant. to break Virtus.pro.
Fair to MSL, he's doing a really good job there towards middle. Just surviving that tenacity in the smoke. Actually finding a couple of kills there as well. VP can't shut him down, but still, this is quite a harsh reset round. They did keep decent numbers up in the previous round. They need to be very careful not to lose this one going forward. MSL in that same smoke towards middle. Snacks to challenge him, and there will be some sort of B split. Fast commitment coming in as well.
It's the third time MSL's played there. Snacks hasn't pushed big garage. MSL's waiting for it. He can't rotate through in time to cover off for Rubino, so they will have the B site to work with. And Snacks is going to go hunting for Magisk. But his timing is off. MSL finds one on the way through. And he hears Magisk coming, so this is a big kill as well. Oh,
one bullet.
What?
I didn't know.
He sprayed early and didn't reload. That's a huge moment lost. He still recovers to take config, and now it's just down to a 2 versus 3. Both of them well removed from the site. Remember what I just said about reset. Cajun's already looking to back to truck, and I think Magisk is going to try and do economic damage in reverse and get some exit kills because they've given up the round. Virtus.pro will pick it. Do they have enough for drops even on this? It's going to be very tight for North.
Yeah, config and Rubino is sub $1,000 right now. MSL can buy with the 1400 coming in, and if they save these two weapons, they probably would force around it. There's no reason not to, especially with Cajun and the AWP. Major's holding towards T-spawn right now, and Cajun at the truck doesn't quite land the shot, gives his position away, but he should be fine to survive at this point. He just wants to just guarantee he survives. I don't think the exit will actually be that valuable. There it is, Virtus.pro. Once again, managing to get towards mid and splitting towards B very quickly indeed and just shutting it down. It goes to round number 12 here, and then comes the force buy round. You can see it's not too bad. There's 2 guns surviving, make this at least a viable situation for them. They get a decent amount of utilities, some kits there as well. Cajun B AWP is going to be out once again, which was great before. We've had one really decent round from him so far. We need more of that. Let's see him maybe go towards B this time. Let's change his position up and start challenging. It's either middle or B. That's what Virtus.pro seem to be focusing so far.
It is a map where one op can sway it heavily. So being able to force up around it, big bonus, but he's got to find an opening pick. He's gone very quickly over toward that B site, like you said, went for the heaven drop, but it's mid again from Virtus.pro. Reverse boost, this time MSL. He's gone through. He's got the big garage. He's changing it up. Considering he's someone who doesn't know how to play this map and doesn't know how to set the CTs, he's the most aggressive. Neo, he's around the corner, backs are turned. Taz still just in front. Wait it, find the information. There's 2, 1. Sprays a loose spray though, and that's going to give Taz a chance to respond. That could have been huge for MSL, but he does still get information, which causes a rotation. Puts Cajun B in position, leaves up middle, but that's traded back. Lovely shot from Magisk all the way from quad. Cajun's going to wait for the opportunity to present it to him again, however. Forced out of position slightly from the Molotov, just gets back to tag up on Bialy. He's on to 17 on the way through. Still know there's one at quad, but Magisk with the low HP takes advantage, sprays through, catches Taz, they'll clean the round. And this does now start to chisel away at Virtus.pro.
Great round from him, so yes, he only gets 1 kill, but he funnels him towards that A side. That's where Cajun B is actually waiting the AWP. Lands a couple more shots there as well. Majors with the AK-47 shutting down any sort of danger towards highway as well. It's Bialy getting dropped, and you can see that's really nice work from Majors to finish things off there. They actually draw things up 6-6 here. We talk about this being a map they haven't played. It's a much better performance than what we saw in Overpass. As we're going to round number 13, the closing sectors of the first half there. Still going to be money available for Virtus.pro. AWP's in the hands of Snacks this time. We said he likes to play this spawn position. Here he goes once again. You can see there was a player crossing at that point. He could have taken him down, but the CDs with a decent spawn managed to get across.
Boost again for Virtus.pro. Time and time again. This time MSL, as you say, goes far more passive. He wants to cover off from bench, so they're going to elect to give up middle.
Which is fine, because they've shown so much presence there before. It's going to expend a lot of the utility of Virtus.pro. They're going to be expecting some presence there, and you can see now they actually don't really have that many grenades to execute onto a bomb site. 1 smoke, a couple of flashbangs and a Molotov, that's about it. At 1 minute 20, that's not great. They've had to expend a lot of their grenades there.
Not only that, Cajun can comfortably watch highway from inside of the A site because Config and Magisk have established that there is no one inside of A main, and
yeah, they've been great at this.
Is actually going to hold this off.
These are the cornerstones of this map, is getting the information, getting control of certain situation. Major's in A main right now. He can call quite comfortably. No one's coming in this direction. It's going to be a B-sided attack. You can see Config now towards CD spawn, rotating in towards B as well. MSL and Rubino, that tag team combo towards that side.
Neo's the only one with the Molotov. Yeah, I was going to say, he's got to bounce that because Pasha can't force MSL out. And they know he's there. He's been nowhere else. They check it off, right Molotov to throw. Gets them a kill on the way through, but great response from Rubino. Drops down, feet show, headshot into Pasha. Gets up on top of the generator as well, but Bialy figures it out. Discovers that he's gone that direction. Great shot, Cajun B again on the rotation. 2 versus 2, and Bomb is on the site. No chance to deny the plant. But Magisk's timing could be everything. Cajun just needs to hold for information. He's already got Snacks. Taz, having just planted the bomb, they know he's on top of the platform. Cajun will watch to make sure he doesn't cross. Magisk starts to peek for information. Molotov's going to force him further away, and actually Cajun, they changed that up. They let Magisk, now that he has vision, get in position and get Cajun above on the AWP fast peek. He's gone to the M4 instead, and he catches him off.
Nice work there. KGB dropping the AWP, getting the M4 there, pinstering at the same time, giving him 2 targets. He was in a difficult position. He actually was using quite an intelligent play there. The Molotov dropping towards the headshot position, standing at the back there. He's hoping they're not going to expect him to be there, but they come in together, shut him down. Big round for North to pick up. They actually take the lead here at this point. It's going to be 7-6 in their favor. Still money available for VP, though. Of course, they're going to force into this one. It's not the best of buys, but with the bomb going down, they do get 5 AKs and the grenades needed to actually head into this round, and I think they're going to take a tactical pause at this point as well. With North taking the lead here on their map, they didn't expect this to happen, but you have to say, Matt, they've come out of the corner here swinging and actually looking much better than they did in the first map, which is strange, all things considered, seeing as Overpass was their home map here. Cajun B finally coming to life as well. Some great rounds there, very influential, finding picks, and the teamwork's actually working out for them here.
Better CS than what I might have expected from North after getting absolutely blown out of map 1 and on a map they don't often play.
Sure.
Similar approach to Virtus Pro and Overpass. They just keep getting aggressive, and they're setting the tempo. That's one of the things that Virtus Pro did on Overpass by going aggressive. In fact, the 2 maps that we've played, Overpass and Cash, are the 2 that lend themselves to CT's doing so.
You might as well go for it at this point. They look rattled and so passive in that first map. They're actually showing, they're actually turning up here, being aggressive, being assertive at the start of the rounds, hunting for information. That's what Cash is all about. We kind of speculated there, you didn't have a lack, well, they had a lack of understanding of the map. They're looking very strong at the moment.
And they've changed it again. Now that you mentioned this, now that they've set the mentality inside of middle, they're forcing VP to consider other options or use utility. They swap it again. MSL goes to support with a crossfire setup in toward B. Cajun, he covers mid now with an op. We've not yet seen him in that position, so this is something new for Virtus Pro to have to solve if they go that direction. Right now they're setting for default smokes over toward A, but I think they're playing the pick more than anything because Magisk, he's flirting with Bialy inside of A main.
Well, this is perfect right now. This is what we want the Orpus to do. Changing his position every single time. He's towards middle, and the boost might be coming in, so he could be challenged at this point. It's going to be very difficult to hold off with the angle he's got. Let's see if he can find his first shot.
He's got to watch the headshot potential that goes the other way as he almost gets shown from the wall. And now with that Molotov coming over from drop, he knows they're there. Dodges the flash, and he knows they've got to be dead on the other side of that box. He's got to find the fight. First pick does. Boost was mistimed. This gives Cajun a chance to reset. Spots it again. 2 kills for him. A big mistake from Virtus Pro, but Snacks will compensate. Catches Cajun off in rotation. And that's actually an equalizer because they got one on Neo just before heading into the A side, but they haven't found Config at quad. Well timed to pop out. Again, he looks for Neo. He's forced off by the Molotov. Nice shot to Rubino at Truck. But they still got to buy time. 34 seconds. Bomb is on the A site. Teammate not there. Neo fakes out the jump toward quad. Tries to shoulder peek on Config, but he holds his ground. And Snacks versus 2. Clutch situation. They know where he is. MSL sees the tracers going through and a slight gap for him to spot into. But 19 seconds. Time does not favor Snacks. And money as well. It's been chiseled down. They have to save. This will be the first save round for Virtus Pro in the entire game, so grab the op and get away.
North will be winning the half at this point as well. 8-6, looking to get to 9. This is actually very promising for them overall. I have to say, quite a sloppy round for Virtus Pro overall. They get that mid control, but they seem so tunnel vision on shutting down the AWP that they assume is rotating and falling back to the bomb site. Cajun B can't believe his luck at this point. Not even looking at him. He sees him fail the boost as well. He's not falling back at this point. Waits for another mistake to be made. Virtus Pro are forced to commit for A-main at that point and not even thinking about quad at all. The Molotov in the side, so no one's even looking at it. They're both looking towards highway. Config picks up an easy frag. And here we go, a very difficult situation for VP to finish off this half. Round number 15. 1 AWP, 1 AK, a UMP, and a couple of pistols. In terms of grenades, they've got the 4 smokes, a couple of Molotovs to work with. It's not ideal, but VP, you never know these guys. They can certainly win these kind of rounds.
So bomb dropped intentionally this time in mid-garage, so they can try and find a pick on the AWP and AK. A push from Config and Magisk inside of Squeaky. Again, they show some cleverness. I'm thinking North's got to start looking at this map as an option now.
Yeah, this is
really
perfect. They're getting them together. They're actually taking down the risk of being traded out and using that man advantage. Doing damage to Taz, that default shutdown, he has to fall back at that point. He's lost that control at that point, but Pasha, oh god, MSL, be careful. He's got the FAMAS as well. He gets punished for it. Pasha finds the advantage here, 5-4.
That now gives them 4 guns to play with, plus Deagle on Taz on 34 HP. That creates a real possibility with 4 men only left on the defense, especially on a map like Cash, because it is long rotations, and when you're a man down, it's risk-reward. You've either got to push for information based on what you know on the other side of the map, you've got to hold firm, and that's what Magisk is going to do. Good nade as well. We'll catch Taz. Magisk knows he can play the angle in behind quad. He's got crossfire support from Config, who slips in behind the forklift. And that smoke actually favors him. Bialy. He's sitting in the open. No, take it back. He's gotten around red. That's going to catch off Magisk. Low HP, M4 grabbed. The Config still had position on Snacks, who thought by that call from his teammate that it would be clear. It's Pasha. next to be found, and Rubino hits him with an op. He only had limited HP. Overkill, but it works. Bialy versus 3. Cajun beat Rubino. One bullet will do it. Config's final boss. They've all got armor. They've got 2 kits. Even if he can get bombed down, he's got it to work with. Shuts the door, and he's going to go safest plant possible in behind the box, and they're trying to find him. They're trying to spray him. Round 15, it's not even about money injection. It's all about the clutch, but he's not going to find it. Rubino's there, and North pull it back. They'll get 9-6, exactly what they need.
Yeah, actually really promising CT hard from North. That's how you play the map in general. You're pushing, you're getting information, you're working as a team, you're not taking risks by yourself. The AWP changing position, Cajun finally arrived as well. It's actually looking quite nice. 9-6, all things considered, that's a decent half for them. Yes, they got the 4-0 and lost to an eco, but if they hadn't lost that round, this could have been a much more convincing scoreline. So that's actually very good for them. Pick up their second half pistol in a fantastic position to take us towards Cobble.
Much, much better game from Cajun B as well. He's a factor, especially on this map. CT side AWP, it's crucial.
14 frags so far. He's looking great. He's actually going to be top of the scoreboard for his team.
Look at the ADR difference as well. 48 is abysmal. 114, fantastic. So
yeah, it's great.
Very, very big improvement. And the 7 kills, let's not forget, he finished the half with 0. So a lot of those were cleanup kills while they had a little bit of money, anti-eco situations in the last map.
That's what we're saying.
But it was confidence building. You mentioned it as well.
That's what we're saying towards the end of that. It's good that he's finding frags in that second half. Yes, the game was over, but they're stringing a few rounds together. He got himself off the duck. He got like 7 frags. He's actually warming up to the stage, and now he's really showing up in the second map. That's where it counts. This is the best of 3. Regardless if you lose the first fight, doesn't matter what the score is. It's a win or a loss. You move on. Second map, they're looking great. We're going to this pistol right now. We'll have a look at the buy coming in from North. They're going to on the T side now. They're going to have 2 smokes, 3 sets of armor. This could be a very basic pistol round towards A, just smoking up towards the site and towards highway, flashing in and going as a team. Or they could bring a little fake in. They love to do fakes, North, so we'll see what they decide to do.
Config holding mid with Glock as MSL. Starts to spot over toward A main.
Pasha has also got an incendiary. You can see it's a retake setup right now. It's going to be allowing North to actually get control of the A bomb site, and they'll be working together with that incendiary to flush out the terrorists, who should be allowed the plant at this point.
3 outdoor. Fast plant is exactly the call. Pasha with that Molotov is not playing the denial spot though onto A. He's over toward B. Snacks inside the vent is going to make a bit of noise. They've left Config to cover these rotations. They know teams very often. Not even just Virtus Pro, but a lot of teams across all regions play the retake game on A. It's very, very common statistic, or excuse me, strategy on pistol. But Neo hitting Cajun B starts the retake off well. That nade goes in behind quad. Doesn't quite do damage on the 2 players there, just a fraction. And that's enough for them to go aggressive to catch it off. And it's a flurry inside of the site. It's traded back as Snacks and Taz find 2. They got to rotate back around. The bomb ticking faster and faster. Taz has the kid. There's a smoke still on this. He's the last alive, but MSL finds him.
What an exciting pistol that was. Great start there from North. As I said, it was a full retake setup there from VP. They were counting on actually using that Molotov and nading them and adding smokes as well to lock off the choke points. It was going so well. The incendiary actually works out in North's favor. As soon as it drops, they're forced to phase. They're hitting all the running Glock headshots there. MSL. It was a last-ditch attempt there from Taz. He picks up the kit. You can see there's a smoke down on the bomb as well. Nice celebration. They're believing now. They want to take this to the 3rd map. There's not going to be a forced buy from Virtus Pro in the 2nd round, which I think is the best way to play this sort of map. You don't want to give too much away. You want to go in with a strong first gun round here. As we go into round number 2, it should be redundant. It should be quite a clean sweep for North. They have got Deagles on the other side, but not really much else to work with here. So in terms of North's buy, we've got 2 rifles. That's a Galil on the AK-47 and 3 SMGs. Should just be a full-on default for the start, see if there's any pushes or any sort of aggression coming in from the CTs. And then you're going to be smoking off and treating it like a gun round. These big games, you can't afford to give anything away. Smoke off towards the quad. Molotov positions like sandbags, and actually make sure you're fragging together and not dying alone.
So MSL with one of the SMGs wants to bust out the door. If they go toward the A site right now, he's playing it for information. It's a good position as well if he hears them try and rotate if they do go B. There's lots of benefits to that, getting information. Rubino, nice shot. As Neo tries to hunt inside of A main.
And you can see them not committing just yet. This is good. Wait for the reaction from the CT. You said this is the kind of map that lends itself to that. Mages in the backtracks there. This finds another kill. 5 on 3. Still, don't need to rush. You've got a minute to work with here. The bomb's still down. You're holding every angle. Config, perfect stuff towards B store. This is looking very clean. That's what they want. Keep everyone alive. Start building that money and the hope they can actually take this 2nd map. Lovely work from North overall. The scoreline will be 11-6.
Henry, I know why North doesn't play cash.
What's that?
Saving strats for the major.
Well, there you go.
They look so good on this.
Maybe that's the plan along.
Magist pushes through middle. That's perfect. Config knows that the only other players are on B. They had so much confidence in their map control, positioning. They do look very solid right now.
That was a perfect anti-eco there, but Virtus.pro did not force into the round. Should be a similar storyline here. North, once again, default at the start, use the grenades, work together, wait for reaction to come in. This is more the same. And you can see the buy not as strong for VP. Can't really do much damage with this. Couple of PT50s, some smokes, not really stacking. There are 3 players towards B and 2 in middle, so maybe you could boost up in the vents here, maybe try something a little bit sneaky, but maybe just he's already pushed up towards highway.
Just is there, but they're going to push onto him. That distracts, and Cajun, they bust out the vents. How does he not hear that? He's got to turn around. Thankfully, they do just in time. But, well, okay. He was fine. He's gone now, Henry, and they went to 42 on Magisk. That could have been a bit of a problem with Bomb down in mid. Neo's got Magisk now as well, so they still have that chance.
Yeah, I agree.
They picked up guns.
When the vent blows out, I think he just assumes the teammate. He didn't really think of that being a possibility. Quite a smart move from VP. Can't really win the round still. They have got a Galil in hand. That's going to be for Neo as well, and could find MSL on the back here.
Reno gets the information, though. That gives MSL the chance. And door open inwardly. Snacks is going to sneak behind. Don't you dare. With a pistol, I think he's just going to sit tight. Maybe hope, best case scenario, they come in toward A. 54 seconds. It's not like he's got a last second denial opportunity. He's letting them. He wants to let them here. He wants the knife too. Bonus money, 1,500 for Snacks. He's always clever. He's always thinking he'll grab a UMP off of this, smoke out on the site, and he's actually going to head for the hills with that UMP because now not only do they have 1 SMG, he's going to be able to drop potentially with that knife alone. Well, heading into the next round, yeah, he's absolutely set. He's already got 4850. They could early force off of that alone. He's so smart. I like Snacks. He's going to sit back with this UMP, 12 HP. Bomb does go back over toward the B site, so his plans of trying to evade all danger and head out on this side of the map, knowing they were in A, that's gone. Which means he's also got to head back toward T-spawn when the bomb gets close to blowing, because from there, with 12 HP, he goes down.
Yeah, at this point, if he can find anything, the UMP, get some more cash. Saving the UMP is not that valuable to him. He's hoping to get another $600 here. He'll be falling back. He might as well save it. It's definitely a viable weapon on the gun rounds here as we go into round number 3.
Smart play, though. He's got 7250. Oh, yeah, this is a full force. They're full set. Full gun round, obviously, it was going to be full set, but you never really know on the CT side without those situations. They saved well, but how much utility they'll get with the first op.
Indeed, Pasha will be given that weapon once again. It's the same story for Cajun. Config keeping the MP7. I would say at this point, all things considered, get the AK out. You want to just make sure you win these rounds. Money, I wouldn't be worrying about that so much, especially against the CTs. We have got Snacks with staying on the UMP. In fact, as we go to round number 19, we'll see whether North puts any heavy aggression and Config whether he can do anything with his MP7.
And the benefit to all the money that they do build up on VP, everyone gets armor. Config stays on the MP7. They'll have a tougher time. They've all got head armor par Neo. Config's going to watch for pushes on the B. Rubino again looking for a magic tap through the smoke toward A. Bomb drops outside of A main. Suggests they'll slow this down on the north side. Try and bleed out the CTs.
Yeah, at this point, the first gun rounds are always a little bit weak for the CTs here, but Pasha, he takes down Config, to be fair. Only had the MP7. I'm not really sure what he's trying to achieve, jumping there, maybe trying a bit of noise, just showing some presence toward that side of the map. Couldn't really tell you, but Cajun does respond with a kill towards Taz.
Great response from Cajun. That's from inside the garage, left of Magisk's position. Flash out, they actually mistimed the peak, so Magisk has to take a step back. But the default Molotov and Vents clears close. They now have a little bit of mid control to work with, and Neo's actually going to rotate off. This will bring the AWP back to mid. So Pasha wants to play on Z. Cajun wants to get to highway. Smoke's down. Who's going to time this? Because Cajun's just scoped twice. Pasha's heard all of this. Hence why Neo's not peeking. He's trying to let time go by so that the smoke's gone in mid. I thought Pasha was going to hold the angle and wait, because he's actually given that position to Magisk again, who's trying to push all the way through. They've got to be very careful. Neo's going toward truck, but he's not looking there yet. Now it becomes timing. Neo's going to look now and spot Magisk. Good timing from the M4. That saves Pasha inside of the site, and that means he can go to work exactly like this. 2 for him and through the wall. Cajun B goes down as well.
What a shot from Pasha. 4 in total, and a really elegant way to finish it as well. Hits absolutely everything. North, it looked a little bit interesting there when Mages got towards CD spawn. I thought he would be the fly in the ointment there, but Neo, on point as ever, manages to shut him down just as Pasha lights him up there with the AWP. So, big round for VP to pick up there. There is lots of money available for North. I have to say, Config with some interesting plays towards Sunrun at that point, but they did have that MP7, so I guess it kind of can be considered a bonus to some extent. Cajun, though, down to just the Tech 9 after purchasing the AWP in the previous round. So, We'll see what they decide to do. It's going to be 5 players towards the B storage for now. Looking for that opening pick, but Ash is waiting for them. He needs to be very careful here.
Another smoke out toward B main. He wants to get the aggressive angle. Missed shot. He was actually on and flicked to the right. He's got to get away based on infliction toward him. He's on 16 and caught by a nade.
I thought he was getting team killed by Snacks at that point. He's getting shot in the back by his teammate.
That's never good.
No.
For obvious reasons. They'll take the op as deep inside of the site as they can.
Yeah, I think he was behind the smoke, and Flash gives the call of that, and he's just going to spray through and get a couple of kills there, but works out horribly, and then nade takes him down. So 5-4, advantage North. Cajun be unable to recover a weapon, but this is a good start for them.
4-man rotation back over to the A side. Bialy and Taz, the ones waiting. Flash goes off in A main. Sends the shackles on the back of Bialy in high alert. Again, North taking their time, not often known to be one of the slower teams, although as of late they've definitely been putting themselves more into that category than not.
So, 30 seconds remaining. It looks like we have one player towards the A side of the map. That will be MSL. He's going to try and sell something here. He's willing to sacrifice himself. They have the advantage. Great kill now. His teammate's going towards B as well. Just Snacks waiting. That's still quite a scary prospect. Let's see if he can hold them off. Nails the first shot.
That's big because Taz finds the other. Config finally gets Snacks, but if he'd not gotten him sooner, if Snacks hadn't found those kills, Neo was not in position. He gets taken down in the end anyway by Magisk on the way back through to the site, because once they find that opening pick on A, Neo has to start at least leading in the rotation. So he's sitting in mid waiting for the final call. And Snacks does well to get the first, but they find the answer. Bomb goes down, and Taz has a decision to make.
I think he's saving. That's
he
it.
has to.
Made. That was actually a really lovely round from North overall. A bit of a blunder from VP at the start, you have to say. Snacks shooting Pasha in the ass there for about 50 damage, and then it's HE grenade for North takes him down. At that point, they use the time to perfection. North go towards A, MSL. That's what the in-game lead is. The great mid-round callers will do. They'll send himself in to be the sacrifice towards the other side of the map. Yes, he gets a kill as well. It's so perfect, and he actually draws all the attention to the A side of the map. North made their way towards B. Yes, Snacks hits the first shot, but they get the recovery kill. Taz can't do anything about it, has to pull back and save and CD spawn. And look at the scoreline right now, Matt. It's 13-7 in favor of North, who just got spanked 16-4. This is a great recovery. And going into Cobble as well, we know that's a map they
can
originally favored. They've been a little bit weaker recently on it, but it was one of the maps I was actually, when they were in Dignitas, I was really excited to watch them play it. On a T side especially, it was very good.
It was actually one of the first maps that brought this roster to life. You're right, but they definitely struggled with it in the group stage. So save comes in. Buy up into P250s. They'll be able to buy in the next round based on where they are. So important that Taz keeps the AK, see if he can get early damage. And they're going to go very aggressive to try and find opening picks and catch off North. Hence the 3-man push into B tunnels, which is spotted by Config, and a reverse boost, which Taz with the AK does get one of Magisk. He stays alive as well, and he knows bombs outside A main. The problem is that his teammates, well, most of them are now deceased.
At this point, Matt, I think I'm starting to believe this is pretty tasty stuff from North so far, playing perfect Counter-Strike, shutting this anti-eco down quite nicely. It's going to be Snacks now with the P250. 4 versus 1, nothing really to do here. And you can see North once again not giving anything away. They're waiting for him to make the mistake. They're not going in and allowing him to get a cheeky kill or even a knife like he's been doing. And this was the B-rush coming in. Config staying alive, making sure he does the job, gets 3 kills. And we go into round number 22. North now 1 round away from map point here. What a storyline this would be. After getting crushed on their map pick, overpass, going on to Cash, which they famously don't really play anymore, and they run away with it. Looking fantastic so far.
Virtus Pro, this is a map that I think kind of epitomizes their team in general, because we saw the plow in the last, but up and down on it. They're in it, up and down on Cash. They're either amazing or they're awful. And that seems to be, I won't say awful, but not definitely what we would expect. And there seems to be them as a team in general. So this is a big win for North. Like you said, to go on to Cobblestone, that's fair playing field. And not only that, we talked about the mental status of these young players. They prove it here.
Oh, Mages has brought out the Krieg as well.
Loves it.
He does love this weapon. So for anyone who's not familiar, the rifle you can see in Mages' hands, it was called the Krieg in previous iterations. I think it's called
Sig Commando.
Yeah, and it's like the SG in this game, but we always call it the Krieg. It's not a traditional weapon, but it's certainly starting to come more and more into the meta right now. It costs $300 more than the AK, and it's got a scope on it as well. It doesn't have any fall-off like damage or like in terms of one bullet accuracy at range as well. And I'm surprised I don't see it more, but some of these players like Chris J and Mages get happy to use it, and sometimes a great effect. Not so much this tournament, but hopefully we can see it kind of give us a show this round.
Agent bringing running the op over toward B, but he's got problems because Config's already been sprayed down from Pasha. And on top of that, damage exchanged onto Cajun himself as he gets tagged on a 37 and has to cower away toward mid. Snacks thinks about hunting him down. With the smoke out, we'll think better of it. The alley boosted. Haven't seen it all game. And he knows they're both there. He's spotted utility go both directions. It's a battle of patience. Wait for it, check it, Rubino hits it. That's their entrance through because smokes are down. Taz, he gets in behind Red Crate fast enough. It's through the smoke that Neo actually gets found, which is problematic, but Taz is actually smartly enough rotated back around the other direction, flanks them in return as they get toward the site. It leaves Cajun in a 1 versus 3. Bomb and AWP, and Pasha with a lovely shot from far. Still have money on the T side for North.
Yeah, but it's still a frustrating round there and touching distance there as well. But unfortunately, a little bit of a blunder towards that B storage area, getting pushed. Aggressive play there from the CTs. They're up against the ropes right now. They had no kits, a lack of grenades. You have to push and try and find that first frag. But a lot of damage kick things off, and Taz and Pasha working in tandem there on the A side to bring the game back into some sort of hope here. We have the AWP for Virtus Pro as well. It's been in the hands of Snacks this time. And like you said, money's still available for North. Still in a great position going forward. If they shut this round down and get the map point, that's going to be a harsh reset for the CT. So we'll see what happens here as we go into round number 23. Snacks towards B, and that's where all 5 players for North are this time. They'll be smoked out, but they can bide their time. There's a big grenade towards the feeder majors that time.
50 damage from him. Damage to both Cajun B and MSL as well. Snack supporting Pasha's position in behind the box. Molotov's going to bounce beyond that.
Oh no,
Pasha's hoping they overlook. Pasha's desperate to hope that they will, and they do! They line up, a flash through, Pasha's got 3, hits the headshot on the 4th! A perfect play and a perfect bait-in for Pasha. Neo will close it out as he gets the assist on the 5th as well.
The planets align. I could just see that one building up. That's the perfect position to be in. They Molotov towards Checkers and the bomb site itself, and they're trying to actually turn away from their own flashbang. As soon as they're doing that, the flash comes in for Pasha as well. He just nails 4 of them. Lovely stuff from him. It's going to be 14-9. Without the bomb going down as well, I think that's an eco for North. They're not out of the woods just yet. Yes, they're very close to taking this map, but VP, they never give in. They never relent.
They're also Danish.
Okay, you can take what from what you will. I'm not going to say the C word. As we go into round number 24, it's going to be P250s and Deagles and Snacks there. This is the first shot and takes a headshot in return as well.
Yeah, decent shot back at him. Still a big Hask, and he gets tagged. You got to cower away from this. Get that AWP into safety. Better, bring him into the M4 instead. Pasha's been the X factor in a lot of ways for me. On Virtus Pro's side, another lovely shot on the pistols. Magist gets Neo. Gun in mid, but it's not available. Taz there to protect him, but with a lot of players facing him, he's got to line them up. He does. Low ammo. Hits Magist as well. Swap to the pistol. Can't quite close it. Pretty nonetheless. And it saves the round for them because he goes down in that situation. There's 2 guns inside the middle. Bialy was still rotating around from the truck position at the time.
Snacks wanted to challenge that, but you can see he's got 9 HP. I think that's the wise move to make. 1 P250 bullet is going to take him down. Maybe make the B bombs out a possibility for MSL. Oh, was that a knife attempt?
I don't think he had the knife out, but he definitely followed him into the site.
Like, yeah. But anyway, Taz, you're absolutely right here. If he dies here, even with just 1 kill, that round could have fallen apart. He gets 3, shuts it down, MSL can't really do much about that situation. It will be round number 25. Another pause coming in. I'm going to assume it's for North this time. It makes sense. The money's not fantastic. It's certainly enough to buy. 2 players on the 5K mark, and then 2 just above 4. So we'll be buying into this. And we're going to work out what kind of buy they want to bring to the table. They just want to get that 1 round, get map points, relieve the pressure. Know it's actually got overtime in the bag, and then at that point they can kind of throw more avant-garde tactics in there, maybe some rushes, kind of go for those fakes again, like MSL was doing once they got that man advantage. This is much better Counter-Strike than what they presented to us on Overpass. It's actually showing a great understanding of the T-side, how it should operate, and especially on the CT, that was very impressive indeed.
Much better frag distribution this time on the North side as well. 19 on the high side from Magist. Config's up there as well, 16.
Oh, Matt.
13 for Rubino.
Double AWP setup now for the CTs
Neo
as the force comes in. Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. It's actually so viable on cash. It means you can have an AWP on either side, turret set up on A and B. You can have rifle towards middle if you so wish. But North now, what do they bring to the table after that pause? They have got 5 AKs here. No sniper rifle potential for them, which is a bit of a problem. And this is what we wanted to see, that aggression. We saw it from the T side in the first half. Bialy manages to pick up that kill. 5 on 4 now. And they can fall back. That's the job done as far as the CT is concerned. You've got a lot of information. They've taken a kill down as well and funneled them and kind of made them fall back. Whatever tactic they had in mind, whatever default's been shut down.
Neo's continuing to push inside of Squeaky as well.
He's got the AWPs. That's actually kind of a cool idea. He can look all the way towards mid-warehouse with this push.
Setting for an angle.
Is he going to commit?
I think he's going to sit there and wait. Yeah, I'd love to see his perspective. I was going to say, I don't think he's gone far enough to see mid, as you suggested, but he certainly has the wing of A covered off. That gives Taz more confidence to cover from highway. And at 14 rounds, Virtus Pro, CT side, starting to set their pace now, their tempo, as they get aggressive and dictate the play style of North as a result. This is the idle drone of a Diesel in the background.
This is the benefit of having the double orb setup, means your riflers can afford to be the more dynamic ones. You have those turrets set up either side and they can go for those first picks, knowing even if they go down, there's quite a strong chance the Orbis can recover the situation. Right now, we have Cajun B towards middle, he's in the vent. This will be a B split, 35 seconds remaining. One smoke for CT spawn, that's all they've got to work with here.
Smoke out. They go early, Snax hits it, and there's a gap. He's got a very slight gap. It's perfect for him to work with because he's got config. He's also got the information of a cross. I don't think the flash hit him in time, so that means Pasha knows they're there. He turns find Magisk. Cajun B's in the open, and they close it. They're starting to panic North a little bit. They're getting a little bit chaotic and sloppy.
You can see some holes in their game. You pointed out that should not be happening. That's one of those basic smokes you can throw. Really, that gap should not be there. Snax managing to nail the first shot before it even blooms, and he's just gifted another kill there as they go into the site. So Virtus Pro mixing things up there, taking the pause from North as an opportunity to mix things up themselves, presenting his double orb setup, getting towards Squeaky Door. Bialy finds that first pick and then gets him towards the B side. It's just a real nice round from VP, and now a partial buy from North. Lost bonus getting at the fourth stage. You're going to have $3,400 going to the next round. So as long as you keep your money around the 2K mark this time, you're fine to upgrade some pistols and some body armor. We've got a few smokes to work with as well, and they will be going towards A with the bomb, it seems.
Config behind the smoke. Tries to get as much vision toward Fork as he can and hope that someone pushes through with a flash. They won't be careless on the VP side. As on Wooden Box as well, gets a lot of information, has good angle on the way through. Neo's stayed passive with this off, but he's going to start to hear them on the bottom of highway. Calls for Taz to look that direction. 7 HP for him. But Q Neo's entry, and Bialy step up, gets 2. Leaves him with a chance to try and find Taz. I doubt he'll peek. Just sit and wait, let his teammates get in position. 7 HP now for Cajun. It's going to go to 14-12. We are far from done.
Absolutely. Well, Virtus Pro for another one back. It's going to be 14-12 here. Money still available. The plan does not come in, so that extra $100 would have been fantastic. But regardless, we do have a Cajun B AWP. The bad news is he's got no head armor. That's actually kind of a big deal against the M4s. You know, they've been a little bit more dynamic this time, going aggressive. Just one bullet from the M4 will take him down. That's the problem when you're an AWPer as well. You become a lot more vulnerable without that head armor. Still rolling the double orb setup. The Cajun, he's on 20 kills so far. So it's a much better game than what we saw in Overpass. He's actually had some impact, and we'll see where we can open up the map here. That'll be the plan. We boost him up towards middle, see if he can get that first pick, and I'm assuming they're going to go to a default here.
This is going to be, yeah, definitely bomb down. This is going to be a pick game.
After they just receive that pressure towards Squeaky Door before, they'll be holding back and seeing that happens once again and get that first kill in there.
They all are, because they've had aggression in 3 different spots on the map. Magisk waiting for the counter boost, MSL waiting for the squeaky push, and Config's waiting at the B smokes.
Which is an intelligent decision if you think about it. We lost that first strike before, don't want to risk that again. Oh, it's getting toasty for Config. Flames don't quite extend towards him, but he's feeling a lot of pressure here. Flashed as well, but he manages to avoid trouble here. Just about. Snax waiting for him on the other side, though. He has got the AWP currently set up in checkers.
It's a risky peek. He knows with that much utility thrown, they're very likely have position on him.
Does he dare go further?
I think he just sits. He has to wait. Especially if they want to rotate back around. Good find from Magisk to get Taz. Neo goes as well. Now he can definitely sit on B, because they've got to start looking for information elsewhere. Clever enough, they're going to bypass him, though. Good boost back up into the vents, and Magisk gets caught off. That's a good pick to find, and they get away free for it. So they pull this back to just a one-man advantage. Config knows that's his cue to escape, so he'll do so, and they'll head back over toward the A site. There has to be 2 on B. They boosted vents. It's Bialy alone. Process of elimination, flash in, good trade out, not even. Bialy doesn't even turn in time, so MSL, free kill on the way through, is going to open the site to potentially get North onto map point.
This is it. 4-on-1.
Shoulders actually showing. He's, whoa. I thought saw it. X-ray can be misleading, but I'm sure I saw texture behind it as well. Now I certainly do, but Snax can't hit it. He's left alone, he's going to back away. AWP can potentially look for exit kills up toward highway. Snax has built himself back up over the last 5 rounds to 11K, so he can actually afford to commit to this. It's going to go to map point. They all have money to buy, so any damage he does, keep in mind North only has 3 digits money. This will be a first round for them. It's a reset. Nice shot by Snax. Anything he does, that single kill forces reinvestment, but they keep 3 up.
That's all you're looking for, Matt. North have hit map points here. They've got themselves securely towards overtime here. 3 rounds to play with now to find it and take us to a third map. The problem is Virtus Pro still have a ton of cash. As you pointed out, Snacks, he just finished that round at 13,000. Back to the double orb setup, but that was good for them. The default towards middle, finding that first pick towards Taz, who was a little bit aggressive towards middle. And once they got that, they stick together, execute quite nicely there, and they shut it down. 3 now in the bag to work with here. It's going to be a Virtus Pro timeout at this point. Let's work out what the setup is. You might as well use it. It's come right down to the wire here. It's kind of interesting as well. You probably assumed, I think everyone did, going into cash, this would be a foregone conclusion, considering the form we saw from VP in the first map. And I think you have to say, like, VP, we kind of pointed out, we were talking about it. It's not a map when you think about VP. It's something they're tremendous on. They're okay on it, right? It can be really good or kind of like average, like we're seeing right now. It's not been a bad performance overall, but certainly doesn't look like a world-class map for them. And they picked it thinking, do you know what, North are going to have nothing here. They're not going to show up at all. And you can see how that they're being punished for that right now. A really good, solid CT half from North, and now a decent understanding as well. It's playing good Counter-Strike, good teamwork, nice chemistry, winning the clutches, and the star players are starting to arrive as well.
Map point for North to force Cobblestone. 4 AKs and the AWP for Cajun. Double op still up on the CT side. And it Snacks again toward B. He's going to post himself above on Heaven. Finally goes to the drop with a double smoke out.
Bialy again.
Bialy, yeah, exactly. He's going aggressive up toward Squeaky, but they've got to be careful because they did that once.
Yeah, I think he should have taken an opportunity to fall back, but he's still into a squeaky door. His teammates joined him. That's going to be Neo, who'll be edging in. The idea is to bait him his teammate, and he's going to get taken down. Surely, there it is. Cajun gets him 1 step closer to Cobble.
That's one of the ops gone as well, and Bialy doesn't dare go for it. He could have pressed E on it. It was still close enough so he wouldn't have been peaked, but why stick around? Why risk even them chasing him down towards Squeaky? So back inside of the site. And a grouping toward mid as well from North. No need to overcommit. Flash potentially coming in from Bialy up for Taz to peek into A main. They find no information. That does confirm if they wanted to, if they want to lead off and gamble with this disadvantage of the defense, that they could start either giving more pressure into mid or getting over toward B. Big tag on Pasha.
They're biding their time effectively as well. They're waiting for the CDs to make a mistake. We saw Pasha peek from the connect at that point. He doesn't go down, but he's giving damage to 19 HP. That's good information gathered. We still have a lot of utility on the terrorist side as well. The nose is a big round, a perfect opportunity to shut it down right now. Towards A they go. Config still holding B, waiting for that reaction. MSL with the bomb by himself. There was presence there before, but he's going to take the chance and push to that position. And it's a good one to take. Just Taz on the A side by himself to defend against this final push. You can see 3 players towards the B side. Config doing a great job actually causing some sort of distraction there.
Pasha's right beside him, though they don't spot it. That's the more important kill. Taz alone in the A site gets found by Rubino. And they smoke off, Flash as well, everything against Bialy. He assumes right, they go for the boost above the forklift and tries to spray immediately after, but bomb is planted. And North may respond. Molotov goes to top highway. Snacks will do everything possible, everything in his power to force them out from behind quad and get in the line with the AWP. It does do 1 slight damage toward MSL, but Magisk on Bialy. I think this is done. I think this is over. Pasha's got 1 back. That's confidence, but Snacks goes down. Pasha tries to line up. He falls as well. And North have set us up for the series we would have expected on paper. They'll take map 2, a map they don't play, a map Virtus Pro loves, and force out Cobblestone, which I think is a perfect third map for these 2 teams.
What a fantastic storyline that is. After getting battered on their own map pick, they come back and looked really strong. There's great Counter-Strike across the board there. The CT side was perfect. The T side was controlled and calculated. It didn't look like they were panicking at any point. There were a few holes in their games. We saw a few misthrown smokes, but overall, it was a great showing. Cajun B recovers, and it just shows you that even if you get battered on the first round, best of 3s, you can always recover. And we go to Cobble, where they do have a chance of actually winning this series.
Absolutely have a chance. They are so good on that map. Virtus Pro is as well. They need to get back to form. Taz at window, Snacks on the op. We'll see. We're going to take a short break, join the analysts, and we're going to carry on with this third quarterfinal.
It's a beautiful night here in Atlanta, a beautiful night for Counter-Strike, and we're getting some beautiful Counter-Strike, some incredible stuff, back and forth. I'm going to start talking about Cage and B here, guys, on the desk, because I can't think of many series that I've seen recently where a player has done a complete 180 like that. To be absolutely adrift, really, really poor and not having any impact, to being absolutely crucial in his team winning a map that they don't play.
Yeah, I mean, that was an important, bounce back not only for his team but for himself. I mean, it should be said he is probably one of the most experienced player in terms of playing on this stage from his time with his former Astralis teammates. He's been in these situations before, and that's obviously going to help out. But I mean, this win overall for North is probably the most impressive I've seen in a long, probably the most impressive in the context of that first map. But also, what an example to lead for your youngest players.
Yeah, definitely. And Duncan, this is an example of a veto where Virtus Pro have been smart here. They've tried to be clever. They've picked a map that maybe isn't one of their top tier picks, just on the basis that they believe their opponents.
I think that's an example of where you're too clever for your own good, because there's two components, in my opinion, to doing a successful pick ban. Ideally, you want a map that's weak for your opponent, but then you're going to have to play the map, so you're going to have to be competent on it. Now, Virtus Pro is not a very good cash team, actually. I looked it up. In their last 5 games, not including the one they just played there, they lost 4 of them, and the only win in the last 5 was against K23 from Kazakhstan. We're talking about on LAN as well.
K23 are back.
Yeah, and so, not a very good set of stats. So the problem is, everyone thinks of Virtus Pro, and they associate them with cash. That's from about a year and a half ago. So there's a reason why Virtus Pro themselves have avoided this map. And I understand the rationale. You're thinking to yourself, well, the other team really doesn't like it, so they're going to be really uncomfortable on it. But I feel like this is one of those times where if you'd have picked Nuke, or you'd have brought Cobblestone earlier up in the rotation, difference is you'd have had 3 shots at winning this series, whereas now you kind of outthought yourself a little bit and you've given a map back.
Yeah, Jason, do you agree with that?
Yeah, to a certain degree. Certainly, I think more so it's just surprising how good North is on it. I don't think there was any necessary mistake in the pick ban of Virtus Pro, but certainly no one expected to see North looking this good on it. I mean, to be frank, at the end of this game, as it came down to the stretch, VP makes a little bit of a comeback there right at the end, but North makes some phenomenal calls. I mean, there were a couple rounds where VP tries to kind of catch him off guard by stacking over to leaning towards one side of the map and stacking up one of the bomb sites, and North makes the correct play and makes the right read and goes to the complete other one. So, there was some very good things at North that I didn't expect them to see on cash, considering how much MSL, this was a map that when the new Inferno was released, he blatantly said he wanted cash to be the map that was removed from the current pool. So, I mean, that's surprising to see them able to actually function on this map, considering their tactical in-game leader doesn't like it whatsoever.
And Snacks there still had some moments. What really impressed me here, Duncan, was the way Pasha has gone back to AWPing. He's picking it up again more routinely. Had some immense impact. I mean, some of his B-site holds were phenomenal.
Yeah, he was pretty good on this one, actually. I mean, obviously, he was one of the guys, when you roll the clock back a couple of years when they were good on cash, he was actually one of the better players in the team back then. It wasn't just the Snacks and then the Neo or Bialy show, Problem is, he didn't get a whole lot of help from everyone else.
Yeah.
I mean, that seems to be the formula for Virtus Pro at times, is they seem to be able to rely on Snacks to have very, very good games, and then it's usually just one of the other guys. You expect like a Neo, a Taz, or someone to step up. They only need the second player, and this time you got Pasha stepping up that way, but you didn't have the Snacks factor in it as well.
Yeah, again, don't want to keep bringing this up, but the fact they don't play cash, the fact that it isn't in their map pool, I mean, surely MSL has to revise this at some point. It seems almost like just a weird quirk, a hang-up almost. You've just proven there your CT side is more than functional at this level.
Sure, but the problem they have, I think, is that at the moment, they don't have a map that they go to all the time. So they're so deep in terms of they can play 5 different maps pretty well that they tend to go around them here, there, everywhere. So they think to themselves, we don't need cash as a result. And I will say, one thing I'll give them credit for, not a lot of teams in the game will pick cash, actually, like Virtus Pro did here. So as a result, usually you get the coast by a little bit, and you can have that second rotation ban taken out of the equation then.
Now here's where it gets interesting. Within the context of this series, obviously it's poised at 1-1. We've got the last time these two teams played each other in a series, and it's from Epicenter. It's back in October. And actually what happened was Virtus Pro got out into a lead, and it was a 16-11 on Nuke. Again, a map both teams are comfortable on. And then you see here, Cobblestone, 16-5 to Dignitas as they were back then, North now, and then Mirage, 16-5. So they've been in this situation before, the Danes, and they've come back and won a series and ended up winning that whole tournament.
Yeah, this was I mean, that's what, back in October, towards the end of October. I mean, this was after VP. They did seem to kind of struggle. I mean, obviously they were going into that favorite, so that's got to be a little bit worrying. But I think the VP that we know on Cobble, I mean, this is a team that's going to be, we questioned whether North was going to be able to bounce back after that first map. I don't think we questioned VP in quite the same way. We've seen them bounce back and overcome these kind of situations in the past.
And just any final thoughts, Tad?
Yeah, and we also have to add in one stat they showed you there was Magic's boy was unreal. Not only in that final, but that whole tournament. And unfortunately, he's had spells when he's been good. In general, he's never dropped off completely, but he hasn't maintained that higher level. I mean, at the time, people legitimately talking about him top 5 player of the world, maybe the new best
Forest,
Danish
new
player.
Get Right, yep.
Absolutely, these are all legitimate kind of praises to give him. And you've got to add in as well, Cobblestone, just in recent history, hasn't been as kind to the guys from North. I mean, we've seen him lose it twice in this tournament already.
Yeah, well, we're going to see if it happens again. We're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, we're going to get into the deciding map, Cobblestone, between North and Virtus Pro. Make sure you join us.
Last year, North, being still Dignitas team, beat us in the final of Epicenter tournament. We're looking for a revenge here.
You only can build your legacy by winning major events, and this is one of them.
Facing North, our map pool is wider. I think we have much more experience than they do. They've been struggling in the group. We had 3-0. We'll see who's better.
I don't really care about North, what they think, how they feel, if they feel they'll destroy us, if they feel that they are in fear of us. My mind is very clear about what I want to achieve. I'm not here to beat North or any other team. I'm just here to take maps. And I need 9 maps to win the major, and that's it.
Always love hearing from confident Taz.
You only need 6, actually, mate, but don't let me educate your math.
Well, yeah, whatever. But he's absolutely just focused, on point, Virtus Pro, but they've got a match on their hands right now. And of course, speaking of matches, we want you to watch this on Game Command. Obviously, you can go to live.eleague.com. It's been a long day. It's been getting late. You can see the wheels are starting to come off, guys. Anyway, yeah, check it out. You can be your own director. It is a phenomenal way to watch the games. Now, let's talk about this deciding map. Very different beast to what we just saw on Cash. This is Cobblestone. We know Virtus Pro are good on this map. We know North are good on this map. This should be an amazing decider.
Yeah, and this is a map, I think, where you can see some of the really good calling that Neo's going to have with Virtus.pro. I mean, remember, this is a map that they won ELEAGUE Season 1 on against Fnatic. I mean, they played a beautiful game on it. They're going to be very experienced, very well-versed in how to attack the B bomb site. Their splits coming down drop, coming off B platform are going to be very, very powerful on the T side.
Yeah, and Duncan, your observations.
Yeah, this is the one where I feel like this becoming the sleeper pick for the guys from Virtus.pro is what turned around last year. They were always very strong on train, but they used to just go head-to-head with other strong train teams, play them on it, and then they could lose to an SK. Once they got Cobblestone as their strong map, I think they became the best team in the world on it, and then in sort of the middle to the latter part of the year. And it really is what started making them that every time top 4, finals, winning tournaments. So as good as I know, like MSL loves this map, always like to play it, always like the T side. I favor Virtus.pro to win this one, especially because this is a map where, if you think through your mind, it just comes down to 1v3s, 2v3s. It feels like it comes down to those clutch runs time and time again, and that's where VP shines.
Yeah, and I guess what North have to be scared about is that Snack's famous for his great performances on Cobblestone as well. You know, he's feeling it, so could be a tough old game for them. That said, you've heard Duncan's prediction. It's time for yours, Jason. Put your money where your mouth is. Who's having this one?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with VP on this one. I'm going to trust, I mean, the clutch factor, obviously, with experience, and I just see so much strength. This map gets hectic during executions. Another map where Stacks can shine. I think it's really going to come down to who controls drop better. Is it going to be North or is it going to be VP? That's going to be the deciding factor.
Okay, well, we shall see. And this is it. We are now going to see if Virtus.pro or North make it through to the semi-finals. And to talk you through this one, it is, of course, Henry G and Sadakist.
Thank you so much, Richard. Yes, we are very excited. I think this is finally the series we were expecting it to be.
I can't wait for this one. Cobblestone, this is when they were in Dignitas. We kind of started to take attention of this team. We actually started to realize their T-sides were actually really calculated and very good at pushing CTs back, getting map control, and good executions. This tournament, we haven't really seen that. They went 0-2. Didn't look like a great map for them, but I'm thinking the last time we casted this matchup on this map was back in Epicenter. That's when they actually won 16-5. So things are starting to work out a little bit for North there. I'm actually kind of feeling a little bit quietly confident for them.
Yeah, and you've got to look to the usual suspects. I want accuracy on entries. I want the AKs of Magisk and Config, again, to be absolutely sharp. It's not as much an AWP CT-sided map, so maybe Cajun, for that reason, won't necessarily be as strong, but you're already alluding to it.
Well, the final map of this quarterfinal, it will, of course, be Cobblestone. This is going to be an absolute barn burner. 5 sets of armor for the CTs of North and 4 for Virtus.pro. They've got 1 smoke, 1 Molotov in the hand of Snacks. This is a very unusual strategy.
This is old VP, where you boost side of A. Okay, so they're actually going to go, usually what they would do is actually post up by the fountain, no one peek, and teams originally, when Cobblestone was put back into the map pool, would push through A long to try and quick flank onto B, and Virtus.pro was the first team to start shutting that down, so they don't actually post up like I expected. That was a very classic move. You gotta wonder if we're gonna see the snake with 4 lined up outside of mid doors when they go CT as well.
They've got the map control. The connector smoke will come in, but Magis is waiting for them. He's been great so far. Nails the first headshot and 2. Shuts it down to a 5-on-3.
Smoke out, covers Rubino at door. He'll get in the sight. Magisk has 4! He gets back up on top of the platform. Bomb goes down. It's only Neo remaining. He'll take Rubino. And guess who he's got to duel with next? Looking for an ace in the pistol, Magisk, but he's not going to be greedy. It's 1 versus 2. He can't afford to be greedy. Goes to 1 versus 1, and Neo can still pull this back. He's going to go hunting elsewhere to try and get information. He's expecting Cajun now to be on the flank based on timing. And guess what? He certainly is. Hard to Neo's left. That Molotov won't do much. He's on the ledge. It does put him down, but he hits the ace. All headshots, all on the USB for Magisk.
Just as the guys on the desk started to allude to, he has been one of the star players of 2016. He's getting in the zone now. An ace in the pistol should fire him up as they win the CT here. It's going to be 1-0. There he is celebrating. Fantastic work from him. Quite rare to see aces and pistols, and he's nailed it. As we go to round number 2, no bomb plant for Virtus.pro, so should be the force buy here. Tech 9s, P250s, a couple of smokes, and a scout for Neo as well. He's very good with that weapon. But after the first map, I didn't think we'd be seeing ourselves on a 3rd and North picking at the pistol as well. We'll see what happens as we go to round number 2 here. In terms of the North buy, 2 M4s, 3 UMPs, a kit to go there as well, and it's going to be playing a safer game here. Config though, a little bit aggressive. He can afford to play on the platforms, very unlikely to have Molotov to flush him out. There's some crossfires there, working with Cajun B. Should work quite nicely.
Fast play down drop, Virtus.pro. Not unlikely we'll see Snacks around that area quite a bit, as with Taz when they hit the CT side. But Rubino's going to be the one to watch it. Config has gone into the archway. No Molotov to push him back from that position, but Cajun has to stay relatively close to Chicken Coop to be able to support. They overwhelm him. The 2 smokes they have, they can wall off on the statue and B and go for a fast plant.
They still have those smokes available. They will be committing from drop down as well. Will be some sort of B split coming in. The Config's position is going to be crucial. Teammates to bait him in. Rubino watching drop down.
Got the information they're in there. Magisk therefore covers off window on the backside. Here's Snacks, tries to pre-fire. Rubino's just waiting as well. It's patience. It'll pay off. Cajun being Config still with their lineup. He goes out aggressively. Config building up a little bit of cash on the UMP. Molotov goes into the smoke, so that extinguishes immediately. Useless, but no less still contains them. They know they're in there. Magisk equaling the tap, now up to 7 kills in 2 rounds. Config will wrap around 2 players with all the kills for North, but 2 rounds for them, no less, in convincing fashion both times.
You can see why I built that position up for Config there. He knows they haven't got the Molotovs there. He can be quite safe as long as he's patient, allows his teammates to distract. He comes out the right time, mows 2 down, and then flushes them back towards that drop-down room, where his teammate Mages, he's waiting in the window room as well, manages to hit 2 more kills, and that's the thing. Mages is getting in the zone. He's 7-0 after 2 rounds. This has to be a fully covered VP now. No bomb plants as of yet. That was a force buy as well that had little to no success, and they'll be going into round number 3 here with just Glocks. Not a single penny invested into round number 3. They'll be holding up, just trying to get the bomb down if that's even possible. A little bit of damage there, but Taz and Snacks taking the brunt of it. And Snacks leading on the 5 HP.
MSL up close inside mid, looking for a bit of information. We'll smoke off. Bialy will rotate back over toward Pasha. With no bomb plants.
Yes.
That had to be the full save.
In terms of Orbs as well, Snacks fully invested there, so did Pasha, so Orbs, unless they get a couple of kills here on a plant, that's not going to be a possibility unless they wanted to go glass cannon. So that all-in maneuver didn't really work out too well for them. So far, round number 3 is not looking much better. This is just a case of they're waiting for a CT to overextend, maybe get bored in this round and try and make their mark in it and get a highlight clip here. Any kill will be very beneficial for the teams at this point. $300 might not sound about very much, but like I said, a player like Pasha can potentially get out the AWP if he gets it.
Tag up onto Pasha, down to 70. Everyone quite low on the Virtus Pro side. Bomb plant has to be the objective, but that looks grim. There's 3 CTs inside of the B site, and they're going to be bleeding out before they even arrive. Look for the headshots toward Rubino. They can't line it up. Instead, it's just a spray down from Magisk and Config. As always, it seems.
Oh, the knife.
Like he spotted, Magisk knows he's there. It would have been substantial given the money situation, but they're going to be in a position where they're just light of the op.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That
right?
would have got an op.
So if Pasha, if they got a couple of kills there, something to worry with. That's why they're trying to be very passive to start. Hope CD makes a mistake. Doesn't happen. Yes, they get a buy. This will be 5 AKs. Limit on the utility as well. Nice work from Mages. Getting a team kill from Bialy as well. That certainly doesn't help the matter, but he should be fine. Just have to take minus a bit of utility there, but 3-0, and we do have 3 UMPs for North. The problem is with Cobble is it doesn't really lend itself to this sort of buy. You don't really have many options to go aggressive at the start.
Just pointed that out on screen. Bialy's -1.
Yeah, it happens.
Just giving them a handicap, you know, full sense of security. You guys take the lead, head start. I'll catch you after. So 3-0 for North. Momentum in their favor. Like you said last time they played, North was convincing.
Yeah, the problem with this buy is you can't really go too aggressive on a map like Cobble. You have to play close range. Magisk and MSL, they're actually in decent positions there. You can see them working together with the SMG and the rifle set up. That's really strong play though. The utility usage is perfect from Cajun. Flush Bialy out, take them down together as well. Got the man advantage, and this is the bonus round for them as well. 3 SMGs in the first gun round.
Config still waiting on the stairwell, has the M4, starts to consider that they might be pushing behind the smoke, so sprays a linear direction that is likely to catch anyone, but they aren't there, so no damage done. Snacks backs away as Pasha starts to set for another smoke as well. Bomb still leading off toward B, has Cajun heading that direction to strengthen and fortify that defense with 3-2 split. That means Neo lurking, runs into the stack. But it also means Cajun stays at the door. When they get down drop, they consider trying to split around. If Neo had found a kill, they could have opened it up. They catch Rubino as a result, but timing is everything for Cajun because he's on the right side of this. And decision made, mid-round calls, adaptation from Virtus Pro. They realize, hang on, we locked out. That play didn't work with Neo down. We found one, let's just go to B. Config reads it and stays efficient. He'll fall back and then they'll wait for the rotations. They're in good position, Virtus Pro. Config goes down right now to Pasha. It's a standard default post plant because Snacks has Chicken Coop covered for the flank. Pasha finds one, gets traded out. This still gives information to Snacks, but he's vulnerable. It's Taz's position behind the door that can catch off Cajun B. And he's got to be prepared for someone to either walk through drop or to his left, his immediate left behind the door. Low HP, good check from Cajun. Smart play takes Taz, it's all the snacks. He's known for clutching, finds one, sprays down two, but burned alive by Cajun.
Big round there, and I think they've got time to defuse comfortably as well.
That's close. Yeah, he does. All right.
It's all good.
All right.
It's all good. It's fine. I have to say, with the 5-on-3, I wasn't a big fan of Rubino's decision to go all in there with the UMP. You can see what he's trying to do. He's got information that they're going towards A. Maybe a bad call from a teammate, but he runs into connector by himself and gives them a chance there. There's only one teammate waiting towards B. When you have three towards the A site and there's two in B, you don't need to throw yourself into that sort of situation. Comes down to the one-on-one in the end, but Virtus Pro getting the bomb down, they get an injection of cash, and they've got the 4-stage loss bonus as well. So they can actually buy up into this round. Of course, North still can. That's a bonus round win for them ultimately, so that's actually really good regardless. So they get the AWP this time, 4 rifles go up against him. Virtus Pro will be buying into this round, but you can see, Matt, on your screen at least, there's 3 AKs out right now. It'll be 5 altogether, but the utility's not really going to be there for them whatsoever. In terms of execution, they can throw a few smokes. Flashbang's not really going to be there. Certainly no Molotovs. As we go into round number 5, this is looking fantastic for the Danes so far. You can see the final buy come in. There it is. 3 smokes, 1 Molotov, 1 flashbang. To get into the B site with 0 flashbangs, that's a really tall order. Your config now on the AWP famously plays the B site. He won't actually have to dodge anything at all. He can just take pop shots towards that other platform. That's if they go there.
So it looks like they favor off toward A instead. If they did have the 3 smokes, it's a wall that you could place instead, but
still need the flashbang. There's so many risks to account for.
Well, not only that, you've got 1 Molotov. There's 3 spots that you potentially need one. Arch, where Config's playing on stairs, and the 3rd being back toward Chicken Coop, which is where you're most vulnerable when you walk in with those wall of smokes. But on A, they can actually smoke off door, cover off the balcony, and try and just get entry kills. Bialy's waiting for the split potential with drop. Neo wants to fortify that. This could be a 3-2 instead of the traditional sense, the 4-1. We see from teams like Envious, SK, we see it all the time. Low position in mid as well right now from MSL. He's going to wait for them to try and get ever closer and get information on this, but Pasha's just getting toward the corner. No AWP for the far pick. The smoke's going to have to land from Snacks on door, but just inside of it. He'll be the first one to fight, and he's not playing from stables, which means he's got to make a decision. Top of the wall, he's calling for MSL if they push through the door. If they overwhelm him at corner, he's got to jump the wall, play from the ramp, and allow them to take stables control, which puts pressure on Cajun B, and they've already gotten down drop. Cajun just in time spots, but they turn back, hits the shot. So Cajun can still control that angle so long as they get in, but he's actually backing away from Neo. Magist makes the right call, gets over the wall, but Cajun's not in place to go for the set play and get back toward the balcony. That allows Pasha to wrap around, but do they know Magist is here as well? Absolutely not. 1 already. Tries to spray for Snacks, can't find it. Config will catch 1 on rotation, but it's a 1 versus 2. He's on the op. He's in quick, finds the lineup, but can't get the angle on the shot. Snacks gets Virtus Pro the win.
Great play from Virtus Pro overall, getting amazing map control there, getting towards the connector area itself. Just completely pincer in the A site. You can see Cajun was aware. Timing's not amazing, gets that first pick, but then overwhelmed. Major's actually working well with his teammate there towards the middle. He gets baited in behind the wall, like you said. He gets the first kill with the spray, though. It's not quite on point there. If he gets that second kill, they've got a really strong chance of winning that round. Still got money to work with going to round number 6. You can see them starting to be a little bit limited. No head armor, not a big deal in this particular round. There's AKs and AWPs against them, but it's going to be eco for them if they lose this one. Virtus Pro find their first, 4-1.
So Snacks waiting for a push out toward long. We don't see that as commonly as we used to. Mostly because a lot of the operas we often call aggressive, Kenny S, Scardy. We haven't seen them on this map as much. And Pasha's going to go take this corner. No crossfire set, no bait and switch for Magist. He's just going to hope they get the shots without the spray. Does do it onto Taz. No utility used, and he pulls it off. Now he's got the support there to come in from MSL. And Snacks is desperate to get the shot through the smoke. Has to back away. Bomb as well. You said it.
That's so perfect from Magist. He whipped the spray in the previous round, but makes up for it in this one. MSL delivering their Snacks with a YOLO play through smoke there. It's going to be a 5-on-2. We have got Bialy. He's a danger man at this point. He finds his frag, which he cannot. Rubino takes him down. There was a chance. Now it's just up to Neo. His position's been given away as well. This is a round for North to throw. They can actually give him a chance. If he finds his first pick, this one particular, it still has a chance to actually do something with this round. Here we go.
Good shot. Separates them. Rubino doesn't want to get aggressive to try and push in toward Neo, so it leaves MSL alone until Config can rotate. He's spotted! What a shot by Neo!
You can see it building up. He's the master of these sort of clutches. North standing in the open, they're panicking a little bit now. Still have the advantage, of course, 2-on-1.
And Rubino is finally going to go over to that corner. Knows he's got time to do it. Try and set the cross. Timing not in Neo's favor that time. And that's a reset coming in for North. It's going to be 4 rounds, the 1 to Virtus Pro, and an immediate reset, which knocks them back down to, I say mid-money. When I mean by mid-money is around that $2,000 mark where they'll be able to buy in the next, but they've got to sit tight.
Were you believing at any point there in Neo's clutch? Did you think
when he hit that shot on config, yes.
He's famous for winning big clutch situations there. You can see every decision he's made so calculated. He's reading your position so well. And that's why I say, as soon as he gets in that position towards danger, I thought he's got a chance of this. He knows where the bomb is. He's got information as to where the CTs are. They start making a couple of mistakes there, and it starts to fall apart. But the big story is, you pointed out, full reset of Virtus Pro. You win the previous round, the subsequent one, you only get $1,400. That's certainly not enough to buy, even on the T side here. They might just have to force this one going to Tech 9s. They're taking a timeout, but North, this is a terrorist-sided map still. They're up 5-1 right now after getting battered on the first map. This would be such a romantic storyline after recovering. Like I said, Virtus Pro probably have to force here, which they have. It's going to be a Galil, UMP, Tech 9s, limited on utility, of course, a couple of smokes and a flashbang. And Snacks, he's got a P250, that's it. That's all he can bring to the table.
You say it's a T-sided map. I will not disagree with you at all, but Virtus Pro also has a very good CT side on this.
Yes.
So team to team, that sometimes
really
changes.
Does reflect on like the kind of the matchup itself and the play styles, but I would say if you're going to make a sweeping statement like that, you would say it's a T-sided map.
Yeah, as a generalized. Yeah. Smokes out at long, they won't go on to it. Galil, UMP for Neo and Bialy. MSL, he's going to get down closer to the window. They're going fast. He's there in time. Oh, tanked up and no head armor. That flinches his aim. He's got to decide right or left. The flashbang was well timed because it blinded Bialy, so he could take Snacks and brought Rubino in. All 5 stay up there building bank.
They really are, and that's got to be a full eco. That was a full investment there from VP.
I didn't think they were going to go for it.
Yeah, well, I think they were going to be double eco regardless. It would have been a really poor buy, even if they ecoed. So that's fine. We're going to see what they can do. You can see them feeling the pressure there. Bialy face palming there, and here's Rubino doing some good job pintering in. We did see MSL struggling a little bit there. He didn't have the head armor, but it was through our walls. It didn't do too much damage. But 6-1. Looking very likely to be 7-1, quite promising now. They're only a second stage loss bonus now, so as well, they get the next round $2,400. Orb's not a possibility, Matt. They can't get the money going here for VP whatsoever. This is actually a really big deal. North have turned up the play here on the 3rd map. Cajun's back on the Orb. It was config before. I like this adjustment. Cajun did a really good showing on Cash especially, so there it is. Good work from Aegis.
Nice shot to hit Taz.
He's in the zone right now. You can see when he gets his confidence, starts hitting absolutely everything.
Oh, I mean, started with an ace.
Yep.
You saw how pumped he was. He's at 15 kills. We're on round 8.
Oh, that's actually god tier level. His next
and Bialy is 007, by the way.
Oh, James Bond. It happened.
I'm glad you got that reference, Henry.
I
know you don't watch a lot of movies.
I've seen that one.
But yeah, 15 kills. Next best is 6 in the server. He's almost 10 ahead, 9 ahead of everyone.
Yeah. He's doing a fantastic job, Mages. The guys pointed out this. When this guy gets going, he's phenomenal. Still very inexperienced. His first Mage, he's 18 years old. Kind of nuts when you think about it altogether.
Got to be careful, though, because he sprays for the far guy, and up close, Snacks nearly sneaks in on him. He does recover. It's Cajun, knowing he's going to get pushed, goes to pistol instead. Perfect timing, because Pasha looks away. Hits the headshot. Magisk will get out of the alley in the end, but it's an M4 grabbed. It's 4 to kill, and you put your hand up like you thought he might get one more isolation kill. I dare say the round was over.
There's no reason for him to MSL to push that brag. He gives it away. The money's getting a little bit scary. They're starting to build some back. You don't want to give anything away for free. Make him commit.
There's another very subtle thing that's happening on the scoreboard that I don't get to point out often. And I know Van Silly's in the building. He loves this. We've got the Care Bear countdown on Virtus Pro. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Neo, Snacks, Pasha, Taz, Bialy in order of kills.
Is that a thing?
That's a thing. Shout out to Van Silly just for that.
Wow. You don't see that every day. And really interesting stuff being pointed out. We go into round number 9. It will be 7-1. A great showing from North so far. As I said, Orb not a possibility for Virtus Pro. That's been a real talking point throughout this first half. Not really having enough economy to work with here. Lots of force buys, lots of difficult rounds. And getting the first round they win, fully reset after that. And in terms of the buy, yes, they have the AKs and the head armor, but 4 smokes, no Molotovs, and that's a huge deal on Cobble especially. We talked about being able to flush out CTs in positions towards the upper platform and on the bomb sites in particular.
So passive toward Fountain is always from Virtus Pro. Wait for the initial aggression in the 20 to 25 second range. And then set for execution. These long smokes, though, lend themselves to MSL to get aggressive. He's going to try and play on the edge of them. He's spotted up. Oh, I was going to say just barely gets away, but gets caught with the last bullet from Pasha before he gets inside of the door frame. But it's 1 for 1, because in all of that, our usual suspect, Magisk finds a kill onto Neo.
So they haven't really got too much map control. No one in towards drop down yet. They're making their way towards B halls. Look what they've got left. 2 smokes, 2 flashbangs. That's it. Good news is CTs haven't got much to work with as well, but KGB's established himself on the upper platform. Bialy now, he's going to have to make some noise to get towards drop down. Config waiting. This is the key kill. Bialy picks it up.
Flash. Oh, bounced the wrong way. He's trying to blind them off toward Rock. KGB's got problems because they are out that side of drop. He's got 2 angles to cover. That shot would have been huge. He could have held his ground, but he misses. It allows Bialy and Snacks in. It's Magisk who's got to go against them. He knows where they are, but Pasha peeks it. And you cannot discount Magisk in this situation. Bialy's got 2 HP. If he hits that, he would have been up to 20 kills in the half, but he also would have had a massive clutch for North because it would have been another reset potential.
Cajun there, missing a couple of key shots, that has to be said. He absolutely faced, takes 1 kill down with him, but that one on the bomb site, had he hit it? Normally, it's quite a characteristic shot for him. I think that's quite simple procedure. Doesn't nail it. If he gets it, he's set Magisk up at least for a really successful clutch situation there, but unable to find it. But the good news is they managed to take players down with them. It's still 7-2, and it's still quite a high chance of the reset. You see, Neo's only got the Tech 9. For the first time, we do see Pasha on the AWP. North pick of this round could be another double eco situation going forward for Virtus Pro, and Magisk, he's changed his position up once again. Very aggressive towards long A, trying to replicate the form we saw in the previous round.
Cajun B gets boosted on a tree this time as well, so they changed it up ever so slightly over toward B once more. They've had about 3 different looks, most of which have actually been a one-man passive hold toward drop. And Virtus Pro's putting a lot of pressure there, but the immediate reactions from North are what's impressive, because again here they don't have anyone watching inside of the drop room. They allow them and contain them to get in there, because let's face it, it's quite simple. You go down there, even if you boost back up, you leave 1 person in there, which is a big problem if you can't get map control otherwise. So Rubino's covering window. As soon as he knows they go down there, he rotates out of B site and they just hold it. It's very different from a lot of teams who still try to get aggressive immediately and hold them back with Molotovs, cover them off with flashes and get the headshots. This time though, the flashes are out. MSL's gonna rotate around. That puts Rubino back in the site. He finds 1. And here we go again, they're locked in. Wow. Both sides are covered off. North is controlling that position on the map so well.
Yeah, well, to be fair, that's quite sloppy from VP. Where's the communication? Why is Snacks looking to the right? Presumably he got the intel that he's beneath. I assumed before he fell back, and it's now a 5-on-3. Fantastic work from MSL. Got himself in a really fantastic position. Like I said, this is a full reset, and they have got the Pasha now. Needs to find something on the upper platform.
Config staring that direction. Oh, timing is everything. He goes to flash. I thought he was going to end up being flashed himself. This now allows them out of the drop room, and it's Taz that tries to line up 2. Only manages the 1, but it's just a 1-man deficit. And with a bomb going down, the problem is they're both on statue. It's awkward positioning. Missed shot from Pasha. Watch the right side. Because up goes Cajun, down goes Bialy, and Pasha's got problems. Hits the shot on MSL, but that'll be all.
A bit close to comfort there. Config, he was set up so perfectly. The moment he pulls out a grenade, that's when it's a big deal. But the bomb does get planted, so it will be an eco going forward with VP, but it's not as bad a situation as it could have been. Here's the replay from MSL. So he gets his first pick. That's what I found interesting. So Neo spotted him there, and Snacks just comes out. Has assumed he's fallen back, not even considering that to be a possibility beneath him. But still, MSL doing great work at that point. It's looking quite scary now for VP. I think they have to take a timeout at this point, which they have, as we go into round number 11. Lost bonus being reset. They're going to get 1900 into the next round. That'll be enough to buy just about. So I don't think forcing into this one's an option. They have to take a full eco here, not really invest too much. And that's going to bring the scoreline to 9-2. This is actually getting quite promising now for North. They're looking very formidable. I haven't really seen too much from VP that's impressed me. Economy's been really poor throughout. The 1 round they win, got instantly reset. The AWP didn't really seem to bring too much to the table. And the execution, we haven't really seen anything yet. We haven't seen one of those crazy wall of smoke executions that we see normally from the NA teams. They seem to favor that kind of play style. They're running a default, kind of show some presence towards A, go out towards B. Haven't really got the grenades to work with, and it's falling apart at the final sections there. They got lucky with that pick on towards Config with him pulling out the grenade, but at that point, didn't really have much grounds to win it.
And Virtus Pro just used one of their last timeouts.
Yeah.
They're already burning through them.
Well then, the buy comes in. It's a Deagle, VPT-50s, and a couple of 3 HE grenades. Not going to matter too much. I assume they're going to HE towards drop down and see if they can find that first pick. Rubino's going to be on the other side. Waiting for them.
And they've read the economy well, because this is the first time Magisk will push out toward long. Secured the fact that there's no one toward the fountain. MSL can rotate early. They can get a 4-man defense with rifles inside of the B site. And Virtus Pro with a very, very tough task to try and break through. Polar opposites in this series compared to where we started. We thought this was going to be a quick 2-0, and Virtus Pro was looking major winning form. Well, suddenly they're against the ropes in map 3.
Well, the Tata comes in, they're going to try and nade MSL. I think, well, maybe not. They're maybe going to use these HE grenades at all. They bought them. Yeah, one frag in return, but now in a real tricky situation. They're in towards drop down, sure, but how do you get out of it?
And there's the flank. Magisk is already there. Magisk has 3 more kills, and get this. He's got 22 kills in 11 rounds. He's averaging 2 kills a round in a playoff game of a major. That might be the fastest kill total in a major history. I'm not sure. Someone's got to look into that. But that is huge.
That is insane. Normally at the end of a first half, we say if you got to 20 kills in one half, that's a godlike status, right? 22 after 11 rounds, still 4 to go. That's incredible. To be fair, there was an eco spray down on looking at him, but still, it all counts. It all accumulates. As we go to round number 12, once again, the money's poor for VP. No bomb going down, 5 AKs, no AWP. Limited, only a couple of Molotovs there. Really haven't seen a nice full buy from them as of yet. As we go down to round number 12, it's Pasha trying to get aggressive on the platform, and he's flashed back. Can't really justify pushing any further than that.
HE does very little damage to Pasha, just 2, goes down to 98. They'll back away on that though with the smokes out. Again, it's going to be Rubino playing the swing position, but they're going to bring Magisk and MSL closer. They played this setup where Magisk jumped half wall to join MSL down below. This time it's going to be the corner boost. So he watches out toward long. MSL is going to rotate away, and then he watches lower and wraps around the wall, not exposed, and Rubino knows their inside drop. MSL gets back at the right time. He's still at window, so again, they can contain them. Wallace smokes out, and no one enters from B main. Config's ready for it.
How can they get out? Drop down is going to be so difficult.
This is the problem Virtus Pro's had time and time again. That's one way to do it, is just get straight up kills, as Snacks will get MSL. Cajun can pick his angle, though, inside of the site, and he knows they're going to be coming out from E-Box. Just waiting for it. Never mind. Doesn't even need to. Just disappears from the back side of the wall. X-Ray gone. Config hits the shot. Magisk hits Neo. That's the only one on the off side of the map. And Snacks with bomb is still waiting to get down. There's nothing. Virtus Pro's got absolutely no execution tactic. They're getting locked out everywhere they go. And again, it's going to be a very, I'm going to almost say, an easy round for North.
Yeah, they look lost, VP, right now. The money is just getting out of control. They need flashbangs. They need the smokes. They need something to work with. Yes, they got the opening kill there, but what can you do with them, Matt? You know the CD's on the other side. They're most famously going to stack the B side once you get a first pick there, and you don't have any flashes to get out of drop down. These really tight choke points. There's an orb staring down at you as well, which you don't have anything to counter it with. You can't smoke him out. You can't flash him. You can't even Molotov him. So you can't really do anything in that first pick. And once again, they're on another eco here. Lost bonus is going to be at the 4th stage after this round in terms of investment. Tech 9s, P250s, one smoke, a couple of flashes. This could be 11-2. This is insane. And Magus, we know he's been amazing so far. He's actually pushing all the way out long A. He's going to find the first frag, nails a shot, looking for 2. Of course he delivers. And it's going to be a 5-on-3 just like that.
He's looking for more. He's tapped it. He's got Snacks. He's looking for Taz. He's got Taz. And the reason I'm getting hyped, yes, the Rico spray downs. He's 3 kills away from a first half 30 bomb. In a major. That's ridiculous.
That is
actually insane. But just gets more kills than all of Virtus Pro.
After 14 rounds, that's nuts.
Youngest player on the team, first major playoff. Wow. Hats off. Superstar status.
Yeah, absolutely. 11-2 now. Now we have got a full buy. Finally, 5 AKs, 5 smokes, 5 Molotovs, flashbangs. Probably the first time we've actually seen this. Let's see if they can actually capitalize here. Might be a little bit too late, but we'll see what happens. Magus once again towards long. Some presence towards B from VP. They're waiting for the initial push. You can see someone holding towards top mid. That's Leo. Normally plays that position, hoping and holding for Magus to push out towards long A. But so far, so good for both sides.
Bialy waits to drop again. Similar setup. Cajun and Rubino both waiting inside of B. Rubino this time doesn't have information that Bialy's down there, and MSL's not looking, so Bialy, best chance perhaps to sneak out the window, but Magisk, 28. Keep counting, everyone. If he hits 30, that's ridiculous. I'm lost for words.
MSL
Snacks
now.
hits MSL.
He's been punished a few times by Snacks in his position. Still a 4-on-4. Rubino with a decent frag there. Rotation comes in. They're going to be committing towards the A side.
Rotation around, though. This is where Magisk has to watch. He's under pressure. Goes down this time to Bialy. So he'll hold at 28 for now. Cajun B, he's going to try and chase them down. He's one of two remaining. It's Config's the other. He's on the flank, but Cajun being found. Finally, Virtus Pro get an opening, and this is the one round. This is the one time they could get down drop. They didn't get the information. They couldn't hear Bialy drop down. Normally, that's the cue for Rubino to rotate. He doesn't do it.
3 rounds obtained for VP. They go into round number 15 here with decent money. They've saved the orb. 3 players surviving as well. Full buy, of course, for North, but VP desperately need this. It certainly isn't good enough for a T-side on Cobble.
1 round. I almost don't want to say it because the whole caster's curse. Record all time for kills and a half was ELEAGUE.
Okay.
World edit 31.
I remember on Train.
If Magisk can get 3 kills here, he'll tie that in a major. I feel like I ruined it because it's the old curse, but hopefully we'll see.
I think that was against Echo Fox as well, if memory serves correctly. But yeah, that was a sick performance. So 31 and 1.5, that's what we're looking for. But right now, 28, quite a tall order. But the way he's been playing, maybe it can be a possibility.
Well, he's over toward his default position on A at this point in time. Neo's going to be lurking that side again. Virtus Pro, same tactics, down and toward drop. Rubino again this time has to rotate around. He's not there yet. They've gone for a stacked presence on mid. Finally, MSL's going to get in position. No, Cajun, he takes Pash up. Jisk is getting ever closer to going for the flank, but Neo waiting for it. It's going to start to get away. Rubino flashes himself back in. He hits Bialy. He hits Snacks as well. Record not possible. The 30 still is. As Cajun B is going to hold off toward long, but North looking for a 12-3 half as Cajun B is going to take down Taz. It's a 1 versus 5 for Neo. Well, looks for the shot out toward long. Do what you might, Taz.
He has got the bomb, but he's being pincered in. He's in the top left right now. Everyone is coming around in majors.
Knife for the last one? Doesn't matter. He's on 29. That is still a hell of a performance in a 12-3 half for North. What a turn of events.
Absolutely, but you have to say, Matt, there's a resounding factor that kind of leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. It's Virtus Pro's economy management throughout that first half. We never really saw a full buy from them. Even when they're getting picks, it didn't have any utility to work with. It was a rough ride for them. The round they did win, getting instantly shut down. There's not really much you can do. When players like Majors are getting close to 30 bombs in one half, playing tremendously well, but still wasn't the Virtus Pro we're used to seeing. I'm almost sure they're going to take the full 5 minutes at this point, kind of recalibrate, discuss what the options are in the pistol, but North win the pistol. They're looking at a semi-final and joining their fellow countrymen Astralis, who already made it.
It would mean guaranteed no matter what happens in tomorrow morning's quarterfinal, we have 2 of the top 4 teams being Danish.
Yeah.
I would have never have predicted that, even in 2016, at any point in time.
Really exciting stuff. All things considered, what a journey this best of 3 has been. We kick things off, VP, 16-4. North don't even arrive on the server. It looks like they've been battered. They don't deserve their place on the main stage. And they come back, recalibrate on a cache, a map they famously don't play, and give us a great, really nice, solid piece of CS there. And now, Magis, the superstar, what we've been waiting for, the level, the peak he can actually reach. A 30 bomb almost in the first half. It's nuts. 12-3, touching distance now, making it to a semi-final. As we get into it, the unpause comes in. We'll have a look at the buys. It's North, of course, on the T side now. 3 sets of armor. And there's going to be 2 smokes, 3 flashbangs. Rubino's got a P250 as well. And it's going to be quite a simple buy for Virtus Pro. 4 sets of armor for them, and 1 kit and an HE for Neo.
So pistol underway. North won the first one with the ace from just to start things off. Config. He's already at drop, but not going down. They just want to make sure they get the presence so they have it open to them. But Snack starts it off. It's Cajun that gets found first. That's over toward the A side. That's going to force Config, in fact, all the way back to spawn because he wants to be sure that they didn't push up to go around. He's got to clear the fountain, and he's going to go the safest way possible. They still have 1 minute and 20, so why not?
They wanted to go for the A split there. Rubino threw his smoke towards the connector. They were getting ready to go towards drop down, but the teammate that went down, Cajun B, gives the call. He knows they're coming aggressive. He goes down, that kind of ruins their plan at that point. Still a winnable situation with Snacks now. Such a great spot for him. That's why he gets that headshot on Config and almost secures the pistol. But why does he face this? Why does he have to go for that? You've got a 5-on-3. Such a risk to take the repeat. Can he could have fallen back and joined his teammates? Now there is a window of opportunity. We still have a smoke for MSL. He can use that towards connector if he wants, but look at Pash's position right now. He's actually going to be in the B storage area, waiting for them to walk in, which actually could be perfect. He's actually more than likely to get 2 frags, maybe even a cheeky knife, who knows? They are checking everything though. They are aware this could be a possibility.
Yeah, I think that's going to be checked with the crossfire positions. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. He's got 1. MSL reacts before walking into the same trap, but he's still got to do dual pass. He's got to go for the reload. Thinks about getting up close for the knife, but gets it in time, and he'll get the kill. Look for Magis, finds him as well. Good start from Pasha in the second half.
The
Must needed pistol round.
Absolutely must needed. Well, there it is. You can see Pasha. What a great position that was in. Like I said, I kind of built it up as I was going on. A split was the target for North at that point. The smoke goes in. KGB shut down. They have to kind of cancel that plan. Snacks finds a frag at that point. I was questioning his decision to go back. You don't really need to. No reason to take that risk. Obviously, he's feeling confident, but Pasha's position towards B storage in the B halls and managing to take down those 2 frags. Good work from him. Nice little warning shot in the back of Taz there from Pasha. Doing a bit of the work for North there. They have force spawn this second round. It's quite traditional for the terrorist side. If they can get the bomb down, going to the Tech 9s, and they double rush B, they are going to be committing everyone towards this one. We talk about North being an execution-based team. They're going to use the wall of smoke at this point. Didn't see any of this from Virtus Pro at all. You can actually get the bomb down quite easily with a couple of flashbangs and a few smokes. See what happens.
Smokes are completely walled off, including top tree. Spray through hits bomb temporarily on Rubino's hands, and they've lost Config immediately beside Magisk, and he can't decide if he should just go for the plant for money or try and fight. And honestly, inside of the smoke, with the situation as it occurs, maybe just plant it for the money in that situation, but it'll be 5 rounds now for Virtus Pro.
Well, those rounds are all about making the CTs feel uncomfortable. You could see they're a little bit wounded at that point. All the smokes are dropped. There's flashbangs going on as well. They managed to find the frags and deny the plant, so Virtus Pro still within a shadow of this one. It's a tall order, but that's a perfect start now. 2-0, no bomb planted. North have to be on a full eco at this point. You can see nothing invested really into this round at all. I don't think a single dollar has been spent. So there will be 5 Glocks, no armor, no nades. He's excited.
Well, there's still hope. It's 12 rounds. They need 4 to win it, and momentum, if they can get it going on the Virtus Pro side, they can quickly get 5 here off the start. They win the first gun as well, which comes up immediately after this round, which is a full save from North. No guns invested, no armor. Pasha chasing down Config's gonna grab him. Headshot on MSL. The accuracy's starting to get there, and again, it's Pasha. Not up to the guy we talk about to step up. He's got a 3rd in the round. He leads the way once more for Virtus Pro. Good series for him.
Perfect round so far. Not a single frag dropped, and Cajun B doing a little bit of damage there, but the clean sweep comes in. 5 players surviving, 4 VP. Another little bit of a crossroads. They've got the UMP saved, but at this point, can't really afford to drop a single round. Do they upgrade from the UMPs and go to the rifles, maybe bring an AWP out? I think that could be a sensible decision. Obviously, the bonus round is there, and the idea behind the bonus round is to swell the bank account, but most of the decision has been made. They will keep the UMP, certainly a viable weapon in gun round still. You just have to be a little bit smarter in your positioning. No AWP can be purchased on either side. It's North for 5 AKs. They're slightly limited after their force buy, and no bomb going down. We'll see what happens here as they start to quickly look towards middle. The bomb is going to be towards the B halls for now. Got a default round from both sides. Taz and Snacks a little bit more aggressive than usual though.
This is the next test for Virtus Pro's comeback efforts. They're going to try to contain B with Snacks, Taz, and Neo all on A. So they've gone for a passive B hold, which means they have to get the information fast if Neo's going to rotate in time. They've got to play drop perfectly with just Bialy there. Pasha's still trying to look to try and get a peek down that long position as well, but right now the attention is all about the 2 men selling what is potentially a fake. If they can't find a pick, this goes back to B.
Yeah, that's the idea right now. Pull the rotations over from that B side. You can see the bomb is still down. They still have options there. They obviously don't have to commit to this fake. If they do find 1 or 2 kills, they can always fall back and go towards A, or even do the split here. That's what they're potentially setting up for. As Config, he gets towards danger, and he's still got 3 players on that side of the map. If he finds a kill, you can actually get in the back of 2 of these CTs here. This could get very interesting. Config now the danger man, in more ways than one.
Nice shot on Taz. Magisk has gotten inside of the drop room as well. Pasha's had to go more passive on the B platform as a result to give support to Bialy, but Neo's made it back over. Problem is, as soon as Neo makes the call, it's back the other way. Big kill from Snacks as a result because he's alone on A. Just barely gets back inside of mid before they round the corner at the door. A pop flash out, Snacks style. Both blinded, but somehow they hit the shot. And Magisk will take down Pasha. We said it was the next chance for Virtus Pro, the next effort. Well, North has come back with perfect style. And Magisk will lurk in late. It's only Bialy remaining. It's Magisk that's in the vent that's going to get found. Good headshot on the UMP, and I think grab the AK to sit back is probably the right call.
Well, there's a moment that I thought he might fancy it. Just trying to maybe bait out some of the face into all those doors. He finds a kill in the next 5 or 6 seconds. It's sort of possibility, but with 45 HP, I'm not really believing at this point. He's just trying to dent the economy further up north, I guess. They will be able to buy Virtus Pro next round. It was that bonus round, which we discussed before, which was, for better or worse, was the incorrect decision. We'll see what happens here. After North shutting it down, like I said, Config doing all the work there. He looked fantastic. He gets him towards danger. You just didn't doubt him for a second. You could see he was reading it, listening to the footsteps around him, finds that first shot, and that's a cue for them to really make their mark on the A-bomb side there. Nothing VP could do about it. The teamwork comes in. Snacks with the perfect flashbang, to be fair, towards middle. You thought he had both of them. Somehow they shut him down. But 13-6. North now one step closer to the semi-finals.
Still money on the Virtus Pro side. But with 3 players staying up on North, they strengthen their economy a little bit. They buy in quite heavily, though, with utility, which means they're still breakable.
Yeah.
But every round counts. I mean, if you leave it at 12, it's a lot more encouraging when you look at the scoreboard. 3 to go is not a lot. They can inch this out at this point in time.
Bialy still had 5 grand left over, and Snacks is on the max 7. He's certainly capable of this weapon and Cobble. Lots of situations you can use it in, but surely you've got 5 grand in the bank in this sort of situation. Give Snacks the ore potentially there, even just an M4. You want to make sure you win these rounds, but like I said, he is very good at the shotguns. We'll see whether he can deliver.
Problem is he plays the shotgun on A, which means if it goes B, it's a long rotation, and he's got nothing to go with it, exactly. And it looks like it could go toward B, with Virtus Pro stacking up on A, which also lends yourself to beg the question, how fast do they make a save call? How fast do they say, nope, forget it, we can't get back in the B site. Snacks only has a shotgun. There's kits on 3 of us, and we're locked out. How fast do you just say forget it? But Neo's gone back over. That will strengthen their chances of trying to get a retake if they have a good defense to start it off with counter picks.
Like we said, North, execution-based team. Didn't see that from Virtus Pro. We know they've got the strategies in the bank here. They did it on the Tech 9 round. Looks like they're going to go a similar approach with the guns here. There's the smokes, and here come the flashbangs.
Counter Molotov will slow them temporarily as Bialy waits on tree. He saw the flames come out. He knows they've got pressure at long, but where's the rest? Flashbangs time, perfect, but Rubino, he didn't see Bialy, so he's still got position, which means they don't know he's there, which means he can spray them down. Add 2 for him, add 2 for Pasha. It's 4 overall, and they just search for MSL. Neo finds him, and it's 7 rounds Virtus Pro.
Well, we're not done quite yet. A big round there for VP to pick up. They keep 5 players alive. The bank accounts start to grow, and it's a really, really nice round overall. Good defense, like we said. North, famous for this execution-based style. Bialy waiting behind the tree, and it's just perfect. The distraction comes in from Pasha, and then Bialy strikes, finds 2, and he shut down the economy for North as well. So a lot of work to do here, but you can never discount VP in these sort of situations, and they're going to keep with the shotgun here. Bialy was 7 grand. To be fair, they know he's going to be up against an eco, so that's absolutely fine. You get $900 per kill with the shotgun, so no better time to use it. As we go into round number 21, VP closed the gap.
Config with the Deagle has Pasha in front of him making a lot of noise, but needs to go through, and Pasha realizes it, wraps back around, cuts him off, and he might be able to see above that smoke, but he's got to be careful at the same time. That time, surely he does, yes. 1, look for the lineup. No, they're close. Be careful, Pasha. I know you're a strong man, but you're flexing pretty courageously in that position as Rubino's going to get down behind. Does get Taz. That's a gun picked up. 1 versus 2, and they're separated. Rubino's got armor to play with as well, but the problem is he's got the bomb to go for. Snacks has a shotgun. He's got to grab a gun on the way through connector. I think there's one down at the doors opposing side, which means he should be able to grab that. Doesn't matter. Neo's there.
Well played by Neo.
Apparently there wasn't, because Snacks went to the pistol instead.
Yeah. Well then, that could have been dangerous. As soon as Rubino has head armor and the M4 as well, the CDs were separated. I thought, okay, this could get interesting. And Neo, he faced it at the perfect time there, working together. One gets the aggro, the other one faces. That's how you should be playing CS in these sort of situations. We're going to round number 22, sticking with the shotgun as Snacks. 13-8. Round by round, they're getting back into this one. It's looking like another eco for North. Partial buy, I guess you can call it. Tech 9s, PD50, CZs, bit of armor, and some smokes as well. The crowd are starting to believe at this point. You can hear them starting to chant as we go to round number 22.
This is absolutely possible. Snacks is going to stay in the shotgun. Once again, he's going to play long. This time they will go A. They've heard it. They'll call for the rotation. It's Neo again. That's got to be first to door. But they're fast. Very fast. Good shot from Taz. Good lineup. That'll clothesline him and get bomb. He's got another. Take that back. Snacks actually steals it out from the barrel of his gun, but goes down. Pays the absolute cost for it. Pasha gets Cajun, and it's 1 to go on Config, who grabs the shotgun in return. That'll be a nice dish to serve back toward them, but it's going to be 9 rounds Virtus Pro. We're only 4 rounds between them. Virtus Pro CT side on this map has always looked good, and it's a slightly different style that they're getting thrown at them from North, because normally they control the drop room. They haven't even had to very often in this situation.
Well, really, they are showing some really dominating force on the CT side here. Clean sweeps throughout. Really interesting. The money's actually getting to a really decent position at this point. They're sticking that shotgun. Neo with 8 grand, Bialy 7. Snacks, he's got 6K himself, but they're happy to stay with the current setup. They haven't got the AWP to work with the CT side. I would think this is the time to bring it out.
Snacks could easily buy it. Bialy can easily buy it.
Right now, you know the North bank accounts are starting to balance out. They've had a couple of ecos now. More than likely they'll bring out their own orb. I think that should be the right call to actually bring it in. We can see a potential boost coming in towards drop down. Bialy and Neo there together with good HGs. Could actually do some damage there, but Occasion will be holding up in a passive hold, just waiting for someone to make a mistake at this point.
Snacks playing close again. They've yet to push him directly. They know he was out there. Config picked up the shotgun last time. So you have to wonder if they consider that to be his position, but does he have it again? Why would he? They've got so much money, so they can still catch them off potentially. They want to go that direction. Snacks might get his wish after all. Waiting for it, playing the tighter angle. Smoke's gonna go close, he's still on the corner. Flash goes deep, he's got one already. They're still there. Flash duration gone, but he's gonna go for a Molotov instead. That force is commitment, and that's why Snacks plays this gun. Smoke off, he has bomb, flashback out, getting a little aggressive at this point, considering it's only a one-man, but he's got the corner covered.
Doesn't even want to make it. Okay,
What?
now he's got it. Fantastic stuff in Snacks, that's so perfect. Drops the incendiary, forces one of them to face by himself, just nails him at close range, just eating out of Snacks' palm right now as we go into round number 23. It's a 4-on-3, sorry, and Magisk is on 20 HP himself.
Get down drop with Rubino, but already heading to Rapunzel
Saving,
Tower
yeah.
because that's pretty much it. They've got to save 21 seconds. Snacks has bomb. It's double digits for Virtus Pro after getting battered and bruised on the first half.
Indeed, it's currently going to be 7-1 after this round concludes. No money for 3 of the players that go who save their weapons, but they do save an AWP, 2 AKs, and some utility to work with. But Snacks, just a masterclass there. We doubted the buy. We didn't really think it'd have those sort of explosive results there, but it couldn't have been more perfect. He times it to perfection. The flashbang comes in. He drops the incendiary, finds 2 kills there, and locks down the round pretty much single-handedly. Here's a replay right now. You can see the flash is actually from the T side. Okay, that's why it's so awkward for MSL at that point. This incendiary, you can see how it segregates them. Config has to base. Bomb goes down as well. What a nightmare round overall. But Snacks can't really argue with the result there. And now he gets out the AWP. This is looking very good indeed. They get to double digits, as you mentioned, 13-10. And the buy for North is not so great. 3 with weapons, 2 with Tech 9s. Getting scary now for the Danes.
Yep, very scary.
There's the coach, Rugger, just trying to rally the troops. Let them know they're still in the lead at this point. Remind them, historically, as a T-sided map, just need to control themselves here. Don't get nervous, don't let the stage rattle them. You just need to calm them down and work out what's being shut down so cleanly so far from VP. As we go into round number 24, like I said, limited, but they have got the smokes to work with again. Haven't seen too much towards the A side of the map. That's what North, when they were Dignitars, that was what they were so famous for, is getting that mid control, pushing the cities back along A. Haven't really seen that so far. That's what they're traditionally very, very good at.
First timeout used from North. They have 3 remaining. And at this point, you pretty much call them every other round because you've got to slow the momentum and you've got to talk things out. You've got to get Ruga involved in those conversations. Bialy's going to cover off drop with the bottom with Neo, excuse me, but Snacks already has a kill on the AWP.
Wow.
To shut this down. That's first pick again.
Yeah, it's a big scalp to take as well. Config, one of the style players, 5-on-4, just like that. To be fair, he into Tech 9. I think he was trying to bait out something towards the A side of the map once again. While his teammates get ready towards B, but Bialy, he's boosted up in the tree. He's so dangerous in this position. Bomb down towards the B storage area. It's going to be MSL to pick it up. Occasion, that saved orb. He's got no head armor either or nades, and Neo spots a player towards drop down, but the time is good. Work out against him, which they do. Mages finds a kill.
Mages gone a little bit quiet lately. I know that sounds rare because he's got 34 kills, but finally gets an impact one there because this opens up a position in Bialy. He's got to look both directions. It's Bialy to hold Bialy, but he only tags up on one, and MSL's got the shot in return, and Pash up to recover. Takes down 2, manages to transfer from Chicken Coop back toward the site as well, so they still got good position to cover off the bomb, 37 seconds, but MSL's committed. and there's 3 very angry Virtus.pro players that want their real estate back. However, a Molotov down means Cajun, they've got to wait because MSL's low HP. Cajun can't find the angle. He knows Pasha's gone over to the left side somewhere, but the further he goes to find him in the corner, the more vulnerable he is from the door and from drop. He's bypassed the first problem. Pasha's getting closer. Good. MSL's waiting for it, waiting for the peek. He knows he's there. He's trying to bait them out. Good shot. Cajun B knows MSL's obligations covered off. Looks to the next possible threat, but unfortunately with 1 down, it's another win for Virtus.pro. It goes 13-11. Only 1 round for North in the second half.
You see that discipline from VP. That's how you play Counter-Strike. Deny them any sort of chance of getting picked. Yes, they get 1 kill, but the round's over. The time they actually get it is 10 seconds remaining. Cajun B has to save. He has an AWP, but unfortunately, he has no money going into this next round. His teammates not in a great position as well. They're all around about the 3.8k mark, and that's just a masterclass from Pasha. Just staying alive, found his 2 frags, called for his teammates to come in, just denying the T's any sort of opportunity and not getting that bomb down. So they're going to have to buy around this AWP. 13-11. This is exactly what VP want. They don't mind him saving the AWP because he knows they're going to force right now with 2 pistols as well, just ruining their money going forward. But they're on maximum loss bonus. They get a bomb down, they can buy. But losing this round with all players going down almost certainly be an eco.
Snacks backs away with the AWP, and he goes danger. He's got a lineup, misses the shot. Has to fall to sight. Now the problem is they're going fast enough that Snacks has an angle to cover up, but a perfect flash still hits Rubino. That gives Taz, Bialy, and Pasha an access passage to rotate over, but they've gotten inside the site. Config, he goes behind wall. He's vulnerable, post plant down. He could have gone safe plant, left it open from the ramp. The problem is going that far into the corner. They don't have post plant position on this. MSL has to fight forward. He's caught up. I don't agree with that plant. They're already on the defuse. There's nothing they can do.
It's a save again.
Absolutely nothing they can do. Cajun goes away. He plants that safe behind the door, and they got vision. They have the AWP on it. That's a mistake from Config.
I don't think he anticipated that round to be as close as it possibly was. I think at that point he's just thinking, get that bomb planted as soon as possible. Haven't got much information. I'm sure the comms are a bit of a nightmare right now, panicking a little bit. Yes, you're absolutely right. If he gets that safe plant down, at least Cajun has a chance to win the round, right? As soon as that's dropped, Config dies and the plant's inaccessible for the AWP as well. You're absolutely right, but they get the bomb down with maximum loss bonus at least this round. They can buy up around this. Cajun save that AWP, bomb planted. He's getting money at least. So full buy for the T's, but VP 1 round away after a 12-3 defeat in the first half and tying things up. Snacks is back on the shotgun. Why not? There's a ton of money available. He wants to be on this weapon.
Same position as well. It's hard to counter if he plays so close. Where's the flashes go? How do the Molotovs bounce? Where exactly is he at? And Virtus.pro showing off why they're the most experienced roster in CSGO. Because what other team with their backs against the wall would rally back in this situation? And North, perhaps, to Virtus.pro's pleasure, is the least experienced, and that's coming through as well. So we're definitely getting tons of storylines. And just gone quiet. Someone else needs to step up if they're going to counter. He still has 34. The next best on the team is Cajun B at 15. He's still double any of his other teammates.
13-12. Getting very close now. The last minute of the round arrives, and yet to make their move is North, who should be finishing up towards B. Like I said, this is not the North I'm normally used to seeing on this map. They're not really showing presence towards A whatsoever. These defaults and executions. First exchange comes in, and a headshot as well. Advantage goes towards VP.
Good trade to open it, though, at least to force rotations.
These 2 smokes they've got, 2 flashbangs, not really enough to fully execute. Back towards A is their best chance of winning this round, but that's where Snacks is, and he's got that deadly weapon. Do they dare try and challenge him?
Kaz catches them, does get traded. Snacks is still down below, but he doesn't have the range. He still hits it. How does he do that? Because now they turn to find him, and Bialy, he gets in position, nearly gets Config through the smoke. He goes to 4. Magisk has to hold this off. Config this time plants safely out toward the cannons. However, Magisk this time is on the wrong side of the safe plant. All they have to do is get information. Config just needs to call for Magisk. And if he hits a headshot, perfect situation, because Magisk can win it from where he is if he's not spotted. Down he goes, he's spotted up by Bialy. That's the shot he needed. Snacks gets hit, they don't know Magisk is here. Big chance for him to try and capitalize. Misses the shot though, that's the wraparound, and Neo takes advantage. Tie game, Virtus.pro.
My God, it's getting so tantalizingly close for North. They're getting to the bomb sites now. They're making clutch situations possible, but they just don't really have enough left to work with there. You can feel the advantage heavily going towards VP in terms of the positional controllers, or every angle they seem to be facing, they have the advantage. North just don't have the utility or the HP to work with there. And Snacks, just a maelstrom with his max 7 every single time. You'd think he's going to be out of position, but he makes space somehow, makes it work. We get the bomb down, but in terms of the buy coming in, I think this is a North timeout. They've got a lot of money, Cajun B especially. He's got 7,500. They can buy around this, but a tied game now. This would be so gutting for North. After having such a strong performance, getting 12-3 themselves, they've only got one round in the second half so far. Still well within their grasp of winning the map, but so far, VP don't look like they're going to show any sign of giving up here.
Not getting ground toward B long. They've gotten down drop, but even when they do, they can't find the picks. I think the best chance they've had at taking a site is the split on B through drop, but something they go long, they get shut down by Snacks. There's not much openings.
Well then.
Snacks gonna have, missed time. He was gonna go for the flash peek toward Fountain.
He has got the orb this time, just to note. He's been using that Mag 7, but splashes some cash this time. He's got the AWP. He'll be very aggressive on this map. He went towards middle for that first pick, but once again, it's another default setup towards B from North. They're holding back. They look a little bit caged right now. Not really challenging or working towards the A side of the map at all. They run this default time and time again. It's forward towards B. I'm going to assume and speculate right now they'll go for that execution towards B and hope they get lucky with the opening frags. That seems to be their go-to strategy right now.
Pasha throws nade corner toward Boost. Doesn't do any damage. They've already gotten up top of the box. MSL's the one to hold it off. 3 looking at drop. No, take that back. Sorry, Cajun's looking long. 2 looking at drop. This is the split they want. Config's still waiting behind for the flank to come through from Snacks, but he's got to consider moving soon because they're going to need support. They haven't been getting entries. They need all hands on deck. And they're down to Bialy. It's Neo instead from long. But just gone. That's your first threat. That's your big threat. Down already, and Pasha's not had to move and give up this position. They have 1 Molotov.
Oh, that's the big miss from Cajun there. MSL knew he was actually baiting in Cajun perfectly. He doesn't hit the shot. Pasha can fall back now.
And they don't use the Molotov on stairs. Pasha can actually sit here and wait. He's got safety, fall back to a safer position, as you mentioned, but still he can be aggressive when the time comes. Execution through. Smoke's already thrown. Snacks is still over on 8. 23 seconds. They've got to find the first kill on the entry or this is done. And Pasha has an op in front of him. Perfect timing. Neo's got 1. Pasha takes it, misses the spray, but still converts. It's on the config. What a shot on Pasha. He's still going to line up on Taz, but he's not going to find it. And Virtus Pro, they'll come back. It's only 1 round in the second half from North. It's a 14-13 lead.
Now the pressure really starts to mount up for North. Maximum loss bonus, but they don't really have enough to buy. It looks like Cajun made the decision for them in this pause time. He's bored up. He's got the AK and armor, but there's players made just $3,500. MSL, same story. Neo shuts him down. Look at this synergy. That's working together, shutting it down. It comes down to quite a close situation, but Config low HP, can't find that final shot, and VP have taken the lead. It's 14-13. The final buy comes in from North. Lose this round without the bomb going down as well. That could be it. It's going to be 3 AKs. Make it 2 AKs, 3 Galils, and a couple of smokes to work with. It's not looking good. You can see the look on Rugged's face, the codes, that says it all. He's not looking confident right now. He's not fired up. And what a fantastic start to this map for them has fallen out of their grasp. This is a really difficult scenario for them now.
And this side of the bracket, North gets through VP the way they've been playing. You have SK with a stand-in who still are a formidable force. You have FaZe, who's an unknown entity right now in their current lineup. There was a chance to not only hit semis, but anyone in this bracket could have made the finals. Have they thrown that away, or is there still something left to pull them back? Well, with 3 Galils, it's going to have to be a desperate call and absolutely insane accuracy.
They haven't shown too much to impress me yet on the T side. They've looked caged and a little bit scared at times as well. This time the default lies towards A. Like I said, they're normally so good at using their smokes, taking vision away from the CTs on this side of the map, getting that long A control, and actually keeping the CTs guessing. At that point, they have to fall back to the bomb sites, and you still have the option to go towards B. That's what we're looking for now. That's the flashbang, and now you can see the effect it's had. They're going to commit and see if they can get that first frag.
Why the quick switch gun nearly gets caught. AK not out, but they do tag Neo. Down to 3 HP. Snack still hits a shot, falls away. He's still got platform control, and Taz has kicked out the corner. Which means the rotation's coming in. They can horseshoe. They can cover it off, but untimely unscope nearly costs them because Snacks goes down. Neo does get traded, but just gets found it. It's him and Cajun left versus 3. And Taz slipping up from stables. He's got to line up on Cajun, who's not going to spot him. Gun shows, easy shot, bomb drop. But just has to go 180 to find Bialy. That doesn't happen. It's map and series point for Virtus Pro.
Bomb does not go down either. They're going to be so limited. It's series point. And this has just fallen apart. They've only got 1 round on the T side so far. They came into this 12-3. It's currently 15-13. All roads lead here for North to hold on. They've got Tech 9s, UMPs, and an AK. It doesn't look possible now. VP have done the impossible. and brought it to round number 29. One separates them from getting to the semi-final. I didn't think this would happen. But what a roller coaster of a quarterfinals has been, Matt. One of the most exciting and up and down games we've had at the major so far. But this is it. Can North hold on for one more round?
It's psychological as ever. Experience versus the rookies. Experience has been paying off. Smoke's gonna go down, 3 Tech 9s. Just go, just rush, do something. Because all this slow play is not working. Virtus Pro's standing their ground and they're not getting anything to work with. They spray through as well. Cajun tagged at 31. And the Molotov doesn't even reach the stairwell this time. So they still haven't cleared that. Does Bialy hear this though? Out the window, Snaps is ready. Nice shot from Magisk. Very important trade. Bomb's going back toward A as well. If he can hold off these rotations, if they can find the one pick they need inside of the A site against Taz, big chance. Bialy looking for Magisk though. He gets found. That opens up the rotation. Cajun turns immediately to try and hold off Bialy. He does it successfully, but Taz is still alive and well inside of the A site. He's dropped the bomb with 53 seconds to go. It's a 3 versus 2 for Virtus Pro. Pasha with the flank. Cajun goes down. Config, fight for your life. He finds Taz. It's late. He's got to get 2. Neo's in front. Spots him with the Tech 9. Headshot there. Looks for the other. Doesn't matter. Pasha's got it. And Virtus Pro will go through to the semifinals with a massive comeback against North.
Have you ever seen anything like it? 12-3 in the first half, and VP never giving in, never surrendering, and just absolutely decimating their opponents in the second half there. 16-13 is the final score. That's so heartbreaking for the young Danes. A rough start here, but they fall back on cash, and it just slips out of their grasp.
And feel for that man on screen right now, Magisk. The game of his life. One of the best performances we've ever seen in a major from anyone, and it's not enough. They fall short second half, and yeah, he knows it. Buries his face. That's going to be on his mind for a long time. That is an emotional roller coaster. Those are definitely tears behind that shirt, and you have to feel for him. But Virtus Pro, experience as always, they fight back, and they've got a semi. They've booked it, and it'll be either FaZe, who they want revenge against, or SK. We'll find out tomorrow morning, but they look so good right now. To battle back from that after a poor second map, they're still in contention as a favorite, no question.
What a great quarterfinal. That's certainly the game of the day for me. Just such a roller coaster ride, and VP. It's just so them, isn't it? Coming back from that sort of line.
Well, what a day it's been. 3 quarterfinals done, all of them with incredible storylines. You couldn't ask for a better major. ELEAGUE's providing, the teams are providing. Our desk will provide a wrap-up. We'll join you again tomorrow. Thanks very much.